Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, you join us, ready to crown not one, but two more BIKC champions. We've just finished running the lightweights this morning, and we have witnessed some absolutely stunning racing. And that set the bar really, really high for what is coming up now, because we have got the final event in BIKC Finals 2025, and it is the turn of the middleweights and the heavyweights to battle it out, and we will then be crowning two new British indoor karting champions. And we are in practice at the moment, so let me just go through exactly what is going to happen. So first of all, we are in practice. After practice and practice, exactly as it sounds, it doesn't really have any effect whatsoever. I say really just because of the fact that it does give us sometimes a little bit of a indication of who is setting the pace, who the favourites might be moving forwards. But then we go through to the heats, and every driver will get 3 heats. And what differs between this year and all the previous years is that each heat has its own individual qualifying session that runs beforehand. So this is a major change from last year to this year, and it means that whereas last year we just had one, we're just watching Gabriel Quinta on the track at the present moment in time, representing Cardiff, I believe. And so basically in previous years where there's one massive qualifying session, and it's a bit of a do or die qualifying session. If you get that wrong, you will be starting down the pack for all of your heats. It means that every single heat had its own qualifying session, which means that every driver has got the optimum chance to get the right grid position to start each heat. And what we've seen over the past 3 events is it has really mixed up the grids. It has really meant in some races when some drivers have got really quick laps in that they start from the front, and then in the next heat it's another set of drivers that start from the front. So it's really mixed things up. It's a great addition to the whole championship. Then after the heats we'll be running these semi-finals. In the semi-finals then we'll go through and run the grand final. Top 8 from each semi-final will go through. But this is the first of the practice. We've got Gabriel Quinta out there. This doesn't count for anything, but it's a little bit of a check on form, and the form at the moment is Gabriel Quinta 52.497, Danny Hale second on a 52.691. Now, as well as this, we have a live chat, and if anybody wants to see their driver that they are supporting, then pop the number of that driver in the chat and we will get it on the screen. So if you want it on the screen, get it in the live stream.
I was waiting for you to say your catchphrase there.
And we will make it happen. And gentlemen, I'm going to just bring in my 2 co-commentators so far. The other one's lost, I think. He's gone.
I'm doing some reconnaissance.
Yes, yes. He's got to speak to some drivers, see how they're feeling.
Well, we have Tom Gibson and John Wynn will be joining me for the run through the middleweights and the heavyweights. What do you think of the racing so far, Tom?
Lightweights was really close, to be fair, and it really played out with strategy, but I always say it every year, middleweights is really the big grid. This is where you'll find quite a lot of the almost career karters, so those that have been they've done quite a lot of racing, have a lot of experience, and to be fair, just looking down the entry list through this one, there are 2 former champions in this one, both of which have never actually won the middleweight category. So one of them being out on track in Kart 39 at the moment, Johnny Elliott. He won the heavyweight category back in 2022, and in the next grid, I believe, looking at the list, we'll see Alfie Hale, who was 2023's lightweight champion. Since they won their categories, you found the weights change, so this is where we find drivers altering between the 2, and to be fair, I believe Johnny's lost quite a bit of weight to get into this category as well, so hopefully we'll be able to see how well he goes, but at the moment the timing screen's a little bit off at the moment, but Gabe Quinta at the top has the unique record of being the only driver to fall foul of the Joker lap last year, in the sense he didn't do it. So that's haunted him for the last little bit. So hopefully he remembers this time if he makes it to the main event.
He will have the benefit of the new steering wheels, so he'll know exactly how long they've got left before they have to dart into that pit lane there. So hopefully same mistake doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, hopefully you can learn from that one.
Talking of those steering wheels, so new for 2025, we always like to pile a little bit of investment in and literally showcase it off at BIKC. So all the karts now in Warrington, they have 2 specific features which are both fantastic. First of all, I don't know which one to do first. I did the steering wheels. The steering wheels, all the information is now on the steering wheel. Their lap times, their position, drives around them. There's a lot of information of the amount of time left in the session. So for the first time, the drivers literally have information at their disposal, which has really made a big difference, especially when we're running the Joker laps in the grand finals. We'll come to the Joker laps later on in the show. And the second thing is a big improvement. We have got sector yellows for the first time.
Yeah, let's have some checkers there. Oh no, is that full course? I thought I saw full course there. Looks like everyone's slowed.
I mean, to note on the boost there, something, you know, since the boost button was introduced at TeamSport tracks, big fan of what people did like was the Sodi's use of the holding down the boost, which is now being introduced into these biz karts here. So you now hold down the boost rather than just pressing it once. And what you have on the screen in front of you is you have an animation that will show you exactly how much boost you've got left. So not only do they have 8 seconds, which they can use 2 seconds here, 3 seconds there, they can see exactly how much of that boost they've got left throughout their lap.
That's brilliant. And also we're finding that the lap times are significantly quicker. We were the lap record in the lightweights took an absolute beating earlier on this morning. One of the reasons we put that down to is the boost can be used not just once, but you can use a little boost here, a little boost there, just using boost strategically to give you the best overall lap time. You're not restricted. Oh my goodness!
It's in the pit lane. Mr. Mitchell Begley.
That's the chicken head.
There's a chicken head in
I think Aaron Mitchell Begley's gone back with it again.
Oh no!
Anyone who watched last year will know that it was almost a meme of the different character helmet covers, which, to be fair, if you come down and race on a TeamSport circuit, it's something that you can have a play with and makes it a little bit more fun. But we had, over the course of the night in the heavyweights, at least we found different drivers were adding different helmet covers on. But yeah, it was Aaron Mitchell Begley, who now, I believe, is racing with BSR. Had a chicken helmet cover. I think we had a former champion, David Harvey, had the pig by the end of the night. And he went pretty quick, so the joke of pigs flying was out there quite quickly.
Oh, wow.
I just want to add, though, just to finish off the point on the sector yellows, that they are now live in TeamSport Warrington. If you come racing from Monday onwards, it is automatic. So what happens if there is an incident on track? The track is now split into 3 sectors, and obviously only the sector with the incident in will go yellow. Rest of the track will be on full green. And also we now have reverse buttons on the karts, so the driver who is in the barrier has got the opportunity doesn't have to wait for a marshal to leave their marshal post and get to there. They can literally just hit reverse, take the car out the barrier, and then carry on, and then we'll be going green. So we're hoping, well, not hoping, in what the tests we've seen, that there is significantly yellow flashing lights at TeamSport Warrington, and even when there is yellows in a sector, that the drivers are able to get themselves out the barriers that much faster, again making sure that there are more laps being done under green light conditions than what we have seen in the past when we did not have that system. It's a really expensive system. It's a big investment. It's already running in TeamSport Stoke as well, and it's going to be running in one of the next tracks to open, which is going to be Brent Cross in 2026, and it'll be live there as well. So it's lots of investment in what we love, what we do, and that is indoor karting. And here is this weekend to absolutely showcase the finest indoor go-karters that the country has. And the standard of driving so far we've seen this weekend has been absolutely off the scale, and we're expecting a lot more later on today. Is it too early to talk about anybody got any kind of any favourites for the victory?
Well, I mean, in heavyweights, it's a pretty stacked grid. You've got 6 of the top 7 drivers qualified back through, which I think in itself is quite an impressive feat. And in middleweights as well, it's a category where you can really mark the quality of the drivers by looking at those who failed to qualify. To be fair, in middleweights as well, we'll come back to him shortly when we see him out on track. But there's one driver now who has been who's qualified for every single national final. final. We'll see them in the middleweights later on in Ben Sproat. But watching the heavyweights out for their practice session, if anyone's wondering in terms of lap times, there's currently nothing on our screen, so we're currently trying to look at different drivers and see what we can find. So that looks like Tom Wiltshire there in the 35 driver we've seen it in finals before. This is his third appearance, so he was top 10 last year, so again not exactly a slouch out there on circuit. I believe that is Damon Brown he's got in front of him, one of the wild cards. He's had a bit of a trek down from Dundee, so again drivers from all corners of the country, and that's not exactly a small run to come down here from Dundee.
It's not. You can ask Emily about that, because she's come all the way from Dundee. Emily will be part of the media team that you'll see later on, but she's from TeamSport Dundee. But yeah, here we go. So we're in practice. I don't have any times, not that they mean anything, apart from, I'm sure they'll pop up in a minute, but they don't mean anything, but it just gives us a little hint, maybe, of what we can expect to come. And also the heavies and the middleweights, obviously it's the same event, so we will alternate between the two. So lots to look forward to. Literally 2 competitions in one, 2 sets of drivers in one, and twice the fun, I would say, Chris.
Twice the fun.
Twice
Hello.
the action.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, soon to be good evening. I return alongside Russ and Tom.
Thank you, Stephen Merchant.
Thank you. My name is Chris Ball, reporting here live from TeamSport Warrington.
It's Stephen Merchant. It's just Chris Ball is his like kind of alias. Doesn't want to be recognised. Doesn't want to be noticed.
Maybe it is an alias. Who knows? Maybe we do have a celebrity in the building, but no. Anyway, yes, on screen, Thomas.
That's throwing you enough.
It doesn't throw me enough. You're trying to put me off now. We've only got 2 categories to go, and I know this is the big and ugly middleweight and the big and even uglier heavyweight category, but we still got plenty to look forward to, and you aren't going to put me off, and we're going to do a good job. So,
any tips for victory? Any drivers that you think?
I mean, looking on screen, Thomas Wiltshire, the fantastic Welsh driver of Thomas Wiltshire. Top 10 last year. Has he got, as some of the drivers would call, the minerals? And the reason I say that is because right now out on track, there is a driver with those minerals now. Is Aaron Mitchell-Begley, I believe, if we can go find him, because he has...
He's quite hard to miss, as he's got his now trademarked helmet cover on.
Have we seen him yet? Have we seen him?
We saw him in the pit lane.
Yeah,
we did see him in the pit lane.
Well, Aaron Mitchell-Begley is a driver who has coined the new term, have you got the minerals to win?
Have you got the minerals to win?
Yes.
I like that one.
So that might be a new one to talk about in the theme of this.
I think we'll have to find out if he's got the minerals.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't see my time screen here, but is Ross Samwell in this first group?
Unsure, honest answer. I've asked for a list to see of who we've got out there at the moment. Let me have a look.
Just trying to spot.
So at the moment on circuit, Ross Sandwell is out there in 41. So currently out on track is Chris Knight, Freddie Winskill, Jake Willingham, Saul Gregory, Tom Wiltshire, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Harvey Sugden-Scott, Ross Sandwell, Andre Perehuda, Charlie Jackson, Jack Stone, Dylan Bowers, Michael Rayner, Jamie Moore, Ricky Crozier, and Kyle Potts.
Wow, and it was the objective to make one of the hardest groups I've ever seen. That is a fantastic stack of drivers there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was going to say, heavyweights and middleweights, you tend to find the more experienced drivers in there, drivers who've done a lot more racing, but you've got drivers on their 3rd, 4th, 5th visit, even 6th in some cases, that we'll see in the middleweights. I think we'll see them shortly. But it's absolutely mad to see the depth of the depth of ability in this one. And to be fair, that doesn't even have all of the big hitters. Saul Gregory is out there in Kart 5 at the moment. Is the defending vice champion. You've got Harvey Sugden-Scott is defending 3rd place. And then again, the next heavyweight category, you've got the defending champion and 4th place from there as well. So heavyweights is pretty stacked grid, as well as some drivers we haven't seen before.
Oh, it is.
So there's about half the drivers haven't been to the Nationals previously.
In my thoughts then, you'd have to start looking at drivers like the home favourite Sol Gregory. Obviously, he's going to get a lot of support today. And, you know, I don't think he needs any mention to his name in the BIKC. His third visit, and he's made the final each time. But Ross Samwell, talking to him, he's very confident this weekend. The Crawley driver, he wants to go all the way. You know, last year 7th, the year before that in 2023, he finished 4th. And did look in contention for the podium that year, but just didn't quite make it work. But, you know, he's won 4 championships elsewhere this year, which is some fantastic form. And, you know, bringing it into this, he's got a lot of momentum going into it. So I think he's going to be a really interesting driver to look out for this weekend.
Yeah, he's done a lot of outdoor stuff from there, and you sometimes see that drivers who do a lot of outdoor do translate pretty well into indoor, but some people do find it a little bit of a different driving style required to be quick on indoor circuits. That being said, Warrington's probably the closest to an outdoor circuit that most people are going to find. So just as the checker flag flies on this first practice for the heavyweights, and the drivers will come filing back in, and we'll be able to see as we now manage to get
some form of live timing.
Which looks like that's the wrong circuit from what I can see. That's High Wycombe, Joel. Thank you for the idea, but it'd be nice if we got the live time for the right circuit.
High Wycombe.
Let's have a look and see if we can... That was High Wycombe, actually. To be fair, High Wycombe, one of the new circuits, the cut that's...
We could commentate on High Wycombe. Let's do that.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen a lot of video from the High Wycombe circuit. A little bit too far south of me, and it actually does look pretty cool to me.
I had so much fun at High Wycombe. I think I said this yesterday. I spent a whole weekend there for the regionals.
Yeah,
it's just got so much going on. It's got 3 pool tables. I mean, I remember years ago, just, you know, TeamSport didn't have a lot of sort of things going with it, but now you've got pool tables, arcade machines, and I was on it all weekend.
I think it's Bournemouth has sim racing in it as well, with basic performance simulators. They look really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. What else we got? The Sixes cricket at select locations as well. The mini racers, the brand new mini racers.
Yeah, that's going up into Newcastle.
Yes.
So for 4 to 7 year olds, and what is that launching next week to give really young drivers a first taste of getting out on circuit.
It is, yeah. It's launches a week Monday. And yes, as you said, drivers aged 4 to 7 years old. You'll be pleased to hear that the karts for the first lap will go around at walking speed. And we're using the combat track in Newcastle, which is a decent track, 250 metres long. And then we will go to speed 2, as long as the drivers are capable of withstanding it. And that is top speeds up to 15 kilometres an hour.
Whoa!
Which for a 4 to 5 year old is going to be pretty enjoyable. But we've done a lot of testing, and really looking forward to the launch. It might be something whole new. We really hope that drivers will really start in the mini races and then hopefully progress through into cadets and then juniors and so on, and really begin their motorsport journey. Because this day and age, you really need to be driving. If you're going to make it to Formula 1, you've got to be driving at 4 or 5, that kind of age, I think.
I suppose the real dream for TeamSport here is a BIKC champion in 15 years time, something like that. He's saying, I started with the mini racers.
We're going to have to wait a long time for that.
No, hang on.
It's about 4 years. That could be 12 months, depending on how old the
less than a decade.
Is.
You get this less than a decade. You get an 8-year-old champion if you wanted.
Yeah. Like I say, we've seen obviously cadets ran yesterday, and they're at ages 8 to 12 years old. Juniors is 12 to 15, and then 16 plus is where you come into the senior weighted categories. And to be fair, we have seen quite a few juniors moving up over the last little bit. One of them that we'll see in heavyweights later has had some pretty strong results previously, but back with the middleweights now. So out on circuit currently is Lewis Draper, Taylor Barnes, Ross Honeyman, Ben Sproat, who is the first driver to compete in 6 BIKC finals. Then you got Harrison Staples, Jacob Kuehl, Matt Priest, Dylan Edwards, Charlie Davis, Elliot Barrell, Adam Davis, Richie Clark, Alfie Hale, and Reese Kello and Jay Christie. So another 16 drivers out on circuit for this one, and again, a lot of quality in that field too, and a lot of experience. Lewis Draper's been here quite a few times. I think he's on his 5th visit. He only missed out in 2023. And to be fair, Taylor Barnes is a name I recognise quite as well. He's done quite a lot of stuff from there. He was 3rd place in this category back in 2023. So
I got a name you'll recognise. Blaze. is on the live stream.
Oh,
I just want to say,
Mr. Turnstile.
can't wait to come back to BIKC next year. Missing it so badly watching from my home. Hope to make it to the Nationals. I'm ready to avenge my 2022 crash. I just want to put it there, Blaze. We are still not over your 2022
the infamous 3-hour
and
heat.
it was 3 years ago. Having to commentate on nothing for 3 hours. Do you remember it, Tom?
Yeah, I remember it quite well. The infamous 3-hour heat.
Yes.
That one, but yeah, glad the Blaze is looking to come back, and hopefully we do see him back at Nationals.
He's going to come back in a blaze of glory, I think.
Oh wow, that's almost as bad as my smashing joke earlier when the plates got broken. But yeah, a lot of quality in this field. Currently looking at the 18, that is Matt Priest, who's out on track, and they have the 42 in front of them. That is Jay Christie. So two drivers that I don't believe we've seen around here before. So Jay and Matt, both wildcards actually. So these two drivers have earned their way based on their virtue of potentially not having the best results. As you see, the 17 there, Jacoby Kuehl carving through. One of the quite quick juniors there previously. He wasn't here last year. He was 11th in juniors in 2023. And a driver I believe you know quite well, Chris.
Oh, he's a driver I've trained from the very day. I remember I used to go down on...
You know all the drivers quite well.
Well, Jacob's a driver who walked up to me at the age of 13. He was the shortest driver I've ever seen. He's grown so much in time.
You could say he looked up to you.
He definitely looked up
Everybody
to me.
does.
He said, "Chris, how do I do 10.5 at Cardiff?" And I taught him. And
Did you say I've got no idea?
yeah, I said, ask someone else. I said, ask Jen.
As someone else, they're definitely quicker.
But me and Jacob, we travel Europe together now. You know, we travel to many different locations alongside Mum Lisa, and we have such a great time. And you know, we have a bit of a rivalry as well. Years.
No, fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
So here we go then. So this is, where are we? We're in middleweight practice 2 at the moment. So we're going to rattle through the practices. Where are we? So yeah, this will be the 3rd practice overall out of 6, and then we will immediately be going racing with obviously the qualifying session directly before it. So that's how we look at the present moment in time.
Yeah. So
any other drivers pick out there, Chris, with your history of analysis and statistics?
Well, looking at the category as a whole, you've got some names in here. You got Alfie Hale, who of course won the lightweights 2 years ago. Johnny Elliott, who won the heavyweights 3 years ago. So that is a clash of the champions. Those are the only 2 champions in the category. You know, Benjamin Sproat's form is quite frankly amazing when you look at it. 6th in juniors.
6 visits and 5 previous visits, 5 top 10s.
Yeah, exactly. So on his 5 previous visits, 6th in junior, 6th in junior, then 2nd in lightweight. 5th in lightweight, 7th in lightweight. So he's never been outside the top 7 at any of these BIKC events. Now again, the format has been very favourable to that over the years. He clearly knows his way around the track, so he is at near the top each time he comes back. But this time, he has to be a lot more consistent, is the way to put it. So will he still get himself, and with the Joker too, get into that top 7? That'll be very interesting to see. And it's a new category from this year. Obviously, he's gone junior, lightweight. You know, middleweight, this is where the standards increase. You know, middleweight is a category where you get a lot of return drivers. You know, these are drivers who have been very well established in the scene, whatnot, over the years. You do look at Louis Draper again there. You know, Louis Draper hasn't got a lot of top 10s, only 8th in the lightweight in 2020. That's the only time he's made the top 10 in the BIKC history. But, you know, it's going to be all to play for today. So I'm excited to see where Benjamin Sproat finishes.
Totally. Yeah, it's always one of those. Just you normally see him coming up to it. And it's like you say, "Come on, you've been here long enough. This has to be your year. You have to be able to give it a good shot." And I believe I remember from 2020 that was one of the first races he did. He basically started qualifying for BIKC as the championship launched and just jumped straight into it and ended up 6th at the end of the event for the first time, which is quite impressive. So just goes to show sometimes experience isn't everything.
Taylor Barnes sticks out to me as well. Taylor Barnes, I shared the podium with Taylor Barnes when I finished 2nd. Sorry, in 2023, Taylor Barnes was 3rd.
I thought you were going to cry then because you finished 2nd.
No,
you didn't win.
One of the most tense finals as well, to be fair.
Yeah, it was okay. It's 8th in 2024. So, you know, coming back to it this year, I think Taylor wants to go all the way, and I think he has, as Aaron Mitchell-Begley would say, the minerals to do so. At the moment. We're going to be saying that all night because I know that's Aaron Mitchell-Begley's favourite term.
Okay, no, good. So we're still having a few issues with the live timing. We're just working on it in the background. We do have some, but only through a mobile device, but we will have it all connected back up before we actually need it in the qualifying rounds. Let's see if there's any. Can you say hi to Jaden? I'm watching on my phone. My mum doesn't know. I want to see her reaction. So hi, Jaden.
Jaden
Statham.
Statham, that's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mum.
Pretty sure we've seen Jaden in BIKC before, to be fair, as a driver.
I think so. Yeah. I hope we haven't got you into trouble there. Right, so show Ross Honeyman on cam. I'm sure we do have somebody looking at that. We're not actually doing the shout-outs, but there is something in the background there that when you do request that we are swapping around from driver to driver. That is the checker flag on that practice run, though. So that's 3 practice is done.
If we have a look towards the pit lane here, I can point out some drivers. There's Ross Honeyman just going across the line right there in that green helmet. And that was Charles Davis actually crossing there, just across the line through the Dunlop. Waiting for a camera change here so we can see some drivers. Oh, there we go, coming to the pit lane. There's Mike Allen at the front of the pit lane, ready to go out for the heavyweights. As the drivers come in, there's Louis Draper in the kart 3 on the left-hand side, coming down the side of the pit lane. I think by this point, drivers, they've watched all the other categories happen. They're the middleweights and the heavyweights. They're the last drivers of the weekend. In a way, they have the advantage because they can see strategy play out and everything go on. But, it's also a very long weekend. Some of these drivers have been here probably since Thursday, maybe Wednesday, maybe even Tuesday if you're local, every day just in this building, either practicing or just sort of mooching around, talking to people, making predictions. And, mentally it challenges you, and I think that's what I found over the years when I've done the BIKC as well. Is I hated going last. Really, if you think that's a pleasure, it's not. I would like to be on the Saturday and get it all out of the way. Just do the cadets on the Sunday night so we can all be home. But that's not how it works, unfortunately. The BIKC.
What is it? Okay, so this is the 4th practice session, which is going to be heavyweights.
Yeah, so drivers filing out on the circuit there. The driver in the red suit with the almost Lewis Hamilton helmet. If that's who I think it is, I believe that's Anthony Whippich, who is a driver who has been here a few times. Possibly hasn't been the luckiest driver about. However, this year, outside of TeamSport, he has had an absolutely storming year from what we've seen so far, and hopefully he'll be hoping to end the. He'll be closing the pit lane exit there. And I think Anthony will be hoping to end the year with a BIKC title at the end of it.
Absolutely, I think that Anthony clearly has the skill to do it, and he has the experience of Warrington. But the big question will be, will his group favour him? Will he be able to qualify at the top each time? He's done these formats elsewhere, but there's so many drivers in this heavyweight category. I do think this is one of the strongest years for the heavyweights.
Totally. And I think, what did I say? There's 6 practices, only 4 practices. There's 2 groups in each category. So this will be the last of the practice sessions. And then already we're going to go racing.
Absolutely.
So cannot wait for that. But yeah, just reading down the list of names, it is, I think, one of the strongest years that I've ever seen. You've just got you've got Whippich, you've got Mitchell Begley, you've got Wiltshire in there, you've got Ross Samwell. You've just got so many names that just you already know are almost TeamSport, BIKC legends.
Yes, absolutely.
No, Anthony Whippich, look at the just the form there. He's 2020 in juniors. 2021 finishing 7th in both those years. 2022 12th, and again in the juniors. 2024.
We have things on the screen, and we have things on the screen. So things have happened, and it looks like a timing screen has just come back. Thank you to the guys at SMS. Apparently, they've just been working in the background trying to get that all sorted.
Oh, thank you guys.
But fastest at the moment in this practice session, it's about 3 minutes in, is kart 36, which is Brittany Norfolk. First time we've seen a girl in the in the BIKC heavyweights from there. And she'll say she's not the most experienced driver, however, a driver out there that's trying to have a little bit of fun. First came across her when she did a championship I was running for a few years ago, and she acquitted herself quite well, to be fair. Jumped into the deep end and seemed to drive quite well, and definitely not a driver will miss out on circuit in the Day Glow Yellow. So a 52.397 was their last lap over the line, and currently fastest of all ahead of Mike Allen and Anthony Whippich.
Yeah, really throwing the cart round there. Really throwing the cart round. It's like, that's the way to get stuck in, isn't it? You know what I mean? First practice session, yeah, give it some.
So now we can see the times. We can work out as our driver's going to show their best lines. Who knows?
Well, we saw earlier on. Was it Christian Hill that showed their hand early? Set the fastest lap of basically the whole class.
Yep.
And the fastest lap of the day in practice, and then couldn't get anywhere near it after that. Was around 3 to 4 tenths off each time. But currently 52.397 plays a 52.415 as defending champion Hassan Zafar goes up into second place. I think this might be the group that has quite a lot of the big names in it, let's say. But on debut here at the BIKC National Finals, Brittany Norfolk top in the session so far.
Oh wow, that is fantastic from Brittany. And just looking down the list as well, Mike Allen up in fourth. The fantastic Mike Allen. Last year was very unlucky with the National Finals. The Welsh driver. I'm very close to Mike Allen. I think he's a great person, but he feels more prepared this year for the event. So I think he's one to look out for. Noel Haddon's a driver I met at High Wycombe, and he was, formidable.
Mike's gone top.
Yeah, Mike
has gone top. Goodness me, 52.3. Back to Noel Haddon. Noel Haddon was at High Wycombe, and he drove his socks off. A driver that I've never heard of before, and he's already made a name for himself in my category at least. But it's time for him to make a name for himself on a national scale. I think this is what the BIKC can be about as well. It's about putting your name out there, saying I'm a racing driver and I can top a BIKC. I can make the podium. And I think this is a perfect place to do that. And looking down the list again, Kwesi Knight, another High Wycombe. He was a wild card from High Wycombe, should I say? Yep. So it'll be interesting how he gets on as well.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. So we've got the driver clambering there.
There's Miles Harding there looking to get out of the way.
Yeah, seriously getting out of the way. I'll get out of the way so far, I'll clobber the barrier.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of the way of Ryan Nicholas and Brittany Norfolk, who are both trying to put some decent times in there, but still Mike Allen 52.378 at the top of this one. They've got about a tenth or so in hand, but currently the top 12 drivers down to Tom Fear, covered by just under a second, which, even accounting for maybe differences in skill level in there, is still quite impressive.
Look. I love the heavyweights, I'll be honest, because there is a real spirit amongst them, kind of thing. I don't know what it is,
to the top,
but they just they're all just pleased to have made the national final, and the spirit between them all historically has been fantastic, and you really get that aggression in the juniors, especially the lightweights, but the heavyweights and the weights obviously do vary quite a bit, because it's over a certain weight kilogram. That basically there's just a great spirit between the drivers, and it's great to see. And there's so many drivers out there just getting out of the way of other drivers. And it's only practice.
Yeah, so to be officially classed as a heavyweight, it's 85 kilos plus. So you tend to find a lot of other championships are running around the 80 kilo sort of mark. So that's where the likes of middleweights and heavyweights you sort of find your career karters, because everyone tries to get themselves in that sort of ballpark, and then you fit pretty much every category.
Is Sam Skater racing this year? No, never heard of him.
Never heard of Sam Skater.
Never heard of Sam Skater.
I've not heard of Sam Skater.
Unfortunately. Well, I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I've not seen Sam Skater on the entry list, to be fair. But yeah, watching with just a minute on the clock now, Norfolk's back up into the P1 slot with Anthony Whippich and Mike Allen. Look how close they are. There's a tenth covering the top 4 down to Hassan Zafar. If we were saying we've had close racing over the course of today, if it stays like that over the course of the next set of heats, then I think we're in for a real cracker.
And great job, Brittany. She's gone back up to the top.
Wow.
Anthony Whippich there in the second fastest lap time. Certainly practice, but a nice confidence boost going into the start of the quali. That's the end of that practice.
52.3, that's a bit unexpected. I thought it'd be a little bit faster than that on lap times, but I know obviously weight is a thing in karting, but 52.3 being the highest lap. Obviously the temperatures are dropping a little bit, so maybe the track will slow down. But yeah, that's an interesting looking leaderboard. Anthony Vipic, as expected, at the second. Mike Allen, he is a lot more prepared for this year, but nice third place there. Hassan Zafar, the champion, in fourth. Noel Haddon, like I said, from absolutely nowhere here. It's his first BIKC. He's very new to karting. I know Harley Smith at home, who unfortunately had to pull up for the middleweights because of work commitments. He tells me he personally trained him, so I know he'll be extremely proud of Noel right now. But he tells everybody that, so I have to point out on the strings. I know Harley would want me to say that. But yeah, looking at the list, David Gaskin was the winner at Cardiff in the, well, obviously heavyweight category. Down the list, yeah, there's some interesting names there. And the times pretty spread, 1.1 seconds between the whole group. 100 against 16 cars, that's not
bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah.
So thanks to Josh as well. We had the results sent over from the previous middleweight category, and you're saying a 52.3 is maybe not quite as quick as you were expecting. Having a look at that, the previous practice session for the middleweights, it was a 51.991 was the fastest, only just into the 51s.
Yeah.
And that was Harrison Staples with Dylan Edwards and Jacob Akul, your top three in that last one.
So I don't know the fastest lap of practice one because we didn't have the times, but 52.3 is already faster, or apparently the lap record for heavyweights. So Jack Bridges, who previously held that record, that's gone in practice. I still think there's a 51 out there. I just don't know who's going to set.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Set that
I
yet.
think it's just going to be a matter of time. And to be fair, we may have seen it in the first session. We just don't know at this point. But now, that is the last of the practice sessions.
Get into the longer races.
Yeah.
Get into the 12, 15-minute races. 51s are on.
Well, now we're at the point where times really do matter, because we're about to get ready for the first qualifying session of the evening, which will be middleweight Group 1.
Okay, so here we go. We're just doing, so what's going to happen here, they're going to leave the pit lane and they're just going to go out on their quali run. And then usually we're getting around about 4, sometimes 5 laps in that quali. And the first lap really is just a kind of warm your tyres up lap. So we're not taking those results too seriously when they pop in. But then from then onwards, that's when the real lap times come in, and we can see exactly where the grid is going to form. Then they will be held up as they come past the pit lane, and then they will be formed up on the grid. Now we have moved ever so slightly the second position grid start. You can see the yellow grid starts will be what we will be using. So if you look at that second grid start, it is moved significantly forwards from what we have been running in previous years. And it still is a bit tight starting in second. We're not going to deny it. But it has been massively improved on previous years. So here we go. So this is quali for Group 1 of the middleweights. So we're going to wait and see till we get some lap times come in, which is going to be another lap or so. But drivers to watch out for. So in the practice, Gabriel Quinter was fastest in the practice. So maybe he is a driver to watch out for. Just having a little look down the...
And Gabriel's determined.
order.
Gabriel is so determined to go all the way this year.
He was incredible. He didn't do his Joker lap last year. It was absolutely...
Well, the reason for that, I'm really close to Gabriel. Again, a driver that I've known.
You're really close to everybody.
I am, because I'm a friendly person, again. But
Very approachable.
it was John Bolter, so it was 1 lap to go. Obviously, it's sort of time-based. They didn't know whether there was 1 or 2 laps to go. He saw John dive into the pit lane, and because of that, he didn't want to be held up or get stuck. So he just chanced him at the lap. Because he nodded to me on the sideline, I'm going to pit this lap, and then just carried on. We couldn't believe it, and it was just,
Yeah, it just happens sometimes, and well, I think the bit that was funny about that is you spent the entirety of the day, Russ, saying that he was trained by James Hislop and then back hurt.
Oh goodness!
Trained by the race director, and then that one happened. He broke the easy rule from there. But currently following,
because of Gabriel Quinter doing that, that's why we installed all the steering wheels onto the cars.
So it's his fault that TeamSport put all that money into it.
Just to make sure he doesn't do that again. Basically, you can tell him that when you see.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
All that investment, all the 150 grand.
So
just on that lap that you missed.
Yeah.
So drivers now all putting in what we believe is representative times, and currently fastest is car number 3, which is Tom Fox, a driver we have seen many times before. He's actually the highest seed. He was second place in this category last year, was Tom Fox on a 52.024. Gabe Quinter, second place. Kyle Evans and Danny Hale in the 14, the driver that we're currently watching at the moment. I'm actually quite upset that Danny's got a new, what I can see, new helmet. He used to have like a marble effect one, which I thought was really cool, but apparently he got some stick for it. John Bolter, Lewis Smart, Morgan Hill, Owen Stern, Harry Thomas, Lewis Keating, Kyle Webber, Johnny Elliott in P12.
What's going on
there? That's not something you'd expect from there, and he moves down to 13 as Carl Evans now drops into the 51s. Tom Fox has done the same as well, so 51.973 plays a 51.927 as the drivers now go through the top end of the circuit. Lewis Smart moves into the P3, he's into the 51s as well. Johnny Elliott up to 9th at 52.462. That's not really where you'd expect to see him, especially given his pedigree, the former heavyweight champion from a couple of years ago. As drivers going over the line now, I believe that's a board going out to say maybe last lap, 2 minutes to go, give drivers an idea of how long they've got left. That being said, I assume there's a countdown timer on the steering wheel, so they know exactly what and how long is left on.
Great lap there from Kyle, has to be said. Great lap from Kyle. It's just a blink of an eye ahead of Tom Fox, Lewis Smart. Gabriel Quinter, the fastest driver from practice, but yet to find that golden lap time. 3.5 tenths of a second behind that lap time from Kyle. So if Gabriel's going to do it, he's got to do it now, basically, because we are literally running out of time in the qualifying session. And we've got Danny Hale, Lewis Curtin, Harry Thomas in the 52.4, Elliot Hill 52.4 as well. And also Owen and Johnny and John Bolter all on 52.4s. That's literally,
I mean, Owen and Johnny are on exactly the same time there at the moment.
Yeah.
52.462 for both of them, which just shows exactly how close this competition really is. The checker flag comes out.
Here we go.
So Danny Hale has crossed the line on a 52.314. John Bolter now goes up to 5th, displaces Danny Hale. From there, Dan Shaw's gone to P12s, an improvement at the flag from there. Wait to see if there is anything else that drivers can manage. I think that's Tom Fox has come over the line. So it looks like that may be your grid.
Just waiting for any last pop-ups. You know what this timing system's like, but at the moment, I think
we have seen a lot of last-minute pop-ups, haven't we?
Yeah.
We generally have.
I think we should call this result, though. Carl Evans at the top.
Megan in the last event, literally took pole on the. We were all saying, that's it, it's all done. Then in she went, pole position.
So for anyone wondering, a 52.462 from Owen Stern and Johnny Elliott. The system should prioritise the driver that set at that time first. And that might be unlucky if Owen Stern was literally just in front of Johnny. Impressive they set the same lap time if they were following each other. But it should have been the case where Owen Stern did that maybe a lap prior.
Okay, really, really good. So that is the end of the quali for the first heat.
I have to point out, Lewis Smart, a driver, his first visit, Eastleigh driver. And it seems to be a common theme that Eastleigh drivers are turning up and they're just really strong drivers at the box. Their first visit, you look at Libby in the previous, in the lightweights as well, and some of the juniors. Seriously, I'm really impressed this year with Eastleigh. But again, look who's in charge of it down there, Mr. James Taylor himself. And, he runs a tight ship at that track, I'll tell you that. I've known James Taylor for, gone half a decade now, and he will run an extremely tight ship down there. And I think, it seems like Eastleigh's becoming quite one of those tracks. So shout out to all the people down Eastleigh. If you haven't quite made it this year, I think you should be listening to James Taylor because he's clearly providing some good tips to get these drivers at the top. Lewis Smart, though, talking to the weekend, he just said, again, he was another, I just don't want to be last.
Yep. Totally.
Yeah, and he's very, very far from last. He's currently starting this first heat on the second row, so very, very good showing from Lewis.
Because the expectation is so high in these finals that drivers I just don't want to be last because they know the level of competition, the standard of driving that we have here is just so high. But all those drivers who say those things, they tend to do a little bit better than that. They do tend to run around 5 or 6 spots ahead of last.
Eastleigh.
And yeah, it's just all great to see.
Eastleigh getting so much love in the comments. That's great to see. I love Eastleigh as well. It's such a great track, but it's very south. So it doesn't get many visits from the other tracks. It's a very, down the bottom of the country sort of track.
Yeah, it's a little bit far for us to come from this sort of neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I knew Eastleigh very well. It was in my region when I was down south, but before the refit, and it was a legend of a track then.
Yeah,
Right,
Eastleigh's always been a big track. So
desperate for investment, and then we pile the investment in, and then wow, what a venue! It's unbelievable.
Gabriel Quinter looks so locked in.
We have a golf down there.
So ready for this.
We have a golf down there in Eastleigh, and people rock up, and they're unaware that there's a go-kart track. We're waiting for lights for the first. Oh, here we go. 5 reds and straight to green. And look at that. That's a great start from both first, second, and third. I would say probably a poor start for a driver in third place there, because he was under real pressure from the 4th place starter. But as it goes, here we are, round coming through the Dunlop chicanes, and it's all very composed at the present in time, all in a single file, as they really need to be at this point of the race. Coming through at the moment onto the up ramp, around the top section. Here we go, and it's all nicely spread out, and the leader is literally pulling away quite neatly at the present moment in time. It is Kyle at the moment pulling away.
There's some big names down in the middle of this. Johnny Elliott looking through the order. Well, I think the order's a bit messed up there. I'm pretty sure I can see somewhere though. Danny Hale, is he? Yeah, Danny Hale. Sorry, Danny Hale is in the middle of the pack here somewhere else. They're not going to stay there. They're going to want to go forward. I'm just looking behind. Johnny is on the attack.
There you go. Johnny's just in the back of picture there, with the green. There you go. Straight down the inside. As soon as we start talking about it, move done.
Past Owen Stern.
And he's past Owen Stern and up 1 position. So as the drivers click off the first lap of the race, that is Carl. That is Cal Evans that leads the way from Tom Fox in 2nd place. And looks like Kyle just starting to stretch an advantage maybe. Lewis Smart in 3rd, Gabe Quinter, John Bolter, Lewis Kearton is your top 6 at the moment.
Guess what track Carl Evans is from? Eastleigh.
Is it Eastleigh?
He's Eastleigh. That is unbelievable.
Eastleigh massive, right up at the front of the field. So Eastleigh running 1st and 3rd at the moment, with Tom Fox, a driver who knows this track very, very well, in 2nd place. So Tom definitely going to be hoping to move a little bit further forward compared to his 2nd place finish last year. And you can see, I think that's Danny Hale getting stuck in the middle of.
He's getting very stuck in.
Harry Thomas,
got a black and white flag, Tom, for loading as that driver, Danny Hale. So we have had a lot of penalties so far over the course of the weekend, so the race directors are very much watching absolutely every single corner. As well as that, we have VAR. People tend not to like VAR generally in life, but in motorsport it is fantastic, because we use it to really, we use it really, really well, and we can literally sort out all the incidents that happen on track. But at the moment, Carl Evans is your leader. At the moment, Tom Fox in 2nd, half a second behind. Lewis Smart is 3rd, 1.2 seconds behind the leader, Gabriel Quinter, who was fastest in practice, 1.9 seconds down on Carl Evans at the moment. You'll be a bit disappointed with that at this stage. John Bolter in 5th.
Tom Fox has just pointed forwards. He made it very obvious, but I don't think Carl was looking at the time, but it looks like Tom Fox is just happy with a 2nd at the moment, but he's not playing nice.
Yeah, he's a driver who's been in this sort of position before, and he knows how to do well here. John Bolter was 3rd last year as well, so again, another driver currently in 5th that understands the importance is just to bank points in these early races, make sure you get to the semi-final, and when it's really on the line, that's when you start really pushing. But these heats are all about banking points.
Johnny Elliott to 9th.
Can I just say,
up he goes.
I'll just say Charlie McFarlane, Lewis, he's our guy. Give him a card and watch him fly.
Whoa.
Come on. Any more poetry that anybody wants to do on the live stream, then go for it.
So 8/10 the gap between Tom Fox and Lewis Smart, and Tom Fox is right on the rear bumper of Kyle Evans at the moment, and Gabe Quinter, John Bolter aren't too far behind, getting involved in that fight for 3rd place. Got a decent little gap over Lewis Kearton in 6th place, with Harry Thomas in 7th, Danny Hale, Johnny Elliott both trying to move forward, but seem to be stuck in 8th and 9th place respectively at the moment. As up onto the flyover once again, there's a whole train of karts there for 7th place. That has a making for some chaos potentially.
4 minutes to go. Looking at it, Tom Fox is very settled. He doesn't want to go this far. He doesn't really want to attack. Looking down the order, Lewis Smart starting to come back in there. Again, Lewis Smart, I think this is a bit of a unexpected position. You know, speaking to him yesterday, it was just happy to be here and just happy to race at the moment. So I think that he's probably just taking in what's going on right now. You know, this might be quite unexpected. And if Tom Fox goes for a bit of a ludicrous move, he could find himself in the lead here. But Gabriel Quinto also falling back. You know, Gabriel's driving as fast as he can. He just can't quite stay with him. Same as John Bolter. And there's a move from Lewis Smart. Wow.
We were saying Lewis is driving smart. He's definitely living up to his name there, but that little move has brought Gabe Quinter and John Bolter into the mix. So up on the top section, Tom Fox has dropped away from Kyle Evans as a result as well. So 4 drivers fighting over second place. Just shows how quickly things can change here, as it looks like Harry Thomas has managed to get back past Danny Hale, who briefly occupied 7th place, as they come down with 3 minutes remaining on this heat. Looks like it's all go right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Tom Fox was pointing forward. He was worried from behind from Lewis Smart. And actually, we were just watching there. As the laps went by, Tom Fox was slowly falling back. And Lewis Smart was getting right on the back of Tom Fox there. Went very wide down at the bottom of the Dunlop S's, trying to make that move. And then we saw him go for that overtake there. But didn't make it stick. But he's gone wide again, trying to do something here. But he's slightly further back from Tom Fox this time. And that gap has really got massive. When they head up the up ramp here, we'll see what that gap's changed to in just a second.
Welcome back, Josh, by the way.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Russ Madley's left the commentary box and we're all debating on how we keep that door shut so we can't get back in.
He's just left. He just went.
I think we changed the code.
Should we just change the locks on there? Is there a member of the tech team about that can just come and change these locks so we can't get back in?
Johnny Elliott looks like he has, by the way, just sort of plateaued now into 9th. I'm just noticing.
Yeah, so
sorry,
that looked like a bit of a move. So
sorry,
Did your heart flutter there?
Yeah, it did. My thoughts go out to Lewis here because he's driving fantastic. And there's Gabriel Quinto.
Gabe Quinto goes for it. Right, you literally showed him an open door and he's decided to put his kart in it. But look how quickly that's allowed Tom Fox to get away, as a black and white goes out to Lewis Smart for contact, and I think Gabe Quinto may receive one himself. It looked like a fairly clear-cut move, but a little bit on the robust side.
I think we'll take a look at that again.
Yeah, I think Chris is teeing up the crisp pad. We'll keep it nice and clean for now, now that Russ isn't here. But a minute and a half to go on this first heat. Middleweight's already providing a little bit of action for us, Josh.
Yeah, I don't think Lewis was ready for that. I think Lewis was concentrating so much on trying to get past Tom there that out of nowhere that move was sent by the car at 17 there, and that's why the contact happened actually in that overtake, was just because he wasn't expected to be there, and I think that move was pretty clean.
That may be potentially showing a little bit of inexperience in that, the fact that he wasn't fully aware of what was behind him. Maybe in that sort of situation, it's a case of he's focusing ahead as the checker flag comes out. Kyle Evans takes the first heat win of the middleweights. That's Eastleigh up at the top.
I just want to blame our technical team. They forgot to hit the recording for that. So what we've done is we've missed that clip. I remember it. I watched it. Again, Lewis Smart, it's that example of he was on the outside, he left the gap open, Gabe just went for it. We've seen that move a couple of times this weekend. Gabe got his whole kart in, and I don't think he did that much steering. The contact's always really robust with that, but as long as Gabe leaves that sort of room on the exit, generally speaking, it's fine. And Lewis there, again, showing his inexperience, he's just throwing his arms in the air the whole time. It's one position in a 3 qualifying and 3 heat event. You've lost essentially 1 point, maybe 2 points, but no, 1 point on the road and 1 position, and you just got to go out there again and stay Mr. Consistent. So I think to be that angry early in the heat, I think is a bit of a mistake.
I think the anger comes from it was nearly more than 1 position. It was very close. It was too wide. Lewis was with John Bolter going down the Dunlop Hess. So I think there was a bit of panic there because, like I say, I don't think they were quite expecting it. And that's why it looks like there was more contact than there was, but it's actually because they're side by side by the time they get to the apex. So the driver on the outside is already trying to turn in because they weren't expecting the driver to be, but the door was open, the move was done.
Seeing as our tech team couldn't be bothered to record that one, why don't the YouTube comments help us with that one? What do you think?
Tell us. I mean, to be fair, I'm actually having a look. There's quite a few people that seem to agree that it was a great move.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it was just really well timed, and maybe, like you say, Lewis just focusing in front on him, getting past, potentially realising the guys had caught him as quickly as they had, because a lap or two ago, it was actually quite a big gap. But now we get ready for our next qualifying session. It's the first one for the heavyweights. So 16 heavyweights will head out on the circuit. And now we have live timing back up. We'll be able to see exactly how fast these guys get on.
Yeah, have we got noted down what Brittany did before? by any chance? It was,
By lap time,
yes.
it was a 52.2.
Yeah, something in that sort of region.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was considering this is the first time here at Nationals, and that the group that she's in has a former champion in, has the defending champion in. Sorry, it's actually quite an impressive run for her.
I do believe as well. I hate to be a stat man. You know, this is normally your two area, but is it it's the first female heavyweight?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
I was having this.
Now. There we go.
I was having this discussion with her yesterday. She was saying she's quite nervous coming into this, obviously with how stacked the grid is.
You just came top.
Nervous.
I was saying, go out there, have fun, regardless of what you do. You are the best placed girl that's ever been in BIKC heavyweights. Plus, as well, for anyone who's competing here today, you are in the top 32 of your category, which had, on average, about 1,000 drivers enter. So it's come 32nd out of 1,000, even if you come dead last today. Still pretty impressive.
52.319, but there's a 51 out there. I mean, look, we're already winning.
There's a 51 in there somewhere. So having a look down the grid, this is Ross Sandwell we're watching at the moment, a driver who's had a pretty good year, to be fair. He's won a couple of championships already, and he's going to be hoping to add a BIKC title into his repertoire. Ross Sandwell last year was 7th. He's finished 4th here before. Never been on the podium at BIKC. Maybe this is his time. But there is a lot of experienced drivers out on this grid at the moment, including drivers who've been on the podium before. Saw Gregory's a name that leaps out to me there. He's been second place, and a driver on his debut. He topped one of the practice sessions earlier. Chris Knight, first time he's been in the BIKC finals. But Tom Wiltshire, 52.348. Those times are tumbling already, and we're only really seeing the first representative lap for these drivers. So as they start coming through now, Andre Perejuda goes up into 4th, a driver who's been here in the finals previously as well. A lot of experience on this grid.
This is a ridiculous group, actually. Looking at Harvey Sugden-Scott, we've barely talked about him, but he could do some damage.
Yeah,
in
he
this
was
group.
3rd last year.
I know.
So you've got, in this one group, you've got 2nd place from last year, 3rd place from last year. Aaron Mitchell-Begley was 5th last year. Ross Sandwell was 7th last year. Tom Wiltshire was 10th. So out of just in this one group, you've got 4 or 5 of last year's top 10.
I mean, it's dangerous when you look at the list and you basically recognise every single name there. And like, as you go through them, you can list achievements for every single driver. I mean, that goes for BIKC up and down the grid.
There it is.
You do get the best in the country. And there we go. We're about to break into the 51s as Harvey goes with a 52.0.
Yeah, he's about almost 3 tenths clear of the rest of the pack. This is Aaron Mitchell-Begley, who's ditched his chicken helmet cover.
Oh my goodness!
I think he's also nabbed someone else's suit as well.
Yeah, hang on, let's look a bit closer. That looks like to me Sebastian Miller's suit.
Yeah, the only driver in British karting that is taller than you.
He's ordered the suit and he's just ordered too small. He mismeasured it, Seb. I don't know how he got it in a child size, or what, a bit almost child size.
Human size.
Yeah, human size. You're right. Instead of Sebastian Miller size.
Let's not get into what size clothes I have.
Oh,
it's okay, Josh. You are a moderately sized gentleman, as Lewis said yesterday. So,
yes,
Cut 43. We've got eyes on at the moment. This is Jake Willingham. I believe this is the first time we've seen Jake in the BIKC finals. But to be fair, 5th place on debut at the moment. He's acquitting himself quite well. But at the front, it is Harvey Sugden-Scott who is fastest at the moment. Tom Wiltshire, 52.2. We wait to see if there's any names that pop up that order. Ross Sandwell pops up to 6th, just opposes Christopher Knight down to 7th. But a very, very close grid. That looks like the top 14, all covered by just over 9 tenths of a second, which that's pretty close from there.
That is really close. Just looking at the top, Andre Perejuda, do not write him off in any capacity here. Ross Sandwell in 6th. He's going to be on the outside. Like I said, 6th is a very compromised position at this track. You know, you are in the thick of it when you're racing. Looking down, Jack Stone. That's a good result for Jack Stone. You know, Jack Stone is. We haven't talked much about him, but Jack's local track, just looking it up now, is Farnborough. So he's and it's his first visit to the BIKC National Finals. So I know they'll be very excited to race. And it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, so drivers on the dummy grid effectively, so just getting drivers down to a position where we can actually get them gridded up in the correct order, and as soon as they come down, we'll see Harvey Sugden-Scott get waved through so he can take his position on the front row of the grid. But already, we've seen a lot of really close racing already in the first heat. I think the heavyweights are definitely going to provide for us this time round.
Big Welsh support on the top of that bridge. You can see all the Welsh drivers up there. If they want to give us a wave, they can hear us in the stadium. But obviously, they're waiting for Thomas Wiltshire, who is in second position. They seem to be very focused on. I can see James Wiltshire, his brother. They're giving him specific. Looking up just on the bridge there. Come on, Thomas. You're starting second in this race. But yeah, the Russell Drake drivers at the top there, refusing to give us a wave on the bridge.
And they're locked in. They're
completely oblivious to us. But yes, we'll leave.
Oh, there we go.
He's just pointing. I'm not sure what.
Wow, he's second.
James Wiltshire clearly surprised by Thomas Wiltshire's good performance here, and he's too busy to focus. Let's focus on the rest of the grid.
So the drivers now all being sent round in the correct order. We'll get them ready for a standing start here. So number 5, Harvey Sugden-Scott, third place last year, and he's going to be wanting to try and move up the order and get himself onto maybe the higher steps of the podium. Number 2, Tom Wiltshire. Andre Perehuda will line up third. Aaron Mitchell-Begley in cart 11 lines up in fourth. Jake Willingham. Ross Sandwell starts in the dreaded 6th place with Chris Knight in P7. Saul Gregory, the defending vice champion, starts his first heat from 8th place. Jack Stone, Ricky Crozier, Freddie Winskell, Charlie Jackson, Dylan Bowers, Jamie Moore, Kyle Potts, Michael Rayner are your 16 runners and riders. So Silky, Chief Grid Marshal, will go down and make sure everyone's in the correct places, and we'll get ready to rock and roll here.
From memory, last year, Andre Perehuda, he was really consistent, and then it all kind of fell away from him right at the end. So
yeah, so he was really consistent during the heats, and then the semi-finals came up, and I believe he ended up, I think he was involved in an incident and ended up coming last in that one. So I think Andre's out for a vengeance here. He's a driver who acquitted himself quite well last year, but maybe didn't get the result that he deserved. So starting third place in this one, he's got a good opportunity to move up the order. So the light goes green at the bottom. That's the signal that the grid is ready to go for the first time for heavyweights. 5 red lights come on. When it goes green, we'll be racing for the first time in heavyweights. The 2 moves across from second place. A little bit of a touch from Perehuda, but they are all, for the top 3 at least, they are nose to tail, side by side. Mitchell-Begley's on the move, immediately attacking for 4th place, and they're 3 wide in the background already. So as they come over the start-finish line for the first time to break the beam, Aaron Mitchell-Begley looks like he's made a couple of places already, but it is still the pole man who's out in front. So the number 5 of Harvey Sugden-Scott leads the field away with Tom Wiltshire already with a bit of a gap to Andre Perehuda and Aaron Mitchell-Begley, who's moved up into 4th place already as they go down through the flyover for the first time of asking. And is that Harvey Sugden-Scott just pulling a bit of a gap there on Tom Wiltshire already?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, that gap from second to third, this seems to keep happening at the moment. If second can get in front of third on that standing start, there's a little bit of contact, and it seems to create this gap right at the start, which is really putting Andre under pressure here from the driver. Is that number 11 of Aaron, who managed to make that
Aaron
move
Mitchell-Begley there. He's moved up 2 places from the dreaded 6th position, so maybe trying to just go out there and prove Chris wrong to say that 6th place is the worst place that you can start. But Aaron Mitchell-Begley looking very, very racy here at the start of this first heat, but it is still Harvey Sugden-Scott that leads the way from here. Wiltshire now back on his rear bumper.
Yeah, prove me wrong, Ross Sandwell. Prove me wrong.
Trying to change history, change the stats, that's what it is.
So Sugden-Scott, Wiltshire, Perehuda, Mitchell-Begley's up to 4, Jake Willingham in 5th, Chris Knight in 6th, Ross Sandwell 7th, Saul Gregory 8th, Jack Stone, Ricky Crozier is your top 10 as they all file through once again, as Perehuda is again starting to build a little bit of a gap now over Mitchell-Begley, so his early raciness seems to have fallen by the wayside. But is he maybe trying to keep a little bit in reserve to try and attack a little bit later on? 43, Jake Willingham goes into the back of Aaron there, just puts his hand up, was like, oops, sorry, only me, and both continue, but a bit of a gap now for Jake Willingham to try and make up.
Aaron Mitchell there definitely was using the boost on Andre there. You saw it coming out the corner, and they're side by side as we're heading around the
that was
there was something that happened.
That was
there.
a very similar location.
Look at Andre that's falling down the all. He's going to get freight train just there. It's free wide going up the up ramp, and Andre is falling all the way down.
1, 2, 3.
Sal Gregory.
Is that 4 places he's just lost there? So he's now, I think, down in 7th place. And that was a very similar location to where the semi-final unravelled for him last year. So it's a difficult one for us to see from that side. But I know the race directors will have a really good view from the couple of cameras that are around that sort of point. So they'll have a really good view of that. And if there was anything untoward that we missed on the live stream there, they'll be able to see that. But Andre now needs to get his head down and hopefully not let that incident get to himself, as there's Ricky Crozier down the inside and 2 places for the 25. Well done, Dylan Bowers. That was an amazing move, a brilliant switchback to steal 2 places at the 3rd hairpin.
Yeah, all the chaos was happening in front of him there. He let it play out. He got the switchback done, went way wider. I'm really intrigued with that Andre incident there. Oh, what's happening here? A bit further down, that's the car.
That's Jackson and Bowers. Jackson, Crozier and Bowers, I believe, still having a bit of a conflagration down at the bottom section of the circuit. So we absolutely love that move from Dylan Bowers, but I don't think the other 2 did. And they're trying to get that place back very quickly.
Driving with anger there, driving with anger.
He's heavyweight again, brave. I will say that. The moves are changing.
Yeah, so we normally say that heavyweights maybe the more relaxed class in terms of how everyone goes racing. However, they are currently proving us wrong right now. So top 3 as it sits is Sugden Scott Wiltshire and Mitchell Begley. Chris Knight in P4. Ross Sandwell's moved up to P5 as they come up over the line to put another lap in the book about halfway through this first heat for the heavyweights, and is all action all of the time. As a move down the inside, there's the yellow helmet. Couldn't quite spot who that was.
It's Freddie Winskill. It's Freddie Winskill.
Winskill's trying to make a move to get himself out of P15 at the expense of Jamie Moore. And to be fair, looked like a pretty clean move, to be fair.
Yeah, there was lots of room there. The driver in front that Freddie sent it on, there was so much room. I believe, like you say, it was Jamie Moore there. Again, as all the overtakes that have been happening here today, I don't think they were expecting that. I don't think they realised how close Freddie was, because he stayed very, very tight. He saw that door was open and he absolutely sent it.
Yeah, so now watching Ross Sandwell against Christopher Knight here for 4th and 5th. They've got about 2 seconds to try and catch up to Aaron Mitchell Begley, who is pretty much on his own compared to Sugden Scott and Wiltshire, who lead this one. I think the 2 at the front are just trying to bank some points. As we've said all day, it's quite an important thing to try and do through here. This format rewards consistency, and I think that's the 33 of Chris Knight not too happy with that kart. He's like, I'm not a fan of that one. Yeah. 5-second time penalty for Aaron Mitchell Begley. So the Clarks have had a good look at that one, and they seem to believe that he's wronged Andre Perehuda, and I'm getting a nod from Chris as well, who's just loaded it up on the analysis pad.
I was just looking at it, and I think we'll have some interesting things to say, but we'll watch that in a minute. So that drops him to 9th at the moment.
That's a tight pack, isn't it, to drop all the way down there?
Yeah, 5 seconds makes the difference. And to be fair, this isn't probably the tightest pack we've seen, but even then, when the grid is quite spread out, it still means that it's enough. Wiltshire's gone through. Wow. Wiltshire goes for the lead, side by side. Tom Wiltshire and Harvey Sugden. Oh, no, he's round. Oh, no, Tom Wiltshire, what was that? And Aaron Mitchell Begley's gone into the back of him as well. He's very, very lucky not to lose 2nd place there, but I think Harvey Sugden Scott sort of opened the door into the second Dunlop corner.
Let's see
and
that
Tom
too.
Wiltshire sort of had an option here. He's like, do I go for it? Do I not? Chris is definitely going to be very busy at the end of this.
This will be good.
That was interesting. It's going to be so interesting to see what hand placements we're doing on the wheel in that situation. The door wasn't. Well, what do you know?
Of all of the things he's looking at.
No, but it's to do with what's the driver doing as the overtake's been done. Are they turning into them? Are they giving them
not hand placements, hand wheel.
That's what I meant. Wheel
alignment.
Yes,
let's say.
Wheel knowledge.
Yeah, not you're on the top of the wheel.
I was going to say, where's this going?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack from this one. The heavyweights are really providing at this point. And remember, this is only the first heat, and Chris is already furiously working away, trying to get as many replays as we can from here. But still, Sugden Scott Wiltshire and now Chris Knight is in 3rd place by virtue of that penalty for Aaron Mitchell Begley. As we watch the drivers come through the top end of the circuit, you'll obviously see the 11 kart running in 3rd place on the road, as Sugden Scott's been handed a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll have to consult. We'll have to obviously consult race control for the exact wording, but I know that Chris is loading it all up. So,
Apologies, I shouldn't say that, should I? Really? But yes, we'll take a look.
I think Chris has made an assumption based on what he's seen from there.
I'm not really happy with how they.
Checker flag comes out. Tom Wiltshire then is classified as the winner from that one after the incident down at the Dunlop curve. Chris Knight somehow comes through into second place by virtue of not picking up a penalty himself, and Ross Sandwell salvages a P3 from that one. Jake Willingham in P4, Andre Perehuda in P5, saw Gregory P6 with that penalty. Sugden Scott drops from the lead on the road to 7th place.
Wow.
Jack Stone in P8 with Aaron Mitchell-Begley on penalty corrected times. Dylan Bowers, Ricky Crozier, Charlie Jackson, Carl Potts, Jamie Moore, Freddie Winscale and Michael Rayner, your 16 runners and riders. Let's say, Chris, do you have have everything loaded up from there? Well, because I think they're going for some quick changes around.
I would say, yeah, give me just a second here. The drivers are still parked, which is good. So let's go through the first instance here. It says Aaron Mitchell-Begley. This was deemed a 5-second penalty, but I think it's rather
This is what
simple.
started it all, right? This
was the 5-second penalty that cost Andre Perehuda a few places.
So he's gone in. But it's all about the exit. There. It's all about the exit. Look at this.
Yeah, he just runs him runs him off the road.
I think.
And this is what I mean. He wasn't turning enough to the left. That's what I was meaning.
Yeah.
He was running him into the barrier.
This was the other incident you were talking about, the Thomas Wiltshire one.
But so this one he's just taken. Mitchell-Begley's just taken the racing line, expecting the driver on the outside to just disappear. But both being fully side by side, they're both entitled to a cart's width from there.
Yeah, you see Andre actually bounce off the barrier there. So the amount of time he'll have lost when he comes round the next corner, and then you've got the up ramp on top of that. That's why that freight train really lost him so many positions.
This is the first time we've seen a real big high-profile overtake at this corner, this whole competition so far, and I think it's it's good to see drivers go for different things. You want to surprise drivers, and he clearly wasn't marking it as much as we thought, but yeah, he's running him out of road there. It's racing room, it's ABC.
To make the move there, you've got to be way further along, really, because you've got to close off that door before the next apex.
Thomas Wiltshire, however, here we go. Thomas Wiltshire,
for the lead.
He's had enough of Harvey, and he goes for the inside, completes the move here. He's all the way in, and Harvey just keeps his nose in.
It's exactly the same as a move we saw earlier in the lightweights at third hairpin. It's a complete carbon copy of that one where you've got to sort of know when the overtake has been done and when you sort of, I'm not say give up the fight, but
well, you can see
it's right here.
Harvey, the exact moment,
Harvey needs to understand that he is nowhere near even halfway. You talk about 50-50 or 60-40. Harvey's nowhere near. I know it's the lead of the race, but I want to speak out. Why risk it? It's 3 heats. It's 3 qualifyings. Why would you risk going for
it's there. You can see the driver number 2 is already, on the driving line there, ready to turn for the corner.
For 1 point on the road, that is extremely greedy. He did put his hand up. He put his hand up the wrong way. Yeah, it's sort of a very sassy way. So yeah, for Thomas Wiltshire, it's a great move. It really is. And I get the anger sometimes that drivers don't feel like...
You can see it here. The driver in number 5 turns to the right because there's no room.
Yeah.
And they should have backed out there.
And look, Tomo does give the space. He does turn in a little bit, but he should have completed the move by now. In my opinion, too greedy, and you've lost a lot more points than you should have had. Unlucky.
Instead of losing 1 point, that cost that, instead of finishing second, I think that was 7th in the end. So that's a whole handful of points just completely thrown away there.
And we're honest on this show, aren't we? We're here to be.
We are paid for our opinions. We're not paid for driving talent. That's why we talk about. That's why I personally talk about racing. Me and Russ have proved why we don't race, and you two probably prove every day on your own channels why you guys do race. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, we say it how we see. But yeah, I think they're two slam dunk penalties from what we saw.
Absolutely.
There's a question in the chat. It's about tracks though. What's everyone's favourite tracks? I bet I can guess.
TeamSport Cardiff.
I can guess yours is Warrington.
Yeah,
there we go.
I've been driving this track for 15 years, so it sort of has to be my favourite.
Okay, all right. TeamSport Cardiff disappears one day overnight. I hope not, especially for people's livelihoods. But if I had to pick another track, I had such a good time at High Wycombe. I keep talking about that track. I had such a good time playing the sixes, playing the arcade machines. In fact, I was playing the arcade machines with Mitchell-Begley. He got really obsessed with this one game. It was some dinosaur Jurassic game, and it was pinball, and he played it for hours and hours and hours.
I think the high score.
No, he got nowhere near the high score. That's why he kept playing. But he's like, he absolutely loved that game, and he just wouldn't get off it all weekend. He'd finish a heat straight on the pinball machine.
Yeah, if to go for the same idea, if Warrington didn't exist anymore, I think my favourite has to be Crawley.
The staircase track.
That is a proper helter-skelter of a circuit.
You go up, you go down. That's
It
what
was
you do there.
absolutely amazing. And to be fair, I think Warrington's a tough circuit to drive. Crawley makes Warrington feel easy.
Yeah.
It's such a physical track, and the elevation change, even watching it on video, doesn't do it justice. That place is absolutely amazing to drive. So if Warrington didn't exist, it would definitely be Crawley would be my favourite from there.
NJ Racing, can you give Reese Kello some screen time? It would be very cool and very epic. Well, it's not up to us. That's to the team behind us, and he hasn't been on track yet.
Yeah, so
There you go.
he's done a practice, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, so the second middleweight practice is going to go out shortly, which does feature Reese Kello, as well as a whole host of other drivers. So 16 a full capacity grid in this one, including some big names. So former champion Alfie Hale, Ben Sproat, one of the only driver to complete in every BIKC final. Ross Honeyman is a really quick driver in his own right. Was chatting to his dad earlier, who said he's feeling a little bit under the weather today. So hopefully he's able to salvage a result over the course of the day. Again, Taylor Barnes, a name that we know quite well. Adam Davis knows this track very well, and I believe has finished on the podium here previously as well. A late addition after the person who finished third in his regional pulled out. So giving Adam the opportunity to race here today. And then Reese Keller himself is a very quick and very experienced driver in his own right. So again, a lot of experience in this grid. As just checking the last couple of bits with Karting, the old technical manager Adam Beale, just inspecting one of those carts just to make sure everything is all good. And the amount of work these guys have put in. I mean, me and you turned up pretty early this morning. Yep. But they were already out on track and had already been fleet testing for nearly an hour and a half before when we turned up.
What you're saying is we had time to look at more incidents. But
Hey.
oh no!
I mean,
but it's important that the karts need to be in the best condition they can be, and if they're worried that maybe something is stopping them, it looks like from that little red thing,
I think it's
tire
tire
pressure.
Tire pressures, yes, and that is looks like to me Jacob Equiel's kart. That is I think it is the drivers getting some rear tires maybe pumped up there. So maybe, and I always recommend to drivers just have a little. I know say don't touch too much of the kart, but just have a little check of the tires sometimes. Especially, you never know what you could come across. And obviously, the TeamSport staff would be more than proud to give you tyres that are all consistent. It's the driver behind, actually. I'm trying to work out who that is.
So I think what they're actually doing
is doing them all, I think.
I think what they're doing is cleaning the charge ports from
it is.
using the old compressed air. And to be fair, these you see on like a Formula One circuit, the tyres will go into like marbles or something like that. The tyres that we run on these karts are that hard of a compound. They don't turn into big marbles. They turn into dust, which, to be fair, it gets absolutely everywhere.
Very slippy as well. If you
Yeah,
end up driving on that, you have no grip.
On a day like today, where you've got races back to back to back to back to back, you'll find the outside of the circuit will become like ice. So as you get later on in the day, sometimes going for those real offline overtakes can become quite difficult at times. But it looks like they're just going down most of the fleet there and just blowing out some of the charge cables. So potentially monitoring a couple of things with the carts themselves. Obviously, 44 carts available to us, are two fleets that we run alternate when one's on track, one is charging from there. So it's quite a challenge managing all these carts and getting them as close as they normally do.
Especially on a track this big.
Yeah.
When we look at qualifying and we see how close all these drivers are, one, that's a credit to the driver, but two, it's a credit to all the mechanics and all the teams that work behind the scenes to try and keep our TeamSport fleets as close as they can. And, nationally, across all our sites as a company, our standard in terms of parity is so close, and that is something very much TeamSport should be proud of.
Yes, absolutely. So we're still waiting. I can see some more commotion down the back there. So a lot of people crowded around the back of those carts. But yes, cleaning the charging ports, I believe. I'm from a petrol track, so I'm
This
completely
new to you.
unaware. Yeah, it's all very new. I mean, it's been really fun to sort of learn as well.
You drive them very differently. They're very, very different. I've always been in an electric track, working in Victoria. So we've had every generation of electricity down there, and it's they're fun. They're really, really fun. One of my favourite things about it, which is a bit of an odd thing, is the karts are balanced. It's a completely balanced kart. Something similar to what you get with the twin-engine biz karts. Very, very easy to drive because of that balance.
Yes, the motor in these effectively sits in the small of your back, and the side pods are full of battery. So all of the weight is fairly central in the kart. One of the other things on the petrols, which you don't really notice until you actually look at the kart head on, is the seat, and the seat, the pedals, and the steering column is actually canted over by 7 degrees. The idea of that is to try and balance the weight of the engine on one side.
Well, we're still starting to feel a little bit alien down in Cardiff now, and Bristol, of course, because we have 2 lots of petrol fleets across the 2 tracks.
It won't be long.
It won't be long. But, we're one of the last tracks in the south that have petrol karts, and I think that, and that's a testament as well to the Cardiff drivers here. They've taken 6 drivers into the adult category today. They turned up to their regional final at Brighton, by the way. Cardiff had to travel one of the furthest out of any track to their regional, and they still turned up in their numbers to support the drivers, almost 4 hours away from Cardiff. And, even you look at a track like Cardiff, it's not just Cardiff. It's Swansea, it's Llanelli, it's all those areas around there, Merthyr Tydfil. They travel from all those areas and the valleys itself, coming down.
I was waiting for something like that.
Yeah, coming down to do the go-karting. But sorry, I can hear him laughing at me background. But the point is, it's more than just Cardiff. It really is sort of TeamSport South Wales in a way, and the family is so strong down there. And we often go over to Bristol, have a bit of a England versus Wales battle. Could you imagine 2 lots of members coming together for these epic Thursday nights? And it's always great, the racing down there. And everyone's so cool with each other as well. But certainly, that sort of long travel and that family atmosphere that Cardiff has. But to turn up to the regional final and be the only petrol track, because we were facing, I think, Farnborough, Docklands and Basildon, all electric karts and all the same kart specification that they had at Brighton. That is hard. And Cardiff still took 6 of the 9 podium spots. I
mean, Cardiff's always been quite a well-represented track in BIKC. They've never really struggled. Same with Eastleigh, Crawley and Trafford, to be fair, have all been pretty well-represented circuits. I've just noticed a comment that's in there. TeamSport and BIKC is becoming quite big nationally. I think they should be putting and promoting more races like this consistently, coming down from like Race Academy and from members' nights. Well, to be fair, if you like championships like this, Grid Series is something for yourself where you can compete on a local level. But to be fair, TeamSport have been getting involved more in motorsport. Remember, this year they've had their branding over the top of the Accelerate British touring cars.
Yeah, I was down in Silverstone for the awards evening for that. Very inspiring seeing people such Tom Ingram going up and collecting that trophy there. You see a montage of their whole year and how the team really came together to get that win. And really inspiring for all the drivers watching.
It is a fun debate whilst we wait for the drivers to come on track. What is the hardest regional we could create? If we had to make a regional final that is just like national final standard, what 4 tracks would you put into it?
4 tracks you put into it. So looking at the drivers
and YouTube as well. I want to hear this.
So.
We've had a shout from Leeds.
Russ is shouting Leeds. Leeds is normally pretty a well-established track. Crawley has a really good academy, and they always bring really quick drivers. I would probably put Cardiff in there because there is a lot of quick drivers that come out from that sort of section, and you do need to have a lot of talent in there. And I'm trying to think what should we put in
I would go
4?
Bradford. I'd actually go Bradford over Leeds, actually.
Really?
Only because they're next to each other. But when you're off that driving line at Bradford, if you don't get that pinpoint accurate, it's hard. It's slippery. So you've got to be so.
Yeah, you do need to have pretty good kart control to be quick at Bradford, and it normally helps if you're a bit of a lighter driver. Hence why my success ballast doesn't always work for me when I go there.
I've done a few 50 lappers there with Perico Karting, and We don't tend to do too well because we go there and their members are stupidly quick. So we get shown up quite a lot there.
Well, just quickly before we get into this, I think I would pick Cardiff, but that is pretty biased. I'll try and pick 5 tracks.
How many times can you say Cardiff in the last 10 minutes?
Sorry about that. We've had a bit of time to fill.
I don't blame you. I keep going. I'm surprised Victoria's not come out of my mouth yet.
I think Basildon is an obvious result.
Basildon's always had really quick drivers.
Charlie Ratford, we haven't spoken about him this year. Hello, Charlie. I'm sure you're watching along at home.
Charlie's been off racing cars this year and doing pretty well from what I
spent some time with Charlie in Belgium and Germany this year, and I love Charlie Ratford. He's a great person. But yeah, it's Basildon would go into the mix. Crawley, of course. Trafford probably has a
I would
shout.
probably say Basildon, Crawley, Trafford, Cardiff would probably be the 4. And then in terms of the track that you take them to, I'd say Dundee. Go as far north as you can. It's a track that most people don't tend to play with.
Of course.
So it's going to be something where you'll take everyone up there, level ground. Most people won't know the track. Let's see what happens.
Their carts have changed recently, haven't they?
Yes, they've got a slightly different. They've got the Remo ones, quite popular over in Europe.
I've heard they're very fast. That's what
I've heard. I've heard they're okay, and then I've heard they're pretty balanced as well. But to be fair, these biz carts as well are really good fun and popular around the majority of TeamSport sites, and the amount of technology that's packed into these biz carts as well just makes it that little bit more interesting when it comes to competing. In terms of making it interesting, Dylan Edwards, fastest of all so far, for kart 14 in P1 at 52.368. I think we've been looking at this. We think there's a 51 in there somewhere. And Alfie Hale obliges. Alfie Hale, Jacob Kuehl in the 51. So Alfie Hale currently provisional pole, as every driver has now had their second lap. It's the first real flyer over the line. So Alfie Hale, Jacob Kuehl, Dylan Edwards, Ben Sproat, Ross Honeyman, top 5. So Ross may be feeling under the weather, but his driving's definitely not showing it. Harrison Staples, Richie Clark back in the BIKC finals. We last saw him in 2020, so he's had a little bit of time out. He's had a little bit of time away from the finals. So
2021.
2021.
No.
Sorry for that.
This is like my parents arguing.
No, but we have to get it right because the record is longest gap between national final appearances 2021 to 2025 for Richie Clark.
Hey.
In his skin suit. Where is it? You see Richie
You're
Clark?
desperate to see his skin suit. Is that what you've just said there?
I did not use the word desperate.
I think they did, and they'll live on immortally, as Russ found out the hard way, that whatever is said on stream lives on YouTube forever. Ross Honeyman then, P4, he's moved up to 52.201, displaces Ben Sproat from 5th place, but still Alfie Hale, he's taken a bit of a slower lap last time round, so maybe trying to get himself into a bit of space, trying to get himself maybe a little bit of clear air to try and press on and see what they can manage as drivers all now on their third laps and third time of asking.
Waiting for Taylor Barnes to put in a bit of a measured lap time here. It could be any second now, but he should be a little bit higher.
Yeah, he's had 3 attempts. He's had 3 attempts so far, and his 52.541 is what he's been able to manage. To be fair, Adam Davis, I wouldn't expect him to be in 10th place on a 52.726. Reece Kello's currently the last of your runners on a 53.126, as the yellows are out in the last sector, so the drivers now will be coming towards the checker flag. As we see Ross Honeyman now move up into 3rd place. Taylor Barnes has moved up to 8th on his last lap. So again, you'd expect him to be a little bit higher. He's dispensed Richie Clark down into P9. Jake Christie's up to P10, dropping Adam Davis down into 11th. And as the drivers come over the line to complete, 53.21126 for Reece Kello. Again,
Reece Kello 16th for Reece Kello. That is surprising now.
I wouldn't expect Reece to be down in 16th from there. But
trying to find him,
so run through the order from there. Alfie Hale on pole, Jacob Kuehl on the front row with him. Ross Honeyman, Dylan Edwards, Ben Sproat, Harrison Staples, Louis Draper, Taylor Barnes, Richie Clark, Jay Christie. Taylor Barnes, P6 at the end of that one. And Elliot Barrell moved up to P13 as well. As one driver was going for the pit lane there, didn't realise you go into the grid this time.
I don't think they wanted to race there. They didn't want to come off.
I mean, to be fair, it's one change from BIKC previously, is usually you'd qualify, go in, then do 3 heats. heats. The fact that we've gone to this format where you qualify heat, qualify heat, qualify heat means that now if you do have a poor qualifying like we think some of the bigger names have had, it doesn't mean their day is completely done. They're just going to have to try and bank as many points in this one as they can and hope that they have a better showing in the next 2 heats.
Taylor Barnes did go up to 6th in the end. That's a bit more Taylor Barnes.
A bit more like it. He's,
That's
3/10 off?
That's nothing really.
So 3:10. So 51.904 was your pole lap. The entire field's pretty
spread.
much is 1.1 seconds, which isn't a million miles. But you've got 800ths for pole position between Alfie Hale and Jacob Kuehl. Ross Honeyman a further couple hundredths back. Then Dylan Edwards, Ben Sprout P5, Taylor Barnes P6. If your stats are to be believed, he's going to be quite unhappy with being in 6th place. Probably better off starting in 9th.
Oh, yes, 6th is a bit of a cursed position, isn't it? So I said.
I wonder if that's changed after this year now, because
maybe it has.
I think with these, with the change of the format from the giving equality to each heat,
Yeah.
it has produced some mixed up grids.
Maybe I am wrong in that regard, but prove me wrong, as we keep saying.
Well, I mean, you can see the difference in the grid slots that have been marked out from there. Obviously, the yellow ones are the ones that we're using. So if you're looking at the grid and being like, why isn't Ross Honeyman sat in his grid box, and why is Alfie Hale so far ahead of his grid box? That's the whole reason for it. Is they're using the yellow lines is the grid slots, but you can see where they sit compared to where we used them last year. So first is quite a lot further forward. Second is about where first place was previously. So that's why it does look a little bit different from there. So middleweight Group 2 Heat 1. Last karts on the grid. So watching the start lights now. Hopefully we'll get the signal from Silky that he's happy with the formation. And then as soon as timekeepers are ready to rock and roll, the green light comes on at the bottom. The sequence starts for the first time here for these middleweights. Lights go. Green, and we're racing a small jump start there from a couple of them. We'll have to see what the race directors deem that to be, but it looks like everyone's managed to get through turn 1 and heading into turn 2. Little bit of a slide from the back into the third hairpin. This is usually the pinch point on this circuit. Reece Kello up 2 places already from the back.
Yeah, that was an incredible move there. It started to get a bit chaotic in front, but he absolutely sent it into that turn 3 there and made the move stick.
Yeah, so as the drivers head up on the top section of the circuit, it is 31 Alfie Hale, the former lightweight champion, who leads them up onto the flyover for the first time. 2 by 2 they go up the ramp as Jacob Kuehl in second place with Ross Honeyman in third. Brent Sprout still acquitting him well in P4, a driver who, as we said, has never been outside the top 10 when it's come to the main event. He's definitely going to be hoping to try and lift a trophy by the end of the day. But Alfie Hale in the lead. He's a position that he's been in previously. I seem to remember his when he won the championship, it was quite literally a last lap move to win the championship. Hopefully he'll be hoping this time round to win it in a little bit more style and hopefully take a lights to flag, but the Joker lap is going to play into that later on this evening. So first lap in the book for Alfie Hale. He leads the way. The top 3 are breaking away here, but it is still Jacob Kuehl with Ross Honeyman just behind, so quitting him well in third place, and looks like a bit of a pack building for 4th place. So that's Ben Sprout in 4th, Harrison Staples in 5th, but Dylan Edwards, Richie Clark in 7th, Louis Draper in 8th, Taylor Barnes down to 9th from his 6th place start. Adam Davis 10th, Matt Preece in 11th, Elliot Barrell, Jay Christie, Reece Kello is up 2 positions at the moment, so that's top 14. Lucas in P15, and Charles Davis rounds out the field in P16. 6.5 minutes left to go on this first heat for Group 2 in the middleweights.
I can see a comment here saying it was a jump start and it's not a good start. There was no real lasting advantage from the drivers. They all seemed to do it and stop and go, and no driver made a position on that. I can see why they wouldn't deem it a restart. If one driver drove around the outside of 2 karts, made 2 positions,
that would be chaotic.
That would be chaotic, and I can see where a restart and maybe
full
a penalty.
Pasta Maldonado in Spa many years ago sort of move is what as when you think of jump start.
I can see why they wouldn't restart. I can see why.
There's no, like I said, there was no advantage, and I think if anything, it disadvantaged the drivers, because when the race did get going, they all felt a bit slow to get off the line. There wasn't that, that initial quick, instant torque that you usually see from electric cars. Everyone was rather hesitant. So, that's probably why we didn't get the restart there.
I mean, the nice part with that is we don't have to make that decision. That result is up with the race directors upstairs, and to be fair, they do have some decent camera angles of the start from there, so they'll be able to see any advantages. Plus, they have all our pictures as well, just minus our dulcet tones, so they get probably the nicer version of the live stream in that sense. Out in front still, 5 minutes remaining is for Alfie Hale as he's pulled nearly a second gap on Jacob Acure. Ross Honeyman in third place still. Ben Sprout, Harrison Staples have broken away from Dylan Edwards, who is in P6 at the moment. Richie Clark in that car skin suit in P7. Louis Draper, Taylor Barnes, Matt Preece, your top 10 as it sits. And Alfie Hale nearly a second ahead of Jacob Acure. He's got the fastest lap of the race, a 51.953. The only driver to run in the 59s, and he seems to be doing it consistently. His last 2 laps were within 100th of each other. Jacob Acure keeping his times consistent, but not quite able to live with the same pace as Alfie Hale. And to be fair, Jacob, drivers come up from juniors as well, so don't tend to see many juniors go straight into heavyweights, but hopefully he'll be able to acquit himself quite well. Now he's out with the adults in the 16 plus. That's the 20 of Harrison Staples, trying to take a bite out of the rear bumper of Ben Sprout, and all that has done is drop him into the clutches of Dylan Edwards, another driver who knows this track very, very well. We saw his cousin James Edwards racing in the lightweights earlier on. He managed to make the main event. Dylan will be hoping to follow in his footsteps.
Rhys Kello has plateaued in this race. He made 2 positions on the first couple of corners, but hasn't made any passes since. Still 14th.
Yeah, a bit stuck there, stuck behind car 18 of Jay Christie there. But this battle that we're seeing on the screen now with Dylan Edwards and it's Dylan Edwards and Harrison Staples is really starting to come to life here.
Yeah, he's just fallen off Ben Sprout. He went for a nibble through the Dunlop as we went under the upstairs section, and he's just fallen off. It feels like that was sort of last chance saloon for him. He's not going to... Even if he gets close, he's going to have maybe that last lap to get on him, unless he does something pretty quick on this lap. Jacob Eckler now 1.4 seconds off Alfie Hale, so Alfie is cruising home. Ross Honeyman, world of his own. Ben Sprout turning into a world of his own. It's all very spread out here. Maybe Louis Draper and Taylor Barnes, just as I say that, loading, because they were a tenth apart. So yes, they are on each other.
They're getting close together, those three that we were just watching there. That was the battle for fourth, right?
So Sprout, Staples, Edwards. That gap seems to be ebbing and flowing over the last little bit. There's only a second covering the 3 of them. But again, it seems to have spread out pretty quickly here. We saw in terms of lap times, it was pretty close, but out in front, Alfie Hale is still setting the fastest lap of the race. He's consistently a 10th or 2 clear of everyone who is chasing him. Fastest lap, he's the only driver in the 51s from what we can see on a 51.935. Acule on a 52.126. Again, he's a little bit quicker than Ross Honeyman, and this is one of the things you can see with the qualifying format the way it is you'll see drivers always being potentially where they should be on pace, so you can sometimes have races where maybe a little bit less action, but at the same time, every now and again you'll see the odd person who makes a potential mistake, doesn't quite have the performance he should do and have to race through, and we've seen that in lightweights already today. It's Ben Sprout.
There we go.
Goes a bit defensive from Harrison Staples. Staples thinks a move. Sprout looks over his shoulder, tries to hold the 20 out wide, and the more these two fight, it's going to bring Dylan Edwards back into this category. Dylan, quite an experienced driver around Warrington, so a driver who knows how to overtake around here, and quite a quick driver in his own right. But Staples now just trying to be smart and trying to stay on the rear bumper of Ben Sprout. Seems like these middleweights now are taking your advice, Chris. They're banking the points, not doing anything daft, not trying to pick up any silly penalties, and just bank the points as we go through the course of the heats.
You have to think: is this Benjamin Sprout's worst result? Is this Rhys Kello's worst result? 14th place. He will have to back that up with some top 3s, I'll say, to get his way up the order. Look at Taylor Barnes. This could be his worst result. But then, completely on the flip side, is this Ross Honeyman's best result? Alfie Hale's best result? So it's up and down, and this is why this format is really interesting.
I wouldn't risk it. You can see on your steering wheel, you know how long's left. We've just seen in the previous race, that is it there. There you go.
Yeah, so checker flag out. Alfie Hale scores his first heat win of BIKC 2025. He's going to be heading into the pit lane. Probably quite happy with that performance. A second and a half, he managed to pull out over Jacob Akil, Ross Honeyman, Ben Sproat, Harrison Staples, your top 5. Dylan Edwards, Richie Clark, Lewis Draper, Taylor Barnes, Adam Davis squeaking back into the top 10 there. Matt Priest, Elliot Barrell, Jay Christie, Reese Kello, Lucas there in P15, and Charles Davis was your 16 runners and riders. And in a moment, we'll be able to transition back to heavyweights.
Charles Davis just gone back up to 14th there. Sorry to change your order. Reese Kello down to 15th now. That is a very unfortunate result for Reese there, but he'll recover from that. So it'll be interesting to see Richie Clark there in 7th. Richie Clark, a driver that I followed at High Wycombe, and he celebrated like crazy. Not even from getting through, from the semi-final to win a semi-final. He was punching the air, and it was almost dangerous because he wasn't even looking where he was going. He was too busy.
Like your punching yesterday, I had to talk how long your arms are.
Yeah, almost went out the window. Yeah. But no, Richie Clark, he'll take that 7th place, and hopefully he's back up there for the next 2 heats.
I was going to say, I'm not surprised Alfie Hale controlled that race. I actually filmed a video with the Hale brothers over at Liverpool last year, and gosh, did I get shown up in that race. I mean, the first race, I actually beat them both, so I can say that, and I can put that.
They allowed you to have one. They allowed you to have one win, and then humbled you.
Yes, because the next session they took the lap record. So, you know what I mean?
Talk about humbling.
There's not much I can do against that, is there?
No, that's pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered there. So, the heavyweights now are going to head out for their first qualifying session, and 16 drivers heading out on track. So, as I believe we've got a commentary change here, as Josh is going to switch back out for Russ. Somehow he lets him back into the commentary box. I'm not really sure why. Oh no, he's had a monster as well. Oh, this could be a recipe for disaster.
Right, lads, to quote James Hunt. All right,
I don't think you can.
Who's on pole?
We're about to find that out, Russ. So drivers out for their first qualifying session. This is the heavyweights group number 2 for qualifying 1. Remember, each of the heats is preceded by an 8-minute qualifying session, which works out at around about 4 flying laps of this 1,000-meter TeamSport Warrington circuit. And drivers now trying to get themselves well acquitted with the circuit itself.
So that is all the heat 1s done. So we're into the second set of heats for each of the categories. And I just want to do a bit of a shout out, okay? Because can I just do a shout out for Dee in HR out there who is tuning in and watching? And I just want to say that Chris is here and he's still in one piece. And also, Chris, can you give Dee a shout out? She's head of HR and her name is Dee. Give her a shout out.
Hello, Dee. A shout out to Dee from HR. Dee Potter?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, a bit of wheel knowledge there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. She'll be on the floor having convulsions at the moment.
There was a TeamSport pub quiz. Who is the head of HR?
You should be sat at a desk writing your P45.
Oh, well, shout out to Dee Potter, doing all things HR for TeamSport.
Can you imagine having to manage Russ? Imagine you must be a HR nightmare.
I manage Dee, if I'll be absolutely honest, the truth.
You at least fill her work. You at least fill her diary. I'll give you that much. Being a HR nightmare.
Yeah. So hey Dee, hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're tuning in. And yes, he's still in one piece. You'll be pleased to hear.
Good stuff.
Chris is looking at me bewildered. I'll tell you later.
It sounds like there's a story in there.
Stop being mean. Come on, it's the racing.
Is it? Racing?
Oh, sorry, it's the BIKC.
Is it?
You put me off here.
It's a qualifying 1, Group 2, heavyweights.
And we've got Isaac, who's clocked 52.521. It's after lap 2. That's the first representative lap time of the qualifying session. Because lap 1, we kind of ignore, to be perfectly honest, because it's really just about warming tyres up. But here we go. Oh, we got somebody saying they're watching this from the toilets. That happened yesterday as well. Loads of people thinking that the best place to watch this is in the toilet. Is it the toilet at BIKC? Because then, there's better places to get a better view, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Oh, no.
Yeah, here we go.
So we wait for representative lap times to come through for all these drivers. Isaac's 52.5, I think, may fall by the wayside, especially Anthony Whippich, Hassan Zafar, Corin McCarthy, Brittany Norfolk, P5 at the moment. As we wait to see these flying laps coming through, looks like the timing screens just taking a moment to update for us. So hopefully we'll get a bit of a refresh in a moment and see exactly who's there.
I just want to stop everyone here. I'm finding out why the chicken helmet's gone.
Was it aerodynamics?
Definitely.
Oh, it could be. I'll find out. I think that's breaking news.
Was it aerodynamics or the fact that now that Aaron's racing for a serious team, he has to have a serious helmet?
Sorry, what is the serious team name?
I believe he's one of the BSR drivers now.
I think that's a serious team, Bradley Shepherd Racing. We haven't been serious for years. Everyone thinks we're so serious. We're not. Sorry, hang on. We are serious, but we do love a good joke.
Oh no! Right, I'm just trying to see if I can pull some results for this one because the timing screen has gone on the blink on this one. So as the drivers will come through, we might actually learn the grid as the drivers go on.
Indeed, we might need to know that. To be honest, just a little bit of
Goodness,
information.
yeah, we haven't had that information. No.
That we really need. All we've got is Isaac's lap time of 52.521. I reckon that's been beaten over the previous 3.5 laps that everybody's put in.
Yeah,
it'd be a bit of a miracle. Here we go, Anthony Whippich.
There we
go.
Whippich on pole.
52.137. So we've got Hassan with us on second on the grid, who went around in 52.229. We've got Isaac third on the 52.494. We've got David Gaskin in fourth on the grid. Noel Haddon fifth. Amy Khan is in sixth. Corin McCarthy is in seventh. Brittany in eighth place. That's a disappointing qualifying session from Brittany.
Yeah, she topped the practice session. And P8. She might have actually been hoping for more. Mike Allen as well, P9. I wouldn't have expected that from Mike Allen.
I tell you why I'm surprised. Well, Noel Haddon up in fifth position once again. Another
to have a lap time now.
Just don't want to be last sort of driver.
Yeah,
fifth. He's fifth position now.
Miles
That's fantastic.
away from last.
Wow.
Yeah, so we've got 11th, we've got Anthony Deverell, we've got 12th, Damon Brown, Max Edwards in 13th, Miles Harding in 14th, Tom Fear in 15th, and Cressy in 16th at the present, well, not in the present moment in time, that is the grid. And only completing 4 laps, they didn't get a 5th one in there in that particular qualifying session. So here we go. We're just Silky was well aware, by the way, earlier on that he was doing a dance, and he was on camera. He was absolutely well
Silky
aware
always
that
plays
was
up to the camera.
The case. He loves a bit of camera work, doesn't he?
Actually, no, I'll do the race.
In the Christmas
always,
party, he did. In the Christmas party, Tom, he did a karaoke. He literally went on stage and got the whole crowd going, and did a karaoke number with the band in the back, with the professional band in the background.
I would pay money to
gold.
see that.
It was. He's just a great character, is Silky. Legend of not just BIKC, but TeamSport as well, I think.
Yes,
Andy on the books as well.
Who?
Nothing. Anyway, Anthony Whippich there, starting in pole position. Mike Allen in second, Noel Haddon third. In fact, no. Sorry, the computer has updated. We've already gone through the grid, and here we are. We've got a flashing yellow light that's about to go green as soon as we just slot that last driver into position, and then we will be racing once again in the heavyweight heat number 2.
So grid complete at the back. I think Silky's just trying to check.
Heat 1, heavyweight group 2, heat 1. This is complicated, isn't it?
It's a lot of numbers.
It is complicated. There's a lot of numbers to keep track of.
Could have done with Chris staying.
Chris, the maths whiz. I believe he can count to at least 3, which is better than we can do right now.
I could try a Welsh accent, but it won't be very good.
I don't think the world needs to hear that.
No, we don't need to see any more accents from any region of the country. Although, I am told Chris does a good Scottish. So.
Yeah, I've heard
He said this, he's the 5-in-1. He's the 5-in-1.
So, you may get to... I'm
getting good value from winning with him.
Here we go, red light's on, and it's disappeared. 4 lights, and it's back. Here we go. We are racing once again, and it is number 10 of Anthony Whippich leading away. and he makes a really, really good start. Let's have a little look for. Oh, look at that! Brittany getting a bit of a knock from the back there. Kind of Brittany kind of hit me, baby, one more time. I think a little bit going part of the circuit. So sorry about that. Whippich is in the lead at the moment. And we've got driver number 30, Hassan,
side by side
is
up the
in
ramp.
second place.
Oh, Brit's trying to come back here.
Oh, and hits again. Brittany then making a bit of contact.
Yeah, elbows out here in the mid pack of them all 40.
Oh,
no!
Look at that. Brittany has had all the hits. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
That's the 11 was in there. That was Corin McCarthy was in there. The 43 of Ryan Nicholas is in there. And, of course, Norfolk is just trying to get the car
And she's reversed out. Look at that. Brilliant. That's what we want to see, the reverse button being...
That's the 10 and the 30. That is Whippich and Hassan Zafar fighting for the lead at the moment. So it's all kicking off here in the heavyweights. So
here's a run. He's got to run through the S's, but he'll have to squeeze through there as we cut that back to the leaders.
Side by side for third place. As Zafar and Whippich are now going fighting tooth and nail. But it's Whippich that leads from Hassan Zafar in the 30 kart. So 1 and 2. Two drivers that are very experienced in karting themselves. Whippich has had a lot of time in the BIKC finals, had a really solid year as well. Hassan Zafar last year was very good for him. He won a couple of championships, including the BIKC crown, as they head through the top end of the circuit, head under the bridge for the second time of Askin, as it's Anthony Whippich, Hassan Zafar, Isaac Keir, then it is David Gaskin, Noel Haddon, P5, Amy Khan, Mike Allen's up into 7th place after that conflagration up at the top, but Hassan Zafar, I think, if he finds half a chance.
Yeah, there's a move coming here, isn't there?
You can see it. Yeah. Hassan is absolutely...
He's driving everything other than the driving line, I'd argue. Look how wide he's just gone down there at the bottom.
It's alongside. He's going to try around the outside. He cuts back. He's just cutting back.
Here's the thing, though. Whippich is such an experienced driver around here. He knows where to defend, and he knows how to hold the drivers off behind him. So all he's doing is just holding Hassan Zafar at arm's length and making sure everywhere that he could potentially try and send a move, he's not able to. But Isaac here as well in the background, still in P3, falling away from this one. He's running around in the 54s, so he's nearly a second slower than what we've seen so far.
More contact there.
Ryan Nicholas has picked up a 5-second penalty. That's for contact. I'm assuming that will be for the incident up on the flyover that saw 3 drivers, including himself, end up in the barrier. 2.7 seconds is the gap between second and third, and it's 2.7, less than 2 feet, I'd say, between Anthony Whippich and Hassan Zafar. But Whippich now just starting to break away a tiny, tiny bit from the defending champion. Looks over his shoulder. You can see that he has half a kart length over Zafar, as they're now back on the top end of the circuit once again.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And you could just see with Anthony Whippich that he's really placing the kart exactly where he needs to be just to block any attempt. So when he went round the big hairpins in big track on the last lap, he literally was so far over the right-hand side going around that last hairpin, just covering it off. It's like that, yeah, you're likely to get me there. No chance now because my kart is in the way. And yeah, Hassan is literally using all of the track. He's got no problems behind him whatsoever. He can literally use the full width of a track, but as long as number 10 plonks that kart smack bang in certain positions on the track, there's going to be no way through for Hassan. And he's trying a bit desperate there. So he switches back again. Now he's switching back to, so he's trying to get a run on the up ramp. He's got so much overspeed there, but he just can't do anything with it because of the kart positioning.
So his penalties coming thick and fast. So 43, Ryan Nicholas was handed a contact penalty. That was for the issue on the flyover. There's also been 2 jump start penalties handed out for kart 22, Damon Brown, and 25, Miles Hardings. They've both been handed 5-second time penalties for a jump start. As a result of that, looks like third place has also had a change of position. David Gaskin is now in P3 at the expense of Isaac here. So that is a change for third place. As we look back, yep, there's the 40 ahead of the number 5. Noel Haddon now is going to try and get past the drivers in front of them. As they're now on the bottom section of the circuit, 3.5 minutes remaining. Anthony Whippich in control of this first heat for the heavyweights, and maybe Hassan Zafar. He's now half a second behind. Is he just starting to think about just banking some points and trying to trying to influence his starting position
I think
for the semi-finals.
He's not so extravagant behind him anymore. He's not taking those really, really wild, wide lines.
I think
he's worked that. That's not going to work.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a crack. He's had a bit of a crack at Anthony and realised that just trying to make himself as big as he can behind him isn't going to scare him into a move. So if he's going to try and make an overtake, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Look how far on the right the Whippich goes around this corner.
So I was going to say,
Absolutely
under
brilliant.
braking, you see Hassan Safar really closing in every single time. And I don't think that's because of the lines they're taking, because you see it into turn one. It's only just now that Anthony Whippich going into turn one's really defending heavily as we're coming into these closing stages of this race here.
Yeah, so 2.5 minutes. He's right down the middle of the circuit. So with 2.5 minutes to go and a 3-second gap, Anthony Whippich now feels the need to defend from the reigning champion. See Hassan Zafar, looks like he's on the boost going up the ramp already. He's really trying to use every little trick and tool that he can to get on terms with the leader at this point. Looking further down the order, Amy Khan in P6. First time we've seen them at the BIKC finals. Currently holding Mike Allen behind them as Whippich goes really defensive on Hassan Zafar. Moves a couple of times far around the outside.
It's going to happen now.
He's going to have to try and cut back into the third hairpin. We've seen a few people try it, but Whippich just again has him held at arm's length. He's letting him get alongside where he can. But if you're on the outside of the corner, all Whippich has to do is just hold him there, and there's not really a lot that Zafar can do about it.
I was going to say, I actually think I saw Hassan there pumping the boost out of the corners. So I'm pretty sure as they went down that middle ramp there, used a little bit of it to stay with Anthony Whippich, but as soon as Anthony started to defend, came off the boost, and then coming out of turn one, used it to try and get alongside as much as can, which they now can do by the fact that they've got this 8 seconds which they can deploy in different places around the track.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. It's so strategical. Now we have the boost button, and new for this year, it's not just press it and the boost comes in. You take your foot, take your finger off or thumb off the button, and the boost stops, and you can reapply it later on around the track. So you can literally utilize the boost in several places around the lap, which is new for 2025, and we'll be sticking around at TeamSport Warrington. Here we go, check a flag. And Anthony Whip is punching the air on that one.
He's very happy with that one.
Yeah, he's really happy with that because he knew how fast Hassan was. That is a great drive from Anthony Whippich to secure that win.
Yeah, so to be fair, to be able to beat the defending champion on pure pace alone, that's definitely something to be happy about. So Whippich takes the win in the first Group 2 heat. Hassan Zafar in second, David Gaskin third. Noel Haddon moves at 1 to finish in 4th place. Amy Khan, P6. Then Anthony Terrell, Mike Allen, Max Edwards, QC Knight, Corin McCarthy, Tom Fear, Miles Harding, Ryan Nicholas, Brittany Norfolk, and Damon Brown, all completing the running order from there. Many of them after that incident up at the top on the first lap.
Yeah, that was a disappointing incident there for Brittany. She was really held up in that. And the key here is because of the sector yellows, is we were focused on the crash, okay, but in the meantime, all the drivers at the front were still racing because of the new sector yellow system that is in the system. We're going to hand over to Chris.
Yes, I'm back.
His favourite person.
Thank you, Josh, for covering me. Who's D?
2 seconds.
You just said D. You know exactly who D is.
We get to have a look at the
Let's have a look.
incident at the top.
Let's have a look. So I've already seen it, but we'll play it through once, and I'll give you what I think, and I'm sure Russ will butt in at any point, even though I don't want him to. So yeah, a bit of contact there. And it just all comes to a standstill, really. I do feel for Brittany there.
I feel sorry for Brittany. She doesn't know where to go.
Wrong place, wrong time.
She has every right to be a little bit angry there. And just trying to learn the kart there, still smacking it, and then eventually driving forwards. What I think
it goes back into the barrier. It's like, it's like, oops, I did it again.
And what I think is there's a few layers to this one. So something happened further back. So the two drivers are side by side, and the driver on the inside, and I believe, please help me out who that was.
It was the 43. Yes, the 43 just tags.
So the driver on the inside is very desperate to keep the position, I would say.
We've seen this a few times today. So,
and the driver on the in front takes a natural racing line, and they just get hit. So they're also a passenger. I'm completely confused as to why the driver in front has put his hand up to that, because the driver in front is just taking a natural racing line, just like everyone else has. So I've absolutely no idea why the driver in red, sorry, I haven't quite got your name, has put his hand up. It's kind of your fault, with all due respect. And Brittany, unfortunately, has to drop off there.
Can I say about Brittany, is it a bit too optimistic going around the outside of a driver, around that particular corner?
They were side by side here.
I might be wrong. I'm just
side by side in the left-hander beforehand, and
it's more the driver.
She's moved. She has moved as far over as she can, and she's just in the wrong place at the wrong time as a result of that spin.
It's the driver on the inside, desperate to maintain position, and clearly forgot about the driver in front. Really unfortunate. I'm still confused by that. But then the driver, as they're coming at the barrier, I do find this also a little bit comedic. They're still talking when in the barrier. Obviously, Brittany's ever right to be angry. He actually gets hit there again as well by a driver.
Yeah.
That's
the 5.
It does it does wind you off a little bit as well. But then here, he's obviously not very happy, and he's still saying it's your fault. No,
I think
it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Chris is an absolute menace.
Hey, listen, I would never do this to a cadet or a junior, and I'm a bit sceptical with the lightweights, but this is the heavyweights now. They should know better. But yes.
All right, Chris, calm down.
Sorry.
All I'm saying, though, is he not saying with his hand gesture that there's nothing I could have done?
Maybe
Because
so.
I think he just got spun right round. There is nothing that driver could have done. I think that's more what he's saying with his body language. Like, what am I supposed to do? He said, what am I supposed to do?
Maybe so. Maybe I'm having too much fun analysing this. Who knows? But yeah, that's your lot.
He's going to start pulling out the "I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed" line on a few of these later on.
Not angry. No.
Which is the ultimate thing.
I'm just passionate, Tom. That's the problem. Anyway, that's your lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll put Chris back. We'll put Chris back on the shelf for now while we wait for something else to happen. So the heavyweights, I believe it's middleweights now, getting ready to head out on circuit for their next heat.
Round 2.
Round 2 starts. So here we go. Be interested to see if the driving kind of changes a bit now, because we've got lots of drivers out there who have scored points in the first of the heats and might be a bit protective. We've seen a lot of their running position, because we've seen a lot of that over the course of the weekend. That if you've got good points already in the bag and you're running second or third, there's a lot of take the points. Because with the way that the qualifying goes, with the fact there's a lot of different finishing positions, there's literally the first 4 or 5 can suddenly turn into the last 4 or 5, that there's a lot of holding position. Go on, Chris.
I don't know, it's funny. I've just heard the worst news ever. I'm hearing from friends the chicken helmet was banned.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, we certainly didn't ban it as a commentary team.
Yeah, as the team.
We were having good fun with it.
Yeah,
I
we
wonder
loved it.
why that has happened. Maybe
Should we check with race control? Should we put something in the race?
Yeah, I think we
control
need to ask them, because I think this is justice for the chicken. I think this is not right.
We need to get the facts on the chicken hat.
I blame Jen on this. I think this is a Jen.
We really do.
This is a Jen thing.
I'm literally going to text.
She runs a serious competition.
This is going to be the last thing that race control wants to see.
Oh no, we're going to get in trouble.
Pestering race control. Did you ban chicken? Yes, no.
Yes, that's all we need to know. Let's read the comments whilst we're waiting.
We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Someone called it ball pit. It's not called the ball pit. Craig Tucker.
People misnaming our technology.
Because at the moment, he's a headless chicken, really.
He is a headless chicken.
I'm not starting though. We had so many last year, didn't we? We used them all up.
Billy suit. It's not called a Billy suit. It's called a TeamSport suit. That's not the right thing to say, Nick Samiska. You aware of that term, Billy suit?
Yeah, there are various terms around different circuits. We tend to, I think it was the Muggle suits. We tend to
Muggle
found.
suits?
Yeah, Muggle. Instead of a non-member session became a Muggle session.
Oh goodness.
That was a term I heard amongst members around here. But we've now got cars out on circuit for their for Group 1 qualifying number 2. So the 31, looking through here, this is Carl Webber they're looking at the moment. And again, this one produced quite a good race at the front, to be fair. And hopefully we get another one again. So see if this qualifying session mixes up the order, ready for heat number 2. It's the second opportunity for these drivers to alter their
If they have banned the chicken hat, we need to put a protest in as a commentary team.
Yeah, I think
you're
so.
paying the fee, yeah?
Hang on. Where's my notes? There we go. £10 note right there.
There you go.
As I say, I've got a
Getting his
pound.
money out.
He's got a pound. Yeah, I got my £10 note right here. Let's
protest the chicken helmet being banned.
euros.
leave my cards as well. There we go.
That's all you find in my wallet.
Oh, wow. So, through the top section, drivers starting to put lap times in. Tom Fox goes to the top on a 52.3. That time is definitely...
That we did. Thumbs up. They did ban. They banned the chicken hat.
Yes.
Wow.
I am disappointed in them.
I am. I'd like to make an apology on behalf of TeamSport Indoor Karting and the whole of the British Indoor Karting Championship team for that action to ban the chicken hat.
Oh, wow. So
We almost need a minute's silence for the chicken hat.
Oh, that's a bit too far.
We won't do that.
That's a bit too far.
We are paid to talk, so to speak.
So, drivers
Some of us are paid to talk anyway.
So, waiting for the first laps, all the drivers to pop through. Timing screen just about to update. Currently, it's Tom Fox currently out there, 52.395. Tom, a very quick driver around this circuit as we wait to see the rest of them all file through. But again, Tom Fox, Gabe Quinter, Johnny Elliott, Dan Shaw, Elliot Heal, Kyle Webber, Lewis Keaton, John Bolter, Danny Hale, Kyle Evans, Lewis Smart, Harry Thomas, Morgan Hill, Owen Stern, Lewis Hewitt are the drivers that are on track at the moment trying to earn their best possible qualifying result for this second heat. And again, really, this again comes back to a championship that really does reward consistencies. You've got to be on it and go out and qualify 3 times before each of the heats. Just adds up maybe a little bit more pressure to each of the sessions to try and make sure that you do have a good day over the course of the BIKC.
Okay, a lot of love for the chicken hat going on the live stream. Yeah, we all want it back. Simple as. But it's not going to happen. So we got Tom Fox at the moment. We've got a lot. I think the timing system again is a little bit behind the times, so to speak. Do you like that timing system? I know.
Oh, wow.
Full of it, aren't I, today? Here we go.
So full of terrible lines.
I know. We just have to wait until it fires back up again. And but it was Tom Fox, but that 52.3 is going to get absolutely mullered, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's we've been seeing times for the middleweights of the high 51s, like 51.9, 51.9, 51.8 really is where the pole times are coming. So it's going to be a case of seeing who can get close towards that. But again, some big names that have had a difficult first heat. So the likes of, I say, Johnny Elliott was down in P9, P10. John Bolter was like P5, P6. So decent sort of run. There's Tom Fox in the 21, second last year, hoping to go a place better when it comes to the time for the main event later on.
Okay, we've got a shout out to Morgan, first time doing BIKC. And Chris, take over commentary full time next year. He is full time. What are you on about?
That's right. Next year,
full-time.
Next year, it's my show. Thank you.
Indeed. We won't get a look in.
Thank you, everyone.
We'll be too busy campaigning for everyone to wear a chicken hat.
Oh, apparently, according to Josh, viewership dropped when the chicken hat left. But
The boycott, yeah. Big chicken boycott.
Oh, did you say that from the tech team?
Yeah.
what tech team saying now?
Back from the gallery behind us, that decision ruffled some feathers.
Oh no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
So we wait to see the grid pop up for this second heat for group number 1. But looking at the 21 of Tom Fox, there is some really decent drivers in this one. So let's see what we can see.
Whilst we wait for these times, I just want to note there was a driver at High Wycombe in the regional final who wore an alien helmet cover, but their name was something like, I'm sorry, you probably are watching BIKC. I can't remember. It was like fuzzy helmet cover driver or Carter. His personality, his YouTube channel is wearing that fuzzy helmet cover.
Yeah.
What if they made it? They've never driven without one. Please talk if you're in the chat.
Here we go.
You have a channel.
I have a grid for you.
Yes.
So pole position. We said the fastest time would be in the 51s. It was a 51.692. Kyle Evans on pole position in number 3. Tom Fox in the perpetual second place once again.
Wow.
52.033. So that pole time just over 4 tenths between between Evans and Tom Fox. Danny Hale, John Bolter is row 2. Gabe Quinter and Lewis Smart. Johnny Elliott, P7. Dan Shaw, Morgan Hill, Lewis Kearton, Harry Thomas, Elliot Heel, Owen Stern in 13th place. Carl Webber and Lewis Hewitt are your 15 runners and riders in as they qualified from there. So Kyle Evans, pole position for this second heat. As you see the drivers all filing through, there's Danny Hale heading onto the grid. 17 of John Bolter. We'll then be looking for the bright orange suit of Gabe Quinter as they start getting everyone out on the grid. Lewis Smart in 26 has been sent through, and then Johnny Elliott, who's then Johnny Elliott will go through on the 23.
Bootstars called it Chicken Gate. It is. We're at that level, really. We are at that level. But here we go. So we're just setting up the grid here. Last few drivers going around, and then we will be very much racing in. First race in second set of heats, and once again, look at each. You can see the difference in direction, not only from second but fourth as well. Fourth definitely feels a little bit exposed on the outside part of that track to try and cover off the driver in fifth place. But we shall see. So we're almost there. Drivers are in position. And then we will see the red lights come on. Silky walks away. Everything is good. We're waiting for a green light. There it goes. There it is. So we got some reds, 3 lights, 4 reds, 5 reds. And it's green. Whoa, what a wait there. The tension there. The third has a real go. He's going to get that. He's going to make that. Can he fight back? Can he fight back on the inside? Yeah.
Very friendly there. Very friendly space from Danny Hale.
Very, very good. So let me have a look. So he's been a bit hard done by going around that second hairpin there. He's been pushed out. He's been seriously pushed out. So he's got to be careful. He doesn't lose a hat full of positions. Is the number 17 cart of John Bolter.
Great respect there, though.
Wow.
Side by side the whole way, most drivers. Great respect. This is a great race start.
So, you know how we were talking earlier about surprised there wasn't more penalties side by side? That's how you do side by side through that section.
Yeah, this is great. This is a great example, but it might fall apart here.
Oh,
wow,
yep.
this is great racing.
It's going to give him the inside for this corner here, the Lando helmet there.
Yep.
Oh,
this is what we want to see.
See, that's it, isn't it? It can be done.
Yes.
With just drivers having giving each other a little bit of room. Bearing in mind, these aren't small races. They're long heats. You've got time to make the moves. You've got time to make things happen. You don't need to take all the risk, because it is risk. And as we saw with Brittany in the previous, that's a move. Look at that. That is a move.
Yeah, that's Lewis Kearton there, just holding on to that position. Nearly lost 2 positions in 2 corners there, but held on to it. We're side by side once again as we're heading through Dunlop. Essen nearly 3 wide there, and the driver in the orange helmet, I believe that is Harry Thomas, is losing a position here as they go through that twisting section of track. It is on right on the outside, hands up in the air. He's not very happy, but the driver of 31 does let them back in front. That's very good driving from them there.
Okay, so here we go. We've got, let's see, going down onto the main straight once again. It's all starting just to spread out just a little bit now, and there are proper gaps here between all of the drivers. So nobody really putting a great deal of pressure on anybody at the moment. There's
that top three are very happy about all that chaos.
They are, aren't they? That's really given them lots and lots of space in which they can just get on. And even in the top 3, they're not really nose to tail. 0.8 is the gap between Tom and Kyle, with Danny Hale a further roundabout 0.8 behind as well. But Gabriel Quinter, who's, he's having a tough old race meeting here. He's literally going around in 4th place in both heats.
That gap's small. It's going smaller.
It's getting smaller.
It's getting smaller. There we go. I got the catchphrase back in there, but the other one.
The other way.
But look at it. It is getting smaller. It was 0.8 between Tom Fox, Kyle Evans on the last lap, and it's now 0.5. And I'd imagine by the time we get to the time loop, once again, it's going to be even closer. As look at this, Tom Fox is already looking for a move.
I'm not sure if Tom Fox is going to go for this. I'm not sure, because Tom Fox...
He didn't last time, did he?
No, he's a smart driver, Tom Fox, and I think that he will just bag the points again. and I don't know. There's a lot. There is a big gap between him and Danny Hale right now in third. So you could see it if Carl Evans drops the ball. But look, they're just driving together. They're not. He's not remotely worried.
Was it Carl Evans before as well?
Yeah. So he's got the first place from the first heat, and Tom Fox followed him through. And he
was pointing, wasn't he? He was saying, "Let's work together. Let's move forward." And potentially the same might happen again here.
But this has actually been an absolutely amazing heat in terms of the fairness of the driving. I haven't seen anything untoward, and Johnny Elliott moves into 5th position. He needs these places. But yeah.
Here we go. Carl Evans still with that lead. Tom Fox in 2nd, right on his rear bumper. Danny Hale in 3rd, 1.3 seconds behind. Gabriel Krenter again, battling away in 4th place here. Johnny Elliott in 5th, Lewis Smart in 6th, John Bolter, who's had a rough old ride there in the first few corners of the first lap, in 7th. Morgan Hill, big shout out, a lot of love on the live stream for Morgan. So he's currently running in 8th place, 5.9 seconds behind the leader. Daniel Shaw is in 9th with Lewis Curtin in 10th. Elliot Heel is in 11th. Owen Stern 12th. Harry Thomas in 13th. Carl Webber is in 14th, and Lewis Hewitt is at the back at the moment. And we've got just over 4 minutes of racing left, which is probably going to be around about 3 laps after they complete this one. They're around about halfway round. And let's have a look. Tom Fox now, is he going to make
I don't think he is. If you look at Kyle Evans, he's not even really attempting to drive defensively. Like, look here, completely on the driving line. I think they both know what they're doing here. They both know that they're trying to bag points. I mean, Tom is very close though, as I say this.
And they would have spent weeks together, these drivers. So it's not like they don't know each other. Tom Fox knows what Carl's all about, and probably vice versa. I could see a world where he goes for a move. There we go.
Oh, here we go. As we're saying about them working together and staying on that same driving line, Tom Fox went a hell of a lot wider there, trying to set up an overtake on this up ramp here, but not quite.
Now he's checking behind. I think now he's working out, is it worth it? Yeah, is it worth a go, or is it worth just taking that second? As he does drop off, I think this is boosting now.
Yeah, because he knows, if they do the same as they did in the last heat, they're going to end up, with Kyle Evans starting in front of him in that semi-final, which is not probably what he wants at this point in the race. And we'll see as we come down the middle straight here. When they head into turn 1, let's see if Tom Fox tries to go for anything. Oh, he's not close enough. He's nowhere near close enough there to do anything. But hang on a second. He's looking behind at Danny Hale a hell of a lot more. I think that gap is getting smaller again. Between Danny Hale and Tom Fox there.
Johnny Elliott's probably maxed out there, the 5th, as long as he holds on to that. Lewis Smart to 6th after a bit of a struggling start. Gabriel Quinter in no man's land there in 4th. We'll just be looking to bag points. Obviously in the first heat, he finished in 3rd, so it'll be a 3rd and 4th for him. Danny Hale at the moment, what was Danny Hale's first result? Just looking for it now. He was in the top 5 in the first heat, so a 3rd place is good for him, but he's going to need probably a top 3 again in the last heat. And yeah, Tom Fox, I don't know.
Close there though.
Just can't tell. I might go ask him in a minute.
I want to see what his strategy is for the heats. I mean, hang on a second here. That is very close.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go. Is there a move?
Yeah, a little bit there. Yeah, a little bit defending there.
And he's
he's gone wide. Yeah, he's going to try and cut back here.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
This might be it. As we head out turn 3, he's going to try and boost out that corner. There we go. Side by side with Carl Evans into the Dunlop S's. He's going to have the inside line at the bottom of the Dunlop S's, but he just doesn't, and has to back out there. And
Danny Hale is now right with them after that. I tell you, if he'd gone through there, that would have been a brilliant overtake with him, because you just don't see it there.
That could be
it's so kind of obvious through the S's just to kind of close them off that he really had that inside line, but he just lost a little bit of momentum as he went through those Dunlop S's, and it just enabled Carl Evans just to hold that lead going underneath the raised section. But Danny Hale's been brought right back into the mix following that, because they just slowed each other down. Danny's going to be looking at this going, right, hang on a minute, if there's one more lap here, then I could really maybe go through into second.
They're all going defensive here.
He's looking behind Tom.
Oh, Tom is going very defensive. I mean, he needs to now.
This
is a repeat of Heat 1. Exactly the same what happened last time.
Checker flag though, checker flag.
Saved by the checkered flag.
Saved by the flag, yeah. So Carl Evans wins, Tom Fox comes home in second. Look at 0.033 behind the winner, Danny Hale in 3rd place. He needed another lap there. He'll be gutted that the checker flag went out at that particular moment in time. Gabriel Quinter in 4th. That seems to be his spot, if I'll be absolutely honest. But you never know if
he got brought into that then as well. He was dragged along to that battle. Well, I guess for first place essentially there.
But still, fourth place, a continuous fourth place.
We saw it yesterday.
Can really reap the rewards depending on what happens with winners. Then suddenly, having poor races and finishing further down. Consistency has been shown yesterday to really reap rewards. But that is the end of the first heat in the second set.
I have a feeling that Tom Fox was using his boost button down that Dunlop S there, and it just ran out just before the end, because it's very odd for a driver to be side by side like that. And if they both weren't boosting, for him not to have kept that line. I think his boost ran out. He got alongside, his boost ran out, and then the kart slowed down.
So he must have boosted up to the back of him for the first hairpin where the traditional grid start is, and then they both probably didn't use the boost then through the hairpins. And on the exit of the hairpin, Carl just had to just that a little bit more. But he was in the inside. I remember when I've driven this track and raced through that last phase of Dunlop, if you are on the inside, you can just sort of like not put them in the wall, but just steer them out a little bit, understeer them out. So, I think the right things happened there. And Tom was very patient. He had one go, and then he cashed out after that.
Yeah, the big thumbs up there between Carl Evans and Tom Fox. Lots of mutual respect between all these drivers today. They're all at the top of the game. They've all made nationals. They're all incredibly talented drivers.
Tom Fox, though, with a 2-2, could walk through the last heat and win it. That does put Carl Evans still at risk. Anything below a third, and he will be looking at not a pole position for the semi-final. So it's not over and done yet for Carl Evans, and Tom Fox is keeping his foot in there on the points. Looking down, though, Gabriel Quinto the third and fourth. He needs a win really in that last heat. And Lewis Smart with a fourth and fifth again, probably needs a top two to maintain that momentum he needs. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, indeed. So out we go. This is going to be the heavyweights out for the second set of heats, first race in the second set of heats for them. So out they go in their quali. So here we go. We've got in this particular race, we have got Jake Willingham, Christopher Knight, Freddie Winskill, Tom Wiltshire is racing. There's a shout out to Tom Wiltshire in the live chat not so long ago about is he racing? Yes, he is. There he is. He's on track. He's in kart number 10. Sol Gregory is there, driving kart number 30. Aaron Mitchell-Bagley will be out there. So will Ricky, Harvey Sugden-Scott, Ross Samwell, Jack Stone, Charlie Jackson, Dylan Bowers. So here we go. They've already done one race here, so they're now well settled into the whole racing theme here. The whole racing, dialed in to the track. There's Tom Wiltshire getting a lot of airtime on the TV, all the way from Cardiff, I believe.
Which drive Thomas Wiltshire, fantastic. And actually, I want to call him out a little bit because he said the only reason he's go-karting is because of me.
Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, the way he started is because he found my YouTube channel. It's a personal shout out there. And he went down with his brother to TeamSport Cardiff, and I was just there. It was a Thursday. They did a ultimate race experience just before the members. I didn't know it existed, obviously, the membership, whatnot. And they just thought, I recognise him. And we made a friendship there. And then they did the Halloween karts. That was 2021. And we've been best friends ever since.
Nice. just reinforces the social aspect of motorsport itself, which, to be fair, can be, especially when you get the members' nights and stuff like that, can make it a really nice affair. You got everyone together having a bit of a laugh, like-minded people having a good competitive race, and hopefully that's what this qualifying session is going to produce for us now. We're just waiting for the first laps of all the drivers to come through as Wiltshire comes over the line. Let's see what he's been able to do. That was a 52.6 on his last lap, so that wasn't an improvement on the 52.5 he did the last time around. We're still waiting on a couple of laps to come through from for Winskill, Aaron Mitchell-Bagley, Ricky Crozier, Jamie Moore, as at 51.8 for Harvey Sugden-Scott. That's a big lap time for the heavyweights. 51.839 plays a 52.365. That's nearly half a second he's got in his back pocket now over Ross Sandwell. We saw Sugden-Scott do well in his first heat, and it looks like if time stays similar to this one, that it's going to be the same again this time around. Wiltshire third place at the moment.
No one will beat that. No one will beat that top time.
That is a big lap time from Harvey Sugden-Scott.
That's a big statement for only half the field have done one flying lap. Nobody will beat that. Yeah, I get it. It's a good lap time, 51.839, but we'll have to see as we go through this quali session. So Ross Samwell is there second at the moment on a 52.365. 5.
We're winning some laps here. Jamie Moore, Ricky
are, very
Crozier,
much,
Aaron
yeah.
Mitchell-Begley, the ex-chicken.
I think we're about a minute behind actually,
Winstall.
at the moment on the timing.
This might be the same situation where it just pops up.
Yep. So we'll just kind of wait for that as the
So
driver.
there's the 30 of Saul Gregory, vice champion last year. He's 4th on the road at the moment, so 52.534. Sorry, 5.43. I'll get that one right in a moment. Just ahead of Chris Knight, a driver who's done quite a bit of racing around this circuit, knows it quite well, and it's his first crack at BIKC this year, hoping to acquit himself quite well with the rest of the field, but still no one's able to live with that 51.839 that Harvey Sugden-Scott has managed to do. Gregory goes
We don't know
over
at the
the line.
moment because we desperately need this to update, don't we? They're out surely on lap 4. The checker flag's going to come out in a second. And
just waiting to see if anything, if there are any improvements from the rest of the field. I haven't been able to see anything just yet, but a nice, careful, measured drive from Gregory. Looks over his shoulder and just trying to see if there's anything in terms of pace that he can try and extract from his Biz EcoVolt GT. Waiting on the rest of the field.
I've got some laps here.
Oh, there we go.
Times. Excellent.
So Harvey
do it, Chris.
Sugden-Scott, 51.798.
He has gone faster.
Hang on. He's half a second faster than Ross Sunwell, 52.2 for second place there. And Thomas Wiltshire in P3, Sol Gregory in P4, Christopher Knight still P5, Freddie Winskill, Jack Stone, Aaron Mitchell-Begley's in 9th at the moment.
So here's the checker flag. So drivers now finishing their lap. So Gregory's over to finish off all of his runs. The 40 of Ross Sandwell's also done everything he can. Half a second.
Yeah.
The gap from first to
massive,
second.
isn't
That
it?
is, I mean, in any race, half a second is a lot. But especially in karting, when the laps are only 51, 52 seconds, that's like a calendar year.
I just note, by the way, he was leading the last heat until that penalty and finished P7, so he needs this win. He needs it.
He knows it. That's
Yeah.
why
He lost a lot of points in that first heat due to that incident. So
for lap time.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he's pulling all his tricks out now. Maybe he knows.
maybe he knows it's crunch time now. So
Okay, so here we go. We're going to line them up on the grid. So let's have a quick look here. So
We're waiting for the
go.
driver to come. Harvey Sugden-Scott is the driver we're waiting for.
Mitchell-Begley P10.
Yes.
I wouldn't have expected that.
Yes, he took a where is it? Or not a top. Oh, he took a penalty in actually the first heat, didn't he? So yeah, he needs a good result here as well, and that's not.
Yeah, and he's starting P10 for this one. That's going to make it quite interesting. Andre Perrahuda starting 12th in this one. He's not had a good run in this qualifying session either. So the way they line up, Sugden-Scott, Ross Sandwell is the front row. Wiltshire and Gregory is row 2. So Saul Gregory hoping for a good result in this one. Chris Knight and Freddie Winskill. Then Charlie Jackson, Jack Stone, Jake Willingham, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Ricky Crozier, Andre Perrahuda, Dylan Bowers, Michael Rayner, Jamie Moore, Cal Potts are your 16 runners and riders. So we're just getting the drivers on the grid. So Sandwell currently P10. Quite a bit of support for Ross Sandwell in the chat. I keep seeing people saying, show us more Ross Sandwell. Well, there he is sat on P2 at the moment, just waiting for the pole man, Harvey Sugden-Scott, to appear in front of him.
So just taking on time at the moment. Is that a tinted visor there on 10? Quite brave running a tinted visor in Warrington, I think. On
yeah, there's quite a few out there with dark visors on.
In fact, yeah, they're pretty much are there, but dark visors. I wouldn't have a dark visor if I'll be honest. And TeamSport Warrington is a personal choice.
I wouldn't recommend it. I have a green visor, and they say green is the best colour to look for a visor.
Is it?
I've just made that up, but
I say why?
I think it's true, but I'd have to test it. I don't have other visors to hand. But yeah, dark visor. I don't even know how they see the apexes. I got to be honest. I'm with Russ on this one.
Yeah, indeed. But they've all got some kind of tint. Got a blue visor on driver 36, Harvey Sugden-Scott.
Come on, Tom Wiltshire. Who cares about the dark visor? He's winning it all. Well, he's not at the moment. He's third, but let's see how he goes.
So just getting all the drivers out on the grid at the moment. That is the 43 of Freddie Winskill lining up P6. And the drivers coming down thick and fast now, so hopefully we shouldn't be too far away from getting the second heat for the heavyweights underway. As grid forms up, you see quite a lot of drivers just angling themselves towards the apex of the first corner already, just to try and cover off that disadvantage from being on the outside.
Orange visors, that'd be quite cool. I think Carson's just whacked that on there. Orange visors would be great. Have you used an orange visor?
No, I have not.
That's got to brighten things up, isn't it?
I suppose so. I don't know where you're trying to go with this. Only trying to take the mick out of me.
I'm not. I'm just making.
Anything could be a joke with Russ Mabry. That's the problem.
Everything is a joke.
Where am I going?
That's the problem.
Where am I going with it? Yeah.
So Silky clears from the back. Silky clears from the back of the grid. We go towards the lights, and as soon as we get the command from race control, we'll get the green indication down at the bottom to say the sequence is about to start, and then it'll be 5 red lights, and away we go. So, green light on the bottom, 5 red lights. Come on, in sequence. Heat number 2 for Group 1 is go. Ross Sandwell already trying to go defensive, but he loses out second place to Tom Wiltshire, who moves up there, going 2 by 2. And about that looks like Winskill is alongside the driver who's just in front. Oh, that looks like Mitchell Begley's been pushed out wide. Perahuda has moved past them, so maybe returning the favour from the earlier heat, as Andre Perahuda now back in front of Aaron Mitchell-Begley as they go into the Dunlop curves for the first time of asking. Ricky Crozier is having a decent run so far in the 22. He's getting on side by side at the ramp. This doesn't always work. Oh, just leaving.
Doors open on the
Just
inside.
leaving enough space, and Aaron Mitchell-Begley throws it down the inside.
He's made it stick.
We've seen side by side through this top section not quite work. That was a very opportunistic move from Aaron Mitchell-Begley to get that overtake back. We say sometimes 2 by 2 up that ramp doesn't always work, but they did quite well to leave each other enough space. But because Andre left that space, it allowed Aaron Mitchell-Begley to get back up the inside to regain the place he lost earlier on in the lap. So as they come through the top end of the circuit for the first time of asking, over the line they go. Sugden Scott looks like he's clear and away in this one. Look at the gap he's got already over Tom Wiltshire. And to be fair, Wiltshire and Sandwell aren't fighting that hard, not quite as hard as Saul Gregory is fighting with Chris Knight behind. So 13 and 27, they've got the 25 of Charlie Jackson just behind him. So that could become quite an interesting fight. But again, Sugden Scott just put this car in a different gear and he is gone.
And Tom Wiltshire there just got a better drive from P3 to get into P2 off the line. Simple and straightforward as that. There's been a lot of talk about positioning of grids this weekend, but that was just sheer drive, pulling in great reactions to the green light that came on really, really quickly. So we got Harvey Sugden Scott leading by 1.3 seconds. Tom Wiltshire with literally Ross Samuel all over the back of it.
Oh.
And through. And through goes Ross Sandwell into second place. It happened a little bit off camera. But yeah, he's made that position stick and he is through into second place. Harvey Sutton Scott leading, and he might have a different driver now hunting him down in the lead of that of the race. Here we go. We've got to come around. It's still lap 1 only on the timing screen, waiting for it to update to 2. Here we go. Okay, but that was great racing there. But Harvey is checking out at the front. He's 2.3 seconds. And let's see what Ross can do in order to hunt that driver down. And he's already pulling away significantly from Tom Wiltshire in third place. All that great drive he did at the start to pull into second position has been lost. He drops back down into third.
Yeah, so I think Ross Semmell's going to drive into a world of his own here. I'm expecting Harvey to extend the gap. We're not going to get that live. But yeah, Ross Sandwell will go into a world of his own here. Thomas Wiltshire, should I say, I call him Tomo, is holding up the pack now. He probably needs to cash out that third at this point. I mean, he's had a first place, so a third place is still just as good, and putting him in the top 3 for the semi-final sort of places. So yeah, I think this is going to turn into a sort of Thomas Wiltshire defence masterclass, possibly. Who knows?
He's already got 5 carts teed up behind him to try and take that third place off him. So Saul Gregory, Chris Knight, Charlie Jackson and Freddie Winskill are all tucked up under his rear bumper. And I know that the likes of Saul and Chris are drivers who don't really like hanging around if they've got half a chance of an overtake, they're going to try and take it. But Wiltshire's still holding his own. He's not going too defensive so as not to lose a whole host of time. You can see the gap that Ross Sandwell's managed to pull already. Fastest lap of the race, Ross is Harvey Sugden-Scott, 52.171. He's 0.3 quicker than Ross Sandwell, is extending that gap behind, as you can start to see now as Tom Wiltshire is starting to defend just that little bit more. More and more cars are coming into this battle behind, as a 5-second time penalty goes out for Ricky Crozier for advantage by contact. I'll have to consult the race control channel to see exactly where that one was. It's escaped our cameras initially, and a black and white for Jake Willingham for loading, as well as the black and white for Bowers as well. So the warnings are coming out thick and fast, as Wiltshire maybe has a little bit more of a gap now over Saul Gregory, but again, it's not that big of a gap. As there we go, move down the inside. That looks like Charlie Jackson on Chris Knight as a hand in the air. Chris isn't too happy about that one, but I couldn't see much wrong with that watching that live. But yeah, Chris Knight down a position with Charlie Jackson getting in front of him. Saul Gregory now locked in the back of Tom Wiltshire. He's got a gap behind, so potentially the opportunity to overtake uninterrupted here.
Okay, so Ross Sandwell really looked like he was going to start hunting down Harvey Sugden-Scott because he was pulling away from Tom Wiltshire so quickly, but no. However fast he looked out there, Harvey is lapping significantly quicker, because that, even though the gap between number 2 second driver Ross and third driver Thomas is extending, it's now almost 2 seconds. The gap to the lead is 3.5 seconds. Yeah, so Harvey's out there with his foot down, setting those times.
Yeah, Sugden-Scott's consistently 4 or 5 tenths quicker than the drivers behind him. So while Sandwell's extending by about 2 or 3 tenths a lap over Tom Wiltshire, Sugden-Scott is still pulling a further couple of tenths on Ross Sandwell. But looking at this, Tom Wiltshire's going defensive. That's brought the very racy Charlie Jackson into this 3-way fight over third place as they head up on the top section of the circuit. The 2 leaders have really checked out of this one, so Tom Wiltshire has his hands full here with Saul Gregory, and Chris Knight's coming back into this one as well. They've got about a second gap over Freddie Winscale, Jack Stone, Dylan Bowers, Jake Willingham. Aaron Mitchell-Begley in 11th place has had a black and white as well. Ricky Crozier carrying that 5-second time penalty on corrected times, goes down into 12th place. Kyle Pott, Andre Perrahoud is down 2 places again to 14th. Really not the day for Andre that he would have been hoping to have. He's shown flashes of pace, but the 2 race results so far, if it finishes as it is, haven't really reflected his
Perrahoud has got BIKC history, and you know, Tom, and hasn't he? I mean, that is a name from the past. So there is experience in there of BIKC of years gone by, but here we go. We've got 90 seconds to go in this one, which could mean this is the final lap of the race, because they're not even halfway round at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. But Ross Sandwell now 3.7 behind, and Thomas Wiltshire doing a sterling defensive job to keep Saul, Charlie and Christopher behind, and Freddie's in 7th. Jack Stoney in 8th, Dylan Bowers in 9th, Ricky in 10th, Aaron Mitchell-Begley in 11th, and Jake, Kyle, Andre, Jamie and Michael Rayner at the back. Even right at the back is only 17 seconds behind the leader of the race. This is the last lap. Last lap border's been held out. And thought we had an incident there, but we don't. Everybody is on track, pointing in the right direction, and Harvey is on his way to another win.
Yeah, story for Saul Gregory here. I wouldn't risk it. Look how many carts are behind. I think one poorly placed overtake and it doesn't pay off on Thomas, then you're going to drop back a lot of positions here or even risk a penalty. I think he's going to have to take this 4th and then make it work in the last race. Saul Gregory at the moment, no top 5 to his name so far. Well, this will be his first top 5, should I say. Yeah, it's a lot of work in that last heat.
Yeah, making a difference, trying to do this the hard way, Saul Gregory. But again, we've seen it already. If you go for a move and it doesn't quite pay off, then it can actually do you more damage than good. As a 5-second time penalty, thinking about moves not working out properly, is a 5-second time penalty for Charlie Jackson. So that's the driver that is behind Saul Gregory. But the checker flag goes for Harvey Sugden-Scott. He wins by nearly 4 seconds. Dead heat over the line. So nearly 4 seconds to the good was Harvey Sugden-Scott, Ross Sandwell comes home in second place. Tom Wiltshire third, Saul Gregory fourth. Chris Knight promoted to fifth place thanks to that penalty. Freddie Winskill in P6. Jack Stone in seventh. Charlie Jackson eighth. After that time penalty, it's amazing how much difference a time penalty can make in a race as close as this one. Then Ricky Crozier crossing the line in P9. Dylan Bowers P10. Jake Willingham, Aaron Mitchell Begley, Kyle Potts, Jamie Moore, Andre Perahuda 15th. So we dropped another position during that one. And Michael Rayner, your 16 finishes for that heat.
See, we've been talking about the penalties, but 5 seconds. If you were in 6th place and you got a penalty, you end up in 11th. It is, but deliberately they are harsh penalties because we've got to. If you're going to make a move, you've got to make it stick.
I've just seen a line in the live chat, and I'm really annoyed I didn't think about that. Harvey's earned his mop and bucket. He's really cleaned up here.
Oh,
I'm annoyed I didn't think of that one. That's quite good. So the next middleweights getting ready to head out on circuit for their next heat, and getting towards crunch time here in BIKC as I think it's 20 against Richie Clark, I think, just trying to get the cards
we have had a
up.
question, what is loading? And there's an answer there from Go With The Flow, which is perfect. Just leaning on karts from behind, especially into corners and settling the drivers in front. And it's something that the term loading is really in BIKC has been, one of the terms that we've used for many, many years because it's not on. You can't just lean on a driver, gently push them out of the way, and get in a position. It's not in the rules.
It's a big thing in junior karting. Obviously younger drivers, they get into sport, and it's something that drivers eventually learn. They start doing races, they get those penalties for loading, they question what the loading is, and then they stop doing it in the future. And eventually you can get them at that habit, but it's sometimes it can really develop in the junior scene quite a lot. I would say it's a very, you look at it's sort of the American way of racing. Why is it rubbing his
racing? Like NASCAR.
Yeah, exactly.
Draft him.
Yeah, but it's not acceptable in this level of karting. So
it's not acceptable through the corners, especially. That's where the loading really does come into it. It's going into the corners, just trying to unsettle the kart effectively.
When you think these tyres are right on the edge, going through the corner, any extra force in the wrong way, it's not going to be good.
Just to be clear, you can push drivers down the straight. It's generally not as like nobody would tell you that. But
sitting on the rear
I'm not
bumper.
sure that's in the rules either.
No, you can push a driver forward. It's called bump
from a
drafting.
racer's point of view,
Yes,
obviously.
Absolutely.
Sitting on the rear bumper of the kart in front of you is okay, but what you'll tend to find, especially at the high sort of levels, is the driver behind has to lift just that little bit earlier, just to build the gap for when the driver in front, when they brake.
Yep.
What you'll find is loading is you keep your foot in and you brake where you normally would. As a result, your nose contacts the kart in front, just gives a little push, and it can be enough to send a driver wide and cause them to lose a position.
Okay, so here we go. We are out on the next. This is middleweights heat 2 qualifying session for Group 2. So this is the last of the heats for the middleweights before we move on to the heavies. So getting through this format, it is, again, we're just waiting for some lap times in order to see actually who is where. Yeah,
so drivers all now on their first flying lap. We're looking at the number 3 of Dylan Edwards, a driver who's done a lot of running around here. Again, this is one of the more experienced groups that we see out here. I think middleweight, about half the drivers have been out in BIKC beforehand, and some of the drivers that haven't been are quite well known in their own right. But Dylan Edwards, the number 3 driver, heading through the top end of the circuit. On those first flying lap is so far the fastest. Harrison Staples goes to a 52.1, which out of the pit lane, actually, that's quite a decent time to pump in immediately out the pit lane.
Is that too hard, too fast, though? We were having this discussion earlier on about overheating tyres, and we were picking on a driver, was it yesterday, who literally went out and had a flyer of a lap time, then couldn't beat it for multiple laps. And we just thought it odd that their fastest lap time was straight out of the pits. Did they overheat the tyres? Is that possible? Is it a thing?
Definitely
Josh
find it in
says no.
summer.
Josh is shaking his head.
Not in these cars.
You'll find it in summer, especially on these karts. You'll see them coming off looking like an almost F1 Hypersoft. I think at this sort of temperature, maybe as the ambient temperature's cool, it'll be a little bit less apparent. But it can sometimes. You got to remember, these drivers are out there for a long time over the course of the day. I think by the end of the heats, it works out they've done nearly an hour's worth of racing if you include practice. Which, to be fair, this is not the easiest track in the world to drive. High grip, quite a physical, bumpy track, and there isn't many places where you can have a bit of a breather. So in terms
rightly
of
there, Dylan Edwards soaring at the wheel. They're going through those hairpins. Just exemplifying your point, Tom, as you were making it.
Yeah, it's probably one of the more physical tracks in TeamSport's repertoire.
Well, let's keep an eye on Harrison with that belt of a lap time on the
32
first time.
straight out of the pit lane. That's
let's see if he beats that 52.126
52
as we go through the quali session.
Yeah, so drivers still trying to push around and see what they can do. So just as a reminder of you runners and riders in this one, Harrison Staples, Dylan Edwards, Taylor Barnes, Ben Sproat, Jacob Akule, Matt Preece, Alfie Hale, Louis Draper, Charles Davis, Adam Davis, not related, Elliot Barrell, Jay Christie, Richie Clark, Ross Honeyman, Reese Kello and Lucas rounds out the 16 runners and riders in this one. So we're looking at the 32 of Harrison Staples, who was able to put that really quick lap in at the start of the session. Not long left for drivers to improve their times, and at the end of the session, I'm assuming we'll get the times pop up. You just see Staples there moving his hands around, just trying to maybe give himself a bit more space. Is it maybe is it a little bit too early for fatigue to be setting in? But like I say, it's one of the toughest circuits on the estate. It can be quite difficult to go through. Thank you, Josh. There's a reason Josh is with us. I have an order at the moment. So Jacob Akule is currently fastest on a 51.823. Dylan Edwards second. Harrison Staples a 52.126.
He hasn't
improved that time.
That's the point.
But it's enough to keep him in third place. Taylor Barnes shows his pace, and he's now in fourth place. Ross Honeyman fifth. Alfie Hale is P6. Matt Preece seventh. Ben Sproat in eighth. Richie Clark is ninth. Reese Kello 10th. Adam Davis 11th. Louis Draper is 12th, 13th for Jay Christie, Elliot Barrell 14th, Charles Davis is currently 15th, and 16th for Lucas Vito Onak. So Jacob Akule fastest so far as these drivers all start completing their final laps of the session. Alfie Hale crosses the line, he can't improve. 52.310 is his fastest too far. Dylan Edwards improved last time over the line, a 51.900. So second place was enough for him, and just seeing Harrison Staples should be about to come over the line to log his last lap.
That's it.
Doesn't improve the time. 52.356 for Harrison. Trying to see.
Go on. Did Harrison beat that 52.126?
He didn't know, and I'm just looking through here. I think Ross Honeyman might be on a lap still. He doesn't improve.
Why is that, experts? Why is that? Because I'm proven right at the moment.
I think you might as well deliver the line then. Because the tyres
overheated.
Boom. There we go.
You think? Yeah. Okay.
It was
Josh is like,
well, this was what I did. This is how I got pole position when I was doing the BIKC. I understood that the tyres overheated. You have to do it early.
Yeah.
There we go. Jacob Akule, first place, second place in his first.
So would it not be better just to ease them in then, Chris, as a racer? Would you not consider that?
I think you just give it all. I think you
give it all.
Yeah, give it all. Those first, I would say on lap 2 is probably better than lap 1 to do it, because you still need a little bit of a sort of a warm up, if you will, for the first lap. But then that lap 2 is quite critical. What can I say?
Yeah, we've seen drivers, to be fair, do both. Some of them were taking a couple of laps to try and bring the kart in. I remember Jamie Sherman Chase this morning. He tends to do like a mid 55, and then he'd do like a 53. And then he'd try and pump his lap out in the next two. But maybe that will have been why he was down in maybe 8th, 9th place, where you wouldn't have typically expected him to be. But starting pole for this one, Jacob Akule in the 21, Dylan Edwards in the number 3 will join him on the front row. Two young drivers, but two quite experienced drivers in the same size. Their experience doesn't reflect their years out of those two drivers. Staples, that lap time, enough to keep him in third. Taylor Barnes, a very experienced driver in P4. Ross Honeyman, P5. Alfie Hale, hoping to try and do something from P6. Matt Preece, Ben Sproat, top 8. There's some drivers here who could make some moves. I'm looking for the likes of Reese Kello to try and move up the order as well, hopefully from P11. So he's just come onto the grid as well behind. So drivers coming up onto the grid for their second heat. The penultimate time these guys can try and impact their starting position for the semi-finals. And starting to get towards the crunch time here at the BIKC National Finals. And we have the signal from the back of the grid. The 5 red lights illuminate. And for the second time in middleweight Group 2, we go racing. Good start from McCule. Looks like a decent start from Staples, but it's not enough to try and get past Dylan Edwards. And that looks like the 39 has moved up into 4th place. Ross Samuel 3 wide in the back
and they make
for the last couple of places. Yeah, really close racing between the back 5 or 6 drivers. There is a bit of a jump to try and get the kart moving a little bit quicker. I think it's Adam Davis is in that pack as well. He's a lot lower down than he'll have been hoping for. We've seen him run towards the front of BIKC previously, so to see him down in like 12th place is quite disappointing from his point of view. But Jacob Akule has started to build a bit of a gap over Dylan Edwards in 2nd place, and he's still got... Yeah, he's still got Harrison Staples tucked under his rear bumper. That's 39. Ross Honeyman is just behind him. Taylor Barnes in 5th place. So Honeyman up 1, Barnes down 1 in the first couple of corners. But it's still advantage Jacob Akule. There we go. 14. Alfie Hale trying to make a move. Quite a robust move, but didn't come off against Taylor Barnes. That's brought Ben Sprout into this one. Behind them, the 43 the 42 of Matt Priest is in that battle as well. So again, just proving one small mistake can lead to 3 or 4 places being lost in this one.
Okay, it's really interesting stuff out there, has to be said. Again, we're just waiting for the infamous timing to... we've got a time penalty there for Elliot Barrel, 5 seconds for Elliot, who picks that up, but we've got Jacob... let me have a look in the lead at the moment with Dylan in 2nd place. There's Harrison going by, driver number 39. 6.5 minutes to go here. Let's just see exactly what... Well, there's not really much of a gap between everybody. Everybody's well spaced out. It's just literally a train of karts going around with around about a second between absolutely everybody driving out there. There is the warning flag going out as well for another driver. Black flag, Alfie Hale. So that's final warning for Alfie Hale. Anything else will end up in potentially a 5-second time penalty. So here we go.
So Dylan Edwards stretched that gap a little bit over Harrison Staples now. It's just half a second off the leader, Jacob Akule, as Alfie Hale picking up the black and white. He's running 6th place at the moment with Taylor Barnes just in front of him. And drivers starting to settle down a little bit here. There's the 14 of Alfie Hale, the former champion, has Ben Sprout, Matt Priest behind him, Richie Clark on his return to the BIKC in P9 with Reese Kello up into 10th place. So Kello's trying to make some moves at the start, but still advantage Jacob Akule. Over the line he comes. Let's see if this time is an improvement at all from what he's done previously. He's been in the mid-52s previously. It's allowed Dylan Edwards to catch up, and I've got to say, that gap is starting to close that little bit more to Dylan Edwards at the moment.
Okay, superb. So Jacob leading now by less than 0.6 of a second. Harrison there in 3rd place, Ross Honeyman in 4th at the moment. And it's one of those stable races that we've actually had. Everybody is well spread out at the moment. We want to see some action. Is there anybody out there that is literally on the bumper of another driver? Because Jacob at the moment is clearing away from Dylan Edwards. Harrison Staples in 3rd place, who's a good just under a second. For Ross, who's 7/10 ahead of Taylor, who is 0.6 of a second ahead of Alfie, who is 0.7 of a second ahead of Ben. So everybody's nicely spread out at the moment. This is a race director's dream, I think, to have a race with everybody spread out. They can literally just go, right, do I need to eat a pork pie at this moment in time? Because I'm not being funny, right? Everybody is so spread out. We need to see some action. I'm told that eating a pork pie or having a pork pie and BIKC then we get some trouble. Shall I eat a pork pie? I think it's probably needed almost.
You've already had two. You've seen the heats we've had already. And as he says, everyone's all spread out. You can see Harrison Staples now thinking about going defensive against Ross Honeyman in 39. So he's caught right up onto the rear bumper. Honeyman, driver who's had a pretty big track down from Scotland for today, and is trying to line up Harrison Staples to move up into third place and try and bag those few extra points that are going to help him.
I mentioned pork pie, and suddenly we've got a battle on our hands. Ross Honeyman is suddenly right on the tail of Harrison Staples. He literally heard, and he made contact.
Staples goes defensive.
And made contact.
Yeah, so Staples trying to go defensive, and that has immediately brought Taylor Barnes into this, and Barnes is an experienced pilot. If he sniffs an opportunity to overtake, got a feeling he may take it. Could this be a point where Ross Honeyman doesn't realise how quickly Taylor Barnes has caught up to him and Staples behind, and ends up leaving the door open by accident for Barnes to move up into the top 4 as they go down the top end of the circuit once again. The top 2 have sort of stretched a gap at the moment. 0.8 separates them, and nearly 2 seconds ahead of the fight we're watching for third. Honeyman takes a little bit of a more shallow line in that first hairpin, just allows him to close back up onto Harrison Staples, but then Staples, with his wider line on the way out, is able to get a little bit more pace and just build an extra kart length of a gap. But there's Taylor Barnes now on the rear bumper. Taylor Barnes is a driver who we know can overtake. We know he's a very experienced driver, and if there is an opportunity for him to overtake, I have a feeling he's going to take it. The 26 looks over his shoulder, you can see Alfie Hale closing behind him, but knows he's not close enough. So if he's going to try and make an overtake unchallenged, this really is the opportunity for Taylor Barnes to do so. But look at that, in 7th place, Ben Sproat is starting to catch into this one again, probably the most experienced driver in the BIKC.
10-second penalty.
Wow, 10 seconds for Elliot Barrow. That's a massive penalty. We said 5 seconds is harsh, as Russ consults the race control chat to try and find out what Elliot Barrow did, because he's running 17 seconds. He's pretty low down the order.
So that's a second warning, typically.
Yeah.
So that's, 2 penalties in one race.
Yeah, so normally they start doubling penalties effectively. Our racing room, we saw Aaron Mitchell-Bailey get pinged
around
for
the
that
mechanic workshop area of the track.
Yeah, which is where the top 3 are going through at the moment. So maybe just running a driver out of room on an outdoor circuit, it's a little bit easier because you've got a bit of maybe curb, a little bit of runoff potentially. But now you see Harrison Staples has started maybe defending, trying to slow Honeyman up just that little bit. You see him in the middle of the circuit going into the hairpin there. There's now 4 karts fighting over third place, Chris.
So if Staples holds third here and Ross Honeyman holds 4th, they'll actually go drawing, because Staples will have a 3rd and a 5th. Honeyman will have a 4th and a 3rd, which draws them. And does that draw them, actually? I think I've messed my maths for the first time this weekend.
We've done pretty well, Chris.
I apologise.
There we go. Oh, Alfie Hale and Taylor Barnes.
Goodness me.
And
there's the checkers.
So Jacob Akule wins the second heat for group number 2. Dylan Edwards comes home in 2nd place. Harrison Staples, Ross Honeyman, and then Taylor Barnes and Alfie Hale having a bit of a coming together at the 3rd hairpin. I think Chris has already given the signal to be able to analyse that one. You see Barnes wasn't too happy about that, but they seemed to come into the pit lane in the order that they started from there. So Alfie Hale, Ben Sproat, Matt Priest, Richie Clark, Reece Kello, Jake Christie, Adam Davis, Lewis Draper, Charles Davis, Lucas, and Elliot Barrel are the 16 runners and riders from there. We get ready to go towards heavyweights.
Rockshot Gamer says we need a commentator curse happen. We're doing our best.
We're
doing our best for that.
I normally my own maths, actually. That's one thing. Sorry about that, viewers.
Yeah, the difference there is the commentator's curse has affected Chris this time instead of affecting another driver. So.
Indeed.
The first time I've messed the maths this weekend. So
as I say, you have done really well with the maths. You've done a lot better than you've made it sound like me sound like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm meant to be the stat man of BIKC sometimes. Yeah. You've done exceptionally well so far this weekend. But yeah, lots of still a load of racing to go as the heavyweights now head out for their next qualifying session.
See if we can catch this.
Last of heat 2s, I should say. 2nd set of heats, last group going out.
Yeah, so as Chris works away to try and get this replay up for us, the heavyweights head out for their 8-minute qualifying session, and drivers getting brake tested and are headed out. Chris, what have you got for us?
So let's watch it through first, just quickly. So we're looking for Taylor Barnes, Alfie Hale right here, and Alfie, yes, sees the gap there down the inside, but there's room.
There is room.
There's room on the way in, but not on the way out.
Yes, this is what's important. So we need to look at the exit of the corner, not the contact. The contact was fine. The move was fine, and he's still braking in this phase well, so he is trying to, and he is steering out of the corner, so that's a good sign to see. This might be an incident where, again, it's you've lost a position, you might have to accept it. Look, Alfie is ahead of Taylor Barnes here, but Alfie tries to run around the outside. You know, I can't quite see, it's a bit of a tight angle, but even Alfie here is checking. You know, it's not like he's just completely.
But then he
sitting out of
points.
him.
Does he let him go back through?
What was the final result?
From what I understand, the positions ended up reversed, I believe, from what I understand.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure he should have, because we've seen worse than that not get a penalty.
That being said, we have seen over the last couple of little bit where
just after that, if you just follow it a bit further on.
Oh yeah, of course.
And he
lets him through. Well,
he lets him through.
Yeah, he lets him go back.
Well, in my opinion,
generous.
I think that's fine. That's an absolutely fine move. So unless he did, no, I think that's fine. I think that's a mistake from Alfie, but great sportsmanship at the very least.
It's one of those things.
Correct.
He's not 100% sure about the move himself. So instead of trying to risk the wrath of the race control, he's just let Taylor Barnes go back through and kept hold of the place, which is, to be fair, stuff you love to see. If you've made a mistake, hold your hands up to it and allow the redress.
There's very few drivers would have done that.
No, yeah, very few drivers would have. Some of them would have just hoped and stuck it out for the penalty. But at the same time, we've seen people get penalties for racing room for exactly the same thing. So I think Alfie Hale may be playing that one a little bit smarter than some of the other drivers today.
In my opinion, that was fine. Taylor Barnes, keep your hands on the wheel.
So, watching the defending champion, Hassan Zafar, car 2, is heading through the top end of the circuit. We'll have to see if he can put a decent time into this one. He finished the first heat second place and bagged a decent amount of points. Maybe this is the good start to a title defence for him. Isaac here was pretty high up in the first one. He's 7th after the first run of laps at the moment. There's a few drivers still waiting to come through. Wait to see what Anthony Whippich can do. Winner of the first heat, still waiting on a time to come through for him. Hassan Zafar is title defence getting off to a decent start. 2nd place in the first heat. Definitely can be dangerous from there if that sort of consistency stays up.
Indeed. So again, we're just waiting for live times to. Timing seems to be just breaking down a little bit for us when we are in the quali kind of stage. So let me just give you a little bit of an update. It's Anthony Whippich at the moment with the best time of 52.526. So this is very early days. For laps here, there's drivers who have done 1 lap and drivers who have done 3. Hassan goes top, 52.303. That is the lap time that we want to see at the present in time. Anthony Whippich, 52.526. Isaac here, 52.681 in 3rd place. 52.789 for Ryan Nicholas in 4th. David Gaskin, 52.851. Noel Haddon, 53.0. Still early days, though. Still very early days. His lap's going to change.
Yeah, so Hassan Zafar's gone fastest, 52.303.
Anthony Whippich's going to go through. 52.526.
Yeah, not able to improve on that last lap. A 5.26 for Anthony Whippich, and Mike Allen 3rd place. Isaac here in 4th. Ryan Nicholas, Noel Haddon, David Gaskin are your top 7. Tom Fear, Max Edwards, Corin McCarthy, QC Knight, Damon Brown, Brittany Norfolk 13th at the moment.
Nobody troubling the 51s at the moment. Nobody
3/10
troubling at all.
Yeah, 3/10 away at the moment, and it's quite interesting to see. Maybe as the day goes on, the lap time starting to
there's a strange spread of laps in this. I did see carts flash by as they were letting a lot of drivers still out the pit lane. So I think there's probably a few issues maybe in the pits. There might be a few drivers out there that are significantly ahead of other drivers in track time in this qualifying session. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But it's still Hassan at the moment with the 52.303. With Anthony Whippich, 52.599, which he did 52.526. He did on his first lap again. Another first lap syndrome for Anthony Whippich, 52.526. He's literally, well, it was a different driver last time, but there's a lot to be said for nailing the lap on the first time lap when you release from qualifying.
Yeah, at the moment, 1.3 covers the field. Hassan Zafar has moved the goalpost to a 52.303. Anthony Whippich still 52.526. Hasn't been able to beat his time. To be fair, Hassan's last one over the line was a 53.0. So he's 7/10 off what he managed to do. A couple of drivers still getting PBs in this session. Brittany Norfolk's up to 10th place on that previous lap of 53.086. You'll be hoping to get a little bit more out of that kart if possible, as the checker flag is out. So we'll just double check to see if there is if the timing screen does flash back through, but I do think that is pole position for Hassan Zafar.
Hassan's had the thumb from
He's just gone
the bridge. He knows.
Just gone quicker, 52.247. So he had pole, and he's slotting the time a little bit stronger.
Whippich is second, but Mike Allen in third. That's a fantastic result from him, and he's on his way up. Noel Haddon as well, consistent.
Yeah, Noel's been there or thereabouts today, so trouble in the top 5 consistently. So from a driver we haven't seen here at the Nationals before, Noel putting on a decent show, as is Ryan Nicholas. Again, another driver we haven't seen here before.
After the practice, such a stunning lap time in the practice there.
Yeah,
but,
again, just
struggling a little bit when it comes to quali.
Yeah, again, it's put on a decent show in practice. Maybe they showed their hand a little bit too early.
Yeah.
You put in that really quick time in during the first practice session, but maybe should have saved it for qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just waiting for the grid. We've got a pole driver, if nothing else. We have our pole sitter there waiting to go, and yeah, here we go. So we are just looking if there's any comments on the live stream. There are just lots of chat going on the live stream, which is fair enough.
Hassan and Anthony were 3/10 clear of Mike Allen in third place. So the two of them, at the moment, potentially seem to be in a class of their own as it sits. But Mike Allen, third place, again, he could do could potentially do a lot of damage from there. If he gets a good start, second place into the first corner is potentially on the cards. Isaac Kahir is having a really good run so far. Again, first time we've seen him at the BIKC National Finals, and P4 in his second heat after a good showing in the first one.
Indeed. So we've been watching the driver in second place and the positioning of the karts all weekend. And number 11 there looks Anthony Whippich was quite conservative compared to some of the angles that we have seen on the weekend in the ploy to maintain second place for the time they get around the first hairpin there. But we have been looking at all the directions, and in fact the whole outside of that line, all relatively conservative. But we shall see what happens when the race begins. Just forming up the last drivers on.
So last karts have gone to the grid now, so we shouldn't be too far off.
Lights
getting
there.
this one going.
About to go green. In fact, there's another one just slotting in at the back there. And here we go. So we have got Hassan in pole position, and we got Anthony Whippich in second place. It's 4 red lights, it's 5 red lights. We are racing, and it's a great start from first, second, and third, and it is even Stevens at the moment because nobody gained any particular advantage of the top 3 or 4 drivers there going round the first few corners.
Yeah,
oh, it looked a bit
back.
hairy at the back. I thought we were going to have a bit of a pilot, but it didn't. They somehow found a way through, and Anthony Whippich was not able to get in front of Hassan in the lead, and he leads. Hassan Zafar at the moment is leading the drivers through with Anthony Whippich in second place, who's right there on the rear bumper coming round onto the flyover section through these final few hairpins before they charge down past the pit lane for one of the fastest corners in indoor karting. Full stop. Here they come. It's driver number 2, Hassan, coming down. It's Anthony Whippich in second. Oh, he goes a little bit defensive. A little bit defensive there at the end of even lap 1. So this might turn into another defensive drive, I think, because he's driving defensive all the way, and he's looking behind.
He's really trying to back the pack off there. So the top three have a bit of a gap at the moment, but Hassan Zafar is defending for his life already from Anthony Whippich and Mike Allen. All that's going to do is bring Isaac here into this fight at the moment. Looks over his shoulder. I don't think Hassan needs to really concern himself too much with Anthony Whippich behind him. I think he just needs to get his head down and try and pull a bit of a gap if possible, and only really start defending at the last possible second, because the more you defend, the more time you start losing and the closer they'll get. Anthony Whippich, a really alternative line out of that hairpin, really wide, almost like Mike Allen to get down the inside and then around the outside for the next two corners as they head through down past the grid into the first of the three hairpins here at TeamSport Warrington. Top three still have a bit of a decent gap, and Isaac here's broken away from Ryan Nicholas in P5 as they come around to put the second lap in the book.
I think Hassan doesn't actually realise that Anthony Whippich has got problems of his own in Mike Allen right behind. He's driving super defensively, but Anthony Whippich has got problems. He's got Mike Allen all over the back of him. He can't start taking really wide lines to try and overtake. He simply can't do it because he's going to leave the door open, and Mike Allen's going to be straight in there. So if I was Hassan, if I knew, then maybe put your foot down, stop the defensive driving, get some proper lap times in, because you'll ease away and then you'll be able to have a nice clinical race.
I think this will worry Mike Allen a little bit, because he needs sort of a clear pathway to a top three. But if these two start defending and battling the whole time and he can't make a move, you look at Isaac and Ryan behind, they're just going to close in, and that puts Mike Allen at risk here.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're just pulling well away from the drive in fourth place. Isaac is 2.2 seconds behind the leader, which is about 1.6 seconds behind the driver in third place. So these three drivers at the front are kind of checking out at the moment, and Mike suddenly looks like he's really suddenly hanging on, and Anthony Whippich has suddenly found a bit of pace.
Yeah, so Whippich now on the rear bumper of Hassan Zafar. These two champion drivers, very, very experienced in their own right, and I think they're going to try and play this one, hopefully play this one quite smart and bank a load of points going into the third and final heat for the heavyweights. But Zafar is just holding Whippich at arm's length. Mike Allen's dropped off a little bit from there. Looks like there's a good pack forming behind David Gaskin in the 22. He's got Noel Haddon as again. Zafar goes defensive into the first hairpin. Yep. I don't think Whippich is close enough into turn one, at least. Maybe into the second hairpin. He's close enough to potentially throw a lunge down the inside. But I think Zafar's just backing it off a little bit too much and trying too hard, really, to slow Mike Allen. That being said, it's really easy for us to say that. It's quite hard to do that from the driving seat and try and manage your race. And that's where the real skill and talent of these drivers does show through. But again, look over the shoulder. He just sees that Whippich is still there. Possibly sees that Allen has a tiny bit of a bigger gap going through this time around, but your top 10 at the moment is Zafar, Whippich, Allen, Kahir, Nicholas, Gaskin. Then it's Gaskin, Haddon, and Nicholas. So Ryan Nicholas has been demoted down into 7th place. Haven't seen a penalty notification, so that must be on pace alone. So Noel Haddon up to P6 on their first BIKC national finals. Tom Fear in P9, Anthony Deverell in P10, Brittany Norfolk up to 11th. Amy Carnes had her elbows out in this one. They're up into P12 at the moment. Over the line, the leaders go once again. Let's see what the gap is this time. Yes, just starting to split a little bit. I think that pack a little bit further behind with Gaskin in P5. So, yeah, Hassan Zafar and Anthony Whippich nose to tail at the moment. Just trying to run a bit of a smart race for these two.
This can happen when, Whippich might be changing how he's boosting, maybe change your patterns. So you don't boost for maybe another half a lap and you do fall off, and then you change where you're boosting on the track. You've got to try different things. If you do the same boosting pattern every lap, you're not going to get anywhere. So I think that's what's happening is he closed back in, you see.
Yeah, being predictable isn't exactly what you want to see in this one, as Whippich really closes up into the first hairpin. He's a lot closer this time around.
Black and white contact.
So that is Amy Khan. I said they had their elbows out, and you've got a black and white for their trouble. So again, Zafar's taking a really tight line out of that third hairpin, whereas Anthony Whippich is just running his normal line. It looks like, so these two are
contact there. He went really wide, and he gave a bit of a shove there to Hassan. He's just really letting him know he is there, 0.3 seconds behind, and really wants to go and take that place. And that would be another win if that can happen for Anthony Whippich. But at the moment, Hassan Zafar is holding on brilliantly, and it is very much a defensive drive from Hassan. That's what we thought might happen at the end of the first, pretty much the first corner on lap 1. It looked like this is going to be defensive. That's exactly how it's turning out. And you almost sense a bit of frustration now from Anthony Whippich. You almost sense that he really wants to get this move done.
Yeah, as they go through the bottom end of the circuit, through the third hairpin, there's a move for Mike Allen. He tried it on Anthony Whippich, not quite close enough to be able to go for it.
You got to have a go. You got to have a go.
Door was open. He thought, he did think about it. The move didn't come off for him, but all that has done is bring Isaac Kahir into this one. It's spread the top 3 out and bring the 4th place driver into this battle. So there's 2 seconds separating the top 4 at the moment. David Gaskin's got about a second over Noel Haddon. Max Edwards is about a second ahead of Max Edwards. And then you've got Tom Feard, Ryan Nicholas, Anthony Deverell, your top 10. Amy Khan is trying to break into that top 10 as well, but as they drop down to the order, I think that may end up being a 5-second penalty potentially, or Khan may have been involved in an incident potentially. We'll have to see.
There was a black and white, so perhaps yes, and something else,
That's
and that has
assault race
resulted
control
in a penalty. But here we go. Is there going to be one more lap here? I don't think the checker flag is out.
There it is.
Hassan Zafar takes the win. That is the last of the Heat 2 races. So from here on, it's the last chance for drivers to score points that add to their total. But Hassan with a great win. Anthony Whippich in second, 0.5 seconds behind. Mike Allen in third, 1.001. Oh, we've got some really good gaps here, actually. Isaac is in 1.666. Behind the leader, David Kaskin, 4.319. No, here we go. A few changes here. Yeah, there's a few penalties going in because now Max is in 6th place. Tom Fear is 7th. Ryan Nicholas, 8th place. Anthony Deverell in 9th. Brittany Norfolk up to 10th with a penalty. Noel Haddon in 11th. Colin McCarthy in 12th. Crazy is in 13th. Miles Harding 14th. Ami Khan in 15th. And Damon Brown brings up the rear on that heat.
So, trading victories, Anthony Whippich and Hassan Zafar, both on a 1st and 2nd. Mike Allen, no top 5 in his first heat, takes a 3rd. Isaac here, good bit of consistency here, 4th and a 5th. And finishing there, David Gaskin in the 5th place position, was 3rd in his first heat. So, yeah, the same sort of drivers at the top. Brittany, a much better heat there in 10th and not, getting very unlucky in that first heat. So, yeah, the points are moving all over the place. And Noel Haddon there in 11th, unfortunately, after a good qualifying as well. I think he qualified 6th, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately, down 11th.
Indeed, that's not a great race for Noel, but there is still more opportunities to come. Even with 11th, you can still, with the points total from other races, still make it into the grand final. And you never know with the Joker lap, and we saw it in the juniors yesterday, how mixed up the race ended up, that there is always a chance. So that's motorsport. There is never say that there's no chance, because there always is. So here we go. We are into the 3rd set of heats. We're going to start with the middleweights. It's going to consist of Gabriel Quinter, Tom Fox, Danny Hale, John Bolter, Carl Evans, Lewis Keaton, Daniel Shaw, Johnny Elliott, Lewis Smart, Harry Thomas, Carl Webber, Morgan Hill, Elliot Owen, and Lewis Hewitt.
Round 3, did you say? Already?
Ready.
Wow, that's amazing.
It is.
Yes, look at this. Carl Evans, first. So could he cash out all 3 wins here? Tom Fox, probably, well, he doesn't need the win, but a 2-2. You know, you still look at these results, actually. And, Jacob Eckrell, a 1-2. So, yeah, Tom Fox would ideally need to win this. And then Jacob Eckrell will have to get that 2 to match Tom Fox at the moment. So Tom Fox could be on his way to definitely a front row for a semi-final. I would say Carl Evans there.
I'll tell you what, on the live stream, there's a lot, we usually use the word love because we like it, but there's a lot of respect for Anthony Whippich that is coming in the comments. There's no doubt that he is a very fair, talented, quick driver, and has very much earned the respect for everybody that's on the live stream.
I haven't raced Anthony Vippich much. He does a lot of stuff in the Midlands, whereas I'm more in the south of the country. But I've heard nothing but good things about him, and obviously he's had so many visits to the BIKC that he's got that history to him too. So yeah, a lot of respect, and that's the good thing. It's really what the sport's about. So I think respect in the sport should be the #1 value.
Yep, absolutely. Hence our race with respect that we have in all tracks that needs to be obeyed at all times. So
and Eastleigh getting all the love, I would say.
Yeah, Eastleigh definitely getting the
Eastleigh mentioned again. I know the chat's going to kick off about that one.
Indeed, the Eastleigh massive.
Every time you mention Eastleigh, you get a flood of comments. Eastleigh.
Yeah, it just shows how competitive some people are regards it's not even just the drivers.
Yeah.
I know we were talking about it earlier on, and you guys were talking about it yesterday. Just watching the all like the chief instructors and that getting involved in the championship, and just seeing how they get on, and seeing how the drivers get on, and just trying to be competitive against each other. It's nice to see in that sense.
I think we're having a little bit of a charge break at the moment, hence we've got drivers' carts. It's just really important that we keep the carts nicely topped up on energy. They will still be absolutely fine, but if they drop beneath 10% of power, then the driver will start to notice it. But up until that point, that doesn't happen. These carts obviously taking a real, they're being pushed absolutely to their limits in a way that doesn't always happen in TeamSport Warrington. We do members events, but they're filled around with normal day-to-day drivers who won't be out there setting lap times of 51.8 seconds. They'll be significantly slower than that. And yeah, nice few views of the brilliant Warrington track that we kind of have here. And we do get asked, why don't we kind of move it to a different venue? You wouldn't believe what goes on behind the scenes to actually run this event. And we've got Warrington really nicely set up to run this. And the other thing is, it's seen as our biggest, our most difficult, our most technical, our fastest, our most edgiest track that we have got in the entire company. So why would we not want to use that as the home of the BIKC National Finals?
Yeah, probably I'd describe Warrington as old school. It's definitely an old school track.
It was the second indoor kart racing track to be formed.
Yeah, it's been around since the 1980s.
And the oldest is gone. And talking of old, there's Jason as well.
Oh, that's mean.
That's a
Come on. Indeed.
I calling him last year, Wolfgang Amadeus Hislop.
Wolfgang
To be fair, I would argue that was the tech team. They heard us talking about old, and then they switched to cameras. Let's push the blame to them.
Set the gag up there for you.
Well, we've got some time, real quick. I've got some trivia for you. So, do you remember yesterday how we were trying to guess which track had the most drivers confident make the Nationals?
Yep.
We'll go again. So I'm going to ask you, Russ, and I'm going to ask you as well, Tom. Not including wildcards. We're on the middleweights now, so we'll do middleweights. Which track has the most people in Nationals?
Off the top of my head, it's normally someone like Crawley or Farnborough.
Eastleigh, because of the Eastleigh massive.
Yes, you are correct. The Eastleigh Massive are joint first, but there is another track that came top. So Eastleigh have 3 drivers, not including wildcards, for the middleweights, and it's Gosport that also have 3 drivers.
That's a lot of good drivers coming out of that part of the. Those tracks are literally about 20 minutes apart.
Yeah. Talent reigns in that bit of the country.
It's a talented area down there in Hampshire.
I don't know. Do you want to try and guess the heavyweight one?
Man like Jurgen Klopp on commentary. That is my kind of nickname. They asked me to do a Jurgen Klopp kind of punches a few years ago, but hey-ho. Go on.
I was saying, can you guess the heavyweights?
Ooh, heavyweights.
Think of the big names.
Crawley.
I'm not going to tell you. I need to wait for Tom.
I'd probably say somewhere. I'd probably go. Let's go Eastleigh again. I know they've been pretty much there or thereabouts.
Crawley was correct.
Yeah.
It was. They've got 2 drivers, not including wildcards. So do Bristol. So do Coventry. So do Preston. So do Leeds, and so do Cardiff, which I'm sure Chris will be very happy about.
Diana will kick my behind for saying
you were there at the locals. You commentated it.
I know.
So qualifying out for Group 1 in the middleweights. The last time these drivers will try and set the outright fastest lap on this TeamSport Warrington circuit. Watching Harry Thomas in the 23. Driver we haven't seen in BIKC before. It's his first visit to the championship, and hopefully he's enjoying his time. Let's see what he can get in terms of lap time here. The 23 goes over the line, and we just wait for that to update. It doesn't show up on our screen immediately, so time screen will pop up in a moment. Gabe Quinter, John Bolter, Dan Shaw, Owen Stern, Kyle Webber, top 5 from the first couple of
There's
laps.
a few suggestions about where the final should be held. Docklands would be a good track.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
We did
Docklands is a
hold
good circuit.
but the prior version of this championship, which was called Kart Champs, which was run by myself. Would
Oh,
you
wow.
believe it? I know. And we did used to rotate the final each year, and we ran it in Docklands, and it was a brilliant night of racing. Even though we had condensation that night, it really sorted out the best drivers from the kind of also ran drivers, so to speak. Sheffield would be a decent track. It would. I don't think we got enough space.
Yeah,
off the track.
viewing it would be hard.
To make
very, very hard.
that
there.
work, even though Sheffield is a belter of a track. It really is.
It's actually, well, since this went electric, it's the longest indoor petrol track now.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is there's a lot of good tracks, and it would work. But there's a lot of these days for an event this big. Okay, it is. There is a lot goes behind the scenes. I'm just told that it is Harry Thomas's 23rd.
Oh, no. They're in kart 23.
Oh, right, it's 23. It's not 23 then, right. It's his birthday today. So
Car 23, and looking at the order from here, he is currently in
Harry.
P4. So Gabriel Quinter is on pole at the moment, but he's moved the goalpost to a 51.890. Tom Fox in second once again, 52.102.
That's key. That's really, really key, because if you look at Tom Fox compared to Carl Evans...
That being said, he's just set the fastest lap of the session, a 51.824.
Tom really needs to finish in front of Carl Evans. He's finished behind him way too many times today. And there's been a lot of teamwork with them pulling away in the races, but I think it's now Tom's time to shine.
Three drivers in the 51. This is a quick quali.
Yeah, so Tom Fox, Gabe Quinter, Danny Hale, 3 big names in the BIKC, top 3 in this one. Kyle Evans, P4, 52.156. Lewis Kearton in P5s. Gabe Quinter goes over the line. He can't improve on his 51.890. Last lap was a 51.928. So consistent there, but not quite quick enough.
He needs a big result, Gabriel Quinter. It really, really does. You know, he's got a history of making it to the final. He's got dodgy history, actually, for not doing his joker lap.
He's got history for getting there.
He's got the information now. He's got the wheel. That will solve all his problems.
We literally put that 150 grand in just for Gabriel Quinter.
Yes.
So he doesn't not do a joker lap this year.
That's it.
That is it. Just see if there's any drivers just flashing through, completing their...
So Kyle Evans has completed a lap. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone else left to come through. I think they've had...
Tom Fox, is he...
No, I think that's...
Tom Fox is over the line, so pole position for Tom Fox. Gabe Quinter on the front row with him. So Tom gets to start from pole position this time instead of the perpetual second place. Danny Hale, Kyle Evans is row number 2. Lewis Kearton, Harry Thomas in P6. John Bolter, Johnny Elliott is your 4th row. Daniel Shaw, Morgan Hill, Lewis Smart, Elliott Heel, Owen Stern, Kyle Webber, Lewis Hewitt are your 15 runners and riders for this one. And pole time of 51.825. This one is definitely a lot closer this time round.
That's karting said, because the tyres were cooled down a bit more because the karts were charging. Perhaps that meant they went out a little bit cooler and maybe a different heat cycle, resulting in 3 drivers in the 51s.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe.
When we talk about Tom Fox now getting that, pole position instead of that second place, it really shows. Obviously, he's a Warrington local. He's not lost that second place off the start in any race today. And we talk about second place being such a hard place to start, but this year drivers are really showing that you can hold it. There is ways to hold that second place, and Tom Fox, with all his experience around Warrington, really making that stick.
Yeah, he's not an inexperienced driver at all, is Tom, and he's done quite a lot of racing around here. But to be fair, looking through the field, this is quite an experienced and quite a well-stacked grid. I think the two middleweight groups are split quite well in terms of ability for here. So Tom Fox and Gabe Quinter on the front row, Danny Hale and Kyle Evans row 2, then Lewis Kearns and Harry Thomas is your top 6.
I look at Gabriel Quincy so far beyond that yellow line, but it's the moment he's getting away with it and he's pointing at the inside.
So I think it's front wheel. Looking at where the other karts are, it's front wheels on the line, I think, is what they're allowing from there. So
kind of, but look at the angle.
Yeah, I think the angle he's sat at makes it look a little bit further forward than he is. So the grid is complete. The grid has been cleared. We wait to see the 5 red lights come on as they do so now. For the last time in the heats, middleweight Group 1 is go. Tom Fox gets good launch off the line. Gabe Quinter manages to hold second. Danny Hale slots into third as the top 3 are away and clear side by side. Dylan Edwards trying to go down the inside as they're 2x2 spin for the 32. So that is Owen Stern been facing the wrong direction. That's not the start that he wants to have had in this one. He looked a little bit clumsy from there, but Tom Fox leads Gabriel Quinter in second place as they head up on the top section of the circuit. You've still got Danny Hale in there as well. So the top 4 all running nose to tail at the moment. That looked like the 17 of Kyle Evans is still in this one. So expect potentially fireworks from this one. The 21 of Lewis Kearns is a little bit on his own after that maybe interesting start towards the back end of the circuit. I think Chris is going to start getting some analysis for us on that start line incident.
Of course, we'll take a look.
100%. Chris is getting it all keyed up for us now.
Here we go.
So through the top end of the circuit, it is still Tom Fox, Gabe Quinter now as his hand full of Danny Hale. He's trying to make a move early in this one. I know Hale wants to really make some moves and try and get a good result, but Gabe Quinter really needs to bag these points after his first couple of heats.
He's on at the moment for 2 fourths and a second is Gabriel Quinter. And we'll have to wait and see because the order here has been a lot less mixed up than what we have seen in previous events. So I think Gabriel Quinter's going to need a little bit more. I think really if he takes the win here, that might be enough to really put him back in contention.
Yep, sit with the 3rd, 4th currently. So yes, he needs a win, but second is still not bad.
And Danny Hale is all over the back of him at the present moment with Carl Evans, who's had a great afternoon of racing. In 4th at the moment, Lewis Curtin in 5th place, Harry Thomas in 6th, John Bolter in 7th, Johnny Elliott is currently going around in 8th place. It's literally having a look, and it's literally bumper to bumper, but nobody is brave enough to make any move at the moment. Johnny Elliott in 8th, Daniel Shaw in 9th, Elliot Hill in 10th, Morgan Hill in 11th, Lewis Smart in 12th, Carl Webber in 13th, and Lewis Hewitt 14th. Owen Stern at the back at the moment with a good, got a long way to go in this race. 6 minutes to go, and it's the last chance for these drivers to score points, and you just get the feeling that their points total will be in their head. So Gabriel Quinter will want that position. There's a lot of drivers out there who be thinking, right, okay, don't do anything silly, because a solid result will be enough to give them really strong points and a really good chance in the semi-finals, which is almost a mouth-watering prospect of the semi-finals at the moment, with all the great racing that we have seen so far. A little bit of contact, so there was a little nudge from Gabriel to Tom, and that slowed Gabriel down. So there's a nudge from Danny to Gabriel. So all just letting each other know, and that might have just kicked it off a little bit, because suddenly there's a lot of drivers taking slightly different lines, and the fact there's a little bit of contact between the 3 of them just kind of woke them all up, I think. So here we go, 0.3 is the gap.
Yeah, so out of the 3 of them, Danny Hale is the fastest of the 3 at 51.978. He's the only driver I can see that's broken the 52-second barrier in this race so far. So sitting in 3rd place, he's the fastest of the lead 3. But Tom Fox just controlling the pace, controlling the gap to Gabe Quinter at the moment, Chris.
So if Tom Fox wins this race, he'll have a 1-2-2. Oh, wait. Look at that, and Danny Hale's the one who benefits.
From absolutely nowhere there, Danny Hale. That was, yeah, Gabe Quinter's still fighting it.
Oh.
Still fighting it.
He's letting him back through.
Is he? He is.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the 17 of Kyle Evans and
Tom
Lewis
wants it as
Kearns.
well.
So now it's the top 5 are all nose to tail, and after that contact from there, looks like Danny Hale has managed to come out in position. So Gabe Quinter has held second. So it's been a swap around for Tom Fox and Danny Hale that time around. So
two places.
Yeah, 2 places, and now you've got the top 5 drivers running nose to tail. I think actually it's more at the top 6 or 7 because Johnny Elliott's in that one as well.
Who wanted the commentator's curse there?
Yeah, I think that one's just set it off. The middleweights have been quite relatively clean up to this point now, and I think it's all hell has broken loose. But it is still Danny Hale that leads this one on the road at the moment. I think the stewards will we'll have to take a look at that one, and we will
definitely take a look at it. But Gabriel Quinter there, okay, again, you're getting a lot of drivers here with very fair racing morals because he backed off there. There's loads of drivers there who just wouldn't and would just kept it planted and wait to see if you get a penalty or not. But he was very, very fair and let Danny Hale go through and retake that position. I think he knew in his mind that it wasn't quite on what he did on the previous corner. But Tom Fox, yeah, that's how tight these margins are. And sometimes when you do a defensive drive, yeah, great, but it can all go wrong. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong in a pretty bad way. And it has gone wrong, I think, in a pretty bad way for Danny Hale because he's lost 2 places. But let's see if he can claw those back because Gabriel Quinter knows he needs a result here. Defensive driving immediately from Danny Hale. So let's see if there's any action around. This is where it all happened in the last lap. But going through, we still have driver number 18, Danny Hale, leading with Gabriel Quinter right behind and Tom Fox really wanting those positions back.
Yeah, so it looks like they're all breaking down into 2 packs of 3 at the moment. So it's Hale, Quinter, Fox, then Evans, Kearton and Thomas in 3 packs with Johnny Elliott and John Bolter fighting out over 7th and 8th. They're very close together towards the bottom end of the top 10. But yeah, that move from Danny Hale really just shows that being in the right place at the right time can really help you because we went from saying Tom Fox ideally needed to win this race to try and get himself, to guarantee himself a really good start for the semi-final. But Danny Hale has swooped in and currently is stealing the limelight from here. Gabe Quinter still though on his rear bumper, and we know that Gabe will go for a move if there is half a chance. He goes for it there down the inside.
That's better.
Side by side between himself and Danny Hale.
He won't be backing off there because that was brilliant. We need that
here. It looks like Danny Hale's going to try and return the favour around the outside. Tom Fox is down the inside of Danny Hale here, so Hale might be about to lose 2 positions. Still trying to hold it between the 2. Hale just manages to slot back into 2nd place, but here is the top 5 or 6 in this one.
Gabriel needs. This is what he needed to literally springboard his championship challenge here because he's been frustrated in 4th place in his previous 2 heats. He's on for the win here, and it looks like he's pulling away as well. So he's always had the pace in this race.
Yeah, I think Gabe needs to run away and hide now.
This might be the last lap as well. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Gabe needs to run away and hide now. Danny Hale's a little bit further behind. Tom Fox looks over his shoulder. Kyle Evans now is in 4th place as it sits. As they head on the top end of the circuit, we wait to see over the line. Last lap board out this time. So Gabe Quinter on his final tour of the circuit to hopefully go for a win in Heat 3. But Danny Hale is going to do absolutely everything he can to try and take that win off him. Gabe Quinter defends like mad here. This is going to bring Tom Fox back into this one as well. The BSR driver up on the top end of the circuit. Around the outside, Danny Hale thought about it. That would have been a brave move had he managed to pull that one off. But it is now 5, 6, 7 cars to the leaders. Johnny Elliott's on the back of this pack as well. It's all tightened up in the last lap here at TeamSport Warrington for Group 1. As under the bridge they go through the chicane. The 26, Gabriel Quinter still holds the lead from Danny Hale. Tom Fox is still in this one too. Will Danny Hale think about throwing a bit of a Hail Mary down the inside of the 3rd hairpin on the last lap? Gabe Quinter's got him covered though, so through the last corner he goes. Gabriel Quinter comes through under the Dunlop bridges to win the 3rd heat for Group number 1. Danny Hale, Tom Fox, Kyle Evans across the line in 3rd and 4th. Lewis Kearton, Harry Thomas, Johnny Elliott, John Bolter, Dan Shaw, Morgan Hill, Lewis Smart, Kyle Webber, Elliot Heel, Owen Stern and Lewis Hewitt, your top 15.
What a great race, Tom. What a great race that was.
I think we've got a lot to unpack in that one.
Yeah, we really do.
I think Chris has been busy
Chris
trying
is on
to get a load of footage for us here.
I think we got it all. Hang on, let me just double check. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Yes.
Let's see what you got for us then, Chris.
Let's watch through it. So it was a battle from start to end. Tom Fox, in fact, here's the move. Gabriel Quinter from not very far back, but he waits for Tom Fox to look away, straight down the inside, but overshoots the corner by a country mile, allowing Danny Hale to be the beneficiary
Yeah, it was
of
a really
that
good
overtake.
opportunistic move from Hale there.
And then Gabe is just not having any of it. Right here. Sorry, it does cut because we cut the recording. But Gabriel Quinta, instead of maybe waiting a little bit longer, straight down the inside there of Danny Hale. Danny Hale wasn't happy.
The gap was there, though.
But actually, this is the one where Gabe did let him back through. He did it in a way that he compromised Tom Fox to the outside. It was quite unfortunate, really. As they come through the Dunlop, you see Tom Fox's gets pushed to the outside. He tries to go to the outside. Actually, that was his own choice. But then he is on the outside for the next corner. He does have a bit of overspeed. And he gets alongside Gabriel, but it's a bit of a dangerous place to be. Gabriel does understeer him sort of out there, which he's entitled to do. And then Tom Fox is compromised through the rest of the lap there. So that's how Danny Hale took the lead. Let's see how he lost the lead with, once again, Gabriel Quinta. And it was the same story, really. Danny Hale would have checked behind him. In fact, no, he goes quite wide. Gabriel just pins it down the inside. And yes, he gets the whole cart in. You can see him boosting, actually, out the corner. Gabe straight on the overtake and straight on the boost. And yes, that's he must have saved a little bit there. But look, goes through the corner, full locks into it, shows that racing room on the exit. But look, that's straight on the boost. He knows what to do. He's got charge saved up and pulls ahead of Danny Hale. So yeah, what a great heat at the front there.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Have you got the move where he made it stick? Or
That is the move.
That was it? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, you're watching it? Look, Russ here, right?
Yeah.
In.
Yeah, see there.
But it's just so similar to the previous move,
cart in
isn't it?
front.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He literally calculated it on the previous one that wasn't quite there and just made the adjustments in order to do it.
Well, that was a fantastic move, though. Gabe, the first one, Gabe just tried it. He's been sat behind Tom Fox for a while. He tried it. I do apologise to Tom Fox because I did, try to theorise what happens if he won and he's immediately overtaken. But that's just commentator's curse for you. I'm sure Tom Fox wouldn't mind. But yeah, it was a fair move, and what a move in the end for Gabriel Quinta.
Yeah, indeed. And you just sense that there's a few good moves. So even, yes, he maintained second on that move at the end of the main straight, but that was still a good move. And he would have had that driver. It was just the fact that the third place was like watching all that, and they both slowed each other down, and they were able to go through. But it was still a great move. He was just a bit unlucky that the third place was able to capitalise on both of them. So my point now that I'm trying to make is that Gabriel Quinta has made like three bold moves in that last race. He knew what he had to do. They were calculated overtaking attempts. Good on him. He deserves the win, if I'll be honest. When you have that attitude to racing, you deserve the win. And he needed it. That's a win and 2 fourth places for Gabriel Quinta. He will be a force to be reckoned with when we come to these semi-finals.
So I've got the sort of checkout points there for you. Carl Evans will walk away with a 114. From what I believe, there's no penalties added. So that is, 114. Should put him top for now. Tom Fox, 223. Gives him an average positions of 7. So that should put him third, at least in the group. And Gabriel Quinta has a 134. Meaning he takes an average position of 8, or total positions of 8, should I say. So yeah, at the moment, it's Carl Evans, Tom Fox, Gabriel Quinta as a top 3 if he was looking at semi-final. But there's a whole other group to go.
Yeah, indeed. So here we go. We are. So that was the first race in the. It's mad. It just the mood of the drivers just changes from heat to heat with what needs to be done for each driver. And we're going to see more of that as we go through these next few heats. Gabriel Quinta with a perfect example of needing the results and going out there and get it.
Results and made sure he got it.
Yeah, there's also drivers out there who will be on good points, who will probably take a much more conservative approach to their racing in this particular heat. So here we go. We have some drivers leaving the pit lane. Always good to see. To line up on the grid. This back to the heavyweights. Group 1, Heat 3.
Yeah, so qualifying, get ready for Heat 3. As the driver sat at the end of the pit lane, waiting to head out. And just looking at the screen, trying to make sure the information on there is correct, and then they'll be able to head out onto the circuit itself. As into the third heat now for the heavyweights. So Group 1 heading back out. And we'll be able to bring you some runners and riders in a moment for this one as the drivers leave. There's Harvey Sugden Scott, 2 heat wins for Sugden Scott so
You can see the marshals there
No.
checking tyre pressures.
1-7.
1-7.
Penalty, do you remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Tom Wiltshire.
But you can see the efforts going into the karts here. The fact that all the tyre pressures are being checked from the hose there between races, just to make sure all the karts are in tip-top condition before we head out, because as I said, they will take the kind of abuse, stresses, strains in a day like today that will not be typical of a typical day at TeamSport Warrington, with the sheer speed of the drivers.
Fabulous commentary. Thank you. I try my best. What about you two?
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
So, drivers heading out on circuit now. So, this is the group that features Jake Willingham, Chris Knight, Freddie Winskill, Tom Wiltshire, Saul Gregory, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Ricky Crozier, Harvey Sugden Scott, Ross Sandwell, Andre Perehuda, Jack Stone, Charlie Jackson, Dylan Bowers, Michael Rayner, Jamie Moore, and Kyle Pott. So, drivers filing out onto the circuit, and there's a red flag out there from what we can see. So, unsure what.
That's a bit weird since we haven't started the race.
So there's drivers leaving the pit, leaving the pit lane, and the light's on red at the moment. So I can only assume something has gone wrong somewhere.
There's a lot of talk about Gabe's move in the chat, and
There is, yeah.
it really go
I'm
rewind the stream
surprised.
and watch the analysis. It's fine. I think
it's fine.
it's no problems at all. I don't know
Fully
why.
alongside.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was there. Driver turned in. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of. There's going to be a bit of contact at that point.
And before you go and recreate this move at your local TeamSport track, you have to look at that criteria: getting to the apex first, not moving the driver off the apex. That boost out made it look like, yes, he made that contact, but there's an element of contact in karting. But Gabe left some really nice space on the exit. But that boost Gabe had, that's what won him the position. And if he had no boost left because he was trying to catch Danny Hale, that's where they would have been side by side, and Danny Hale may have been the beneficiary. But no. Gave full boost. You saw it. He was planting his foot on that button, or hand on that button, or finger on that button, should I say? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, indeed. But
Lights green once again.
What is great about stuff like this is there's so many debates over it.
Absolutely. And a healthy debate is fantastic, and I think it's good to have a nice conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, so lights green for this third qualifying session for Group 1 as the last few drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Watching Harvey Sugden Scott, who had that win earlier on, but the penalty as well. So another driver probably really needing a result in this one. We've seen he's got a bit of a latent pace in almost any kart that he drives at this point. So we'll have to see what he can do this time around. So as we head through the bottom end of the circuit, watching Sugden Scott, and we try and see if what these drivers can do as they head up on the top end of the circuit. Once again, trying to keep it nice and neat. And remember, this is the last qualifying session that these drivers will contest before it's all out racing for the rest of the evening. So you can see time starting to pop through. These are the first laps out of the pit lane. You'll see the 223s, 224s. They'll be corrected with the red flag that was out at the start of this session. We'll wait to see representative times for all of these drivers.
Okay, so here we go. Early laps of quali, the first of the heat threes for the heavyweights, Group 1. So, and there's a few drivers out there that we had that little red flag as they left the pit lane, which has sent our timing screens to start doing some weird things, but hey-ho. But very early days is Chris Knight on a 52.674. But we'll have to wait for more lap times to come through. So here we go. There's still a lot of debate over the moves, but yeah, thanks. I've just been handed the order, which is fantastic. So Tom Wiltshire with a 52.406, which is your fastest driver at the moment. Jake Willingham second on a 52.527. Chris Knight on a 52.674. But Chris Knight just gone through, and he's just got, wow, he was top. But then Sol Gregory goes through on a 52.384, as per the Chris on a 52.389. So that is literally 5,000ths of a second between them. Tom Wiltshire, he's going to come through in a minute to complete his third lap. Let's see what he does. He's on a 52.4 in third place. Excuse me.
I don't know if I'm wrong, but I
4.
think Sol Gregory and Chris Knight are good friends.
Time to be able to do it.
I think if these two were first and second, they would work together in unison to get
Tom
there.
Wiltshire goes faster, but it's not fast enough. He still remains on the 52.4, whereas Sol and Chris are in 52.3s at the
Andre
moment.
Perehuda, 5th place. Finally some pace out of Andre. He had a pretty dismal second heat, and again, another driver really needs a result here. I heard someone ask for a shout out for Ross Sandwell. He's P7 at the moment. That's going to be a lot lower than he'll have been expecting to be qualifying
goes
for this
fourth.
one.
Thomas goes third on a 52.40. Chris Knight still the same, but Harvey pops up there in 4th place. Jake Willingham is in 5th. Aaron Mitchell-Begley in 6th at the moment. Andre Perehuda was in 5th, drops down to 7th. But still, they're better lap times from Andre. Let me have a look.
Big respect or big support for Christopher Knight. He needs this result at the moment. Currently sitting on a 2nd and 5th. Well, a 2nd, 5th might put him up there for the semis.
Here we go. So we've got, and Sol and Chris are actually virtually occupying the same piece of tarmac as well. So
they're working together. It's great to see. If this is the strat they want to do, it's really interesting. But I think it's working for them.
Yeah, it is. So 52.154 is the fastest lap time from Sol. Last one wasn't quite so good. 52.5. Harvey up to 2nd, 52.376. Harvey Sugden Scott, that is the fastest lap, but he's done. Chris Knight down.
Who could forget as well? Ross Sandwell at the moment, 8th position. And that could be it. That's a yellow. No, that is not a Ross Sandwell position to be in. Fantastic Ross Sandwell. I think I would be scared if he was behind me, so he won't be staying there at the moment. That's a good position for Michael Rayner, though, 9th position. He hasn't made the top 10 a lot this weekend yet, but that's a good start from him to his qualifying.
Yeah, and Charlie Jackson's proved racy over the course of the evening so far, and he's going to be starting this one in 10th place. That's going to be a bit lower than he'll have been expecting. But Saul Gregory, pole position for Harvey Sugden Scott. So Harvey Sugden Scott in second place, Chris Knight in 3rd. So Saul and Chris going to be starting nose to tail in this one, as the drivers all heading round to the grid. And as soon as we have the drivers on the grid, we'll be able to go racing once again for the final heat for these drivers.
A few people on our live stream reporting a few audio issues, but we have literally just done a check, and there's also others saying that it's fine. For lots of others, we have checked, everything is fine our end. So I'm sure whatever audio issues there are will settle down, because everything seems to be functioning absolutely as it should. And drivers just coming down. We're going to start the process of forming the drivers up on the grid.
Sol where he should be, he said in the chat. Very interesting stuff. You just wonder, he's had a 4th, and I haven't got his first result noted down because he's outside the top 5. But he's got the 4th to his name, a 1-4. I'd have to go check now if he could win it here. I do need to work this out. I'll go find it. But yeah, Sol Gregory on his way back up, finding a bit of form. Got a whole semi-final, final adder, joker lap to go. So it's not over yet for Sol. Yeah,
2024 vice champion starting this one on pole position, and BIKC with Harvey Sugden Scott alongside him, 3rd place, and then Chris Knight on his first appearance here at BIKC will start 3rd. Wiltshire, Willingham, Mitchell-Begley in 6th. So finally a decent qualifying that you probably expect for Aaron Mitchell-Begley in P6. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Ross Sandwell can do from 8th place. A driver who's had a lot of success this year. Hopefully able to move a little bit further forward from there. Freddie Winscale in 11th. Jack Stone, Ricky Crozier, Dylan Bowers, Kyle Potts, Jamie Moore are the 16 runners and riders.
6th position was Sol Gregory's other heat.
So not a million miles away.
Yeah,
We've
exactly.
seen drivers with, I seem to remember Sherman Chase. I call back to that one again. He had some pretty low heat finishes, but still managed to start 4th in his semi-final.
Nice to do a shout out. So, as a few people on live stream, advice is to restart your stream. Because our end is absolutely fine. There's loads of drivers, loads of people on live stream saying that everything is absolutely fine, so it is good our end. He went on green then. Did you see that? The pole driver. He went on the green light. Not on this green light. Here we go.
No advantage there.
No advantage. He just fold it back.
Chris Knight straight into second place there, so he's managed to get past Harvey Sugden Scott, but Scott still got a nose in there, manages to retake the place, so a really good initial start from Chris Knight there, but Harvey Sugden Scott was able to get back past him. Andre Perehuda has their elbows out, as Aaron Mitchell-Begley now trying to make up for what looked like a bit of a slower start from them. I think they're coming through in 5th place off the top of my head, as it's now too wide through the back end of the circuit. But Aaron Mitchell-Begley's got Ross Samwell behind him, so the two of them I think have moved forward. And there's a slow cut there. It's the 36. That is Michael Rayner. So after that decent qualifying, he's now been demoted down to the back of the pack as Chris makes a signal over. I think he's going to want to have a look at that one.
We'll take a look.
So we'll see what we can find from there. But Saul Gregory stretching the advantage here. Last year's vice champion in the box seat right now over the start grid, with Chris Knight trying to chase down Harvey Sugden Scott to try and bag a decent starting position in the semi-final. Last opportunity for these drivers, and I thought I was going to see Chris Knight jink out to the inside to make a move on Harvey Sugden Scott there for second place. Over the line to put a lap in the book. It is still Saul Gregory that leads, and a stretched advantage there over Harvey Sugden Scott, with Chris Knight in 3rd place. And that looks like, is that the 5 of Tom Wiltshire still there? Yes, it is, with the likes of Aaron Mitchell-Begley just behind him as well.
Okay, so a really, really great start from Saul Gregory. He needed that. It's a thumbs up for
No, sorry, I was pointing at what group it was.
Okay, no problem. That's all I thought. It was a thumbs up. We had the footage. So here we go. Saul is leading at the present in time. Harvey Sugden Scott is about to cross the line. Here we go. Coming around the big hairpins, and again there's a bit of a gap between everybody. There's nobody really leading on anybody exactly at the present moment in time. So no moves, no chances, but here we go to cross the line at the end of lap number 2, and Saul will be leading as they go through, and his fastest lap time at the moment is a 52.558.
Chris Knight looking to the inside of Harvey Sugden Scott. He's looking very racy here, and Sugden Scott goes a little bit defensive. That brings Tom Wiltshire back into this one. Andre Perehuda's not too far behind, but he's got Aaron Mitchell-Begley right on his rear bumper. Ross Sandwell at 1 position into P7. Jake Willingham's moved a little bit further back. Charlie Jackson's also made a position up in 9th. Under the bridge they go. Through the chicane they go once again. Sugden Scott looks over to the side, moves a little bit to the inside just to try and cover off Chris Knight. Knight goes around the outside though, going to try and cut back for the 3rd hairpin, potentially goes for a wide line on the way in. Doesn't quite have the ability to get down the inside. He's saying to Tom Wiltshire behind him, right, head down, let's go. Let's try and catch up to Saul in front. See if the 3 of them can work together to build that gap, to bring that gap down, and maybe challenge for the lead and all the all-important points as they head into the semi-finals. All 3 of these drivers in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all really drivers who sort of require a good result at this point. They've all had at least one heat where they've been a little bit further down the order, save for Tom Wiltshire, who's been there or thereabouts over the course of this evening. And we'll have to see what they have in the bag. Sugden Scott goes through the chicane. Looks like that gap to the lead has increased. Doesn't feel the need to go defensive against Chris Knight. Just give him a little tap to let him know that he's still there. The 10 of Chris Knight looks over the rear shoulder, knows that Tom Wiltshire isn't quite there just yet, and yeah, all these drivers just hold themselves at arm's length at the moment. Over the line once again to put another lap in the book. And Scott goes defensive again.
So his lead is just pulling away here. This is really working right at the hands of Sol, who is now 1.5 seconds in the lead and is checking out, because Harvey Sugden Scott has got is literally holding on at the moment from Chris Knight, who is in 3rd place, and Tom Wiltshire is in 4th. It has to be said, with Chris Knight really trying to go past Harvey, he's trying it big time on the old switcheroo around the big hairpins on the final hairpin. I'll be surprised if it happens there, just because the way he's doing it, going so wide, it's so easy to see it coming. I think that's one of the moves that you learn to check off pretty soon in a racing career, and he stopped doing it now, and I don't blame him, because he also has Tom Wiltshire right behind him. Andrew Perehuda really needs a good result, and 5th place for him is running much higher what he has done during the competition so far. Aaron Mitchell-Begley is in 6th place, Ross Samuel is in 7th, Jake Willingham is in in 8th. Charlie Jackson 9th. Jack Stone 10th. Ricky Crozier in 11th. Then Jamie, then Freddie, then Dylan, then Kyle and Michael Rayner at the back at the moment in time. So 1 point. That gap is down slightly, but it's still a very healthy lead of 1.4 seconds. So Harvey has taken a 10th out of that lead, but it's going to take a lot more than that for Harvey to be suddenly on the rear bumper of Sol Greggy, who's leading this really comfortably. But the battle is for second, and Harvey's just a little bit too far in front of the chasing pack behind. A little glance behind from Chris Knight, and Thomas again is a little bit of a gap there. He's got a tiny little buffer at the moment, but here we go. We head into the closing stages of this heat.
Yeah, so up on the top section of the circuit, looking at the lap time, Saul Gregory's slowed his pace by about 2/10, and it's allowed Harvey Sugden-Scott just to bring that gap down a tiny bit. But Chris Knight running a similar pace to Gregory at the front, so that's why the gap has started to extend between second and third. Again, a look over the shoulder, Tom Wiltshire is not close enough to go for anything just yet. Ross Sandwell and Aaron Mitchell-Begley are still nose to tail as well for 6th and 7th, so that fight definitely isn't over. But Andre Perehuda seems to have moved a little bit further away from them. Jake Willingham still has Charlie Jackson tucked up under the rear bumper with Jack Stone, Ricky Crozier, Jamie Moore, Freddie Winskill, Dylan Bowers, Kyle Potts, Michael Rayner completing the runners and riders at the moment. But looking at this fight over 3rd place between Knight and Wiltshire, with Perehuda, Begley and Sandwell behind.
Not much of a fight, is there, really? It's just kind of coming and going, this heat with them.
There's a couple of tenths between them, but every time one stretches out, the other gets a little bit closer, and yeah, it just seems to have fizzled out a little bit. I think currently, maybe they just banking the points that they need. I know the top 3 really do require a result to do much in these semis.
Well, I did say it before the start that he sold Gregory at the moment, sitting on a 4th, 6th, and yeah, he'll take that 1st place. Harvey Sugden-Scott, he could have a 1-2-7 here if he takes that 2nd place. Christopher Knight at the moment on a 2nd and 5th, so he could bank a 3rd, but the points are all over the place. Even Thomas Wiltshire, just looking at him there, a 1st, 3rd, could be a 4th. We'd have to definitely get the calculator out here, because they're all going to be very close.
Okay, here we go. Last lap abort. Excuse me, it's held out. Sol Gregory. That gap has come down, but hey, come on. 1.2 seconds with 1 lap to go. It's surely in the bag for Sol Harvey Sugden-Scott. Now with 0.8 of a second over Chris Knight, who has really fallen back. But another 4 tenths between Chris and Tom Wiltshire, with Perehuda another couple of seconds further back. If anything, the battle is between Perehuda and Aaron Mitchell-Begley, which is around about 2 tenths or so. But here we go, the final lap. Just the hairpins to go here, and Sol Gregory, it's been a great race for him. He's going to get maximum points, and that will really help him in the semi-finals. This is our final lunge there for Tom Wiltshire on Chris Knight. But
have a go. Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
There we go.
To the line. To the line.
Brings a bit of being a spark to the end of that heat. I can't find many nice things to say. Well, no, exciting things to say about that heat. No, I can say all the nice things. These are great. All these drivers are very nice people. I'm sure gotta love them. But wasn't a big spark in that one. But that's fine. That's what it's all about. Banking points, heat. And it's not grand final. But yeah, interesting to see. I'll do a bit of totting up and see what we can find.
Okay, so that is Group 1 with the heats and the heavies all done. So we have 2 more heats left, 1 for the middleweights, 1 again for the heavyweights in the Group 2s. And then we'll be heading into the semi-finals. So they all peel into the pit lane. That's obviously the pit entrance will be used during the Joker lap when we get to the finals. But yeah, and once again, all the tyre pressure has been checked. You can see there's a lot of work behind the scenes there to make sure all these karts are exactly where the drivers need them to be. There's Phil Nutting at the back there, just supervising, obviously, just making sure everything is done. He looks a lot more like Father Christmas every time I look at him. If I'll be honest, Phil Nutting in the pits there.
I
did say I'd call him Father Christmas at some point if he came on camera. He did say give me a response, and it was a very nice response, but I'm glad he's not doing that response.
Absolutely. I can call the results of the group at least. Tom Wiltshire, I believe, tops the group. He had a 1st, 3rd, 4th. So again, consistency was key there, taking home a total positions of 8. And again, this is my own maths, people, not the maths of the BIKC race directors team. Christopher Knight and Harvey Sugden-Scott both take home 10 total points, and that is Harvey Sugden-Scott got a first, second, 7th, which, by the way, might I say, a second would have put him top of that group. Not so the penalty hurt him, but only by a position. Christopher Knight draws with him a 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and according to Rule 5.2, the winner, the win that Harvey Sugden-Scott has, he will go above. He will be the preferred driver, at least, when it comes down to those draws. And Sol Gregory, 4th in the group, by my predictions at least, a 1st, 4th, 6th. Again, not a million miles away. And then I'm just looking at the order. Andre Perehuda, he's got a 5th, and he had one last poor heat. So, yeah, that's all we got from that group. But we won't really know until we get to the second group. I mean, for instance, I'm looking at, in fact, Ross Samwell, that's a driver. Yeah, 7th place. So Ross Samwell will take him after that heat, a 3rd, 2nd, 7th, which equals 12. So yes, he is actually the lowest driver I've called so far. That's the 5th place driver preferred. So yeah, we need to see the second heat to really work this out.
I'll just say, Louise Clark, I say, George and me are watching, cheering Coventry on. Yes, excellent. Hope your Coventry drivers are performing as you expect them to perform, Louise, I say, and really giving it out there. Okay, so
I want to say this though: these points are so close. You know, this is what the format's all about. It's this is exciting, and I hope people are excited by that. At least I am with these numbers on my screen.
Okay, here we go. So just some final prep going on. And just to say that all this new technology that we have, all the steering wheel information and the sector yellow lights will be, it is installed in TeamSport Warrington and will be used on every single session that we run here. So just to go through, we now have sector yellows for all events in Warrington, which means what used to happen, if we had a crash down at turn 1, then all the drivers had to slow down to yellow speed, walking speed, even if you're right on the other end of the circuit, almost 40 seconds away, you still had to slow down. But now we have sector yellows, so it's only the drivers in that sector. It's an automatic system, so it really is a class system. It really is. We've got literally an iPad out there with a layout of the track and what's going on and all the features that flashes up. And so that is the system that's kind of gone in. And also, obviously, the reverse buttons. And what this means is we don't have to wait for a marshal to get to the car to fish them out of the barrier. They can literally just hit reverse themselves out of the barrier, hit forwards once again, and continue racing. So what that means to the racing here in TeamSport Warrington is has shown to be already completely transforming it. Not on a day like today, but on a normal racing day at TeamSport Warrington, and it's a fantastic system. And we've got the new steering wheels, and on the steering wheels is digital readout of your lap time and your position, you know, the weather for the next few days.
Baby monitor for Tom over there. Red flag, baby's crying.
You just scroll through it, you know what I mean? There's a TV function on there as well.
TeamSport marketing, you've put a couple of ads in there.
Yeah, a couple of ads.
Yeah,
you know, Club 100 will rock up a few times.
And the carts are even fitted with speakers as well, so they can hear our dulcet tones as they go around the circuit. Know exactly what we're trying to say about them. So qualifying out for Group 2 Heat 3. Again, loving this format where you've got qualifying before every heat. Such a good move that we've made for BIKC this year, and it's really thrown, in some cases, really has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. And currently watching Harrison Staples and Taylor Barnes, two drivers who've had some pretty good races over the course of the day so far. And we wait to see the first representative laps for all of the drivers.
I've got a shout out on there saying well done from Jürgen. I should be in F1. I don't get many shout outs, right? So I got to make the most of it when I do get one. Thank you very much. It's it's much appreciated. So here we go. We are back in Middleweight Group 2. For their final heat, and again early days, which is just what we've been kind of defining as the tyre warming phase, but then we've seen it suddenly switches into the hot lap phase. On lap 2 it goes from one extreme to another, and on the second lap many drivers have set their fastest lap in the quali session on lap number 2. So it goes from one extreme to the next. But the early lap times on the tyre warming phase is 52.525 for Dylan Edwards.
Yeah, welcome to the party, Adam Davis, second on his first flying lap. It's the first time we've seen him towards the front of the order.
Yeah, 52.7 though, it's not
52.7's not the outright pace. There's definitely some time to find in that one. But potentially, could this be a first decent start that Adam Davis gets of the evening?
Ross Honeyman started strong with that P3, but he did drop in the second heat, but he could go back up the order. Obviously, we're waiting now for Jacob Aquil to come through. He's probably the leader at the moment in terms of points with that first and second. Alfie Hale.
Looking at this through here, looking at an updated order, Ben Sprout leads on a 52.003. So the driver with the most BIKC starts currently holds provisional pole position. But there's a few really quick drivers about to come through and over the line. Dylan Edwards, Harrison Staples, Jacob Aquil is currently P4. As Sprout goes over the line and can't move the benchmark anymore. Aquil goes over the line to third, improves his time to a 52.163. Harrison Staples is in fourth. He's just gone fast on his previous lap there. Alfie Hale now goes into P4 and moves him down, so a 52.213. Matt Priest, Ross Honeyman, Adam Davis is now down in 8th, Taylor Barnes in 9th. Lewis Draper, again, another experienced driver, currently in P10. Reese Kello in 11th. Jay Christie, Richie Clark, Lucas Charles Davis and Elliot Barrell are your runners and riders at the moment. Staples should be about to come across the line at any moment now, as into the 51s goes Dylan Edwards. See if Staples can move forward from 5th place. It's not an improvement in lap time there, so Ben Sprout is on the front row at the moment. He's about to come over the line in kart 3 and goes to pole position, so 51.831 for Ben Sprout in kart 3. Dylan Edwards in 31. An improvement in times for Jacob Aquil on a 52.033, but not enough to move him up a position. Alfie Hale is going to come across the line on a 52.2 he's on currently, but that last lap of 57.7. So I think he's maybe trying to find a little bit of space before going for one last flying lap.
James wants a shout out. He's called me Jurgen as well. I love that. Okay, so there's shout outs, no problem at all. Shout outs I can easily do, no problem at all. And so let's go back to the racing. So Ben Sprout is out there in quali, and yeah, that's 51.831. That's a great lap time.
Yeah, so checker flags out. Staples didn't improve. Waiting to see if Aquil can move up the order. He should be next over the line. Sprout doesn't move the goalpost at all. Jacob Aquil can't improve on that last lap of 52.057. Alfie Hale and Dylan Edwards, I believe, still have a lap to complete. So we'll see if they can move the goalposts at all. Hale goes over the line, improves his time but not his position. So 52.112 for Alfie Hale. And I think that is everyone over the line now. Just double checking. Lucas Vito and Nak goes into 13th place. He improves by 1 position. 1,000th of a second as the difference between 13th and 14th. So between Lucas and Jay Christie. So pole position for that one is the driver with the most BIKC starts. Ben Sprout in kart 3 will start this next one from pole position. Dylan Edwards will join him on the front row, and then Jacob Aquil and Alfie Hale, two very fast and very racy drivers on the second row. Harrison Staples, Ross Honeyman 5th and 6th. Matt Priest, Adam Davis will start from the 4th row. Taylor Barnes, Richie Clark, Lewis Draper, Reese Kello, Lucas Vitonak, Jay Christie, Charles Davis and Elliot Barrell, your 16 runners and riders in this one.
Okay, excellent stuff. So we are just setting things up. Am I allowed to comment on that, or probably not? I probably will get myself into trouble if I comment on that. Right, here we go. So we've got Ben Sprout going to start this one in pole position. So we've got Dylan, will be second on the grid, Jacob third.
So I'm just doing some maths here. We're at the stage where we need to work out, really, or at least give you an idea.
So somewhere we need you, Chris, for all your mathematical skills.
Well, it's nice to see, because then you can see the racing on track and know what's on the line. But Alfie Hale's got a 1st and a 6th, and he's there in 4th position. So that would give him an average position of 11, which does put him up there. Not as well as Carl Evans, Tom Fox or Gabriel Quinter, but he's up there. Gabriel Quinter with a 1st and 2nd currently. Now a 3rd, it would put him tying with Carl Evans at the front. So, you know, he probably needs one more place. Maybe that's second place. To be honest with you, actually, if he takes second place, that's good enough to lead a semi-final at the moment, at least, if all things don't change. Ben Sproat, on the other hand, only a fourth place was near him at the moment. Don't have his second result, so he's outside the top 5, and I'm not keeping as close my eye on him, at least at the moment. Sorry, Ben. But yeah, a win would be nice. It's nice to win a heat. So yeah, I think
it is nice to win a heat.
It is nice to win a heat.
Always a nice feeling.
I think at this point, Ben Sproat is one of those drivers, we've been saying it all day, there's certain drivers at certain points that just require a result. I think Ben Sproat is one of those.
See, I couldn't say that, but somebody's put it on the live stream. No. Shout out to Brittany's sister in the Mario hat on the bridge. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, here we go. So we are all lined up, and Silky gives the thumbs up to go green. Here we go, Ben Sproat in pole position. We've got the yellow flashing light. We're not quite ready just yet. We're green. Here we go. 1 red light, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go green. Oh, look at that. There's a big hole there before we went to green. And yeah, P3 has gone straight into P2. Ben Sproat, in the meantime, as already looks like he's going to check out at the front. Because, oh, look at that on the inside. Yeah, there's some hard racing going on in there. Ben Sproat leads, though, as we go underneath the race section for the very first time. And it is literally bumper to bumper coming through here. Let's see if there's any kind of chaos. A lot of hand gestures going on to the up ramp there. But no, Ben is able to comfortably, look at that, that's a decent lead already. So really gaining from the little bit of chaos happening behind him.
So Jacob doesn't need to win. That's the key here now. He can lead a semi-final with his second place. So it's just a question of carrying on.
Yeah, banking the points and hoping it's enough around the rivals. There's Dylan Edwards and Alfie Hale fighting tooth and nail at the moment. And they've got Harrison Staples just behind them. Then that is the 28 of Ross Honeyman in there as well. So some very close racing at the moment. The top 2 seem to have checked out of this one at the moment. Ben Sproat, Jacob Akule, Dylan Edwards and Harrison Staples. Alfie Hale, then Harrison Staples, as they come over the start-finish line this time. Ross Honeyman, Matt Priest, Adam Davis holds 8th. Richie Clark, Taylor Barnes in P10, Lewis Draper, Reese Kello, Elliot Barrell, Lucas, Charles and Jay complete your runners and riders in this one at the moment. But just over 6 and a bit minutes to go. All can change here.
Yeah, so Ben Sproat with that lead, 0.898 of a second. Jacob, yeah, so we'll have to see, will Jacob really go and really try and push, or he's just going to go, right, second place is good enough for me, and drive a defensive drive. It looks like Volatic is looking behind him at the present moment in time. So it looks like more of the defensive stuff is likely to happen rather than the aggressive let's go get him. So there we go, coming over the line for lap 2, and the order there will just equal out as it clocks up.
Harrison Staples will be up there. He's at a 3rd, 5th, 5th by this calculation. He will be, I'm looking at probably a 3rd or 4th to start for a semi at the moment.
He's got a good chance of making it through to the final.
He's got a very good chance, being above that line.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got Ben Sproat leading, Jacob is in 2nd, Dylan Edwards is 3rd, Alfie Hale is 4th, Harrison Staples in 5th, Ross Henneman is in 6th place, Matt Priest in 7th, Adam Davis in 8th, Richie Clark 9th, Taylor Barnes in 10th place, Louis Draper in 11th, Reese Keller is in 12th, and Elliot, Lucas, Charles and Jay bring up the rear at the moment. But yeah, we've got some action here, side by side, going around the second hairpin. Not much joy there going.
Dylan Edwards tried to defend a bit from Alfie Hale. That almost allowed Alfie Hale to just run it around the outside. But Dylan, quite smart with that one. Just ran Alfie Hale wide through the corner. Left him enough racing room, but still made sure that he couldn't attack into the 3rd hairpin. But all that has done is just bring absolutely everyone else back into this battle. So they're all nose to tail for 3rd place, as Dylan Edwards is seemingly the cork in the bottle here, as he's got the entirety of the grid behind him.
Yeah, indeed. Ben Sproat, he said he's going to check out. He hasn't checked out. Half a second. He's got a comfortable-ish lead for this kind of championship.
Jacob will be told that he doesn't need to win this. He will be told. No risk, no penalty, none of this. Ben Sproat is fine to lead it. He's not even directly in competition with him. So
will the kart tell him, do you think? because the karts do chat to the drivers now as they're driving around.
You've got some crazy
all kinds of chit chat.
You've got some crazy armed Welsh
Some
people.
karts are more chatty than other karts.
Oh, you've got something worse. You've got a bunch of crazy armed Welshmen on the side just flailing their arms around right now.
If you get a black flag now, the kart will tell you. That's the kind of tech that we've got on board. When your race is over, it'll tell you. If you have to go to the pit lane, it'll tell you. So that is the kind of tech that we've got, which we think is absolutely brilliant. From something with dates from karting from the 1990s, this is space age stuff. This is kind of stuff that we never thought back in the day would end up coming into the industry. But it is, and it's here, and it's absolutely amazing. And there's Ben Sproat leading with 42 in second, and looks like, even though Jacob, we all figured out he doesn't actually need to win the race, he's still maintaining that pressure.
In a way, I apologise, because, you know, if we didn't know this, then it would have been an exciting race. I apologise.
You've spotted it, Chris.
All it means now is Jacob Akul sort of is in a position now where if there's a move open to him, he can go for it. But at the same time, if it feels like Ben Sproat is holding him up, which they've only got about 2 seconds to Dylan Edwards, who still has a train of karts behind him, he sort of has to make a decision. Does he sit in second place and hope that the likes of Dylan, Alfie and Harrison don't catch up to him? Or does he try and go for the move and depose Ben Sproat of the lead in this one? Just over 3/10 is the gap, and it looks like it has come down a small amount between Sproat and Jacob Akul. The two drivers, very similar colour liveries on their race suits, but Dylan Edwards still has his handful of Alfie Hales, Harrison Staples, Ross Honeyman behind him. Over the line they go. Once again, we try and see what the gap is this time, as Alfie Hale has had a black and white flag for we believe, contact in this one so far, as over the line up the ramp they go. Ben Sproat still holding Jacob Akul at arm's left. 2.1 seconds is the gap down to Dylan Edwards, who still has a massive train of karts going all the way down to Reese Kello in 12th position behind him. As up on the top section, down they come, change between Louis Draper and Taylor Barnes. As the gap did come up a little bit between Ben Sproat and Jacob Akul into the first hairpin. They go.
Quizzy Carty saying, can the karts tell you how to drive better? Well, we can probe them to say anything that we want. And we would love to do that, okay? But unfortunately, we've been a little bit restricted on what we can allow the karts to kind of tell. But who knows, the way AI is going on, they can have a whole conversation with you in maybe 5 years. So we'll have to wait and see. They're always going to enjoy Russ's descent into madness as the weekend progresses. It kind of starts mad, and then it really does go downhill. And then you get Sunday night. Yeah, that's when it kind of hits. Yeah, that's when it really hits. So, yeah, shout out to Chris Paul. Yeah.
Shout out to me. Thank you, Lucas. Watching all the way from Germany.
From Germany, another mate of yours around Europe. They're everywhere, Chris. They're everywhere.
Yes.
Goodness
I
me.
haven't seen the European haters yet. They're there. They're there. Just waiting for them.
So Ben Sproat's still leading. I will have to see if this is the last lap or not. And I think Jacob, I think he's been there putting pressure on, but he hasn't taken any risks whatsoever. No. It looks like this is the checker. Yes, hasn't taken any risk whatsoever. So you put a bit of pressure on, but I think he knew there that just take second. That's more than enough. It's all I need. And that will serve, those results will serve me well when I get to the semi-finals. So here we go, right, okay. So yeah, imagine when AI comes in, the car starts to criticise your driving, tell you how rubbish you are. Oh, that would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
I mean, to be fair, in sim racing, there's already programs that will do that and tell you exactly how bad you are. Probably why I don't do that type of racing either, because I already know I'm terrible at all of this sort of stuff. But yeah, that sort of technology might not actually be as far away as some people think. It'll probably require a few more sensors on the karts.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's something that would be impossible.
Or perhaps your mates can dial into the kart, through.
Oh, you definitely wouldn't want that. Could you imagine?
I know, it'd be absolutely brilliant.
Could you imagine if, you were driving, and you had me shouting through the car, just being like, right, get out of the way, get out of the way. I don't think that would go down too well.
I don't think so. But we've so in the last race, we've got Ben Sproat taking maximum points there. JP Quill is in second, and that's the second that he really wanted, really all the way through. Dylan Edwards third, Alfie Hale in fourth, Harrison Staples fifth, Ross Honeyman in sixth place, Matt Priest seventh, Adam Davis eighth. Here we go.
I feel like I've missed a couple of drivers here, but I give you a flavour of where we're looking on the points at least across both middleweight groups.
Well, like emotionally?
No, but for instance, I don't know Benjamin Sproat's worst result, unless he can point to me on camera right now what his worst result is, Benjamin Sproat, if he can hear me. But I know he's got a first and a fourth. I can see you with the helmet off. No, he's not going to do it. Benjamin Sproat's got a first, fourth, but I don't know what his worst result is. But on that basis, Jake Requiol, I believe, has a 1-2-2, which sees him top of a semi. Carl Evans up there with a 1-1-4, total position of 6. Tom Fox, the third place scoring driver. Gabriel Quinter, the fourth place scoring driver, up there with a 1-3-4. Dylan Edwards has actually done better, sort of 2-6-3 coming through as his results. Alfie Hale started strong with that 1, but a 4th and a 6th in his last 2 heats is going to drop him a little bit, and I'm still not sure where Ben Sproat sits in that. I don't have Harrison Staples with a 3-5-5. That's a total of 13, but actually puts him not too far off. I think he's going to be starting 4th for a semi, maybe, sort of 4th place for a semi. So, again, it's the same as the heavyweights. It's really close to call.
Yeah, indeed. That's a good idea. Proximity chat.
Oh, yes.
So when you get within a second of a driver in front, you can talk to him. That's a brilliant idea. I'd back that all day long.
Again, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Oh, it is. It is, but still, I think that's brilliant. That's right up my street.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I can think of that would be more chaotic than that was I remember seeing a video, I think it was from Nelson Piquet when he was karting out in Brazil, and they had paintball guns. And I think that's the only way that could be more chaotic is if you had paintball guns out there with your friends. Yeah. So that would be terrifying.
Quizzy Karting, keep the ideas coming. They're absolute belters. So, yeah, we're loving all that. Okay, so we're just having a little bit of a pause. Where are we? So that's heavyweight group 2.
What can we talk about here? Anthony Vibic and Hassan Zafar, both on 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, so effectively, it's whoever wins, whoever finishes ahead out of this one, potentially is going to be front. You'd say a shoe-in for a pole in a semi-final based on.
Saying that, actually, if they finish 1st and 2nd, let's pretend one driver finishes 2nd, they'll have a total positions of 5, and the winner will take a total positions of 4. Yeah, they'll have a 4 and a 5, and Tom Wiltshire's average positions was an 8 with a 1-3-4. So actually, if they're 1st and 2nd, no risk. They're going to be in separate semi-finals. There's absolutely no reason to fight. And again, I don't want to add a boring element to that race because it could be, who's going to go for the move? But this is kind of the time where you take those you understand that you are the top 2 drivers of your group because the other group was just so chaotic with people trading positions. So it'll be up to the 14 other drivers in the heat to steal the points back.
Yeah, I think as a driver, you want to try and win something like this with the least amount of drama possible. So knowing that going into it, for at least for the 2 drivers, that could potentially be a good little thing. But
I just say, big shout out to Jake Chapman for his impeccable drive at BIKC this year. Really proud mum right here. Keep your head high. You'll get there next year, my king. What a lovely message. That's fantastic. That's a joy to read out. That is. So here we go, and Chris Daly singing, loving all the ideas. Chris and Vince, he's the one that programs them. He's writing them all down.
Oh, brilliant.
That's a great idea. You wait till next year, we'll have a lot. We'll have proximity messages, we'll have people radioing, we'll have the race director too. Just literally be a big argument for each driver on the
I just feel like
the kart.
This is a brilliant one, just during a red flag period, because sometimes they can go on for a while, with various things going on track. Put a little game on it, like Snake,
Could you imagine that?
That is a fantastic idea, Chris. They write that one down.
They could play Mario Kart while they're karting. Is that possible? Chris, write that one down.
Well, I fancy a bit because you got the buttons to do it as well. You can do Snake or Pong or something. Yeah. That's a fantastic idea. Get that down. Yeah, Chris Ball come up with that idea. I don't want to hear anything from Biz there.
Yeah, totally.
I'm on the phone anytime.
Let's make it happen. Oh dear, oh dear.
So, judging by the fact that the 40 stopped on circuit, I would guess the lights are red at the moment there. So, the guys are currently trying to...
Here we go, really proud of Ross
Samuel.
Samuel.
Look at that helmet.
Hang on.
Look at that snazzy helmet.
It's a red flag on track. Yeah. What a time to play, a bit of Snake, a bit of Pong.
Can I just say, I'm really proud of Ross Samuel this year. So proud of my boy, proud dad supporting him from here. Again, great messages coming in. Yeah, we love reading those out. Absolutely fantastic. And yeah, Quizzy Karting, Chris, get in touch. Got loads of ideas. This is the tip of the iceberg from Quizzy Karting. These are just for top line ideas. There's a whole sheet, there's a whole list of them.
So the last couple of drivers have filed out the pit lane, and hopefully we should start seeing some representative lap times filing in shortly. So looking at Hassan Zafar there, he's got Brittany Norfolk tucked under the rear bumper, and to be fair, it could be quite a good play for a driver like Brittany. He's potentially had a couple of bad runs. You go and find a driver who you know is quick and try and stick yourself on the rear bumper, see if you can drag yourself along. It at least gives you an idea if you've potentially got a kart to perform in, if you know the driver in front is quick and a decent peddler, which Hassan Zafar definitely is at this point.
I say it, looking at the screen, I'm a bit shocked. This is heavyweight Group 2 on the final heat. This is the last race in the heat.
Yeah, it's the last of the heats for BIKC 2025.
See,
so
this
we
day,
are rattling through this.
This day just rolls by, doesn't it? It really, really does.
BIKC is one of those events that just ramps up really, really quickly, and as you get through the heats, it all starts coming very thick and very fast. So just watching the lap times pop through, and just getting the first representative lap times from many of the drivers. Anthony Whippich currently fastest on a 52.6. Hassan Zafar beats that on a 52.2. Brittany Norfolk goes third on 52.7, Chris.
So let's talk about drivers that can upset the party then. If Hassan Zafar and Anthony Whippich, if they 1 and 2 it, they're flying through. Even 1 and 3 at this rate, or 2 and 3 it. Who can upset the pie?
Yeah, also Fighter Boy says Team Radio with race control would be peak. I'm with you there. I think it'd be dope, absolutely, if we did that.
You guys really have taught Russ an entire new language in the one day I've been missing. So.
This has nothing to do with me. This is all Josh.
You wait till the next regional meeting in the north. They're going to go,
God.
what?
Oh, no. So, in terms of drivers, I think that could maybe have a bit of that could throw a spanner in the works. The likes of Noel Haddon's been there or thereabouts. The fourth at the moment, Isaac here as well has been there or thereabouts over the course of this one. So they are currently fourth. Mike Allen goes up into second place on this one, a 52.579. Is about 3/10 behind Hassan Zafar's pole time, currently the 52.258. Looking for drivers who are going to be close to finishing a lap here. Looks like Isaac here is going to be the next one to come over the line. His best so far was on his last lap, a 52.843. We'll see if they can go any further from that. But currently on pole by 0.3 of a second is Hassan Zafar. As we wait to see, Isaac here doesn't improve on that last lap. Damon Brown's on a lap at the moment, and he should be coming towards the line. Anthony Whippich as well. Should be very close. He was there or thereabouts in his last time over the line. Whippich improves. He goes second fastest on a 52.343. Still not enough to move Hassan Zafar. Mike Allen comes towards the line. He goes, doesn't go faster there, 0.2 slower than his previous one. Brittany Norfolk doesn't improve either. She's still fourth. But still, Hassan Zafar is there or thereabouts in his last couple of laps as well.
Mike Allen needs a good result here. Sorry, Russ. Mike Allen needs a good result. He's on currently a 3rd, 8th.
Can I just say a huge shout out to Leonora, who is out there, Smith, who is down there, a big Charlton supporter. I just want to say she's staying up late to watch this. So a massive shout out, Leonora, from myself, from Tom, from Chris, maybe from Josh as well. He's on the fence a little bit. He's in with the shout out as well. Thank you for staying up late, and I hope you're really, really enjoying the action. And well done on Charlton getting promoted a few months ago. I saw the pictures from that, and you looked absolutely ecstatic. And I think Charlton's still doing all right this season as well. I not really follow football that much, more of a motorsport kind of person, but I hope you're having a great night, and stay tuned. How late will Daddy allow you to stay up? I literally think probably to the end. I think, Leonora, that's how it's got to be, right to the end. So you can say that Russ said that, okay? You've got to stay up to the end. Yeah, Lyde's now going, oh no, what's he said that for?
So looking at this one, if you take the top 2 out of this one, it is incredibly close for the rest of the field. There's only about 2 or 3 tenths separating about 8 or 9 drivers there. As Hassan Zafar, Anthony Whippich are still the top 2. Whippich now goes to the pole. He's just managed to best Hassan Zafar's time of 52.251 for Anthony Whippich. Can Zafar respond? He goes over the line, but it's only a 52.685. Mike Allen tries to respond as well. He's on a 53.738. So I think Mike Allen he's got one more shot really, trying to get up the order from here. Isaac here is going to be one of the next drivers to come across the line in about 10 or so seconds. So we'll have to see if he can make a difference here. He's set his personal best on his previous lap, a 52.743. He's going to be coming through the last corner now, so he goes over the line, doesn't improve that time. Can Whippich move the goalposts? 52.251, sorry, is his pole time at the moment, just 7 thousandths ahead of Hassan Zafar. He goes over the line of 52.5. Now it's down to Zafar and Allen. Can either of them dethrone Anthony Whippich here for pole position for the last heat? No, neither of them can. So neither of them improve on that lap through there. And we think this will be the checker flag that everyone will be seeing as we go over the line. Checkers are out. So Anthony Whippich is over the line, and he's on pole position. The only real driver who could potentially dethrone him on a lap is Isaac Kahir, who I think is still on a lap at the moment in the 33. But currently the top five I think are set unless Kahir can find a lap time in these last couple of corners. He should be going over the line now. Doesn't improve his time there. 52.802. Damon Brown should be coming over the line as well. I think he'll be the last driver
much better lap for Brittany. Much better lap. 4th there on the grid.
Yeah, very good. A very good showing from her there.
Like it.
So Anthony Whippich and Hassan Zafar 1 and 2 on the grid once again. These two have been trading blows throughout the entirety of the evening.
There's no reason to fight between the two of them, I've got to be honest with you. Mike Allen, 3rd place, because he had an 8th place, so he's had a 3rd already behind these two, but an 8th place in the first, he's going to hurt him. At the moment, I think, if he finishes 3rd position on track behind these two, he will only inherit 8th place total in the standings, which is 4th, essentially, on the grid for the
it's halfway in the qualifying zone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you say, I think Mike Allen really needs a result here if he wants to try and move up the order. And starting 3rd, depending on the start, if Hassan gets maybe a little bit of a slower start, it's a possibility that he could go straight into 2nd here.
Shout out to Brittany Norfolk, 4th place.
Yeah, good result there.
Such a difficult first heat where, it wasn't her fault. And a really strong second heat, but this is even stronger. This is fantastic. And she's going to nick a lot of points. This is quite reassuring for Mike Allen, because this does, as long as, he finishes 3rd, reassure him that he will be in that top 8 at the very least. But these two at the front, there's absolutely no risk really needed, but let's see.
Yeah, no risk needed, but these are racing drivers again, so anything can happen, and in motorsport it very usually does.
Can I just do a very quick shout out to Will watching this at home in Leeds, Will Lockwood, and I believe he's with Sandy there as well, just watching the action, and they're drinking rum. And so if they're still awake at this point, a big shout out to you guys over there. Will is in charge of our Fast Forward program that we run in TeamSport, which is really great. And we are almost ready for the last race in the heats. We got flashing yellows at the moment. We're just adjusting, or were adjusting the cart right at the back. We're going to go green in a minute.
He's happy with the grid.
Look at that, I did it again. Look at that. It's just watching for green. 4 red lights, 5. This is the green you want. There we go.
Oh.
Mike Allen gets a good start. He's in the side, really, of Hassan Zafar. Brittany Norfolk's in 4th place there, side by side for 2nd and 3rd. Is it going to be enough for Mike Allen to hold on to 2nd place? I don't really think it will be,
Hassan
Zafar manages to get back into 2nd place, but that just means it's advantage to Anthony Whippich. It allows him to clear off a little bit and get a bit of a gap over what you can really say is his championship rival at this point here. Through the top end of the circuit, Damon Brown looks like he's had a decent start there. He's up behind at the 33, so I think that puts him in 6th place. Oh, there's a kart slow in the background there, and hands up in the air. Someone wasn't very happy with something that happened down at Mech Bay Corner there, but it is Anthony Whippich that leads. A decent gap over Hassan Zafar. Mike Allen in 3rd. You can see Brittany Norfolk in 4th place there. I think, is that Mike Allen sporting now a rib protector on the inside there? I didn't notice that in the first couple of races. So
she's feeling it.
Yeah, this isn't the most easiest track to be able to drive, and I think at the end of it works out at the end of this heat, these guys will have been out there for just over an hour worth of driving, and anyone who's tried to do like a 40-lap race around Warrington will attest that this is not the easiest circuit in the country to drive, and definitely a physical.
Can I just say that Brittany is easiest, the easiest driver to spot on track by
definitely
a million miles.
Definitely not going to miss her out there. Makes our job of trying to spot her quite easy out there.
Yeah.
So up on the top section of the circuit, Whippich still just extending the lead a little bit from there. But Hassan Zafar has a bit of an advantage now over Mike Allen, Brittany Norfolk, Isaac Kahir. Damon Brown is in 6th place. David Gaskin in 7th. Noel Haddon in 8th. Max Edwards, Ryan Nichols are your top 10. And looking down the order a little bit further, Corin McCarthy, Amy Khan, Miles Harding, Anthony Deverell and QC Knight, your 16 runners and riders here at the moment. Currently watching Mike Allen as he tries to get back on terms with Hassan Zafar. This top 4 really starting to stretch out a little bit between them, and not really what you'd expect to see. But like you say, between Anthony Whippich and Hassan Zafar to pole the semi-finals, just no risks, no silly games, just need to try and coax these carts home.
For me, Anthony Whippich is turning into the favourite here. No doubt he's really put in some absolutely stellar drives so far, and once again he is out in the lead of this one and pulling away 1.3 seconds.
I know I've been a little bit boring here talking about there's no risk, just finish 1-2. You still want to win 2 of the 3 races.
Yeah.
I think you
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, you want to land down. Hey, I'm the one winning the races. I know you won one of them, but hey, I've won more. Going into semi-finals, because you're not going to see them then until the grand final, and you might be lining up 1 and 2 there. If you're the one who's won the more races, it's a bit of mind games there. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It is all that. It is about the strategy
Also,
games, at least.
I want to shout out to Davey and Rachel. Okay, so they have got a Christmas tradition where on BIKC National Night, that's when they put their Christmas tree up. So their Christmas tree is up, and they've just sent me a picture of it. I hope you guys are really, really well. Haven't seen you guys in ages, as we said, and hope you guys are well and having a fantastic night. So here we go. Anthony Whippich is leading by a second, and you're absolutely. It's just a great drive for Anthony Whippich. He's just performing every single race. Hassan is a fierce competitor there in 2nd place, 1 second behind. I'm really thrilled for Brittany because she's got literally the best race she is having tonight, and she's all over Mike Allen. Really wants that position, and she's one of the drivers that needs that position. I got a feeling she's going to try and make a move to take it, because she knows she needs the points, as opposed to drivers around her on the track that will be probably quite content with the point score they've already bagged and just need a solid performance.
He's a calm guy.
I think the driver to watch, she had a little look on the inside there, so I think Brittany really is looking good to try and make a move in the next few laps.
Mike Allen, he's a cool character. He'll have this in hand, but he is going to the inside, the middle on each corner at the moment. But this is going to bring more drivers into it, I think.
Yeah, indeed. So Hassan there, 0.7 seconds behind Anthony Whippich at the moment. So the gap is coming down. There's no question about it. It was a second. Now it's 0.765. So Anthony Whippich, he could finish second and still be quite content on this, but once you're in the lead, you don't want to give it up, do you? You don't want to give it up.
I know Britt very well.
Yep.
And with the day she's had...
Got some dirt on her?
No, in a good way.
Oh.
In a good way. I'm very, very good friends with Britt. And I've raced her many, many times. And with the day she's had, I think a move's going to happen here. Definitely going to try and make this work. You can see every time they go up this up ramp, especially this top section, they're so close together. She's essentially almost pushing the driver in front every straight we get to. And there you can see the defensive drive that Mike's having to put on to keep Brittany at bay. I think something's going to happen here.
Yeah, also she's due a bit of luck. That crash ages ago now, it seems, on the right on the top at the far end. She was very, very unlucky that she ended up going into the barrier at that particular point. Innocent Justice Racing, really. The racing gods have got to be on your side at all times.
I mean, the racing gods have done something here. This is the battle for first and second. That's got a hell of a lot closer.
It has. Yeah, I did say that Hassan was closing in. But we'll have to see how Anthony Whippich plays this. He has done some fantastic defensive driving so far today, and we're going to see another little demonstration of that, I believe. And Brittany is, you can
see the yellow highlighter suit in the background.
Yeah,
you know,
flash, can't miss it, really.
There's a big gap between second and third. So if they go for a move out in front, they should be pretty safe. But were you saying before, Chris, that they don't really need to battle these guys in P1 and 2?
But I think it's maybe a game of arrogance now. And also, look how far they're ahead. Why not have another go? I think there's something to say about winning 2 of the 3 heats between them both. It lands that sort of, I want to win this title now. Maybe there is a bit of ego in it. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I would just drive to the end. But, you know, look at the gap. Why not have a go?
Oh, well, it looks like they're having a go here. That's Hassan Safar, who's gone a lot wider there. There wasn't a last lap board, so I believe we're going to get another racing lap after this as we're heading round the Mech Bay corner. They're heading up the up ramp. They're very close, but not close enough to make a move as we head up round the top section here. They've dropped off a little bit there, Hassan Safar, but closing in a little bit on the exit. See Britt there in the background is still behind Mike there. With only one more racing lap, they're going to have to make a move soon.
Literally half watching this battle and half watching her for Brittany.
I feel like I'm cross-eyed.
Because she's so easy to spot.
Yeah.
And she's only 2/10, but behind, it's got everything to play for. Oh, but it got out there. Ooh. I'm here, says Hassan, just to let you know, I'm here. And that will only, I think, inspire Anthony to take an even tighter line, I think.
There's the last lap board.
Last lap to go. Here we go.
Let's see what Hassan does. Does he go wide again? He does. I think, do you know what, Chris? I think they're going to go for this.
And why not? Why not?
Well, it is a race.
Well, I hope we do fight for positions in races, don't we?
I know, absolutely. Anthony Whippich there. So he's just got to hang on for about half a lap to claim yet another win in tonight's heavyweight BIKC Championship. And yeah, just checking Brittany in the background. She's still behind Mike Allen.
Yeah, if there's going to be any move, it's going to be at turn 1 here. And same again with these guys here. Whether, you know, they've tried to use the boost in a slightly different way. And there's been quite a few people trying to use the boost out of turn 1 here to get alongside. But Hassan Safar is a little bit too far back on that move there. Let's see as we come around here.
So here we go. This is the final corner. They're going to stream through. Checker flag is going to go out. Anthony Whippich, yeah, with a bit of a hand signal there. Yeah, scores another win, and it's going to be time penalty.
Time penalty for Safar. He's dropped to 5th.
Wow, Hassan Safar gets a penalty.
So that was done on VAR. That's a 5-second penalty for Racing Room at the start of the race.
Third. Mike Allen goes second.
Wow.
And that is VAR.
Oh, have we got a driver reversing back to the pit lane?
On the grid.
Mike
there we go.
Allen moves to 2nd. I'm just trying to move my...
Yeah, well, let do some maths for us, Chris.
Yeah,
we'll leave you to it.
We need Chris to just iron all this out.
Sure, that's big.
Bit. So that is the end of the heats.
You know, well, I'm about to say I hate to talk about Britt again, but I could talk about Britt all day. But
talk about Britt.
That's huge. You know, she had not a great first heat.
One more time.
Second heat, you know, did a hell of a lot better. Third heat, she's ended up on the podium.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think
if there was a podium for a heat.
You know what?
Yes, but I get the point, Josh.
Yeah. She's done well. That's what I'm trying to say, Ross.
Brilliantly.
Let's head to Chris and see what that meant, that penalty there.
Okay, so Anthony Whippich obviously checks out with the 1-1-2. A fantastic points haul for him there. Then it's a tiebreak. It's Hassan Safar on a 1st, 2nd, 5th. And Thomas Wiltshire on a 1st, 3rd, 4th. Now, again, according to Rule 5.2, they both have a high position of 8, total position. Looking at this, Hassan Safar will get the preferential treatment there with a 1st and 2nd, because Thomas Wiltshire's results are a 1st and 3rd. So Hassan Safar will still lead a semi-final for now, and Thomas Wiltshire, sorry, that is his nickname, will move to 2nd.
We're being asked why has he got a penalty, and I'll be honest, we didn't see anything obvious, so we haven't cut any footage of anything that we looked.
No, so we're going
to...
having a look at the race control chat, and that's the only real reason we've got it, is it says the exact line is Kart 43, Hassan Zafar, it's 5-second penalty for racing room at the start. It was a VAR review. So at the start they have all the cameras effectively covering the first 3 hairpins. There may have been something they weren't 100% happy with potentially. They've had a good look at that through the cameras that's up in race control, or God box as we call it, because it is all seeing, and they're clearly not happy with something, so have penalised accordingly.
I'll take a look through and see if we can come with anything after the break. But for now, we'll call the top 10 at least. I believe the top 10 on points.
I think they'll appeal that, and they might have to have another look at it.
Well, we'll take a look, certainly. But the one thing I will say is it doesn't change the result.
Yeah.
That's actually the one thing. Hassan Zafar will still lead a semi-final, I believe, at the moment on the preferential of the positions, first and second and fifth, to Thomas 1, 3, 4. Thomas Wiltshire then... Harvey Sugden-Scott, 4th highest point scorer there. He'll get the preferential treatment because he has the win to his name. Chris Knight is drawing with Harvey Sugden-Scott, but he has only a second. Ross Sandwell is the 6th highest point scoring driver, and he's sitting there the 3rd, 2nd, 7th. Mike Allen is the next highest scoring driver, and then Isaac Kahia and David Gaskin lead 9th and 10th. All of that, by the way, is my maths, and it could change. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to head back
down
I see.
Yes.
To our roving reporters. We've got Lex, we've got Akil, and according to the live stream, we've got the beautiful Emily, and we're going to head straight down there. So over to you guys.
Thank you, Russ. I don't know where you were running off to then. She literally, as soon as you started mentioning her name, she ran away.
He's always got something to say, so I'm just feeding off before anyone in the comments says anything.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, yeah, getting exciting now, isn't it?
It's getting to that point where everyone's getting a bit more tense. All the points have come in from all the heats.
Yeah.
You're going into the semi-finals. People still aren't quite sure where they're coming. They might have a little guess, so a lot of the CLOs are getting the questions of where am I starting and do we have that yet and how long have we got, so it's getting to that point where there's a lot of questions being asked and the tensions are getting quite high.
Yeah, it is quite good. Take a little look around here. Let's get everybody in on the... everybody give us a wave. Give us a wave. There we go, look at that. Very much. Right, Keel, do you want to go upstairs? We've got some people upstairs. We're going to have a
We've got our first driver here at the bottom.
Oh, right in front of us.
Yeah, having a good day?
Yeah, I'm having a great time, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about how your day's panned out on track so far.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I'm quite happy. I mean, it's my first Nationals. Didn't set myself any ridiculous expectations, just take each race as it comes. And yeah, definitely on the bubble going into the semis. Just going to see what happens.
You've got a special fan here with you today as well. You know, we don't. He's having a little nap, isn't it? Well, kind of.
I think actually he's just woken up, so I've got 1.5 special.
Okay, all right. If you don't mind us, yeah. So, come in. It's quite a special. And I've got to say, he has been such a star all day, hasn't he? But I mean, how nice is it to have him kind of part of your special day?
Oh, it's magic. I mean, look, it's a real tough day for my wife looking after Harvey the whole day. He's a little bit grizzly right now, but it's great to have him here. He does like his cars. We started him early, so yeah, it's great to have the support.
Even his top. What does it say? Because I read it earlier.
Oh, wait, it's got my surname on the front, but on the back I think it says I drive my parents up the wall. So yeah, pretty accurate. There we go.
He's been so good today. He's definitely.
Yeah, he's been a star, mate. There we go.
We'll sign him up to Race Academy for a few years.
Do it. Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely be back, and yeah, hopefully he can go one further than me.
and obviously he can soon. How old is he?
Well, he's almost 2. He's like 1 3/4.
So when he's 4. He could start our newest product, which is called Mini Racers. So we've launched it in Newcastle. It may go to a few other places, but it's for 4 to 7-year-olds, and they're obviously smaller karts and a lot slower and stuff like that, but are so much fun. Yeah. So I think he's going to be a star.
I think so too. Hello, mate. Oh, I think he wants Daddy.
Well, you go, be a dad, and we'll see you on track a little bit later. Okay. Best of luck.
Yeah, catch up soon.
Got a beautiful family.
Right. Do you want to make your way upstairs?
Yeah, should we go up? So we'll see what's happening up here. So we have got a little break before the semi-finals. So I think the drivers will be just gathering their thoughts, really. So let's start. Let's start with you, Tom. Tom, and then we'll come on to the Hale brothers. Tom, how's your day been so far?
I've had a bit of good luck. It's gone pretty smoothly for the most part. Apart from Gabriel, I did an excellent move down there into the first hairpin of the 3, but other than that, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah. When you came into this, what were you sort of thinking? What were you aiming for? What was the plan?
Well, I didn't think I had that much pace. I thought I was struggling. They've changed the chassis on the karts, and they drive fine, but I was just struggling to adjust. So I thought I was going to struggle for pace. I didn't think I was going to be running that near the top, but it worked out all right. So.
We did have a question from a young driver who said, can you ask one of the drivers what's their biggest tip they can give a young driver who's trying to come through, potentially just starting up karting?
Ask for tips from quicker drivers, follow quicker drivers, and don't try to go too quickly. Don't overdrive.
Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Any what's the plan for the semi-final? Any tactical masterclass coming?
Try not to mess it up.
Fair enough. Emily, I think we've got over to you.
Alfie and Danny Hill, can I get an extra microphone? Because I think my reach is going to be a bit too much. Oh, look, you've got one each. Look at that. It's like proper professional and stuff. How are you guys feeling?
All right. I think we're going to be starting 3rd and 4th for the semi-final. So it's not the best, not the worst. And hopefully it'll just be like whole positions in semi-finals, and then in the Joker lap just go as fast as you can and hope you jump people in the pits.
Yeah, that's the hope, isn't it? Are you going to think about going earlier or later, or are you just going to see how it pans out?
I think after watching that, was it the junior final, I think everyone's like maybe just thinking early. I mean, everyone at the start of the competition was wanting to go late because last year it seemed to benefit a lot of people who were starting further back. But I think it's going to be a lot of mixed things because you don't want to come in too early and then everyone comes in and then you're in a train anyway. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. And you guys, you both are from Stockton.
Yeah.
But one of you is not this year.
So
What's
you
happened
get nationals
there?
for free.
Is that it?
Yeah.
And it turned out that didn't work in your favour, did it?
Anyway, it did.
But you both made it through, so that's the main thing.
Yeah.
A question that I've got, and I think a few people do, you've obviously got different suits, but how do you tell you two apart?
He's taller. Yeah.
Surely not.
No, he's quite a bit. I mean, stand up. He's got. I reckon.
Oh, yeah, you actually are.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
that's
tiny.
a shame.
He's so small.
What a shame. But you guys are both enjoying it, yeah?
Yeah.
So far, so good. You're not thinking it.
I like the new format. It's a lot. The format last year. Definitely. Good.
Fabulous. Right, sounds good. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. Is this your people here?
Yeah.
So look at this. So say hello. Let's get them on. You're going to see this now.
That's quite clever, that.
Wave. Everybody wave. There you go. Isn't that nice? Should we go back?
I've got. Yeah, I have. I've got Gabriel here with me. Again. Yeah. How's your day been?
Not really how I wanted it to go, but like I told you earlier, you have to play the cards you've been dealt. Whether those have gone in my favour or not, it is what it is. I think I've optimised each result, so in that sense I'm happy. And there's still a semi-final and a grand final to go, so anything can happen.
And how do you keep, because obviously the format means it's quite a long day, but there are chances you can have, a slightly worse race and you've got time to recover. How do you keep it going mentally? Because if you've had a disappointment, you need to pick yourself up, and that's probably quite difficult.
Well, I think you need to surround yourself with good people, first of all. Like everyone at BSR is just super supportive, whatever the result is. And you also just have to be able to compartmentalise what's happened before. If it's been a bad result, you just have to put it behind you. And, you've still got more races. You need to fully focus on that.
And one of the questions we've had from one of our viewers was one tip for them. They're starting karting, like they've just started, a few months in. What tip would you give them?
Be open to listening. Don't think you're the best driver in the world straight off the bat. Be humble and just take in as much information as you can. Listen to others, take advice when you can, and just make sure you're having fun.
And any kind of strategy for the semi-finals which are coming up?
Well, I don't think I'll reveal that on stream, but
the other drivers aren't listening.
They might be.
Maybe. But best of luck anyway.
Thank you.
Right, let's go downstairs if we can. We're gonna get a little behind the scenes chat with Joel and the crew down there. If you want to head down there, and we'll see who we can get. But it's really interesting downstairs. We like talking.
Are we going in there? Are we going into race control with the?
We're gonna go straight down and gonna go.
Are we?
Okay, race control. Go to race control first.
Oh.
Let's have a look at that.
Don't even let
Just
them
go
know
straight
that we're
in.
coming
Just go straight in.
They're having a break. They're having a well-earned break. They're eating.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's go down.
Let's go
Right,
down.
Joel, we're coming to you. Get prepared.
Sorry, guys.
So we were going to take you in race control, but obviously they've had back-to-back hours of racing, so they are taking a well-earned break and having their breakfast, lunch and dinner all at the same time.
Tell you something, the carbonara has gone down a storm here this weekend.
I'll let Lex go first.
Let's go and have a look. Let's go and get in here. Will they let us in? This is the question.
I know the code.
They're probably not going to let us in.
Oh no, they
Oh,
are.
no, they are. Why?
Here we go.
You ain't going to let us in, will you? Come on in. Come and talk to the crew, man. This is it. This is the heart of everything. Joel, how are you?
I'm very well.
So go on, explain. This is your time to shine and tell everybody in the world why Revolution Audio is the best.
Because there's 40,000 of you watching this broadcast.
Spin that around. Have a look at this. Look at all this. Can you do that? Can you have a look at that? It's mad. Yeah. So tell us how long does this take to set up? When do you guys get in? How long does it take when you're getting home?
Oh, well, we start preparing for this probably about 3 months before. We start looking at where we're going to put cameras, how we're going to do things differently. So this year we've got a big crane down at turn 1, getting some really nice sweeping shots. We start planning months in advance, and then we travel up on the Thursday, spend all of Friday building and rehearsing, and then live over the weekend.
And you guys, you're going to have a little bit of track time this weekend?
I have heard a rumour.
Don't know you've heard that off at all. What's next on the list this evening? When are we going back and racing and stuff?
So next up, we've got middle and heavyweight semi-finals coming up in about 10 minutes, and then into the last grand finals of the night.
Excellent, lovely. Have you had anything to eat?
I've had many items from the delicious TeamSport Bar and Kitchen menu.
Good, nice plug. Thank you, John.
Anytime.
Anyone over there? Who's over there? Spin round. Let's have a look. What are they doing? What are they talking about? What are you talking about? Not allowed to. We're not. Okay, fair.
Confidential information that's coming from the commentator. That's
We're not the
been
commentary
chatting
team.
all day.
We'll just leave.
All day, and now it's all secrets.
It stinks in here anyway.
See how it is. Just see how it is. It's all right.
Is that your only fan?
I do have a driver here ready. Ben, how's it been? You had a good last heat, didn't you?
I had a very good last heat, but overall the day's been a little shaky, a little mixed. 4th in heat 1, 7th in heat 2, and 1st in the last heat. Really needed the first, and got it, so I'm pretty happy with that.
It's good to be on that way rather than that way.
Yeah.
That way. And the good thing about the format is it does give you that sort of chance to really,
Chances,
yeah,
to even out the playing field as well.
And hopes for the semi-finals. I mean, don't give away your tactics or anything, but generally, what's the plan?
Really hoping I get a clean start. I believe I'll be starting 4th, which will be on the outside, so I need good reaction time to keep the position. Don't lose to the person on the inside. I don't really have no revolutionary plans, but just trying to go forwards. Yeah. I think a third row start would be very nice.
And you've obviously been karting for a few years now. If someone young who's just about to start karting asks for a tip, what would you give them? What tip would you give them?
Go to the Thursday nights and follow the fastest guy. Just see what the fastest person's doing. Maybe even ask them. A lot of the guys are quite approachable. Ask them what they're doing. Could you give me some tips, please? How do I take this corner? Where do I brake? Do I lift here? Just ask them that. Most of them would be nice. And learn one track and you'll get good eventually.
That's a really good tip. Best of luck for the semi-finals.
Right, I found a person over here. Well, a couple of them, to be honest with you. This is Deck. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, I'm all right,
Can you
you?
just explain exactly what you do so that people understand?
Yeah, so I'm a CLO, so I'm a customer liaison officer. My job is to liaise with all the drivers, speak to them about penalties, incidents, and they can come and talk to us about great things that have happened. So I did this at regionals, I did this and here. So yeah, this is my second
the nicest way
year.
I've ever heard that role explained.
Yeah, it's probably quite a hard job, but it's good.
Who's this?
This is Dylan. He was one of my race academy drivers at Preston. So he's come from race academy. That's where you started?
Yeah, it was about 2 years ago. First year I was in juniors, so I thought I'll give it a go. Didn't get through, unfortunately. But this year I used all my race academy to try and get through. Got into advanced with deck. Best instructor there, by the way.
Oh,
Got through in locals. Nottingham was a bit of a stress, but got through from second. And then just trying to do the best I can here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, it's been very good, to be honest.
What do you think of Warrington?
It's not as good as Preston.
Okay.
Revise going on here. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Please. Thanks very much. Yeah, go on, let's spin round. Let's have a chat. Do you want to have a chat with this gentleman?
You've literally asked us for a chat, and now you're backing out. You can't do that.
We're not going back with him.
Oh no, he's coming back in.
What is this? You've just.
What's happening?
Explain.
So, over the last 2 days, I've been helping Dylan.
Right.
With his heavyweights. We've gone from a 52.8
to a 52.2.
52. So,
okay.
It just shows you when you do work here and you know your track, you know everything, and you start helping everyone out. Whether it's heavyweights, middleweights, lightweights, cadets, doesn't matter. Put your voice forward, help people, and just push through.
So what did Declan actually do then? Because he's just been saying... So he's lying. It was actually all you.
So Declan's the best instructor that's going. Yeah,
know what you're
shaved off
talking about.
7/10 for you. Yeah.
So just over the last 2 days, it's just the last 2 days that he's been here. But yeah, he is a good instructor. So
fair enough.
I can't fault him. No one can fault him.
It's been split help.
But it's all you, mate. It's you. You're the one that's driving. You're just taking on all the advice, aren't you?
Yeah. But they're the ones who got me here, so they're the ones to thank at the end of the day.
Oh, well done, you two. Yeah. Great instructors.
I'll take that. Yeah, I think at the minute we're just letting the carts have a little bit of a calm down. You've got someone here if we want to come over here.
I have.
A bit of a chat.
I've got some supporters. I think we tell me who you're here supporting and stuff, and then hopefully they'll go past us in a second.
I'm supporting my sister Brittany today. She is racing in the heavyweight champion, and she's the only woman in nationals in heavyweights, and I'm so proud of her.
And I'm supporting Brittany as well.
And how's her day been so far?
Honestly, it's been a rough start. She did get knocked out by, obviously in the beginning.
Yeah.
But she's gotten back. She's in 4th place or 5th place for the next round, which I'm so excited to see. So she's built up and she's worked so hard for it. I'm so proud of her.
And how important is your role? Because I guess you're here, you're supporting her. You're obviously one of her big supporters. She'll have highs, she'll have lows. How do you help her through those?
Honestly, we both work so hard with what we want to get in life, and just me being here, because we have busy lives. So me and my mum being here, watching her right now, means so the world to her, basically.
And what will it mean to you guys if she does well in the semi-finals and makes the final?
I'm genuinely going to be so proud of her. She has appeared on Bury Times News recently because she got into nationals, so I'm proud of her for that. And our old high school got in touch with her because they were so proud of her seeing on the news. So she got a lovely little assembly with all the children, and she's so proud of herself. And
Will she do well in the semi-finals? I'm sure she will.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, a very few words. Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is a bit of a hello. How are you? All right. Let's go down here. Let's look at. Right, here's a little thing. So, Phil has been avoiding this live stream relentlessly. So we're going to pretend we're not on, and then I'll just be like, "Hey, Phil."
I think he knows.
He's literally run.
This doesn't work, does
Run.
it? Yeah, never mind.
We got a wave earlier. I think that's as good as it's really going to get.
Yeah. It is.
Okay, hang on. We were just talking to Brittany's supporters, and I think Brittany's here now as well.
Brittany.
We now have Brittany.
Come on in.
We've been talking to your sister and your supporters, and they've been just saying how proud they are of you. And how's your day been so far, from your perspective?
Well, So in my practice, I came P1, so I didn't expect it, to be honest. But then in my first and second heat, I was a bit disappointed. I got punted out on the first one, second mid-pack, but the third heat here, I just came P3, so I'm feeling okay. Just see how the semi-finals go.
Do you have a tactic for the semi-final, or is it just kind of go with it?
Yeah, just go with the flow, see what happens.
And if there was one song you could listen to just before the semi-final, so you got your phone, put Spotify, put your headphones on, what song would it be?
Eminem, Lose Yourself.
Oh, that was mine. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. It kind of hypes you up, kind of gets you ready for a fight as well. But obviously that's not what we're here to do. Obviously, I've never fought in my life, just FYI. But it is quite
It's a good song. Yeah.
And how important is it for you to have like your family here?
Oh, they never come to watch me. Like, it's the first time I've ever had my mum and my sister come to watch me, and it just means so much. Especially, I've got so many friends here supporting me in person, online, watching at home. So it's really lovely.
Well, they've picked a really good one to be at, haven't they? Best of luck for the semi-finals. I'm sure you'll do well.
Thank you so much.
Yay, very nice.
It's so wholesome.
It isn't it? Isn't it? Just touching on that though, Girls Karting Academy is a thing, isn't it? That's
a thing.
That's an interesting thing.
Yeah, it is a thing. It's a very important program that we've got 100% at TeamSport. I think it's very important to get young girls in the mindset of it's not just a male sport to do.
Exactly.
It's something that everyone can do. So that's what we've done. We've opened the doors to girls that are age 8 to 12, get them in, get their tuition, get them in the grassroots to start off their racing journey. And
around girls in a similar situation, similar sort of mindset as well, makes it feel a bit better for them. It's just a little bit of a better atmosphere than the intimidating sudden world it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And then getting started in a taster day, you know that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah,
it's not just you that's starting off with the no knowledge of I kind of want to get into karting, but I'm not really too sure. And you've got great instructors who are actually certified in motorsport coaching that are able to push you along the way.
Yeah. So check it out. Search TeamSport, Girls Karting, but it's actually Motorsport UK, Girls Karting Academy. Check that out. We're going to take a little break. We will be back with some more racing in about 6 or 7.
No.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one. Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Karts Championship. Gilbert defends the outside, Bishop around the outside. That is outrageous. Goodness me!
So this is the launch of our Girls Karting Academy, which is a brilliant opportunity for any girl to come and take part in karting, many for the first time, and have an amazing experience in the car.
It's really fun, you meet loads of new friends, you just have so much fun overall, it's just the best sport ever.
We just picked a random thing to do for her 9th birthday party, so we took her and a few of her friends to a TeamSport track, and she went out there and she beat all her friends. We just sort of escalated from there.
Going on today, we've had some ice breaking, beanbag throws, reaction drops, and then finally a bit of talking with the coaches, see how they're getting on. I wouldn't be scared, get yourselves involved, get into the karting.
Ultimately, we really want to be able to use the Girls Karting Academy as an opportunity for girls to fall in love with karting, to grow participation in the sport, and then for some to be able to transition towards competitions like the BIKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship, with the ultimate aim one day of helping girls feel like they can move towards competing on an F1 grid. If parents would like to find out more about the Girls Karting Academy, they can visit the Motorsport UK website, search for the Girls Karting Academy, find out where their local session's taking place, more about the programme and other ways that they can support their daughter fall in love with motorsport.
I'm going to warn you now, I'm in the cart of the Dive Bomb King. So in the nicest way possible, you might be getting sent.
All I'm saying, right, I'll be lucky to get around the corners.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah. He's on the outside.
Show him more.
Oh, he's got him on the outside. He can't go right round the outside.
Keep him at bay.
And again, here we go. Going to use the boost button. Going to use the boost button. Here it comes. Here it comes. Just need to wait a little bit till. Here we go. Boost, boost, boost.
Oh, is that?
Here he goes.
What manner of thing is he doing? He's madman. He's cutting back.
Okay, we're going on to the up ramp here. Oh, he's right behind me. Going on the hop. Yes. Wow.
Brake check me.
That's just Tom just letting me know that he's there. Oh no, I've got a little bit wide.
Yes. Right, defend down the inside here.
A manoeuvre very similar. Oh, I've got to run on him here. I've got to run on him here.
So, you tried it last time. We'll defend down here.
Oh, he's boosted as well.
He's all the way out.
Here we go. Gonna have to try. Maybe on the up ramp. Maybe on the up ramp.
Oh. I've still got him! Get back!
Oh, look at this. I can't believe he's going to beat me.
There's the flag!
He's going to beat me. Oh. All because of that mistake going through the... Just by there, wasn't it? Oh. Fair dues, he is a quick driver.
Well done. I told you I was quicker.
That was good.
My name's Adam, I'm TeamSport's technical manager. We'll talk to you a little bit about the cars we've got here and the prep we're going to do. So this is the Biz EcoVolt GT. It's the latest in the electric car range of Biz karts. The great thing about the electric karts is it's so much easier than a petrol kart to get them even. You plug it into a laptop, you make sure all the settings are right, the torque values, the power output values, so the karts are super even. Well, obviously the petrol, you have issues with wear on the engine and they come out of the factory different. There's a lot less of that with the electric karts. 44 karts. It's no mean feat getting a fleet test done for all these. We got that done yesterday. Literally 0.2 of a second between the entire fleet. The electric's given us a new lease of life of keeping the karts even. So we've got the two different types of karts here. We've got the adult and the junior. They're very similar under the bodywork. Biggest difference is the adult's got 2 batteries and the junior's got 1. You've got the boost feature on the adult cars, which you don't have on the juniors. Gives you a few hundred RPM extra going down the straight, a bit like DRS in Formula 1. Multiple speed settings available on this. One of the great things about the electric karts is you can plug them in. Got 4 different speed settings on each kart available. The Biz EcoVolt GTs running at the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships here in Warrington. The future of motorsport, absolutely fantastic karts and a great place to showcase the future of motorsport.
Hi, my name is Hugh Chambers. I'm the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport in this country. The British Indoor Kart Championship is one of Motorsport UK's official British titles. It is run in conjunction with TeamSport across their 35 tracks, and with 5,500 competitors each year, I think it is fair to say that it is the largest motorsport championship anywhere in the world. The British Indoor Kart Championship is incredibly important to Motorsport UK. We recognise that indoor karting is the access point for most people in the community for their first taste of getting the thrills of driving a motorised four-wheel vehicle around a track. And the accessibility of that with 35 centres across the UK means that we're opening the doors to literally hundreds of thousands of people a year to be able to find out whether they're really excited about motorsport. And putting at the top of the pinnacle of that indoor karting a championship with the BIKC in partnership with TeamSport allows us to find that talent and inspire that talent as a pathway into other forms of motorsport and other forms of karting. So the BIKC is really, really important to us.
Racing, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, big sweep across from Riley Cranham to start this one.
Welcome to Lark Hall, event 3 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championship.
Gilbert defends the outside,
Bishop
around the outside. That is outrageous.
Goodness me!
So this is the launch of our Girls Karting Academy, which is a brilliant opportunity for any girl to come and take part in karting, many for the first time, and have an amazing experience in the car.
It's really fun. You meet loads of new friends. You just have so much fun overall. It's just the best sport ever.
We just picked a random thing to do for her 9th birthday party. So we took her and a few of her friends to a TeamSport track, and she went out there and she beat all her friends. We just sort of escalated from there.
Going on today, we've had some ice breaking, beanbag throws, reaction drops, and then finally a bit of talking with the coaches, see how they're getting on. I wouldn't be scared. Get yourselves involved, get into the karting.
Ultimately, we really want to be able to use the Girls Karting Academy as an opportunity for girls to fall in love with karting, to grow participation in the sport, and then for some to be able to transition towards competitions like the BIKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship, with the ultimate aim one day of helping girls feel like they can move towards competing on an F1 grid. If parents would like to find out more about the Girls Karting Academy, they can visit the Motorsport UK website, search for the Girls Karting Academy, find out where their local sessions are taking place, more about the programme and other ways that they can support their daughter fall in love with motorsport.
we go. Right, we are back. Yeah, indeed.
You were unsure for a second then.
Well, it slipped to a title sequence on our screen, so I wasn't sure. We've come back a little bit early, in actual fact, quite deliberately, because there's been a bit of a break here. We're just literally making sure that all the carts are absolutely fully charged. But there's been a lot of debate here about these carts, chatting to what we could do with it.
Chatting between each other.
We actually think, right, the week of it at TeamSport, we could get Black Flag sponsored. So
Yeah,
literally, right, on your screen, yeah, will come up. You've been black flagged. This is sponsored by the Tower Burger.
Get you to pre-order your F&B while you're out on circuit.
It does say under the Tower Burger when you order it, not to, you know, we can't promise it'll make you faster. So, you know, definitely wouldn't make you faster if you're getting a black flag with that.
Or perhaps if we go to yellows, yeah, we could just put an advert on the telly while you're driving around really slowly.
We were at, do you know what?
Screen and the advert goes.
We were chatting to the tech team yesterday.
Louise is going to want to do that. Louise is going to want to do it.
Do you know, I don't think there's a future that far away where you get, you know, a camera on a driver and we can cut to that driver during a race. You know, the technology is becoming more affordable, which you can see why it's appearing in rental car and all these new features. You know, maybe one day we can tune into some radio from the drivers. That would be incredible, wouldn't it?
That would be great, wouldn't it?
Well, you're trying to insinuate we can interview them from the carts like touring cars?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. You know what? I don't think we're far away from making that happen.
No.
In fact, that's not great.
Team sports. We could do anything.
Exactly.
Well, with the help of Biz. Well, we're a big help of Biz.
Indeed, indeed. So, yeah, talking a bit more seriously, let's just go through what's going to happen now. So we are in semi-final stage. Each category of drivers is going to have 2 semi-finals, and it is the top 8. Okay, now in a big innovation this year.
Oh, I know where this is going.
Get ready for this. There is going to be no expense spared here. There is going to be a red dotted line on the screen between 8th and 9th.
Crazy.
And that's a serious amount of investment we've put in to achieve that. And that is, and when we put it on earlier on, it all kicked off. Didn't it?
It's chaos. The driver, do you know, it's a red line and they see red.
They see red. So that is a big innovation for us. Look forward, everybody, to the red dotted line. I'll let you know when it's coming. All right, okay, I'll give you a bit of a heads up. But yeah, watch out for that. That will be coming to a screen very close to you. So we're going to start off, I believe, with the middleweight semi-final number 1. Tom, we've got the leaderboard to that.
So let me have a look.
A bit.
So
I actually take everybody.
Yeah, I have to do the serious bit, don't I? So having a look at this, we've been given the lists for the drivers that are in each of the sessions. So I'm just having a look down to see who's getting cards. I can see Gabriel Quinter there, so that means we're going for number 1 middleweight. So pole position is Kyle Evans. We're checking Chris's maths now. Yep. Gabriel Quinter is in second. Dylan Edwards, then Danny Hale, then Harrison, then John Bolter, then Johnny Elliott, Richie Clark, and it's Daniel, Adam, Lewis, Owen, Jay, Kyle, and Charles are the 15 runners and riders for the first one.
That's checked out, yep.
The second one, Jacob Cure will be on pole. Tom Fox, Alfie Hale, and Ben Sproat, your top 4. Then Ross Honeyman, then it's Lewis, other Lewis, Taylor, Matt, Morgan, Harry, Elliot, Reese, Elliot, Lewis, and Lucas.
So I have some news.
Go on.
So many complaints in chat about Kart 36, and Kart 36 qualified half a second ahead of in some qualifying sessions. It's now been pulled.
Okay.
So this is important. I want to talk about this on the stream. I really want to hit home about this. During the heat phase of a competition, you don't pull a kart unless it breaks down or for any other reason, such as on fire. Again, like you said, it can happen.
I don't think anyone's on fire.
No, no one's on fire. No karts are on fire.
It would be impressive if it was.
Mal's just rode up and gone, fire. Where?
So the F word.
Which one? Which track? Newcastle. Oh, okay.
All of the heats are complete. Now you can assess the karts. Okay, maybe this kart maybe started more even and anything happens. It's rental karting. But now we're entering the semi-phase. This is where you can pull a kart. That is so important. So people will always say, oh, it's, the same kart winning every time. Okay, that's rental karting, but it's gone now. So at least we're at the mercy of breakdowns and other things happening. But for now, I've had it confirmed to me that Kart 36 will, at least for now, be no more.
Okay, right. That will come as a relief to a lot of people, I think.
According to the chat, yes.
On the live stream there. Okay, so we've taken you through the
Big shout out to Jamie Rathbone as well, sitting at home in Cardiff. TeamSport Cardiff, Jamie Rathbone, big supporter of Gabriel Quinter. I do know that. He claims that he made Gabriel Quinter, which is a big claim to make, so I don't think it's really true. But yes, Jamie Rathbone, big up to you at home.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Just seeing what's in my own chat about anything that's happening BIKC. So, yeah. Okay, right, good. Let's go. Here we are. Ready for the first semi-final. So just a reminder, we have a chat, right? Should it be a blue dotted line, because that's our colour scheme, rather than a red dotted line? We haven't really thought that through, really.
Well, red is danger.
Well,
yeah, red is a
blue
danger
dotted
zone.
line, not red dotted line, because that's our corporate colours. Now.
Yeah, tell he's got a big. You can tell he's starting to get a bit of an ego now. He's turning around and saying, "You should have done it this way. I told you to do it this way."
This line has caused a lot of issues, actually.
Oh man. Can you guys just behave and stop annoying the people who actually make us look good?
No, honestly, right, everybody at home, when they see that line pop up, they're going to be really excited.
So, drivers heading out onto the grid for the first of 4 semi-finals that we're going to see. So, 2 middleweights, 2 heavyweights. Now, as we've alluded to, we are looking for the top 8 drivers. So, for anyone who hasn't seen BIKC semi-finals before, this is effectively trying to whittle down the 30-plus drivers that we have in each category down to the final 16 who are going to take on the main event today. So there is just one final. There is just one champion at the end of it, and one race to decide who wins.
Chris, shout Jamie Rathbone out, please, for losing in Brighton. Yes, he's referring to the regional finals where Jamie Rathbone, only 3 can get through to the nationals. Jamie Rathbone was unlucky. It's not losing. No one's a loser around here, but yeah, very unlucky there, Jamie. But shout out to you again.
Can we shout out Sam Turner? Of course we can. Hello, Sam Turner, if you're out there, wherever you are. Okay, lots of good luck messages going in, which is great to see, has to be said. But we're almost ready. In actual fact, first semi-final is almost good to go. And let's have a quick look. We're just waiting for all our timing systems to reset, as it's still got the heats on our screen.
We'll be watching the lap times, see what the Group 2 needs to possibly start the grand final on pole. We'll keep a track for you.
Chris, you are a genius at these lap times. He is the grid predictor.
100% success rate so far.
100% success rate.
He's been able to get everything so far.
So green light is on. Nobody left the grid this time, which is a good start. And we're waiting for the red lights. We're just looking. I think Silky is actually is that Silky just adjusting something at the final kart there? Is he bent over there? But either way, he must be, because we are awaiting the red lights. And here we go. We got the first one flashing a lot. 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5. It's go. Oh, and tell you what, pole position, almost hit the brake. Almost did a false start, hit the brake, hit the accelerator again. And then, thank goodness, was able to pull away into the U23 with a big nudge down there. Big nudge, yeah, no, absolutely. He's got his hand in there. He won't be happy with that one little bit. That'll definitely be there for the stewards. That's already given James Hislop something to think about in race control. So here we go, coming round, it is driver number 39. Kyle Evans is leading the race at the moment. He started from pole position, and yeah, he made a bit of a false start, but then he made up for it. And away he goes. He's got Gabriel Quinter in 2nd place. Gabriel Quinter, let's remember, for his last heat, I think that was a bit of a breakthrough heat in his personal personal journey tonight, let's say, because he made some really aggressive moves and he made them stick. And I think little glance behind there, but I think he's going to probably adopt a very, very similar approach in this race, because I think he really wants to win this after a disappointment of last year of not actually going in to bother to do a Joker lap. I think he wants to make
he's
amends.
hoping to put that one behind him, and at least in this semi-final, running second, he stands a good chance to be able to do so. But Kyle Evans leading the way, Dylan Edwards still in third place, and I think that's Harrison Staples in fourth place as the timing screen refreshes. Danny Hale's down in fifth, John Bolter, Richie Clark, Johnny Elliott, the top 8 drivers, and it is the top 8 that go through. Now, once we have both sets of races completed, you then look at the fastest lap for each driver to decide which side of the grid they are on. So effectively, the position they finish in this race is the row they will start the main event from, and Kyle Evans doing really well so far to get himself a front row start, but we've seen Gabe Quinter is a very racy driver in himself, so if there is half a chance at making the overtake to start on the front row, I have a feeling Gabe's going to be the driver to go for it. But Dylan Edwards, can't count him out at this point. He's right on the rear bumper, as is Harrison Staples. Top 4 drivers are nose to tail here in the first semi-final here at BIKC. Bit of a gap behind John Bolter to Richie Clark after that bit of a configuration, but there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 drivers, all nose to tail, fighting over the last 2 places in the main event later on this evening. So down the ramp they go. Kyle Evans still just half a second ahead of Gabriel Quinter, but the top 4 nose to tail, and through the chicane they go. Really measured drive so far, nothing too crazy, but remember, these semi-finals, 12 minutes, so an extra 4 minutes of track time for everyone here. Dylan Edwards looking like he was going to take a chunk out of the back of Gabe Quinter then, as Harrison Staples is right on the rear bumper of him, trying to make a move. After that tiny mistake, black and white goes out for Harrison Staples. That is for contact from what we can see.
Okay, and as pointed out by Carl's Karting, big news. The red dotted line is back. It's there underneath position 8, and the live stream is going crazy for it. It has to be said. But I tell you, here's one for you. Would that start get looked at? Because it was a false start by Kyle Evans, but then he hit the brake to stop himself, and then he went.
Yeah, there's a few people who sort of like half tempted a move at the start of that one, so the race directors will have to take a look.
Let me take a look, and I'll tell you if it's worth looking at.
I was going to say, you've got Chris with his analysis in there, having a quick look. But I will say, have a look at how much Gabe Quinter's pulled. Gabe Quinter and
look at that,
there he goes down the inside.
Wow.
Gabe Quinter goes. That was a really nice move. Just gave him a
fabulous.
Gave him just enough space to be able to go through as Gabe hits the front here, trying to make up for 12 months to go. Kyle Evans, though, again, very racy driver. I think if he has half a chance, he may try and get past himself. But that small move, you saw the massive gap between Dylan Edwards and the top 2. That's effectively halved that gap between them. So you can see the top 5 are pretty much in the same shot, and you see a massive gap behind John Bolter.
That has demoted Kyle possibly from pole position to potentially 4th on the grid for the grand final. So that is a big move, and even that may have ended Kyle Evans' chance ultimately maybe of winning and becoming British Indoor Karting Champion 2025. That is a massive, massive move, and let's see now what Gabriel Quinter can do if he can pull away. But you saw the driving body language of Kyle Evans once that happened. He was pretty shocked by that, and immediately he was really aggressive on the steering wheel, and he's got to calm, he's got to settle himself down, and he's got to try and get that position back, because these are very important positions linked to the grid position. And just to remind everybody, this is not about points. All the points from the heats are now gone, wiped out. Lewis has taken them and just ran off with them. Literally, there's no points left. It's all about position and lap time.
He's starting to run away here.
Okay, here we go. This is where the lap times come.
Yeah, he's starting to pull a bit of a gap here, so definitely trying to get the a bit of a gap as we see a 5-second time penalty pop up on our timing screen for Harrison Staples. So driver currently running inside the top 8. We'll have to see is that penalty corrected as they come over the line. That may affect his ability to get into the main event. So it now is going to give Richie Clark, Johnny Elliott and Dan Shaw a bit more of a look in there. So I'll just confirm with race control.
I actually think if Gabriel Quinter does become British Indoor Karting Champion, I think he'll look back at that move as one of the pivotal moments in the turn, because he hasn't had a great win and 2 fourth places. That was a pivotal moment for him. That could set him up and will set him up he's got a great platform to win this competition now. Yeah. As long as, because he's been fast, he's been racy, he's made the moves when he's had to. He's learned from the moves that haven't quite worked, and he's perfected them in order to get where he is now, leading semi-final #1 in the middleweights.
So, Kart 15, Harrison Staples, that penalty was for continuous contact. So he's caught the eye of the race directors, and they decide to penalise him as such. It drops him from 4th on the road to 6th, as is such a big gap to Richie Clark in 7th. So it means about 1.5 seconds that Clark would have to find to move up to potentially depose Harrison Staples from a main event slot. But you can see the three karts of Edwards, Staples and Hale all running nose to tail as they come through the top end of the circuit. Gabe Quinter's just starting to edge that gap away, as black and white for Dan Shaw as well for contact at this point.
Okay, so here we go. So the gap is gradually getting quicker, and also Gabriel Printer with a 51.902. Chris is jotting that down, make sure, because that's a lap time we're going to have to keep track of. That will decide whether he's 1st or 2nd on the grid for the final, as long as he wins and goes through, and he's got another just under 5 minutes left of this race. And Kyle Evans, he'd be really disappointed with that. Dylan Edwards 3rd place, Danny Hale in 4th, John Bolter 5th, Harrison Staples, although I don't think the penalty has been applied. It has been applied.
Yeah, it has.
Oh, so he's still 6th. Wow.
Yeah, so he's still 6th even with that penalty. He's actually running them on track. He's in the middle of Dylan Edwards and Danny Hale.
Richie Clark's holding up Johnny Elliott there, and quite a big group there. There's a second between, 4 karts there?
Yeah, so from like 7th down to maybe 12th.
They're all around the grand final positions. So there's a lot on the line, the red dotted line.
Yeah, there's about 5.
See who goes through.
Yeah, there's about 6 drivers in that pack, but there's only 2 spaces available in the main event for them. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that battle pans out. Like I say, Richie Clark, Johnny Elliott, drivers that have done a lot of racing in their time, and you can expect that if someone tries to make an overtake on them, they're definitely going to make it difficult. But you've got the likes of Dan Shaw, Adam Davis, Lewis Draper as well. Again, very experienced drivers who again know how to race this circuit very well to be able to try and compete with them. It just shows again. I said it earlier, the depth of ability within this championship as Louis Draper gets into 10th position at the expense of Adam Davis, just as we're talking about them.
Yeah, excellent stuff. We've even got TeamSport Karting saying we're real, but we don't run the event. We just watch the stream.
Gabriel Quinter 51.890
wow.
last lap. So that is a lap time, I will say.
That is a lap time. Gabriel knows what he has to do. He's read the rule book. There's no question, especially after last year. He's definitely read the rule book.
For Carl Evans, 51.968. That is a good lap time as well. And Dylan Edwards, 51.930. So this could be the inside row, right, looking at the moment.
Yeah, Danny Hale as well, 52.002. And as we say that, Dylan Edwards takes the fastest lap of the race last time by 51.820. Yeah. So that beats even Gabe Kinter's fastest lap from a couple of laps ago.
Good in the battle for 5th and 6th spot in the grand final, going with the 51.820. And they are fast lap times. I mean, Carl Evans himself was a 51.968, which is less than a tenth behind what was Gabriel's fastest, or what was the fastest lap time, until Dylan came along and beat it by, less than a tenth. Look at that, less than a tenth, but it's really good. So 2.5 minutes to go, still a couple of laps remaining, and your top 8 that are grand finalists: so Gabriel, Kyle, Dylan Edwards, Danny Hale, John Bolter, Harrison Staples, even with that penalty, Richie Clark and Johnny Elliott. And then the red dotted line comes into play, and Daniel Shaw, Adam Davis, Louis Draper, Owen Stern, Charles Davis, Jay and Kyle are the ones that are beneath the red line. So here we go. We've got less than 2 minutes to go before, and is there any final? They're going to just keep track on the lap times here, as we're not far away from completing another lap, and that will be 12 laps of the Warrington circuit completed.
Yeah, so Adam Davis is up into 9th place Adam Davis up into 9th place at the moment. This is the pack that we're really focusing on to decide the last 2 places in the main event. So currently the 23 and the 18 are the drivers that hold the tickets into the main event. But you can see a whole gaggle of drivers, basically the rest of the pack. Oh, there go down the inside. That's Adam Davis going down the inside of Owen Stern. Oh no. That's the 3 of Carl Webber facing the wrong direction from there. He gets himself out by virtue of the reverse button. But as they head on to what will be the last lap, it's really his opportunity to get into the main event well and truly out of it. But you can see Richie Clark, Johnny Elliott. Richie Clark is defending for his life as they head up onto the ramp, as Johnny Elliott trying to hang on from the 32 of Dan Shaw, who is now the driver in 9th place.
Richie wants this final spot, doesn't he? He wants it.
He's trying to make sure he gets it. So as they come through the top end of the circuit, the leaders are going to be coming towards the start-finish line very, very shortly. And in fact, over the start-finish line they go. So Gabe Quinter starts on the front row for the main event. We're watching this fight for the last 2 places in the main event. They come through the top end of the circuit. The 23, Elliott's had Dan Shaw around the outside. As small as the taps from Johnny Elliott means Dan Shaw goes down a position and means that he'll come across the line on the road in 8th place. So Richie Clark and Johnny Elliott book the last 2 places. Then everyone else comes home in 9th position. That was an amazing race at the pack to decide who makes it through. So your grand finalists in the middleweights: Gabe Kinzer, Kyle Evans, Dylan Edwards, Danny Hale, John Bolter, Harrison Staples, Richie Clark and Johnny Elliott just squeaked through by the skin of their teeth. As a result, that means we say goodbye to Daniel Shaw, Adam Davis, Lewis Draper, Owen Stern, Jay Christie, Charles Davis and Kyle Webber.
Okay, that has to be said, that was an absolute belt of a race. That was fantastic, just from an entertainment point of view. It had everything, really. A bit of controversy at the start, which you might have another look at. A great overtaking move to take the lead, some fantastic lap times, and then just a frantic finish for those grand final positions.
And the move for the lead as well, don't forget.
Yeah, I covered that.
Sorry about that. I wasn't listening. I was doing some maths. I'm sorry about that. Let's watch the start. Johnny Elliott wasn't happy about this. I mean, I've watched it a couple of times. It's just Richie going for a gap.
Gap was there.
Gap was there, and the whole cart goes in. There is contact. I don't deny that, and Johnny Elliott does understeer. I think it's more a case of Johnny Elliott just... All right, I'm not expecting Johnny to know, absolutely, but when the contact happens, he does keep his foot pinned down to drive around the outside. That actually is a normal thing to do, and I think that's the right thing to do as well. And he saved it pretty well, you know, and of course, it carries on with his race. Obviously, Johnny there not happy. It's really tough to call because, you know, he drives into the gap.
But the gap, there's a big gap there. He's left the door wide open.
It almost like looks like about that point there, he's caught the rear brake and the cart's just gone a touch sideways. And then the pod-to-pod contact is what
he's only got himself to blame there.
Johnny was very smart there.
Yeah, again, using that bit of experience just to try and get himself out of that situation in the best way that he could.
That's what's important. You know, Johnny's understood there what's happened. You know, even waits to complain. Some drivers we now hand up in the air, and they lose 2 or 3 or 4 positions. All right, Johnny loses 1 position, unfortunate, but now he complains. He's safe now, and now he complains. I think that's the right way of going about it. So yeah, I don't think there's a penalty.
I would say don't leave the door open.
Yeah,
not to that degree.
And
well, you're asking for it in a race like this.
Race for the lead.
Just can't do it.
Gabriel Quinter, before he drives us into the sunset in this semi-final. Here's the move.
Surprise move. It's what's worked all weekend. Surprise move.
Use a bit of boost again.
Yeah,
and importantly as well, left the space on the outside, so that Kyle had enough space to continue from there.
This is the difference, leaving that space. But look, you know, Kyle wasn't quite expecting. I don't think you get into a rhythm in these semi-finals.
Yeah. You can see by his positioning he wasn't ready for that.
Well, you know,
in fact, you can see him worry. You see his car jank to the right here, because he realises he's like, oh no.
He's literally given a written invitation to overtake there. I mean, you can't.
Great move.
It's a fantastic move, opportunity move, great move. We've seen also he picked the worst driver, I think, out there to leave the door open too.
Yeah,
he's already done that before, successfully and unsuccessfully. He's already perfected that move in previous races. Worst driver to do that too, because he was all day long. Gabriel Quinter was going to go for that move and he made it stick.
just to confirm, Gabriel Quinto with a 51.882, which is a very strong lap time, and he had the space to do it. Carl Evans, second place, going for a 51.968. 51.820 from Dylan Edwards. That might book him a 5th place slot for the grand final. But Danny Hale, 52.002, not even in the 51s. I think that could be beaten, so we'll see.
Okay, no problem. Chris Brown is saying I raced a bit and qualified for local fine a couple of years ago. I haven't done anything since.
Oh.
What's the membership prices? Well, they haven't really moved all that much. They're about 25 quid for a club, 35 pounds for an elite membership. Elite membership's where it's at. You get loads and loads of benefits, not just through TeamSport, but through our partners as well. I can jolly well recommend it as well.
Absolutely.
Said. So here we go. We're just missing the driver in 2nd place. Here we go. Here we go. We see Silky right at the front of the pack.
So here comes Harvey Sugden Scott. Does this maths work out? So we got
Hassan Zafar on pole,
yep.
Sugden Scott in 2nd.
2nd place.
That's Saul Gregory 3rd.
Yep.
That is
Mike Allen in
Mike Allen 4th.
And that should be David Gaskin, yes, the Cardiff regional winner in 5th. So the maths, once again, is 100% correct.
Maths is mathing, which is good news.
At least you got commentators who know what they're doing, am I right, chat? There we go.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. But no, looking at this race, you know, no Harden there in 6th. I think this is going to be a few trading positions. The start's critical for Harvey Sugden Scott. This is where friendships are lost in semi-finals. So, yeah, I've lost a few friends in semi-finals, I think.
Oh,
years, I know.
You right, Chris?
I've gained many more.
Oh, it's more like it.
Yeah, there we go. Brilliant.
Okay, right. Here we go. Silky has got the skills. Thank you, Anthony Miller. He did a dance for us earlier on. Spectacular, it was. Okay, we're waiting for the red and green lights. Okay, still waiting. Camera's just moving a bit to see if there's anything. Oh, there's a few hand gestures going on.
Time penalty there for Richie Clark. Previous heat.
Ooh.
He will be
Here we go, 3 lights, 4, 5. It's green. And it's a great start. Everybody, 2nd place slots right into 2nd place. That is the now traditional movement for 2nd place in these races. Get straight over to the inside as soon as you can. Bit of contact further down. A lot of contact further down around that 2nd hairpin. There's going to be a bit more here as drivers are really taking their chances as we go through. So let's have a look. Flying
out at the front.
Yeah, there's still a lot going on. A lot of contact there at the back. So 43 Hassan. Let's have a quick look as they go up the up ramp.
Yeah, it seems like they've all got themselves nose to tail now.
Yeah, all nose to tail.
Hassan Zafar, Sugden Scott, Gregory, your top 3. Small gap to Mike Allen, David Gaskin, Noel Haddon, Max Edwards, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, your top 8 on the grid. And I don't think it's changed all that much. I think it's the slightly lower positions where it has really changed, as Chris is furiously doing maths to try and work out some grids for us later on. But it is Hassan Zafar, Sugden Scott and Saul Gregory, your top 3, who are pulling a bit of a gap on Mike Allen over the course of this lap. And we'll see as they come across the line to see who will be following them through. That's the 33 Mike Allen. There goes David Gaskin. Noel Haddon is going to come across the line as well. And then everyone else behind Aaron Mitchell-Begley. So I think he's moved up from there as well. Oh, side contact. Yeah, there's a bit of contact there, a bit of a push. As the thumb goes up from Chris to say, we want that one. That was the 41 of Max Edwards involved in that. So he was 8th over the line, but I don't think he's going to be in 8th this time around. So Zafar, Sugden Scott, Gregory, Allen, Gaskin, Haddon, Mitchell-Begley and Edwards were the order as they came over the line. But we'll have to see how they fare as they come down here. I think the 27 of Charlie Jackson now sits in 8th place as Anthony Deverell, that we're looking at the moment, has the recovering Max Edwards behind him through the top end of the circuit. 10 minutes remaining on this semi-final as they get ready to put the 2nd lap in the book. A black and white has gone out for Max Edwards as a result of that, I believe. But as they come through the top end of the circuit, top 3 are covered by about a second, but Zafar looks over his shoulder and can see even more daylight coming between himself and Harvey Sugden Scott. Saul Gregory on the rear bumper as Mike Allen has closed back in. David Gaskin sort of running on his own at the moment as Noel Haddon has Aaron Mitchell-Begley all over his rear bumper.
Okay, here we go. And one thing I think is quite incredible is that Hassan Zafar came with that penalty in the last race, came 5th, and still had enough points from the other 2 heats to start this race from pole position. So absolute brilliant stuff in those heats to be able to have so many points that you don't need to win. With that penalty, 5th place, still on pole position for this race. He's doing a great job, and that gap is getting bigger. It's now 0.9 of a second. Harvey in 2nd, Sol Gregory is in 3rd, Mike Allen is in 4th place at the moment, David Gaskin is in 5th, Noel Haddon in 6th, Aaron in 7th, and Charlie Jackson in 8th on the race at the moment. And that's pretty much for first back. There's a good 1.5 seconds between 8th place on top of the dotted red line, that probably should be blue, and Anthony Devil, who's beneath the dotted red line, could also be blue. And before we, that's the chunk of drive. The top 8 are very much away from the bottom 8. There is clear daylight. So basically for the top 8, just, you know, don't mess it up. Don't get a penalty. Don't make a mistake. Don't crash, because those top 8 look like they are easily quicker than the bottom 8 in this race, which is heavyweight semi-final number 1. And the gap is now over a second from Hassan to Harvey. Sugden Scott 1.059 with Sol Gregory in 3rd, Mike Allen in 4th. As I said, David Gaskin 5th, and Noel, Aaron and Charlie. They're your top 8, your grand finalists at the present moment in time.
Yeah, so as they come through the top end, a second to the good Hassan Zafar at the moment. He is starting to run away. There's a few people saying can we nerf him because he's making this one a little bit too predictable. We do like unpredictable racing, but to be fair, from a driver's point of view, this is exactly what you want to be doing, especially at this late stage of the competition. It's a case of going out there, win the race with as little drama as you can, but also sending a message to your rivals out there, say, look, this is what I can do. Come and have a go if you think you're fast enough.
Indeed. I got some message, when's random, but when's Cambuslang going electric? No plans at the moment. Cambuslang is not on any list to go electric at the present moment in time. It runs petrol. The other 2 tracks in Scotland are electric, and we do like to keep a petrol track running kind of geographically in each kind of area is what we try and achieve. So Trafford near here is petrol. We've got Stockton in the northeast there is petrol. We've got Cambuslang. So we leave them dotted around. We know people like their petrol, despite the fact we are moving into an electric world. But that's that for the moment. Hassan leading, Harvey in 2nd, 1.1 is the lead now. Sol Gregory in 3rd, 1.8. Mike Allen in 4th, 2.2 seconds. David Gaskin, 3.9. Bit of a gap there. First 4 now pulling away from the next chunk of drivers. And David Gaskin actually is probably a bit of a lonely drive, because he's about 1.5 seconds behind Mike Allen, but he's a whopping 3 seconds plus from driving 6th place, which is Noel Haddon. And we've still got a lot of racing left to do here in this particular race. Aaron Mitchell-Begley 7th, and Charlie Jackson bringing up the rear for the grand finalists.
Yeah, good point made in chat is that the top 3 in this race, it will be in a different order, with the top 3 overall last year. Mike Allen, though, trying to spoil that party. So Zafar, obviously the defending champion. Sol Gregory was 2nd overall last year. Harvey Sugden Scott was 3rd overall last year. So if it finishes like this, then there's confirmation for the penalty for Max Edwards. Or is that another one he's picked up? Looking by how he's fallen down the order, I think that's a second one he's picked up.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, he's down 17 seconds off the lead, and he's definitely not that far away from these guys. So I'm pretty sure he's picked up a second penalty. So for 41, turn 2 advantage by contact at the start. So race directors have definitely seen something from there not overly pleased with. But still, Sol Gregory running in 3rd place, still has Mike Allen for company, as the rest of the pack does seem to be pretty strung out at this sort of point, with 5 minutes remaining on this 12-minute semi-final. Remember, where these drivers finish is where they're going to start on the grid for the main event a little bit later on. So the finishing position is effectively which row they start on, and the fastest lap decides which side of the grid they start on. The faster starts on the odd side of the grid.
So let's talk fastest laps then. So Hassan is currently on a 52.112. It's pretty handy for heavyweights. We've seen heavyweights in the 51s yet so far tonight. Not sure.
If we have, it's been really close. I think Chris would be the one that has the answer to that one. He's got all the stats from there. We're currently watching what is the closest battle on the circuit at the moment,
Chris, have we seen a heavyweight in the 51s?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
We
So
have
it is
because
possible.
of that cart earlier. 36. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. Harvey.
Oh no!
Oh.
Kart 1. Saul stopped.
It's going
Saul
to
has
be.
no
It's going
luck
to
in
be
these
regridded.
finals here.
It's going to be regridded.
Now,
it's good, right? Because this race was looking like, okay, it was a bit of a stalemate. Everybody's got such distance, and now we're on for a grid start.
4 minutes to go. Cat, meat, pigeons.
That's the pork pie working.
Yep.
That's what that is.
Well done, Russ.
Yeah.
The pork
Glad I
pie
had it.
theory in action.
Yeah, glad I had it. We've got a little bit more spicier racing. And
so just trying to work out with Marshall's just conferring with race control to decide what they're going to do. Looks like it is going to be a swap. So Saul Gregory jumping out of the cart, and you can just see that steering wheel. The new style.
There's a message on that wheel. They're just saying broken.
Error 404, cart not found. So Josh is just pointing out bonus of the electric. It looks like you can just see on the halo light. It's just effectively a blinking light. It's effectively an error code. So the cart's gone into an error state. So with these electric carts, because they have so many sensors around them to try and monitor the system, when it's not happy with something, it effectively goes into a safety get you home mode and almost cuts the power. Which going up the ramp is obviously quite a bad thing to have happen to you. Hence why the cart is effectively ground to a halt there.
Unfortunately for Kart 1, that's when I made the podium in 2 years ago. Useless information for you.
You always bring that up, though. You made the podium 2 years ago.
Yes, I did. No, more serious note. Saul Gregory has to redraw his cart. That's the most important thing. He won't be given a cart. He has to draw from a list of spares. Yes.
Draw it out.
Yeah, so effectively he gets.
No, he doesn't draw it. He pulls a ball out of a box, and that'll give him.
It's an artistic competition.
Oh goodness me. It does bring the people behind back into it a little bit here, as we finally get a shot today of race direction.
Can we get a view and show the wheel on the brake? We'll have a go with that. We have shown it quite a few times over the weekend, and obviously we're going to have a lot of other things to focus on, but we'll see what we can do with that one. Okay, let me have a quick look. Okay.
Jen wearing a Santa hat. You can see you're very serious about what you're doing out there, Jen.
Yep. Do you like Jen in a Santa hat, Chris?
So you can
Put me on the
see,
spot, I think she looks lovely up there.
Does she? Good.
Yes.
Good. So you can see James Hislop there calling the shots from race control, just to make sure that everything is done to the rule book there. So like Chris says, Saul will draw his next card, so we'll effectively pick it out of a hat to make sure that it is random, so there's nothing that can be done effectively with it.
It's John Lawrence there. Sorry, I just saw John Lawrence. I like that guy.
Okay,
so
right.
Cart's coming back onto the grid there, and looks like Saul's got his new cart effectively.
And also
telling Hassan what happened. He's like, it just stopped working. It just stopped. I don't know.
And also, it's not like one lap. It's got 4 minutes left.
Saul Gregory's in cart 36.
Oh yeah.
Wow, has he drawn that? Oh my goodness! If that's the case,
wow.
Saul Gregory's just drawn a
belter.
What's the term? He's
flyer.
Yeah, he's just drawn a good
cart.
Yeah, good cart, basically. This is what I'm saying about, yes, all right, cart 36 disappeared, but it appears like Saul Gregory's drawn it back in, and that can happen. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's get all the carts back on the grid. So
everyone's questioning it. I think everyone's looking, going, hang on. How come you're in that car? He's going, I don't know, just give it to me.
If I was Harvey Sugden Scott, I'd be really thinking about this now, because Saul Gregory, if he nicks second place here and just...
Yeah, there's a difference between starting on row 2 and row 3 for the final.
And Saul Gregory needs a lap time here, 52.206. The kart was going for a while, and 52.2 is still good.
Yeah, it's only a tenth off the fastest of the race, which is Mike Allen,
I apologise.
51.05.
I thought we saw a 51 there, but no, 52 is actually well on par, so that's just unfortunate.
I'd say good car. I'm only referring to what you guys are saying in the chat, and we pulled it out because everybody was saying it was a good kart. These have all been tested, and they're all within 0.3, was it? 0.3 of a second. All
Never put a number on it.
I think I'm confident with that.
Okay, I'll take that. Okay, but no, I think listen, we're at the end of a long weekend here. There's people have been here weeks, and this whole week, some people have been here since Tuesday, putting sessions every single day. We're at the end of a long weekend here. Of course, the karts are gonna have a little bit of stress. Oh my goodness,
Yeah, and they've done a lot of work in the last 2 days. They were tested heavily last night after the cadets and the juniors that we ran yesterday very successfully. So we've done absolutely as much as we possibly can to make them as even as they can possibly be. But 36
Exactly.
was a bit of a favourite out there, is all I'm
If
saying.
you look at the run time these cars have been through with so many drivers putting consistent 51, 52-second lap times, of course there's going to be a little bit of play over time. Like, you know, I see that as sort of a non-story, if you ask me. I think that's completely a part of rental karting and any championship you ever do in, quite frankly, this world. So, yeah, here we go.
Indeed. Right. Okay, we're back on. It's 2 lights, 3, 4, 5 for the restart. It's green. Here we go. And it's a great race to look at that. It is car number 36. Seoul is straight into second place. And Harvey Sugden Scott is already down in third. But Hassan has made another exemplary
Mike Allen's about to lose
start.
fourth. Mike Allen's about to lose fourth place there. Looks like David Gaskin's had a really good start. The 40's up there, so Mike Allen's dropped a place. So not only he's trying to get it back, so he's tried to look down the inside. He's now got Aaron Mitchell-Begley right on his rear bumper. So I think he's been able to dispatch Noel Haddon as well. So it is all change here at BIKC. But Hassan Zafar, it's almost like there hasn't even been a grid start because he's just gone. He's completely checked out already.
I think he's already got the gap that he had at the end of the first part of the race. And with 3.5 minutes left to go, we have a new running order, and it is Hassan Zafar in the lead. Harvey Sugden Scott is going to go down into third place because Sol Gregory has taken that position on the restart. Then we've got David Gaskin in fourth place. Mike Allen, who was in fourth, is down in fifth now. Aaron Mitchell-Begley is sixth. Noel Haddon is seventh. Andy Deverill is eighth. And suddenly they're not all spread out. They're absolutely bumper to bumper. And we've got an absolutely barnstorming finish to this semi-final.
I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but there was an ABC penalty.
I did spot it pop up, but we didn't mention it, no.
Yeah, I believe it's for Charlie Jackson for all that bumping with Max earlier on. So, so that's why they're both down.
Well, yeah, which is why he's down in 15th place.
Yeah, I think he was up. I think he was around about 7th or 8th. Yeah. So unfortunately, that puts Charlie down even further.
And loses at the moment, losing a grand final position. 7th would have seen him through to the grand final. Now running 15th and probably unlikely to make up those positions. A little bit of defensive driving going on there. Let me have
Mitchell-Begley versus Mike Allen. Yeah. So Aaron Mitchell-Begley's up into 5th place, and he's managed to get past the really fast starting David Gaskin. So over the line they go, 2 minutes on the clock. So it's Hassan Zafar, Saul Gregory, Harvey Sugden Scott. So now the top 3 are back in the order they finished the grand final in last year. So maybe in a few hours we'll see that result maybe again. Who knows?
It'll depend on the laps, won't it? It depends how it checks out.
Joe Collab's got to factor into it, but we'll deal with that later on because Mike Allen is trying to hold Aaron Mitchell-Begley behind. David Gaskin, Noel Haddon, Anthony Deverill is now in the main event, courtesy of a couple of penalties and unfortunate actions in front of him. So down under the under the bridge they go, over the main grid. Aaron Mitchell-Begley's on the boost. You can see as he comes through the chicane, trying to make that move into the first corner on Mike Allen. Is he going to dart to the inside? He's not close enough to go for it this time. And you can see he's thinking about it. He's trying to figure out where Mike Allen is a little bit weaker so he can try and get past him. But over the line they go. Last lap board is out from what we can see there. So Mike Allen still holding on to 4th place. So it's Zafar, Gregory, Sugden, Scott, Allen, Begley, Gaskin, Haddon and Deverill are your top 8 as they run at the moment. Onto the flyover for the final time of Askin. And Hassan Zafar, 2/10 is the gap. This is the battle for the lead as they come through. So that really quick start from Hassan Zafar. Saul Gregory is now right on the rear bumper as they come into the last couple of corners. Through the chicane, is Gregory going to be close enough to be able to make a move this time? Zafar goes defensive, and Saul Gregory not quite close enough, tries to undercut him this time, puts him on the outside for turn 2, and then it gives him the outside again for turn 3. He's going to be able to do the undercut on the exit of the 3rd hairpin. He's not close enough to go for it as they come to the line. Hassan Zafar scores a front row start position for the main event. Saul Gregory follows him home in 2nd place. Harvey Sugden Scott in 3rd. Mike Allen, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, David Gaskin, Noel Haddon, Anthony Deverill are your top 8 qualifiers. As a result of that, we say goodbye to Ryan Nicholas, Freddie Winskill, Corey McCarthy, Kyle Pott, QC Knight, Michael Rayner, Charlie Jackson and Max Edwards.
Okay, great race. It wasn't a great race until we had the restart, and then we had a bit of a sensational 4 minutes of top quality action there. So good stuff. So that is the first semi-final of each of the weight categories.
That being said, the last lap, it took an extra minute to change there. So it's actually Ryan Nicholas that occupies 8th place there. So apologies, I did call that one wrong.
Ryan Nicholas gets that final semi-final place, or grand final place, I should say. They'll be lining up on row 8. In either 15th or 16th position will Ryan Nicholas. And we shall see how he gets on from there.
So looking at lap times, Hassan Zafar 52.112. That's not bad. Maybe there's a 52.0 in the second. Don't forget Anthony Vipic on pole in the second semi-final. Sol Gregory 51.944. Definitely, yes, a very good lap time from him there before being defended to the end. That should secure him third at the moment.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, that 51.9944. I don't think that's going to be beaten at the moment. I'm not sure. You never know. Harvey Sigden Scott, 52.197, beatable. And finally, Mike Allen, 52.105, also beatable for the fight between 7th and 8th. Yes, there's so much to play for.
So the next to the semi-finals for the middleweights is getting ready to head out onto the circuit. So we've got another 16 drivers fighting over 8 places in tonight's main event. So it's the last opportunity for drivers to qualify and get a ticket into that grand final to hopefully lift a BIKC title in 2025. So the drivers that are taking to the track: Jacob Ecule, Tom Fox, Alfie Hale, Ben Sproat, Ross Honeyman, Lewis Smart, Lewis Curtin, Taylor Barnes, Matt Priest, Morgan Hill, Harry Thomas, Elliot Heal, Reese Kello, Elliot Barrell, Lewis Hewitt, and Lucas Vintu-Anak are your 16 drivers. Remember, only 8 of them can actually make it into the main event. So by the end of this race, we'll whittle down almost 1,000 drivers in this category down to just 16 to fight for the title.
Okay, right, here we go. So we're just in the process of setting up this race, and
Tom Fox looking relaxed there.
He's just tapping the steering wheel, isn't he?
He's quite chilled out there.
Yeah, indeed.
I know if I was in his position, I definitely wouldn't be that chilled out.
Yeah, he's the one that kept going on the green light, but he used to come on just let everyone know the grid's ready. I'm gone. Oh no. Is that an orangish visor he's got there?
Yes, Jacob does have an orange visor with an orange visor strip on.
It's quite dark orange.
Yeah.
More of a chocolate orange. Yeah. It's getting close to Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So yeah, so that's cart number 28.
Wow. Oh man.
Obviously, Sunday night.
Terry's chocolate go-kart.
It's getting that way, isn't it?
There's a lot of fights that I had here. You know, Alfie Hale and Fox, they kind of got to sort out who wants to be second place between them. Lap times we're looking for at the moment: Gabriel Quinter 51.882. That's where Jacob needs to beat if he does stay in first. Carl Evans second place in that first semi, 51.968. 51.820 from Dylan Edwards. 52.002 from Danny Hale. That's the one that's at risk here. That's and that could mean that you start 7th place, whoever finishes 4th. At the moment, it's Ben Sproat. So Ben Sproat's aim, if he finishes 4th, beat that 52, start 7th, and hopefully move on from there.
Okay, here we go. Lots of action in the yeah, indeed. Okay, all good. Let's have a quick look. We're ready to go. Green light is on. And 28 stayed in the, Jacob stayed in his cart. Here we go, we're racing, and it's a great start from Jacob in cart number 28, and Tom Fox comes straight over to the inside to cover off third place. And so let's see if we've got any chaos. Right, all looks quite civilized at the moment compared to what happened in the previous race. Looks good so far. Oh, look at that, that's going to go wrong. Oh! Everyone's shaking their head there as they went past. Oh, no. But
yeah, that didn't look fun.
They all survived. Somehow they all survived. I'm not quite sure how, but they did all make it. But this is
contact in that backpack,
wasn't it? But this has enabled the top 3 to absolutely scoot away at the front.
Let them through. There we go.
Yeah, indeed. There's a few points going on in front and behind. They're trying to sort it out themselves. They're trying hard to kind of you know what, you go here, you go there, etc. But let's see what happens when they come down. And look at the first 2 of absolutely, in fact, that's not the first 2. Let's have a look. Yes, there they are. So 28, Jacob is
checked out at the moment.
Yeah, he's vanished.
And it'll be interesting to see Jacob fly off here, because we could see a bit of a hot lap challenge come in. 51.882 is the aim.
Yep, indeed.
And I know Jake will have the support on the sideline. He will know the point he beats that lap time. That's what I will say.
Yeah.
And Tom Fox is defending.
Because it'll be on his steering wheel.
Oh, yeah,
and,
that too.
That
But
too.
Yeah, that too. Okay.
But Tom Fox is second, and he's going to end up in a defensive drive here, which is going to mean that Jacob's just got all the time in the world to put those lap times in.
I'll be impressed if you defend a 51.968, Tom Fox. It could be fourth on the grid at the moment.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so down the ramp they go through the chicane. Tom Fox second place at the moment, has Alfie Hale, Ben Sproat, Ross Honeyman, Lewis Kearton behind them. There's once again a big gap opened up between 6th and 7th, as Alfie Hale, feeling pretty racy here at the moment, tried to go around the outside of Tom Fox. Tom's not going to let him make a move like that without having to try and work really hard for it. But once again, looking down the order, 7th and 8th, Taylor Barnes, Morgan Hill are the last two drivers, and there's a pretty big gap between them and Lewis Kearton. Who's running P6. Happy said, Lewis Smart, Matt Priest, Reece Kello as well now have about a second and a half to try and catch up if they want to get on terms with Morgan Hill to try and get their way into the main event. Currently, they're racing to continue their BIKC season.
52.039 from Jacob, and he has 9 minutes to make those 2/10 up.
Wow.
Yeah, he's on the pace already, is Jacob Akil. He's been a really quick driver all day, and now with Tom Fox fighting 2.5 seconds behind him, he can just focus, get his head down and try and pull effectively qualifying laps to the end of this one. Meanwhile, Alfie Hale is trying to get himself onto the second row of the grid to see if he can try and win his second BIKC title. Ben Sproat in fourth, trying to win his first, as well as is Jacob Akil and Tom Fox. It'd be his second podium, but his first time if he can make it, standing on the top step. As they head up onto the ramp again, you've got this good little pack here, but it looks like Taylor Barnes is starting to come into this fight here. The driver in the blue suit with the neon helmet is getting a little bit closer every single corner. I think Tom Fox is holding these guys up. Looking at the time, Tom's last lap was a 53.191. Taylor Barnes was nearly a second quicker.
Wow, it's great stuff. And it's literally, here we go, Ooh, that's the move. That looks good. That looks good. Look at the driver right behind.
Ben Sproat's trying to profit there and take 2 places.
Yeah,
that was a good attempt by Ben Sproat to try and capitalise there, as the drivers have fallen back into line.
There's a warning for him. There's a warning.
Black and white for Alfie Hale. That was called prior to that incident there, so that may attract the attention of the stewards. But at the same time, it's really hard, close racing here at TeamSport Warrington. But also, look how Alfie Hale is already starting to pull a small gap. He's already got 1, maybe 2 kart lengths on Tom Fox here, as Ben Sproat now tries to line up Tom Fox to see if he can get past and move up a row on the grid. Alfie Hale now trying to get his head down, trying to see if he can close down the 4.8 seconds that Jacob Akil has. 51.854, Chris. What's that compared to Gabe?
854 is enough.
So Jacob Akil, if he finishes as it is on pole for the main event with Gabe Kinser alongside him. We'll have to see how the rest of the grid is going to line up.
We're going to have another look at that move from Alfie Hale, because that looked brilliant. Really, really did. Really great move. We'll see if we can cut it in the background. We'll check it out later on, because there's too much action going on now. 7.5 minutes to go. Alfie Hale second, Tom Fox is third. He's got a battle to stay third, because Ben Sproat is getting close to him. Ross Honeyman in 5th, Lewis Kearton in 6th.
Taylor Barnes has just done Lewis Kearton, so Taylor Barnes has moved up to 6th. He's managed to get himself up a row on the grid, and he's closing back down against Ross Honeyman. You cannot count out Taylor Barnes from this one. He's finished 4th previously here, and very experienced driver, a very good overtaker, and he's putting that experience to good use. See, he's got his head down. He's so focused, trying to move up the order here. So 6 minutes left to go, just coming towards halfway in this semi-final. Do not count out Taylor Barnes at this stage. Jacob Akil goes over the line. An absolute country mile ahead of the rest of the field. Alfie Hale, 4.6 seconds was the gap last time over the line. We'll have to see what it is this time to see if he's able to claw any of that time back.
51.854 is
enough.
It's more than enough. So
Great.
Jacob Ekul is currently on pole position, provided that he finishes that the race finishes as is. Alfie Hale at 52.039 was his last lap. He was about 3 tenths slower than Jacob Ekul.
That's not enough. He needs a 51.968. Dylan Edwards is the third place man, 51.820. So these two drivers need to go faster.
Yeah, Tom Fox at 52.301. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be enough either.
So does Ben Sproat even, yeah, 52.404, 52.002.
You can see Ben Sproat. I think it's almost as if Ben Sproat knows that he needs to get past Tom Fox here, not only to move up a place, but to try and at least get himself onto the even side of the grid, because at the end of the day, it almost seems like Tom Fox is almost holding him up here. You can just see how much Alfie Hale has cleared off into the distance after making that move. It's already, nearly 2 seconds. Sorry, a second and a bit away from Tom Fox, and it's not been all that long since he made that overtake. So 4 cars running together for third place. Taylor Barnes has closed up to the back of Ross Honeyman now, so it is a 4-car fight, and Lewis Kearton isn't that far behind, but it does look like Kearton's been caught by Morgan Hill, so I don't think that could be done just yet for 7th and 8th, and then Lewis Smart is only about 3 tenths off a place in the main event, so there still could be some changes towards the back end of the grid for the grand final coming up shortly. But these drivers are going to have to race for it if they want to try and get a ticket booked for that main event.
There is a big battle for that last grand final position. Lewis Smart just 0.3. We need to almost tune into that, as well as watching the absolute chaos that is anything from Tom Fox down. And Tom Fox has had to drive defensively, just doesn't have the pace for whatever reason in this particular semi-final, and he's holding on for dear life to third place. I think if he gets third, he'll think, wow, okay, at least I'm in the final. There's still a chance you might get a podium. I think there's still Joker laps at play, still in the mix. It could all change. We saw it yesterday in juniors. Never give up on this. Always positive mental attitude when it comes to motorsport, because you never know when it's going to change. A big overspeeder, Ben Sproat going around the outside. He's going to try and tuck in. He's going to try and maybe tuck in again. Yeah, he's all wise to that, is Tom Fox. He's quite a foxy old soul, is Tom Fox, isn't he? Has to be said. He's very cunning, knows all the tricks around those kind of corners. And once again, Ben Sproat tries around this part. So he's left the door open. Big time, he's left the door open. 42 is in there. Ross Honeyman goes through and takes that position. And that is the danger of being too aggressive. It's easy to leave the door open. And that was a great move from Ross Honeyman. And he goes up to 4th place.
Yeah, so that's all changed behind there. So now it's Ross Honeyman that's going to have a crack at the back of Tom Fox. And it's just given Tom Fox that little tiny bit of breathing room just for the next couple of corners, so he doesn't have to go ultra defensive. Meanwhile, just taking a quick look at the lap times, Alfie Hale, a 51.760. Now, that's a lap time and a half from him there. He's even quicker than what Jacob Ekul has managed. So over the line they come once again. Jacob Ekul still leads this one. Alfie Hale is still in second. We're watching the fight over third place.
Well, Tom
Fox. Got about 5 or 6 karts involved in this
Tom Fox has got a different adversary here, so they're all taking it turns to have a go at trying to get that position that Tom Fox has got. But you just feel that Ross Honeyman, with that brilliant manoeuvre on the previous lap, he'd be really buoyed up by that, and he looks much more aggressive, wanting that place. He knows exactly what it means. And yeah, there's 28. 28 still in the race. He is honest. He's 5 seconds in the lead, and he's gone round in 51.854, which is enough for pole position in the grand final. But we cut back to where the real action is. Okay, so Tom Fox there, and Ross Honeyman. He's going to try something, surely, is Honeyman. He has to a little bit of nudge from behind from Ben Sproat, who will be really, really kicking himself for allowing Ross Honeyman to go through and take that position. Is he going to be here where he did that great manoeuvre earlier on? He's a bit wise to leave the door too open there, because he can't drive with the kind of lines that Ben Sproat was doing, because he knows that Ben Sproat is right there and wants to take that position back.
Yeah, up on the flyover once again. A lot of support for Ross Honeyman. A lot of people in the chat do love that move. It's a black and white for Ross Honeyman, just for loading. So it's starting to attempt attract the attention of the clerks of the course. Meanwhile, Jacob Akil 5 seconds ahead of Alfie Hale at this point. That is an amazing gap that he's got. Tom Fox goes defensive. Ross Honeyman is trying to go on the offensive there. So still Taylor Barnes is right on the rear bumper of Ben Sproat. You cannot count Taylor Barnes out of this. He was quite a way away previously, but now he's right on the rear bumper. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts all fighting over the same part of the circuit. And because these guys are fighting as hard as they are, Lewis Kearton is coming back into this fight, and you can see that he's going to be dragging Morgan Hill along with him around the outside of the ramp. That's not normally an overtaking point on this circuit. It's a very brave move for people to try. That was Morgan Hill by the looks of that one, who has Lewis Smart right behind him, Matt Priest as well. So 3 drivers fighting over 1 more ticket into the main event, as drivers now just 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and they come through the top end of the circuit. Tom Fox looks over his shoulder. He's almost been able to hang on to 3rd place by the skin of his teeth, it has to be said. But Ross Honeyman, if there is even a sniff of a gap, he's going to be able to fire it down the inside through the last hairpin over the start-finish line. And we wait to see. We assume, looking at the timer, this will be the last lap of this semi-final.
There's no board out, was there?
No board out, but looking at the timer, it's going to have to be the last lap at this point. Through the Mech Bay corner, Ross Honeyman is going to try everything he can to try and move up the order in this one. But over the line, Jacob Akil is absolutely flying here. He's still 5 seconds to the good at this point. Alfie Hale is still second. Morgan Hill, Lewis Smart is now into the grand final paying position. So Morgan Hill is up to 7th, as Lewis Kearton has been demoted down. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a penalty. That looks almost like a perfect 5 seconds to me, compared to the likes of Morgan Hill. So that may have been not of his own.
It was the last lap, because the checker flag is out, and Jacob Equal has already gone by a long time ago. Alfie Hale comes through in 2nd place. Tom Fox does hold on to that 3rd place at the end. Ross Honeyman, with that fantastic move on Ben Sproat, goes through into 4th place. Ben Sproat obviously 5th. Taylor Barnes 6th. Morgan Hill 7th. Lewis Smart 8th. They are your grand finalists. That's all the grand finalists for the middleweights. And we lose Matt Priest, Harry Thomas, Lewis Kearton, Reese Kello, Elliot Heel, Lewis Hewitt, I can talk, and Lucas at the back.
I have to say, Tom Fox there, 3rd place by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's call an order then. So Jake Beckerell will line up on pole position, 51.854 is good enough. Gabriel Quinta in 2nd place, 51.882. And then winning the battle for 3rd place, Alfie Hale, 51.760 at the death there. Carl Evans will take 4th, 51.968. Dylan Edwards will take 5th position, 51.820 on the inside. Tom Fox will be on the outside, 52.133. And we only worked up to the 4th row. Danny Hale, actually, I did say it wasn't good enough, but he will hold 7th place on the inside. Ross Honeyman will have to go to the outside, 52.153.
Yeah, it's all really close, and literally 10ths of a second now are deciding where drivers start on each of...
Everybody wants a TeamSport track in Leicester. I can say, well, I promise everybody there will be a TeamSport track in Leicester. There will. It's definitely coming. I'll be absolutely honest. You can put your mortgage on it.
Is that
no
real?
problem.
Petition for a TeamSport in Leicester. I got some crazy news.
I'm not sure about Warrington, to be honest. No. I'm not sure if we should open one there.
I've got some crazy news for this guy. It's going to blow his mind when he finds out. Well, no, I'll let him Google Maps it. Just type in TeamSport if you're in Leicester and see what happens.
I think there's a lot of banter going on the whole...
Oh, maybe he's joking. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Marrakesh, that'd be lovely. It'd be great if that was in my region.
Egypt would be a nice country to have a team sport,
wouldn't it?
Egypt would have a nice place to have a team sport.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
And look, somebody's always got to go too far, haven't they? With Seoul, always got to go a little bit too far.
Yes, it's good. Oh, no.
See, a few years ago, I would have read that out. Even I've got a filter these days. Right, okay. We've been petitioning for a new track in Brent Cross for the last 5 years.
It's one of those tracks that's been coming soon for the rest of the entirety of people's lives. So... Oh, man. So, drivers lining up...
Control over that, Akil? You got control over that? No, show him. There we go. Is that you? No, he's horrified now.
Applied for a job, but then rejected him.
Oh, no. He's applied for a job.
Oh, no. bit too long of a commute, was it?
Well, Anthony Vipic is going to apply to be first place in this grand final.
Oh, I like that one.
Yes,
well, that was
the
a good
order.
one. So let me just pull the order. Let me just pull the order back up here. So I did have it a couple of minutes ago, but then we started having a laugh and a joke, which is a dangerous thing for us to be able to do here. So pulling up the order here, pole position, Anthony Whippich. Just moving into second place on the grid is Tom Wiltshire, Chris Knight, Ross Sandwell, row 2. Two very quick drivers indeed. Isaac Kahir and Jake Willingham. Andre Perehuda, despite his unluckiness in some of the heat, starts 7th in this semi-final. Jack Stone then is the last driver occupying a grand final position off the grid. Trying to take them off them will be Brittany Norfolk, Ricky Crozier, Tom Fear, Ami Khan, Dylan Bowers, Damon Brown, Jamie Moore and Miles Harding.
So we're looking for a 52.112 or better. Actually, it needs to be better than that from Anthony Vipic to take pole position. So Gregory, 51.944. That might be difficult for Thomas Wiltshire, but it has been done before.
And with the grid issues, that pole position is super important.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Wiltshire has literally got his car aimed at the apex of the first corner.
It's interesting tactic. They're quite wide, but aiming very sternly into that apex. So here we go. The grid is set. There's a green light on. We're
just checking.
The reds. Last of the semi-finals. This is
just checking the grid at the back. I think Silky's happy with it as he moves away from there. So it's amazing to say it's the last of the semi-finals here at BIKC 2025, and I'm hoping it's going to be an absolute classic. So grid is complete. Drivers are all happy.
And I do need a TeamSport in southern Spain. You're absolutely right. Totally true.
So drivers on the grid, ready to rock and roll. All eyes are focused on the start gantry, and we wait to see the 5 red lights come on to signal the start of this last semi-final here. So here we go. Start sequence is on. 4 lights, 5 lights. For the last time in the semi-finals, we are racing, and it's a good start from Chris Knight to try and take second place. But looks like Tom Wiltshire has done enough as the 2x2 in the background. That's the 6 going a little bit wider on Andre Perehuda in there. So a little bit of side pod action from there, and a bit of contact a little bit further down. Oh, there's a spin. That's the 40. So that is kart 40. That is Jamie Moore from 15th on the grid, who's been spun round as they continue on. It looks like even more contact there. That's the 6 and the 30. So that's Willingham and Perehuda are fighting here. And even more contact there from the 22. So Jack Stone's in this one. Elbows are out right at the start of this semi-final as Norfolk now is trying to find a place into the main event. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards broken away. Perehuda in 7th, then 8th place. I think that is Jack Stone still somehow managing to hang on. But it is all change behind as... yeah, it's a bit of elbows out at the start of this one, but it is Whippich, Wiltshire, Knight are your top 3 as they head through the first hairpin and get ready to put 1 lap in the book.
I was watching Brittany, because you can't miss her, the way she's dressed, and my boy, she had her elbows out on the first few corners. She was literally, it was warfare as she went up that ramp on the top there, but well done. She really, really held her own there. That was great stuff to watch. Everyone's watched it and nobody could miss it. Here we go. So we've got Anthony Whippich there in the lead, where we have seen him pretty much all afternoon and evening. And let's have a look. And it's all about lap times. Have we really seen Anthony Whippich set stunning lap times? He's driven some very measured races, but have we actually seen him go for it and really pull lap times in?
I think we have. You know, he's still won 2 races today, so he's clearly been on pole position twice. This is a beatable lap time at the moment from Hassan Zafar, 52.112, and we're about to find out, because here comes Anthony Vipic. This will be his first representative lap here, so as he crosses the line, we'll find out hopefully what the score is. So here he comes.
Yeah, over the line Whippich goes. We'll wait to see the timing screen pop up with his fastest lap. But Tom Wiltshire to 52.273.
And he's
not a million miles off, and he's got 10 minutes to try and find it.
Yeah.
So this could be a beatable lap time here. It's like a small mistake there for Isaac here as we watch the guys a little bit further down. So it's Ricky Crozier in 8th place as the last driver into the main event. And haven't started 9th. Brittany Norfolk down in 13th now. So all that contact bumping and barging hasn't really worked for herself there. as they come down the top end of the circuit. Still Whippage, Wiltshire, Knight, the top three. Ross Sandwell is still in this. Do not count Ross Sandwell out at your peril. A very accomplished driver and has had a very strong season this year, and he'll be looking to try and add a BIKC title to his trophy cabinet for this year. Looking at the fight over, is that Damon Brown going a little bit further around? So I think that's the 16 has been handed. Oh, he's been handed a 5-second time penalty. Has Damon Brown. So he's down towards the back end of the field already. So that's not really going to factor in too much. But still, Whippage now just pulling away. 52.273. He's going even faster, Chris.
Welcome back, by the way, Josh.
Hello.
Hey, welcome back.
I'm back. It was just a comment on what Ross was saying about Britt there, going up the ramp. She was having to get her elbows out because she actually lost all those positions down by the Dunlop S's, and then it was a bit bumper car as they headed round there up the up ramp. So I think she was fighting for her life to try and stay in that position. So I'd be interested to see if any more penalties do come onto the grid.
Yeah, I've seen people say, "No, is that not under investigation?" We don't get a note to say that something's under investigation. We just get the notice that the penalties come in. So race control take their time to look at stuff, and sometimes it can take a little bit of time to make decisions on stuff. But a 5-second penalty for Damon Brown. He was running around that sort of point, so it may be that he's been found guilty of his crimes, and now he's paying the time for it. As up the ramp they go, Tom Wiltshire, Chris Knight, Ross Sandwell all nose to tail here, and Anthony Whippage just stretching that advantage. 2 seconds is the lead, and they've only been racing 5 minutes now. If you're if you're looking at this from the first semi-final, and you can see a driver already pulling away, he's on a 52.134 now. Last time over the line, is that enough? A 52.134.
Looking for a 52.112.
Oh, he's so close. He's not even halfway through the race though, so he does have a little bit of time, as Knight's now trying to go on the offensive to Tom Wiltshire. This isn't going to be helping their lap times at all.
Oh, here we go.
Side by side through the S's. This takes a lot of respect to get through here. Still going side by side through the S's. Wiltshire shuts the door on him. Knight has to back out of that one. Well done, Tom Wiltshire, for holding on to that one. It takes a lot of respect to go through those S's side by side. You really have to trust the driver that you're racing with. I see Chris Knight saying, right, head down, let's go. As you can see now, Isaac Cahir's joined that battle as well. So 4 drivers now fighting over second place. So Anthony Whippage, if he wants to start pole, has to find a couple of hundredths of a second here.
If I was Chris Knight, I would consider going for the lap time at this point. 52.593. He needs to find 4 tenths, almost half a second. Harvey Sugden Scott at the moment is going to inherit that 5th place. You know, if Tom was going to defend like that, I think, you know, you need to do something a bit different. He needs to make a choice here, but he's got time. He's got 6 minutes.
Yeah, surely, though, the reason he can't go for a lap time right now is the fact that Tom Wiltshire is holding him up, because 52.5 is exactly what Tom Wiltshire's doing. These guys currently are running down in the 53s, and I think Anthony Whippage, 52.111. Ross Sandwell's down the inside of Chris Knight, so they're side by side going through there, and that's allowed Isaac Cahir in that one, so he's side by side with Ross Sandwell. Contact at the top means Sandwell goes sideways. Really good respect from Isaac to allow Ross to go back through, but that's allowed both Chris Knight and Tom Wiltshire to clear off. It's brought Andre Perehuda into this one. Looking back quickly at the lap times, 52.111. I think that's enough for pole position for Anthony Whippage.
52.111. Yes, by 0.001 of a second. He's a thousandth quicker.
Now, this could be advantage Chris Knight now. He can look behind him, notice that Ross Sandwell is absolutely nowhere near him, and now he knows he can actually fight Tom Wiltshire and throw everything he can at the Welsh driver for a couple of laps at least. So black and white goes out. I think that will have been I'm guessing, to Isaac Cahir. Yes, it was for the contact with Ross Sandwell. He handed the place back, but race control just wanted to stamp their authority to say, Chris Knight try and get side by side. He loves trying to try and throw a move just about anywhere he can think of at this point. But Tom Wiltshire's wise to it. A very experienced driver in his own right is Tom Wiltshire, and it's going to take a lot to try and get past him. But because those two are fighting, they're running around in the 53s. Look how quick Ross Sandwell's been able to catch up to them straight away. As Russ is going mad in the background.
He's dancing.
He's celebrating his red line by the sounds of it. So
Ross will get a good lap time here. He's looking for a 52.105.
He's got a bit of space here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He's got a lap or two of clear space before he gets back in, before he's back on the rear bumper of Knight. That looks like either a warning or a 5 minutes to go.
I think it's 5 minutes to go.
So I can see a 5-second penalty just come up there for Dylan Bowers. He's outside the top. He's outside the top 8 at the moment, so it isn't going to impact who gets to the main event. But again, 5-second time penalty. Chris Knight's on the side, side by side. That's a brave move up the inside of the ramp, and because of that, it's caused Tom Wiltshire not to lose 1 place, but he's lost 2, and it has brought Isaac and Andre into this one as well. So once again, it's 5 drivers fighting over 2nd place, but now Chris Knight is at the front. If you're going to go for lap time, this is the point where Chris Knight really needs to get the hammer down and try and build some pace. Maybe him and Ross Samwell can work together, see if they can get a bit of a gap over Tom Wiltshire, because I think now that they've got past, they're clearly going to be quicker.
I mean, it's also worth noticing that Jamie Moore, who spun out, I believe it was on the 1st or 2nd lap, is now up into 11th, so they just made the move.
Yeah, he's clawing time back here. He's not a million miles away from the top 8. He's got about 5 seconds to pull, but 4 minutes is not impossible, but it's just highly unlikely. So Chris Knight has been released and heads up the ramp for the 9th time in this race. Anthony Whippich last time over the line. He's going faster still, 52.088 for Anthony Whippich. Again, it's quite a dominant display for the young driver, hoping to try and get his first BIKC podium, hopefully making that first podium a win, as 8 seconds is the gap between himself and Chris Knight, and who is fighting quite hard with Ross Sandwell. Again, 2 quite experienced drivers on this circuit. Again, Ross, we've said it a few times, had a very strong season. I would like a good result in the BIKC to wrap up that season for him.
Anthony Whippich improves, although it doesn't really matter, but he improves.
Does someone tell him he doesn't need to go so fast?
Yeah, he can.
Has anyone told him this is not qualifying? He's out on his own, just running laps. Has anyone told him he's racing and this isn't qualifying?
Yeah.
And Chris Knight, he's got hands up, he's saying, right, let's try and catch him. I think in 3 minutes, if you can catch 8 seconds in 3 minutes, Chris, we might as well give you the trophy now, because that would be quite an impressive feat. But still, love the passion to see if he can try and make some inroads. As a 5-second penalty up on the screen for Miles Harding for advantage by contact. We'll have to see where that is. But he wasn't in the order as he was anyway.
It's worth noting that if we look at the the dreaded red line, Ricky Crozier is about to join the back of this train.
Yeah, Ricky's about to join the back of this, and Amy Khan's not a million miles away from Ricky either. It's only about 3/10, as is Jake Willingham. So again, if these guys keep fighting, and it looks like Wiltshire has managed to find a little bit of pace, but Jack Stone, Ricky Crozier, and Khan, all three drivers there, 2 tickets into the main event, up for grabs with 2 minutes to go. Just get a brief shot of Anthony Whippich. He's on a completely different part of the circuit compared to these guys. As there's the confirmation of the penalty that was handed out to Damon Brown earlier on. So up on the top end of the circuit, there's Anthony Whippich going down the ramp and under the footbridge, and Chris Knight, once everyone's had a chance to read a good book, comes down the ramp himself. So
I mean, some would say Anthony Whippich is whipping around the track right now.
Oh, don't say that.
Please don't. So Ross Sandwell still trying to make a move on Chris Knight. Remember, these guys are effectively fighting for specific rows on the grid here. So Knight looks over his shoulder, sees Sandwell there. Sandwell looks over his shoulder, sees Tom Wiltshire still there. Wiltshire sees a little bit of daylight between himself and Isaac here, so he can try and fight as much as he can. So minute or so to go, 1, possibly 2 more laps here. Knight looks over the shoulder again. He can see that Ross Samwell is still there. In terms of lap times, these guys aren't setting the timing screens completely alike. A 52.449 for Knight. Sandwell's on a 52.323. And Wiltshire on a 52.5.
None of these are good enough. Only Anthony
so this is going to put them on the even side of the grid, which is, based on what we've seen, not really a place that you want to be starting. That would leave Ross Sandwell in a place where the dreaded 6th place, as Bowers now gets a 10-second penalty. So repeated contact, so definitely catching the attention of the race directors here is Dylan Bowers, and not in a good way. That being said, I think Ross Honeyman has lost a little bit of ground to Chris Knight. Last lap board is out. Anthony Whippich saw it about a week ago, but the rest of the drivers are just seeing it as they come through over the start-finish line to start their last lap. So it's Whippich, Knight, Sandwell, Wiltshire, Kahir Parahuda, Stone and Crozier are the drivers who are occupying the top 8 places. But Ami Khan is just 7/10 away from qualifying for the main event. There's the leader going down under the footbridge, and yeah, Chris Knight is following behind him as well, nearly 10 seconds behind. This is a dominant display from Anthony Whippich. If you want to strike fear into your opponents before the biggest race of the day, this is definitely how you do it.
Anthony Whippich, he's kind of had the advantage all day. He won 2 of the 3 heats, and now he's won the semi-final. Hassan Zafar, you know, it can all have change in the final, but yeah, it's definitely advantage Anthony.
Yeah, he's been up there. He has been up there all day, but I don't think we've seen anyone with an advantage that big during a race.
It'll be very interesting to see, though, when we're talking about everyone being on the even side of the grid, if their lap times improved on that last lap. As Chris very quickly noted out, that last lap, they weren't battling anymore. They all spaced themselves out.
No, they didn't go quicker.
No one went quicker.
So, yeah, that's the end. Wow. Should we watch instance first, or should we go for the order?
Let's go through your orders. Have you done your napkin maths?
Yeah, I've done napkin maths here. So Anthony Whippich will start on first position for the grand final. Do the pads first. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the pads first. So let's the ball pad. Sorry, that's
the ball pad.
The ball pad. When we get a chance to go there, we're asking for it. Or Russ is demanding, should I say? Here, this is Christopher Knight's move. I initially thought it was loading, but there's no loading at all. No contact at all.
Yeah,
he
just load of space
slips down the inside there, uses the boost, I can't quite see it, gets alongside, gives Tomo the space. A little bit into the wall, but I would say
cart's width and nothing else on the outside there for Wiltshire.
Christopher Knight, that's a fantastic move. Because honestly, right here, you can see it. Look, absolutely
there's space there. There is space there.
No contact at all.
That is the closest you'll ever see to the carts without any contact from there.
This is how precise this move was. Any more, you would have loaded Tomo and it would have been a bad move. Any less, and he wouldn't have got alongside. This is the most precise move I think I've seen all weekend. And look at that, just elevating what Jack Mills did in the cadets yesterday, but in the adult carts, boost as fast as he can. Down the inside.
Fair, I thought Knight had actually clipped the barrier on the inside, but
leaving Tomo that space.
So much.
But I think what's important is they are fully alongside at the apex before they get up to the.
Oh yeah, he's
nothing there.
Normally with stuff like this, it's normally 50-50 is what you look for effectively. Yeah. So nose width, knees effectively is what I would tend to look for as a Clark myself. So just take it back a little bit. As the point that they start committing to the corner, he is more than in there. So it's nose to front wheel pretty much.
And look at the exit of the car on the inside. They're turning to the right. They're not trying to put the driver in the barrier there.
Oh, Chris Knight,
just looking over to the left-hand side just to make sure there is enough space.
Chris Knight, that is fantastic.
That was a really good move. Credit where credit is due.
Well there, ready
move of the day, absolutely. I just want to quickly go back because actually an overtake at the same corner happened in the previous heat, a little bit in a different way. This was Benjamin Sproat being overtaken by Ross Honeyman, if you remember.
Okay.
And it's a little bit earlier, but Ross Honeyman just throws it down the inside.
Yeah, so Ben's left the door open. Effectively, what I think Ben's tried to do is he's trying to get back underneath Tom Fox on the exit of the corner, but he's left the door open. Effectively, he's just given a written invitation to Ross Honeyman, and Ross has gone, oh, okay, there's a door there, I'll put my cart in it.
That's brave.
But
the hands up.
There's anything wrong with that?
I mean, look, it all happens in the moment, doesn't it?
There is a bit of side-to-side contact from there, but I think it's more because Sproat didn't expect to see a cart on his inside. And to be fair to him, you wouldn't expect a cart to go for a move down there. But I think Ross just judged it to perfection from what we could see. And to be fair, I know having spent quite a bit of time with this circuit, they do have a camera looking the other side, which is the way that you'd effectively be able to see the contact from there. So there is a CCTV camera on the other side from there.
Brilliant. So we've got time to go through the order?
So should we go through your napkin maths, Chris, then? Let's see what you reckon.
Let's have a quick look. So Anthony Whippich on pole, Hassan Zafar. What's that? Absolutely. So I know that. You've said it about 10 times now. I'm trying to do what I'm doing here. Anthony Whippich, 52.088. I can say the number slow if you want me to. Hassan Zafar.
088.
088. Oh my God.
Oh, we're going to get taken off one, right, in a different accent.
Oh, no.
Let's see if we can offend the whole country.
Yes, no. Okay.
You don't need that. So, Chris, go through your napkin maths. What do we reckon?
We already know what Ansi Vipic has got. Hassan Zafar, second place, 52.112 on the outside. Sol Gregory winning the third place, 51.994. And Chris Knight will inherit the outside spot in fourth place, 52.449 after a quite chaotic heat. Harvey Sugden Scott will breathe a sigh of relief, 52.197, taking fifth place on the inside, with Ross Samwell coming on the outside there, sixth place, which is the worst place to start. But you know, you never know with this joker lap. And then finally, it's an all Welsh fourth row. Mike Allen, the Racing Dre driver.
You must be very proud.
Yeah, I am proud. 52.105, and Thomas Wiltshire, the Racing Dre driver, the Welsh driver, 52.507 after struggling in the last heat or semi-final.
Okay, I'm looking around at the... Yeah, okay, we're going to go straight down. Oh, Emily's dancing. Look at that. Come on, give us some moves, Em. Give us some moves. We're all watching. We're going to cut straight down to Lex, the dancing Emily, and Akil. Over to you guys.
That was the perfect moment for him to say the dancing queen as well, but you know, I'll let it slide this time, Russ. It's fine. It's no worries.
Really, right? We're nearly there. This has flown over, hasn't it? Eh? Oh, wait, there's a cart coming in.
Nice pushing it now. It's fine.
What have you been doing? You got a bit stuck in before.
Got stuck in with my previous job as a CLO. They needed a little bit of extra hands with doing the weights and dishing out the unfortunate comms of penalties and such like. So I was just getting my hands a bit dirty and getting back into what I used to do, which is great fun.
Just where you belong.
They certainly didn't ask us. I'm that bit. Certainly didn't ask me to help.
Thanks. So all of this entire weekend is nothing to you, like.
I genuinely didn't mean it like that. Anyway,
socials. Doesn't know that you're actually replacing him next year.
Fine with that.
Will's back.
Oh wow! Tell us about socials, because we've been doing a lot over the weekend. You've had Club 100 in. You've had
done some stuff. Yeah, we've done some stuff. You can follow us on TeamSport Karting. It's always good, always fun. We always have things going on.
It's always good.
We post a lot. We've got lots of cool content from this weekend that we will be editing and posting. And obviously, it's just a place for you to engage with us, because that's what we love to do. So, yeah, give us a follow on TeamSport Karting. And also, if you are actually out karting, you can share your footage. If you use the hashtag TeamSportAction, we normally share the best ones. And especially if you put it on your feed and stuff like that, we love it. So we will share it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is now.
Okay, fair.
How old are you, man?
Why wouldn't it be?
I'm getting on, like. Anyway, competition. We've been asking all weekend. So we were running a competition to win vouchers to go karting. Pretty straightforward stuff.
That's fun.
The question we asked was, what is the next TeamSport track to open in the UK? What is the answer, Akil?
Brent Cross.
It is Brent Cross, yes. So, do you want to, there's your winners. Do you want to do some winners?
So, winners are Andy Knight,
Ben Luff,
Belinda Walton,
Jane Gatfield,
Kai TF.
Yeah.
Go with that.
Otto Ebelin,
Steve Windle,
George Harmon,
Rachel Bond,
and Marlo Benny. You're all going karting on TeamSport. We will email you the vouchers. It's really that simple. Someone actually said Stoke was the next track to open.
Stoke?
Yeah.
How long's Stoke been open for? A while.
Years.
At least 4 years since I've been here.
James, how long has Stoke been open for?
Opened in 2020 because it hosted the first BIKC kart champs before BIKC.
So it wasn't 2020 then.
Wow.
2019.
It's also had
5 years too late.
It's also had a refurb. It's got combat carts now. It's got
the new light system as
and
well.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to look at the pace car.
Okay, go on then. Go and take a look.
Let's go and have a look.
Look at the Sonic.
Tell me about it
Nice.
and take my mic.
Basically, it's the same as all the normal karts. Obviously, it's got the stickers on. You can use it in the grand finals. If there's a red flag, they'll form up on the grid, single file. The pace car will lead them round, and then it will peel off on the outside of the pit straight. And then the race leader will take over, control the pace of the race. And then when the lights go green, obviously they all get back to racing. So you might see it in the grand finals if there's a red flag. If there's not, then unfortunately it will sit in the pit lane.
It's also got one of the new steering wheels on it.
Yeah, it's got a new steering wheel, so you'll be able to see the gap behind him to make sure they're all staying close enough and within the distances, and then make sure that he's out of the way as well.
Yeah. It's got some very nice stickers on it, especially at the back on the sides. Just saying. Anyway.
I wonder who designed those.
Right, shall we go and try and find some people that that are driving these karts to talk to? See what
Yeah.
Do you want to make your way down there and go and have a look? I'll be behind you.
I've got a driver here if you want one.
Oh, yep.
Go
for it, Emily.
Yeah, the Celtic top is something else, isn't it? No, you're showing it now. You might as well. You might as well show it off. Damon Brown.
Get Kieran Tini on the back. Get Kieran Tini on the back.
I should.
Damon, how are you doing?
Disappointed in myself, but it was great.
Only 2 penalties though. That's better than some nationals that you've been to, and you've kept your cool, which was what we were aiming for.
A wild card, so.
You did, and well deserved for your wild card, but well done for your race today.
Cheers. Appreciate it.
Absolute legend.
Scotland.
Absolutely.
Cheers, thank you.
For the Scots.
Should we talk to a few more drivers? Obviously now the tension really is building now before the finals. It will be a very brief word as they go past you. How are you feeling? One word to describe your feeling.
Are you nervous?
First time making nationals. Unfortunately got spun out in the semis last year, but definitely got a better result this year. So hopefully, let's see how it goes. Hopefully.
Go for it, mate. Go for it. How are you feeling?
I'm all right. I'm confident. Cool.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Because Chris bought, he's just bought what Chris bought.
How are you feeling? Sorry, one word to describe how you feeling right now.
Hopeful.
Good word. Good word. Right. We're going to go back to Lex.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, that'll probably do us. It's getting a bit crowded down here, so for the last time, let's go to commentary.
Amazing. Amazing.
Of course that happened.
Not quite sure what Lex was doing to Emily there.
I don't know. They nearly went flying.
I just want to say well done to all the winners of the competition, and Akil said that the next track is going to be Brent Cross. Did you notice Akil didn't say it with any conviction?
I know.
You know what I mean?
One day.
It has been delayed quite a bit, so if it isn't the next track, then all those drivers are going to have to, all those competition winners are going to have to hand back the prize.
Did you know my mum sent me a text?
Yeah.
It is my mum's birthday actually today, so happy birthday. I probably should mention that before I go any further with this.
What's her name?
Karen. Karen is my mum.
Happy birthday, Karen. Is she tuning in?
She is. She's tuning
Fantastic.
in. She was a bit annoyed at me that I hadn't wished her happy birthday yet, but I had to explain to her my phone is running the
I can rescue this for you,
stuff,
Josh.
so,
I can rescue it.
I've only really just got it back.
Do you want us to sing Happy Birthday? We can if...
What, over the PA in all of Warrington? Do I want to sing? No, we're not going to do that.
We're not.
But happy birthday to Mum.
Happy
But she
birthday.
did. She sent me a text yesterday, actually.
Yes.
She goes, oh, I know you love karting. I've entered it.
She does know that you love karting.
I get. She knows I love karting. She entered the competition. I then did have to send her a text back going, you do know, I do get, I work for TeamSport.
Yes.
I can just go karting anytime I like, sort of thing. But it's nice that she thought of me. So yeah, exactly. So the free karting wouldn't be too much of a benefit for me. But hey, well done to all the winners and that entered that competition there. And my mum did get it right. She said she Googled it.
And I joke about Brent Cross because it has been delayed, but we do believe that we are through all of those delays. And it will open in the new year, around about March, April time.
It's going to be a very cool track.
It's going to be massive.
Well, it's in an old car park, isn't it? So it's multi-floor.
It is. Yeah. I think we're going to be employing something like 70 or 80 staff for it.
You've put a number to that.
I can now come out of anything really. It's going to be like on over 6 levels,
right.
And it's going to have an underwater section.
Really? There was actually in the comments, there was someone saying earlier that we should put some sprinklers on one section.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So they have to drive.
That's an old Bernie Eccleston idea for Formula One.
Yeah.
Now, stick sprinklers on the apexes of corners, and every now and again just turn them on. Obviously, depending on how much people pay for them.
I mean,
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
We chatted about condensation earlier, though, and know, that could be really hard to drive on indoor when
it is like driving in the wet on the wet with slicks.
But someone else mentioned, you know, we've been talking a lot about tyres potentially overheating in summer, especially here at Warrington. I'm sure you can.
Oh, 100%.
It's like you're driving on glass, like it's slippy out there.
Yeah, so the tyres are probably good for literally a lap and a half, maybe 2, and then when they come into the pit at the end of the session, it literally looks like an F1 Hypersoft covered in marbles.
Yep.
So it's absolutely, it is absolutely mad from there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some comments wishing my mum happy birthday. I will relay this to my mum, so thank you for that.
I hope she's still watching. Because
She
I'm a
might have
celebs
gone
on,
to-
that's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
And she does really like I'm a celeb.
Oh, no.
So,
might be too little too late, Josh.
we might have lost it.
You have to show it on the stream. You have to play it back.
I will record this and send this to my mum afterwards. Oh, bless her.
Right, excellent. Let's have a... right, so one change that we do need to talk about before we get to the grand final is the infamous Joker lap, just to go through it so everybody is totally aware of what is going to happen. So we do run a Joker lap, as we call it, in the grand finals.
Yes.
What it means is that every driver... You don't talk through it, Josh? Actually, you can talk through it
I can talk through it if you want. I thought you were stopping for a second. I thought you were just going to announce it, and that was it. So no more talking about the Joker lap. Yes, so every single driver, at some point in the race, but 2 minutes before the end, a certain driver needs to listen to that, because didn't do that last year.
Yep.
They have to go through the pit lane. And it adds a level of strategy to the race because, you know, some people think it's better to go later, some people think it's better early, and it all kind of depends with how the race can unfold. So you can go into the race with a strategy, but it can all get turned on its head mid-race, and you have to change what you do. But with these steering wheels, they get a hell of a lot of information about what the pace of the karts in front and behind are doing, so they can see whether it's worth to pit now, whether it's worth to stay out longer. I think these steering wheels have really made this Joker lap a hell of a lot more interesting.
I really do believe that. I think that really affected Leander Hewitt's win
100%.
yesterday. I think it's no coincidence that as soon as the driver behind, do I say, put that really stunning lap time in, that immediately they pitted for the Joker lap, because up until that point,
that was it.
Up until the point, Leander had the fastest laps, lap after lap, and then suddenly he did it, thought, right, I'm going to cash out on this, to quote a Chris Paul saying, get in the pit lane, get out, and he was clearly in the lead, was able to go on and win.
I mean, the important thing with Leander, so Leander Hewitt was the last person to do that Joker lap, so in terms of their steering wheel, they can see the times of everyone behind. So the drivers behind that they were previously racing with, like you say, they could see the exact point when they started setting faster times than they were doing. So as soon as that happened, Leander came flying into the pit lane, and it allowed Leander to pit at the exact time, so then they come out in front, and then they won the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an important feature, and it really did it added a lot of interest to the junior final, and then straight afterwards we basically, or I should say the next final that we ran, they all learnt really from the previous day or changed their strategy. There's a lot of drivers going early in the
I think we'll see that. I think we'll see this more today. I think there'll be a hell of a lot of drivers going early, and I think you'll also see
in the cadets, because the cadets went after.
Yes, yeah, and it was instantly. I think you'll see it a lot more from the back of the grid. I think there's, you know, at this level, when you get to the final, everyone's at such a high level, it is hard to overtake because everyone is so good. So if you're at that back half of the grid, do you just chance it and do you just send it in nice and early and pray for some sort of chaos? Or do you let everyone peel off in front of you? I don't know. It's hard. I don't know what I'd do. I really don't know what, because it's what we were saying, it changes so much with the information you have in front of you. It's so much for a driver to process while they're also driving at 40 miles an hour.
The more that you leave it, it's the more you are trusting your fellow drivers not to end up in a crash and causing a red light. It's that level of trust that you've got in your fellow competitors. And it's been, I tell you what, it's been very feisty tonight, hasn't it? So we've had a little bit of chaos, and especially in the middleweights. So let's see if that trust is there. There's Silky.
I was actually about to say, dare I say this on the PA, 4 of my favourite marshals are all stood in a row there. It's dangerous to say your
favourite
favourites.
marshals.
Well, you've got Jono there, Matthew, ran staff champs this year with them, and then Silky. How can you not love Silky? And Kyle was there before, and Kyle was incredible.
Indeed, they're all great. All the marshals at TeamSport are great. Big shout out to all the teams up and down the country. There might be some that are in the bar watching what is going on, possibly. If there is, give us a shout, because we like all that.
Yeah, let's see where people are watching from. It'd be nice to hear. We had hairdressers yesterday. That was quite one. You were instructing how someone should get their hair cut.
Yeah. So I instructed Gemma's hairdresser to give her a bacon.
Do we know if that happened? Do we get picture proof?
I haven't seen any pictures come through, but I did give the instruction. I said that she's not going to pay unless she gets it. So here we go. We've got drivers just starting to climb into karts at the moment, so the preparation for the first final is very much going on in the background, and preparations for the Joker lap. And obviously we will have a pit lane camera with some serious graphics going on there that we can watch. We can see each driver come in when they do, and it'll just appear as a caption on the main screen, so we can really keep you updated with absolutely everything that is going on. And it's really exciting. It's a bit tricky for us to follow the race, but we love it.
But that's why we've got Chris.
We love it. And we've got Chris.
Well, we actually don't have Chris right now. Which is a bit worrying for me, because I'm definitely nowhere near as good as Chris as keeping track of all those Joker laps. So
you'll be back.
You can hear me, Chris. If you are anywhere, please come home. Please come back.
I have heard that he's banged his head on the race section.
With his height?
Yeah, with his height. Yeah. So he's just received a bit of first aid, and then he'll be.
Watch him come back in with bandages wrapped around his head. Oh.
So, thinking about Chris, should we check out his napkin, Matt? Because I have a grid in front of me here. So,
hang on, I've got to try and read his handwriting.
You've got to make sense of that.
So, on pole position for this middleweight grand final, we have Jacob Ekul. Then Gabe Quinter will line up alongside him on the front row. Alfie Hale and Kyle Evans is row 2. Then Dylan Edwards and Tom Fox is row 3. Row 4, Danny Hale and Ross Honeyman, which I think is as far as we got with Chris's results from there.
It was.
Behind that is John Bolter and Ben Sprout. Then it's Taylor Barnes and Johnny Elliott, Morgan Hill and Adam Davis, Lewis Smart and Lewis Draper. Completely 16 runners and riders for this main event. And yeah, there's a lot of big names out of position potentially in that one, and drivers that we definitely know can move forward. So we've seen Taylor Barnes make moves in his last one. Ross Honeyman has made some decent moves in his last one. Tom Fox has had some decent races so far, but going to be the fight between Jacob Ekul and Gabe Quinter is going to be the fun one to watch at the front of this.
I can confirm Chris was 100% correct. He's keeping a streak all weekend. I'd like to know what he got in maths. This is rather impressive.
At this rate, he might as well have got 100.
Give him,
might as well
give
have got
him the
100%
A-star
on this.
or whatever numbers they give out now for GCSEs. I don't know.
It's been
I'm
a while
getting old.
It's been a while since I did my GCSEs as well. So, but yeah, drivers now in the cart. I think they're just doing the last couple of checks. You can see a couple of drivers still at the side of the circuit, just getting helmets on. And hopefully it won't be too long before we get the...
I might have another Paul Python before we start.
God, no. Please don't. Please don't. I think the marshals will thank you if you don't. And
it's a team sport thing where everybody has a pork pie and chaos happens.
To be fair, it's old martial folklore. And to be fair, every time we've mentioned something like this and we've tried to test the theory, it's been proven correct. Because the first time that we encountered this in Team Sport Life was heavyweights last year, the final. And we all know that got a little bit chaotic towards the back end of the day.
Here we go.
Okay, right, here we go. Out of interest, what's the heaviest driver ever to make the finals? Well, we can't give away that confidential information, unfortunately.
I can tell you this year.
Can you? Or of all, you know the heaviest driver?
I think this
Are you allowed to release that information? It's quite personal.
I don't want to call... No, I'm not going to call them out. No.
No, don't call them out on it.
No, I'm not doing it.
Indeed.
I do know.
But we had a nickname.
I can say the number.
We had a nickname for him. He was called Fatty.
No.
Oh no, Russ.
I think the number. Can I say the number? Yeah, of course.
The number.
If you say that, as in like the number of the cart or the number of the weight.
You don't want to say the number. Oh, right. No, I thought you could come out with a different number.
I believe it's 101.
101.
To be fair, that's to be there or thereabouts in this grid at 101 kilo. That's impressive.
Yeah.
To be fair, that is an impressive feat for whoever that driver might be.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Here we go. Right, I think they're out their carts. Having another chat to Darren there, one of the heads of the whole BIKC.
There you go. Ian Liversidge is backing up the pork pie theory. As an FIA marshal, he understands. Like I say, I was chatting to you before, it's not just a team sport thing. I was at Alton Park at the start of this year, marshalling the British GT, and we had Formula 4 go out for a formation lap, and we had our post chief consumed a pork pie, and on the formation lap, a Formula 4 joined me at my feet.
Wow.
And I have a picture of me with the Formula 4 car and a driver very, very upset, having broken his £65,000 race car.
Yeah,
so yeah, the pork pie theory.
I'm blaming the marshals for eating a pork pie.
I think, well, to be fair, he was actually magnanimous, and it was a racing driver blaming his own lack of talent at that point. So it's a very rare thing. They normally blame the car, or they normally blame the car, or they normally blame the weather. To be fair, it was pretty wet that day, and he was on slicks. So
what is going on here? Because all the drivers have got out.
Yeah,
they've all gone back in.
I think they've decided to change karts, is my guess. And there's a bit of a conflagration going on. I can see Darren, one of the race directors, down there, trying to get something organised from there, chatting to the track team. And to be fair, this has been a very long day for the track team. I know some of them, like I say, said this morning, myself and you, Chris, got in relatively early, and there was quite a lot of people here before that. And I believe we went live around about 9:30ish. I know we were here before 8 o'clock, and there's people who've been here a long time before that, and it's getting past 9 o'clock now at this point. So it has been quite a long day for the team out there, but again,
they've done a
fantastic event.
They've done
as is always for BIKC, and like everything, can't do this thing without a crack team of marshals, and you can't do it without a crack team of mechanics either.
Yeah,
it's one of the unsung roles within team sport
and later the amount
of
effort that has got in to just not just throughout the whole competition, but just setting up an event like this. The last 2 weeks or so in TeamSport Warrington have been pretty frantic, especially with the new light system that was introduced and the new steering wheel system, just to complicate things even more. But the team have really worked hard, done a fantastic job, come through it all. And we have had an absolutely stunning weekend of racing, as we always do really up to this point. And we've got 2 more fantastic grand finals that are going to come. And,
being called out that I can't even read a clock anymore, let alone an entry
I know,
list.
you're getting
I can't even read a clock, let alone an entry list.
You're getting called out on the... yes, it's 10 o'clock.
I'll call it baby brain.
9 o'clock somewhere.
I'll call it baby brain.
Yeah, 9 o'clock somewhere. So, yeah, so we're still waiting. I think the driver's just having another little kind of briefing, I think. We just want to do is just to build the suspense, really. That's what this is all about. So, but then, yeah, so and it's going to be longer races, so it's going to be a 15-minute grand final. So it's going to be a real test. We were checking out one of the drivers there, weren't we, that has already got his hand plastered up, where he's got serious bruises on the palm. Can you remember who that driver was, Josh? Damon Brown, okay, out there from Scotland with serious bruises on the palm of his hand, where the whole TeamSport Warrington circuit has taken its toll physically on that driver. This is all about how it's all about how you hold the steering wheel, not as you want to hold the steering wheel, but on an event like this, you hold the steering wheel, and if you hold it in the wrong way, then you can easily pick up a lot of injuries, or a lot of pain, I should say, a lot of scabs. So, yeah, that might change if you're in a different event, Chris. Would it change if you're in a long endurance race? Would it change how you hold the steering wheel? Josh is nodding big time. It definitely changes for Josh.
No.
But not for Chris.
No, it doesn't.
Get out. We've got a difference of opinion, even the commentators.
I've done my fair share of endurance racing. I just hold the...
How long have you done? What's your longest endurance race for a single stint?
I went to a track a couple of years ago. It was wet. I did 2 hours and 15 minutes. I got...
Oh, Josh is like, no.
Hang on. Wait.
Lightweight.
It was 2 in the morning. Stopped.
Yeah.
And, we put some fuel in the car. Went to the crab. The driver wasn't ready because he's in the toilet.
Okay,
And
that's like a really well-organised team.
I screamed at
He had
them.
2 hours and 15 minutes in order to sort that
I
out.
screamed at them for a solid 5 seconds, and I got in the car in anger, and then went back out and drove another 2 hours and 15 minutes-ish or something like that. So I did, just short of 5 hours, and then it was about, 4 something in the morning. And
so your teammate then, he waits 2 hours and 15 minutes, he misses his slot, you come in and go, and he's lost out on the next 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
let's hope he got the next one.
One snoozes, one loses.
Yeah, exactly. You snooze, you lose. But at 2 in the morning, I was quite emotional. But I got back in the car, and the rain was absolutely awful as well. Obviously, outdoor karting, and I just carried on driving. And I was really angry, I'd say, for the first 20-odd minutes, and I realised that I'm not going to be able to stop for another 2 hours, so I might as well get on with it.
Although driving in the wet outside, I remember I did a race down in Clay Pigeon a few years ago, and in the last 15 minutes, it monsooned. Yeah. Literally. And it was just brilliant.
Yeah, it's a very special talent. I remember a 24-hour race, and it had been raining pretty much the entirety of the day leading up to it, and to the point where there was deep puddles in every single piece of runoff, to the point where the race eventually started. Someone went off into one of the gravel traps, and the car went into a puddle that went up to the top of the wraparound. So it took a while for them to fish that cart out, let alone try and recover it.
Indeed, absolutely. So there is a bit of more activity in the pit lanes. Drivers are now getting back into karts, which is always, I think, it's a good sign that drivers getting into a kart, that we might be commencing the finals very, very soon. Look at that, I mentioned Clay Pigeon. There's a lot of love, I think, or a bit of love out there for Clay Pigeon kart track, which is a bit old school, Clay Pigeon kart track, but it is a terrific track. Turn 1 down there. Also, once drove turn 1 down in Clay Pigeon, completely forgot that the tyres were cold. Literally turned in and just span straight off into the barriers. All the teammates are literally on the corner. There is a video of that somewhere. Okay, so I got a bit of an update. So the kart draw was not done correctly first time around, so they have corrected it, and basically, yeah, we were back on it, and a bit of a mistake. Basically, there were not enough balls in the box.
Well, not enough balls in the box.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, there's a joke there.
There's a joke in there about Chris being in here instead of over there.
There's a gag there that no one can go near.
No one dares.
Well, firstly, you kind of got to do a different kart draw if that happens.
Okay, so now we do have almost there. Final drivers going around and finding their kart and climbing in. Basically, there was a big fight who gets kart 36. So I'll just leave that there on the...
This is the middleweights. No kart 36 here.
Here we go. Kart 12 going backwards. Just checking reverse works. And worked a treat, didn't it? Oh, do we have to brake test them going backwards? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? We haven't covered that. I'm going to speak to Melts tomorrow about that. If they go backwards, brake test them. Just to check they can go backwards and forwards. Melts is watching this, shaking his head, going, "No, Russ, no." And he'd be right.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people, when they see you get hold of a microphone in this place, like, no. Who let him near it? Who let him near that microphone?
I took a mick out of Steve Evans yesterday, right? And I thought he was at home. He wasn't. He was on site. He's in the car park.
You thought he was at home right up until he barged the door down.
He's texting me, what are you on about? He goes, I'm here. That's the BIKC final, right? If we do a crew photograph at the end, which we will do again tonight, and it is outstanding to see the number of team members. It literally is a photo that's got like 50, 55 staff members in it just to run this, and that's only this particular day. There's different staff that have been yesterday. We know that there's staff that have done their shift today. They're on. We know Kate and Amy are on the way back to Newcastle at the moment, just to point that out. I wonder if they are watching. They surely are. Of course they are.
Yeah, there is literally crew from from all over the country to be here. So we've literally cherry-picked the team from around the country to try and make this event as good as possible. And then certain crew as well are around for, especially at the Girls Karting Academy yesterday. The instructors that spent a lot of time doing that one. As karts are leaving the pit lane and heading to the grid for the first of the main event.
Can I just correct thing? Okay, not the cat grease. Cat grease has appeared again just before. I just wanted to correct that. Don't quote me. I'm not Dave Rich, but that way he was in charge of these things. Okay, so March, April opening time. Yeah, but it was going to be March, April this year. Put it that way. At one point,
it was going to be March, April 2 years ago.
We are indeed. So we are very much hoping, but that is a very rough estimation. But we think it's there, but it could change because these things are very complicated sometimes to pull off, and the type of track that we are opening and its location mean that it is extra complicated. Hence the gags about it's drifted on a little bit. But when it's open, it is going to be fantastic. Are we getting a rendition of Sweet Caroline this year?
I was hoping you didn't see that.
I can't be careful here because I can only really do that when we got like exec team members not around kind of thing. Oh, we got Simon is on site, and I'm not sure he appreciate that, but I did do that a few years ago. Always up for a little bit of a sing-song. It's still available, all right, if you want to have a look at it. I should release it or something, you know what I mean? That little snippet somewhere. I'm sure Joel's got it strapped up somewhere, kind of thing, to produce the most inappropriate moment that I can possibly think of.
Yeah, the infamous line that only true BIKC fans know.
Yeah, and I can't mention that these days either, if I'll be honest. That, then there's a time where I did the whole BIKC and everything was great, and then in the last moment on the presentation, my voice went. I just went, and I literally sounded like a cat, and cats keep coming up every single year.
It's almost like you deliberately try not to get invited back every year.
Indeed, yeah, but they keep on bringing me back, you know. So hey ho, hey ho. So, anyway, we've done a great job of killing that time, if I'll be absolutely honest, haven't we? Come on. Absolutely. I mean, we're so used to it these days. Blaze literally taught us everything we know about killing time.
The infamous 3-hour heat.
Yeah, the infamous 3 hours where we realised that we do need to have a lot of backup material just in case things go wrong. Also on that subject, you see the ambulance set. We do have an ambulance outside. Yeah. We've got a very enthusiastic ambulance team. That's all I can say. I rocked up yesterday. All I can see is the ambulance parked right outside the front door and about 25 cones all around it. It's like, right, these guys were expecting a little bit of action today. So, yeah, I thought, right, yeah, it's one of them. But hey ho, we have a grid and we're ready to go. Do you want to take us through the grid at all, Tom? Or,
So I'll have to pull it back up again now as we've got all the drivers on the grid for the first of the main events. So we have all the drivers down. Silky's just going to double check the order, make sure everyone is in the correct positions. So on the front row, Jacob Acure, Gabe Kinter, Alfie Hale, and the 23 of Kyle Evans. Dylan Edwards and Tom Fox are your top 6. The grid is cleared at the back for the last time in 2025. 5 red lights come on for the middleweights. We are racing for the last time here. So Gabe Kinter takes second place, manages to hold on a little bit of a slide. Maybe lets Alfie Hale get back into position here as they all file through the second hairpin. A little bit of a nudge. I think that's Danny Hale running a little bit wide. Ross Honeyman seems to be going wheel to wheel with Ben Sproat as they come over the start-finish line. A lot of elbows out at this early stage of the race. 15 minutes to decide the champion here for the middleweights.
Here we go. So we've got Jacob leading, Gabriel in second at the moment. But Gabriel's
here
we go. Got carts in straight away. Oh, he thought about it.
That was a dummy. I almost looked like a dummy there. I don't know whether Taylor Barnes was maybe trying to defend a little bit, or if it was a bit of a dummy. So that looks like, yeah, Jacob. Is that Jacob Acule that's gone first?
It is.
Jacob is in.
So that's the pole man who's gone first. So
That's
maybe
risky.
that's a very risky play, but at the same time, we saw it pay dividends for drivers yesterday after incidents. I think he's expecting this one to be a little bit action-packed. But the bonus for him, at least, is he's going to come out in clear air, so we can just get his head down and try and move forward. And I'm going to be honest, everyone that's in this field isn't exactly slow, so it might take him a little bit of time to catch up to the drivers behind. So hopefully, for Jacob's sake at least, this could be quite a smart play, but it has released Gabe Kinter into the lead with Alfie Hale behind as the drivers come up onto the up ramp for the first time of asking. A couple of karts coming in. That looks like Tom Fox has just taken his Joker lap, and I think another driver followed him in behind as well. We were discussing earlier as well, it's not actually that advantageous to double stack in the pit lane here, because you have to come to a stop on a white line just after the pit lane entrance. So it effectively means if you double stack in, you have to stop, go again, then stop. So your pit stop is actually that little bit longer.
But Jacob is 14.2 seconds behind.
Saying double
the
stack,
leader.
there's 3 karts through the pit lane. That's Tom Fox, Ben Sproats going through the pit lane there. That is number 4. That is Louis Draper is through the pit lane as well. It's quite a few drivers maybe banking on this one being a little bit action-packed by trying to get the pit stop out of the way nice and early. It's going to be interesting to see where they come out alongside Jacob McCule. But that's still...
Jacob, he's got a total clear track in front of me.
He did right up until that last lap.
8 seconds, but they're going to come out behind Jacobs. Jacob was obviously in the lead at that moment in time. And there's a bit of irony here because Gabriel Quinter, famously now last year, did not bother to take his Joker lap and was disqualified from the race.
Yeah, someone needs to remind him 2 minutes to go is when he has to come in.
Got to remind him, right? Jacob Equal has just reminded him because he's gone and taken it on the first lap. So Gabriel Quinter is leading at the moment. He's starting to build up a bit of a gap.
Last
lap,
got
half a second.
52.2 from Gabe on the last lap, 52.5 from Jacob. 3/10 slower Jacob was.
So 32 and 31 through the pit lane. That's Taylor Barnes and Lewis Smart who've also taken their stop. So again, a lot of drivers going really early here. So I think a few of them, again, maybe have seen the juniors yesterday, are banking on a little bit of action in the early stages of this race. So we wait to see if anyone else is going to go for it.
It's faster than Jacob at the moment, so by 3/10 on the last lap. If he can keep that pace up, when he does eventually take that Joker lap, he will leapfrog him and take the lead, potentially. So it's all about lap times here between Gabriel Quinter and Jacob Equal at the moment, and on the lap time battle is Gabriel that's got it.
Here we go, 51.949 from Gabe on the last lap. Jacob 52.4, 6/10 again, so Jacob's lost a second in the last 2 laps to Gabriel.
Kart 7 through the pit lane, Morgan Hill, they've made their Joker lap, so another driver through the pit lane. I think that's now the top 7 still owe us pit stops, if my maths is correct. But again, drivers just having to getting these stops out of the way early. You've got up to the last 2 minutes of the race to be able to make the stop. But Gabe Kinter, head down, he's charging.
Where has Jacob's pace gone? Because 52.4 is not going to win you a BIKC championship.
Taking a
no
gamble,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, so he's he's exactly 15 seconds behind Gabe Kinter last time over the line. We think a pit stop's worth about 14. So by that, Matt, both Gabe Kinter and Alfie Hale now have jumped the pole sitter originally. Could this be Gabe Kinter on his way to a BIKC championship? He tried it last year. Let's hope he just makes his Joker lap as 23. Kyle Evans comes through the pit lane. We'll see where he files out.
Tom Fox 51.887 behind Jacob, so he's catching Jacob.
I think Jacob really needs a red light here. If Jacob gets a red light, suddenly this all switches round and he's got, I think, potentially the advantage because we'll be re-gridding if there is a red light. So this is the risk. This is what we talk about with strategy. So Gabriel Quinter is in the zone. He's doing the fast lap times. He's just gone around at 51.851. John Bolter, oddly, has the fastest lap so far, 51.763. He is yet to take his Joker lap, and Jacob's last lap, 52.1. That's another 0.3 seconds. I tell you what, here, Jacob's going to be lucky to hold on to second.
Yeah, so Dylan Edwards in the pit lane there, 26 going through the pit lane. There's another one behind him. I think that's Adam Davis is also making his stop now as well. So drivers making stops thick and fast here.
It's not enough. 6/10 again last lap, Jacob. He's just looking back and back.
Just on the timing screen there, 3-second penalty for Kyle Evans. That's going to put pay to any chance he's got for an unsafe pit entry. So that's going to take Kyle Evans out of this one, unfortunately. So through the top end of the circuit, Gabe Kinter still 1 and a bit seconds ahead of Alfie Hale. It's starting to look a little bit good for Gabe here. He's got 5 minutes gone, just under 10 minutes of the session remaining, and still Jacob Akul is in 9th place.
It's easy for us to call. It's easy for us to call it, but with those lap times that have gone in for the last 3 laps, I think now is not a bad time for Gabriel Quinter to take that joker lap and still come out in the lead and know that he's got it, he's done it, he's safe from any red light.
So Kart 12, Danny Hale is through the pit lane now as well. So that's Danny Hale making his pit stop as a black and white goes out for Taylor Barnes as for a contact warning from there. So 1.3 seconds is the lead at the moment for Gabe Kinter. 8 minutes. We're coming towards the halfway stage of the race.
You think he'll remember to take it this year?
If he's got history.
He's got history with this.
If he doesn't, I think he may as well just hang his helmet up at this point. But I know he's going to have quite a few people that are going to be waiting for him to make sure he takes it. I'd be surprised if his entire family weren't lined up next to the ball alley pointing to the pit lane if he hasn't taken it with 3 or 4 minutes left to go.
Okay, here we go. So Gabriel Quinter with a 1.3 second advantage over Alfie Hale at the moment. John Bolter third. And the key is for lap times. So fastest lap time still John Bolter on a 51.763. But last lap Gabriel went round in 52.0. With Jacob on a 52.3, another 0.3 of a second.
Dylan's come out behind Tom Fox and Jacob there, so it's really advantage Alfie Hale, actually. I think Alfie Hale's going to come out just in front of Jacob, but Jacob's in net third still here.
Yeah, so based on as it sits right now, I'd agree with you there, Chris. I think it's net third place for Jacob Huell, the pole sitter. He's 16.4 seconds behind Gabe Kinter. That means it would be close, I reckon, with Alfie Hale as they come out. I think it'd be very, very close. But I think at this point now, both Kinter and Hale have got themselves locked in, and they're trying to extend this as long as they can. But we've seen already that this is extremely risky in terms of players. There is the leading train that have pitted. So the 20 of Jacob Akul is the leading driver that's pitted. He's got Tom Fox right on his rear bumper. We think this could be the fight for the last podium paying position. You can see Carl Evans just in front of them. They have a 3-second penalty.
Jacob now 16.6 seconds. That is way more than a joker lap. I mean, like, Gabriel's got this in the bag. I would say get in.
The thing for Jacob to be careful of now is Kyle Evans in front of him. He's in front on the track, but he's carrying a 3-second penalty. So 23 is ahead on the road, but is 3 seconds further back, effectively. So that puts him right behind Dylan Edwards, about a second off from there. So if Carl can get his head down, he may actually be able to jump the 3 karts behind that are fighting.
Indeed. So 16.6 seconds is the gap between Gabriel Quinter and Jacob Equal. So he's going to fall back into 6th position. I also think Alfie Hale 2.1 seconds back. That's going to be 14.6. I think if Alfie pitted at the moment, he'll come through in 2nd place as well. Then it gets a bit more complicated when we get to John Bolter, because that will mean he will be in the pack, but still racing very much for a podium place, and Bolter has got the lap times.
So Kinter as well, 2.5 seconds. He still hasn't taken that joker lap. There is 6 minutes of this race remaining. 10 laps completed.
Risky now.
This is becoming quite risky now. It is a very risky play, as there is only a handful of drivers left to pit. I think it's the top 5 drivers still owe us a pit stop at this point in time. 5 minutes 40 on the clock. It is starting to get down to crunch time here, so still Jacob Akul in 6th place, Tom Fox in 7th on the road. We believe that will translate into potentially 3rd and 4th. But the real question mark there is over Kyle Evans and the penalty that he's currently carrying, 17.2 seconds behind at this point. I'll tell you what, the pace that they're going, John Bolter's got the fastest lap of the race at this point, a 51.738. If this carries on, he's 0.4 of a lap quicker than Jacob on that last one. Here comes the leader then.
He's in.
So Kinter comes into the pit lane. He's remembered to do the joker lap this time.
I almost feel like giving a round of applause almost.
Let's see if he listens to the full briefing and see if he does it correctly this time, as there's another driver in behind him. I think that was John Bolter. So this is Jacob Akul looking at here to try and see where he comes out against Gabriel Kinter. So Gabe is going down the the actual pit lane itself, that feels like the slowest couple of seconds of your entire life as they come down there. Yeah, it's John Bolter's coming, so Alfie Hale has inherited the lead of the race on the road. So I think it's just Hale, Elliott and Honeyman now that owe us pit stops off the top of my head. So there goes Gabe Kinser. He is out in front quite comfortably.
Yeah.
So he's very comfortably out in front at this point. So advantage Gabe Kinser at this point.
Now he knows it's on.
So Kyle Evans is looking like he's cruising up behind him. However, Kyle is still carrying that 3-second penalty. So even if he's able to catch him past Gabe, then it still means that he's got to find 3 seconds to get the title away from him. So advantage Gabe Kinser at this stage with 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, here we go. So Gabriel Quinter is looking like he's going to be the BIKC champion. It's still not a done deal because there are 4 minutes left, which is around about 3.5, 4 laps from where they are.
Alfie Hale's going through the pit lane at the moment now. So Alfie Hale in the 17s in the pit lane, as is Ross Honeyman through the pit lane as well. So this is going to be interesting to see where they factor out. So Gabe goes past them. You can just see in the background that you've got the other 2 drivers coming through. It's going to be interesting to see where they factor out.
There it is behind.
Let's see if we can spot the drivers behind. I think that is Jacob Akul just behind him. So as they come over the line, Johnny Elliott leads on the road. Gabe's a second. That's Kyle Evans who's carrying that penalty. There's Jacob Akul. So we'll see where he factors in based on Kyle Evans' penalty. But they're all fighting really hard. So Alfie Hale is behind. So Alfie Hale behind young Jacob, who's, I've got to say, is driving above his years at the moment. He's put a really good defensive drive at the moment. But he's trying to hold off a former BIKC champion in Alfie Hale, and we've already seen that Hale only needs a sniff of an overtake to be able to go for it. 3 minutes remaining. It's only the 15 of Johnny Elliott that requires a pit stop, and as I say that, Johnny's through the pit lane himself, so that is going to release the 18 of Gabriel Kinser into the lead of this motor race.
It's a massive lead. It's going to be a lead about
Tom Fox, the inside of Alfie Hale. That's a brave move if he's able to pull that off. Hale just holds him at arm's length, but the 21 just showing Alfie Hale that he can still overtake at this very late stage of the race. 2.5 minutes to go. That'll be the 2 minutes to go board just to warn the drivers that the pit lane is closing. But the good news is everyone has served their pit stop. So as the drivers file through now, we'll start seeing the genuine order on the timing tower to reflect the fact that Gabe Kinser is in the lead of this motor race.
Kyle Evans looks like he's going to take second place here at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out. The nice part for Kyle is he does have that 3-second penalty, but he's in clear air. All he's got to do is try and find 3 seconds on Jacob Akul. So it looks like, I think he's managed it there. So 4.6 seconds behind the leader. But he's still managed to get half a second ahead of Jacob Akul. So the pole man in 3rd place on the road at the moment. So
exciting stuff. We're in the last couple of laps here. It's Gabriel Quinter's got this absolutely sewn up. He's just got to keep it on track. But look at the battle for second. Kyle Evans has it, even with his penalty, 4.6 seconds behind Gabriel. Jacob Creel, who's literally took that gamble and pitted at the end of lap 1, and it hasn't really worked out for him. Alfie Hale in 4th, but he is a former BIKC champion. Tom Fox, who's had a brilliant day, has to be said. He's been in all the battles in 5th place. John Bolter, who's still got that flying lap time of 51.763 in 6th place. Dylan Edwards and Ross Honeyman, then Danny Hale, Morgan, Ben, Taylor, Lewis, Johnny, Adam and Louis bringing up the rear. But as we go, is it going to be just that? There's probably going to be one more lap after this. We're going to have a look, and Gabriel Quinter comes around the final hairpins on this lap. Let's see, is he going to see the last lap? Yes, last lap it is for Gabriel Quinter. He'll know it now. He'll know all he's got to do is just pilot the kart round this lap and he will become the champion. What a feeling. Here we go.
Yeah, 1,000 metres separates Gabe Kinser from his first British Indoor Karting Championship title. We're currently watching the fight over 3rd place, the last podium paying position. There's about 5 or 6 drivers that could hold that last podium paying position and take home the Club 100 prize. It has been some really great driving from these young drivers over the course of the day. Jacob Akul, again, a driver who's driven well above his years, but we wait to see the leader, Gabe Kinser, who's going to be coming through the last couple of corners. He's up in the first hairpin now. 12 months ago, he became the laughing stock of the category. He forgot to do his choker lap. Talk about redemption day for Gabriel Kinser. He comes through the last corner. He's a champion in BIKC. Across the line, Kyle Evans in in second place, and we wait to see Jacob Ikul, the young driver, coming home in third place. The poleman finishes in third. Alfie Hale in fourth. The former champion is in fourth place there. Tom Fox, your top 5. John Bolter, Dylan Edwards, Ross Honeyman, Danny Hale, Morgan Hill, your top 10. And Ben Sprowe, for the first time in his BIKC career, comes outside the top 10 in a BIKC final. Taylor Barnes comes home in 12th. Lewis Smart in 13th. Johnny Elliott 14th. Adam Davis 15th. Lewis Draper in 16th. But I have to say, well done, Gabriel Quinter, from 12 months ago. That is how you redeem yourself.
Gabriel Quinter, in his third ever BIKC, becomes champion. For Portugal, for Cardiff. Cardiff's first ever BIKC for TeamSport Cardiff. Fantastic.
And what a drive by Kyle Evans. Comes second and with a penalty.
Yeah, so overcome that 3-second penalty. It was a bit touch and go at times, but he just put the hammer down. And looking through as well, fastest lap of that race, 6th place, John Bolter. You see how happy Gabe is with that one. You can see how happy he is. But well done to Kyle Evans as well. He's done really well to overcome that penalty.
Okay, fantastic race. That was a very classy grand final, wasn't it? And that is the Joker lap working really, really well. At such a strategical. And look at 20, Jacob, he doesn't know where it's gone. He looks dazed inside his car, absolutely dazed. But we're going to hand straight down to our pit lane reporter. We're going to go straight to Akil.
Another great race. I know I keep saying this. I'm going to give the drivers a few seconds to just gather their thoughts. When you're ready, guys. Just going to celebrate with their friends and family before they come and have a word. Well done to all three. Well done to every single driver in that race. Gabriel? Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Well done. I'll give you a second to... You're good? How's that feel?
Speechless, just absolutely incredible. I think the first thing I want to say is just thank you so much to a few very special people, like my mum and dad. Without this, none of it would have been possible. And to everyone at BSR, you know, it's more than just a team, it's a family. Thank you to so many people. My girlfriend who I hopefully watching, everyone back at McLaren who might be watching as well. Just thank you to everyone who's been supporting me this weekend and throughout this entire journey. It's just been absolutely incredible.
I mean, what a 12 months it's been for you. Obviously, everyone's mentioned it. The Joker lap from last year. You certainly remembered this year, didn't you?
Yeah, like, it kind of just feels even better because of that, to have had that happen last year and finally be able to prove, you know, when I iron the mistakes out, I can be a champion. And, you know, to call myself British Indoor Karting Champion 2025, it's just incredible.
Did you think there was a slight risk in waiting and taking it late, or you sort of thought, I'm going to take that risk because I believe in my strategy?
Well, you know, I was originally intending to come in on lap 1, and then Jacob came in, and I thought, you know what, if the team are telling me everything's going okay, I'll just keep going. If anything had come up, I knew they would have told me, so it was there, but it wasn't too much of a worry.
Mate, well done.
Thank you.
You deserve it. Don't forget to... Right, Emily, I think we're going to talk to Kyle.
I've got Kyle, yes. He's too busy chatting to everyone else. I'm so sorry, I'm going to barge in here. It is time for your interview. Kyle, how was that? Did you enjoy it?
I did. I messed up the pit stop. Went in too hot, locked the rears. Instantly knew I had a penalty, but I think I got lucky with, I think Jacob, fair play to him all day. I don't think he had the best of karts, and I could see he was defending, so I was just trying to pump out quick laps, and I was sort of checking over. The gap was building, and we managed to get P2.
Yeah, you did. And how are you feeling about that?
Over the moon, to be honest. Over the moon. All my earlier heats were very tense. I was cold sweats. My arms were like giving out. It was getting a bit too much in terms of pressure, but yeah, managed to stick it out.
But I'm guessing you've got a good support system behind you. So who have you got this year? You've got everyone behind you.
Yeah, so the
Hi,
whole
give us a wave. Hiya.
Eastleigh lot, the whole Eastleigh lot. A lot of us made it through this year, 8 of us, and we've all pushed each other so much just from going to Eastleigh as our local. And yeah, it's been amazing making all this journey with all these guys, but yeah.
So wholesome. Well done. Congratulations. Going Cha way.
I've got Jacob here as well. Jacob, talk me through your race.
I'm a bit gutted, to be honest. Obviously starting P1, I wanted to win, but you know, you just have to drive what you're given, and I think I drove the best I could have with what I was given. Obviously still got the podium in the end, but yeah, I mean, still a bit gutted after starting pole.
Listen, I can hear the disappointment in your face, but obviously in your voice. But 5,000 drivers, third in this category, a very competitive category as well. I think when you reflect on it, I think you might be quite proud of yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I'd just like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my mum. And yeah, at least I got the podium in the end.
Oh, you've done amazing, mate. You've done amazing. Well done, and thank you very much. And now I'll head back to commentary for the heavyweight national final.
You know what? I completely forgot, right, that Gabriel Quenter actually works for McLaren F1.
Yeah, that's not a bad day job.
Do you think that Lando Norris might be watching this? Or Zach Brown? Or Andrea Stella? I bet they are. I bet they've got nothing better to do on a Sunday night than
can you imagine him walking?
Pure motorsport. They haven't got anything else on their minds like winning a world championship or a Formula One world
Someone's going to have to dare him to try and sneak the BIKC trophy into like the
into
McLaren trophy cabinet.
I know.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, there you go. Monaco Grand Prix victory, British Grand Prix victory.
British Indoor Karting
Championship. It's got to be done. If you can do that, we want a photo, don't we? We want a photo of that. Can it be snuck in? I don't know. I reckon they probably run a tight ship in McLaren.
Yeah, I have a
feeling. Got a funny feeling. You know what I mean?
Look at the angle on Kart 4. I just got to point that out before it changes.
I know. Look at that. That's ridiculous.
Wow. That is some angle.
Okay, so now we are in the last race of the entire British Indoor Karting Championship weekend, the heavyweight final. It's been a classic, hasn't it? It really has been a classic weekend of racing. We see some brilliant stuff, some brilliant racing. And here we are, lining up. And we're just gonna, we've got a green light, but the Selmeister,
I believe,
is just wandering down to get to the end.
One race to go.
Here we go.
Yeah, last race of the season here.
Waiting.
And
on the red light.
A bow from Silky as the grid marshal walks away from there for the last, hopefully for the last time of the championship.
There might be a regrid, but never know. Never rule it out. Remember last year? You know what I mean? And so let's not talk about last year. We're heavyweights actually. That's worse than a pork pie. Surely worse than a pork pie.
Behave.
22 is aiming straight for us. Well, it looks like.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy if I was the cameraman.
Straight for the telly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy if I was the cameraman there. So that's Whippich, Safar, Saul Gregory and Chris Knight, your top 4 there. As all eyes are on the lights as they're waiting to get this last race of the day, last race of the championship.
And Antti Whippich has been almost perfect, hasn't he? All day and all night. Here we go. So we've got 2 red lights, 3, 4, 5. Here we go for the heavyweight final. Let's go. And Whippich makes a fantastic start. We've got Hassan in second place, but I got a funny feeling these 2 at the front might absolutely run and hide here. Just looking to see everybody stream through, and it looks pretty crisp at the moment, dare I say it. And yeah, Whippich goes through and immediately looks over his shoulder just to check exactly where Hassan is, and the answer is right on his rear bumper. Going around here onto the up ramp, and again, another little look. He's really checking here. Is this going to be a defensive drive, or is it going to be attacking? Let's see.
Chris Knight is in with an early stop for the early stop from 4th or 5th place. We saw that not really work for Jacob in the last one. Let's see if Chris can make it work this time around. So it's Whippich, Safar, Gregory, your top 3. Harvey Sugden Scott is still in this one as well. Top 4 drivers. Then you've got the gap that Chris Knight has just pitted out of. Ross Sandwell in front. There's 3 or 4 drivers in here. So there's 4 drivers there. That's Chris Knight. Then there's the 2 of Gaskin. And then that is the 16.
Noel Haddon.
And then that looks like Ricky Crozier as well is the last driver that's made the stop. So 4 of the 16 have already given this their Joker lap on the opening lap. Is that a brave strategy? We've seen a disruption in only one of the races so far, but still, it's all possible from here. Saul Gregory now goes for the Joker lap on the inside. So 29 goes through the pit lane. So second lap, we'll have to see where he comes out relative to Chris and I. Obviously, Chris was behind him when he came in for the stop. We'll have to see if the clear air has been enough to get Knight in front of Gregory.
Okay, interesting stuff. None of the top 3 are going for their Joker lap just yet. They don't want to lose any position. They saw, again, everybody learns what happens in the previous races, and they saw what happened in the previous race, and it was an early stop, and it didn't work out. They've got the pace at the front, so at the moment they are sticking with it for the moment. Antti Whippich, that's the only thing really to come between, it feels, him and becoming BIKC champion 2025 is potentially something that could go wrong in the Joker lap. Just to remind you, they do run a risk along it goes on. Any red flag will be a re-grid, and a re-grid that will potentially wipe out any lead that they have at the moment by being at the front. So Whippich leads Hassan by 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, Ross Sandwell now takes his Joker lap, and we'll have to see as they cross the line where everyone has factored in, as I think there's a few other drivers in there as well. So 12 minutes to go. It is just Ross Sandwell trundling through the pit lane. There goes Anthony Whippich in the lead on the road. So Saul Gregory has come back out in front of Chris Knight, but it is only by a tenth or so. Ooh. So, Harvey Sugden-Scott going down the inside of Hassan Zafar. That's a move for second on the road. Wow. That's an important move for Harvey Sugden-Scott. So focusing on trying to move forward now and catch the gap up. They've just lost Anthony Whippich.
Okay, wow.
So Whippich looks flying along there as well. He's caught right to Safar. First chance there. If you release, if Anthony Whippich wants to pit, I think Sugden-Scott will go always the end and risky here because he is flying.
Yeah, I think it may be worth a gamble at this point to see what he can manage. But Anthony Whippich just holding him at arm's length at the moment. But it is now Harvey Sugden-Scott second on the road. Hassan Zafar in third place, Chris.
Don't write off that Welsh duo as well. Mike Allen and Thomas Wiltshire in 5th and 6th coming through.
Yeah, 2 drivers we've seen have been very, very quick over the course of proceedings today. As another driver through the pit lane. That is trying to pick the number 36. Is that? No, 35. It's Isaac here. Another driver he's factored in quite well, considering this is his first BIKC national final. He's come into this as a relative unknown. I think he's put on quite a good show. Has Isaac, but he's through the pit lane and has completed his Joker lap. Saw Gregory ahead of Chris Knight at that point, so we'll have to see where Ross Sandwell and Isaac factored out. If it was enough for Ross to get past, because we can't quite see him on our pictures at the moment. But still, Harvey Sugden-Scott, second place. Looks like that gap about a second now to Anthony Whippich. So we'll wait to see. Exactly.
I think Whippich had a real opportunity there because with that move, with that pass, that gap immediately grew to around about 1 second. It probably still is around 1 second. It's very tight on Joker lap. Very, very tight. In fact, it's come down. It's now 0.9. So I think, and it looks even tighter now. So I think that gap that they had, that he had, is getting wiped out. And Harvey and Hassan are getting closer and closer to Anthony Whippich. And that move that Harvey Sugden-Scott did, he's not afraid to make a move. He's going to put one on Anthony Whippich at some point here because he looks like he definitely, at this point, has got the speed. So I think at the moment, going for that Joker lap is what Anthony Whippich doesn't want to do. So if he moves out of the way, then Harvey's just got a clear track to set some really serious lap times. And Anthony Whippich will fall back into the pack. Let's see, it's going to be fascinating.
So you did say don't count out the likes of Mike Allen and Tom Wiltshire. They are now right on the back of this lead pack, so it's 5 drivers nose to tail. Now, would you consider Tom Wiltshire now, if he's right on the rear bumper of these drivers, and they do seem to be quite quick, so they're both lapping 52.1s. Mike Allen actually has the fastest lap of the race last time round. Is it worth them cruising up to the back of the likes of Hassan Zafar and then darting into the pit lane? So maybe take the Joker lap, or will it be too big of a risk coming back out into traffic maybe?
There's a massive support behind that Welsh duo on track, so they will be running the numbers now on what Mike should do.
Yeah, indeed. But look, for me, it's the gap now between Anthony Whippich and about 14 seconds is the gap between the first driver and Harvey Sugden-Scott with a 51.9.
Yeah, first driver in the 51's fastest lap of the race last time round. You can see how that has worked for him. He's cruised right on the back of Anthony Whippich. Pit lane's been a little bit quiet over the last little bit, so we wait to see where everyone files through and see if we get a further one through the pit lane. I think it did spot the headlights of a car, maybe.
With a fast drive behind, I think the only strategy for Whippich here is to leave it as late as you possibly can. If he pits and he gives Harvey Scott some serious clear track, he's going to set those lap times.
So Samuel's pitted, right? That's what I want to clarify.
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see if I can spot them on the grid. I'm pretty sure I saw Ross Samuel go through the pit lane.
Samuel's jokered. He's only 7 seconds behind Anthony Whippich.
I don't think he's.
I don't think Ross maybe owes us a stop there.
Yeah, he
Sol
does.
Gregory is the beneficiary. It's Sol Gregory.
Sol, yeah, he's the leader of like the.
It's difficult now. So Harvey Sugden-Scott, he probably needs to make a choice in the next lap. If he comes in now, he might come out ahead of Sol Gregory, and an out lap might be enough to put him ahead of Anthony Whippich. That might be the route to winning this championship now. Pitting on this lap, jokering, and to be honest with you, if Anthony Whippich decides to joker, he can just go another lap and overcut. I think this is advantage Harvey, but something needs to happen this lap. This lap, one of these drivers needs to come in to cover off Sol Gregory.
Yeah, indeed, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Whippich is going to stay out there because knowing that Harvey Scott is so fast, he'll see it on his steering wheel.
One of them has to do it, yeah.
And then basically, the only strategy that Whippich has got is to stay out as late as possible and make that joker lap right at the end and hope there's no red light.
Mike Allen and Tom Wiltshire are having a fight with Hassan Zafar. I saw Hassan run quite wide through the second Dunlop corner there.
So I'm hearing Ross has pitted. He's pitted. Ross has pitted. So Ross is 8 seconds off the lead after pits. He's miles ahead. Surely.
Yeah, that is a really good point. That is a great point.
That has to be advantage Ross Samuel then.
We apologise, but he's so far ahead right now. Sol Gregory said
almost
so
doesn't look possible.
It does not look possible.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Having a look at lap times, 52.7 last time over the line for Ross Samuel. His fastest is a 52.5, so he's losing about half a second a lap. They've done 8 laps. You'd expect him to be about 3 seconds behind from there. So
Ross Samuel, if he's gone that well, you would see really brilliant lap times, and his lap times are not. His fastest is 52.5, which is 4/10 off the fastest. His last is 52.7, whereas Anthony Whippich is 52.3.
So Ross, essentially, Mr. I've won 4 championships, could make it a 5th here.
We're going to have to see what happens. Here we go.
Yeah, so Ross Samuel running on his own here at the moment in the 41. He's got, like I said, he's miles ahead of everyone else he's been through and done their joker lap as Chris and Josh are just going to confirm that fact for us and just have a look and see if they can figure it all out. So it looks like, Chris Knight and Saul Gregory changed for position there. So Chris Knight's managed to get past Saul in that last lap. So Saul may be fading here.
And everyone's saying, did Ross Samuel go through the pit lane at full speed?
Callum Eve asking, how did he do that? So I think Chris and Josh are having a quick look to see if he's done it.
Well, I've watched it back and I didn't see anything wrong at the moment. He's just there. He's 8 seconds off the lead. That's how we got to call it.
That's impressive.
Wow. Okay.
6 minutes to go.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. It's game on. And Ross Samuel is now 8.8 behind. He's lapping in 52.6. Again, Anthony Whippich 52.3, or just about 52.4. Another 2/10. It's just so strange when we're not seeing the pace, yet we're seeing 8 seconds behind the leaders.
TeamSport Crawley, rub your hands together because Dante Dillon could be.
There we go. Harvey Sugden-Scott's through the pit lane now, so that's the third.
That's a good move.
Out of a second place. He said something had to happen relatively sharpish, and Harvey Sugden-Scott must be listening to you there, Chris, because he's come through the pit lane.
I think now Andy Whippich has got to stop virtually straight away, I think, because he had a pace disadvantage to Harvey Sugden-Scott. He's got to go for it.
I'm just waiting to see Ross Samuel. I can't find him. I want to see who's ahead here.
So Ross Samuel's going into the second Dunlop corner from there, and he is completely on his own.
9.4 seconds now.
And where is where is Harvey Sugden-Scott? That's what we need to know.
There is Ross Samuel. I'm having a look to see if I can try and find.
Watching Hassan Zafar at the moment, 1.9 seconds behind Anthony Whippich.
Any second now we should be updated.
So there is a pit cam. That is 5.
Whippich through the pit lane. So there's
Whippich.
Here we go.
Let's see what's going to happen here.
So Whippich has come back out behind Ross Sandwell. So Sandwell's going through the second hairpin at this point. Whippich is back out on track in second place. So Ross Sandwell is in the net lead of this race.
Harvey Sugden's guy saw him just behind, I think, going through hairpin 2. Yes. Here we go.
Ross Sandwell has played an absolute blinder here, based on our information, what we can see with 4 minutes left to go. And Josh and Chris just conferring to make sure that everything we're seeing is correct. Ross has been effectively running back end for us here. It's been quite helpful having an extra set of eyes on this.
Yeah, Josh is looking into it. So we believe that the fight behind Ross Sandwell was so action-packed that he has just pulled away here. But Ross Sandwell, yes, ahead of Anthony Whippich. And
it's where the pace came from to beat Whippich. That's the thing for me, because in the lap times it doesn't look like it's there.
Here's Mike Allen. Mike Allen's going to come out now. This is Ross Sandwell. That's Mike Allen.
Mike Allen just coming out of the pit lane exit.
This could be for a podium.
Look, see if we can find him.
Where is Mike Allen?
So he's lost out 2 places there, so he's behind.
That's Sol Gregory. This is 4th place Mike Allen's in now. An overtake could see him get onto the podium.
And Whippich is closing down Ross Sandwell. He's literally 3.3 seconds, so 3 laps to go. He's got a healthy pace advantage. We'll have to wait and see. It could still happen.
Hassan's in the pit lane as well, from what I can see. I'm pretty sure I just saw his white helmet darting into the pit lane entrance. So we'll have to see where he factors out when they originally stopped. That he was around about this sort of battle, we believe.
Thomas Wiltshire, we yet to see as well. This could be playing into Tomo's hands. Right here. In fact, here he is.
As it's on Wiltshire. I got that one wrong. So we still have Hassan Zafar, leader on circuit, waiting for this one. So Wiltshire's coming through the exit of the pit lane. He's on the pit limiter now. Whippich has gone past him. He's 3rd, 4th. That's Chris. I believe that is Chris going past him. Yes. He's right in the middle of that pack.
Right in the pack. Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 2 men. These drivers now have got to take their joker lap on this lap. The pit lane closes with 2 minutes to go. There's
Wiltshire
2.5 minutes.
Wiltshire side by side there with Harvey Sugden Scott. He's got the position through there. Sugden Scott isn't very happy with that one. There's hands in the air protesting, but Wiltshire's carried on anyway from there. Let the Clarks deal with that one with 2 minutes left on this session. We're 2 minutes away from crowning a BIKC champion, and it is all to play for here at TeamSport Warrington.
Hassan should be in now. This is it.
Has to. Surely. 10 seconons left. Has to go in now.
No, that's
Aaron Mitchell-Begley. So one of the last drivers to pit. And as they come through the top end of the circuit, wait to see
that's
where
it. Pit lane should be closed.
That should be pits closed from what we understand.
So we've got Hassan. Hang on a minute. Let's just wait till it.
So Mitchell-Begley's come out behind. In front of that fight with Wiltshire. It just shows how hard some of these have been fighting and how much time they've been losing while they have been fighting. That means that it's allowing other drivers that we didn't really think would be within the fight to be able to get in here. So I think
that's it. Harvey Sugden Scott was right behind Whippich. Harvey Scott in 10th. Whippich in 5th.
Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive so far. So we believe it is advantage Ross Sandwell at this point with a minute and a bit left to go.
I think Safar's in this lap, right? So he's probably a lap too late. Yeah, a bit late here, but let's see. I don't think that's enough anyway. So, in fact, they've stopped him.
Yeah, they've stopped them.
They've stopped them.
They're done.
Too late.
They're done. The pit lane closed. They've been told, sorry guys, but you missed the pit lane. Missed the pit lane. It closed 2 minutes to go.
Here we go. So we're going to get an order now.
We are.
Yeah, so as they come over the line this time for what we believe is going to be the final lap, Anthony Whippich is closing in on Ross Sandwell. But this could be Ross Sandwell with the heist of the century. Last lap board goes out now. So Ross Sandwell, we didn't even consider him at one point, but he may have just pulled the heist of the century.
Totally. Absolutely unbelievable. Ross Sandwell in kart number 41. It's hard to see where his pace has come from. It's a bewildering win. An absolutely bewildering win. But Ross Sandwell has gone his final lap. He is 1.8 seconds ahead of Anthony Whippich, our long-term leader. But it's going to happen for him. Ross Sandwell comes down into...
Whippich is closing
right there.
so fast.
He's right there. We're going to see a final change.
So fast here. There's 3 corners left to go. This isn't over just yet. Sandwell looks over. He's seen how close Anthony Whippich is closed up to him. I don't think he's going to have enough to go. It'll be a very late dive to be able to go for it. These two have put on a fantastic show throughout the course of the day as they come towards the line from absolutely nowhere. Sandwell is a BIKC champion.
They both think they've won it. Whippich does not believe that Sandwell was racing him.
So Ross Sandwell is your BIKC champion. Anthony Whippage, that's his first podium in BIKC. He finished 4th last year. He gets a step on the podium. And on debut at BIKC, Chris Knight comes home in 3rd place. That was an absolute worldie from Ross Sandwell. Well done.
Wow. Unbelievable. That is unbelievable racing, has to be said. Absolutely
I
brilliant.
think we can quite easily call that one the heist of the century. We didn't even count Ross into that one, and out of nowhere people were fighting so hard that it just brought him straight back in the fight.
Congratulations, Ross. Wow, what a race, and from 7th position.
Unbelievable.
You can say you can win from anywhere. Someone won from 7th position now.
Wow, that's got to be one of the furthest back, and you can see what it means to them. There's Ross and Chris, there's Andy celebrating there. So amazing driving from everyone in that heavyweight final. It was really well done.
We're going to have to look that back, aren't we, about that
yeah, I think we're going to have, there's definitely going to be some discussions to be had through that one.
There's a few replays.
To discuss with the drivers, we're going to go down to Akil to get the race reaction.
Wow, I've got to say, I did not know who was winning that until that final minute. I was as confused as anyone there. Just wait for Ross to gather his thoughts. You look really surprised. I mean, what a race.
Do you know what? I don't know what to say. I really don't. Yeah, just I'm mind blown by the whole thing. I came in, I think lap 3, just pumped in the laps and just tried to see what I could, because I saw the leader was backing him up, so I just thought I'd go for it and see what happens. You know, I got nothing to lose, so just go from there.
So was that a planned strategy to come in early to hope to?
To be honest with you, no. I was planning to go long, but I saw the race panning out in front of me, and I just thought, do you know what, I might as well go now and just, you know, see what I can do. But I didn't expect I'd be P1, to be completely honest with you.
Anyone you want to thank? Who's here with you?
I want to thank my mum for all the countless hours of driving me around the country to these sorts of places. And everyone at TeamSport Crawley, all the marshals there, done a great job. Elite Crawley Racing, Connecticut and Valor. So I want to say thank you to.
Brilliant, well done. Let's give him a round of applause. What a race again. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was tense at the start. Had multiple carts in the back of me. And then I think it was Harvey behind me went into the pit, so I thought I had to pit the next lap because I saw he was quicker than me, and the overcut worked. And then I just drove it home from there. Obviously, I was surprised by Ross's appearance in P1. He must have pulled some really good laps together, but you know, it's my 5th time in the BIKC National Finals, and I'm finally on the podium, so...
Is there an element of you that thought you might have won there, or because you looked like you both thought you had won for about a second or two?
If I'm honest, I thought Ross hadn't pit yet, so I thought I was the winner, but clearly he's done his pits, and fair play to him.
Listen, second out of 5,000 drivers, you know, in your category. I mean, you must be proud.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's my 5th time here, and sometimes you think maybe it's just not going to be this competition, but to finally be on the podium and show my class, you know, that's what it's all about.
You certainly showed your class. Who have you got here with you? Who's here supporting you?
I've got my 2 mates who've travelled from Glasgow here today, 4 hours.
What are their names?
Callum and Connor. And my dad, and my instructor, John, who's been with me all the time.
Well done. Mate, great race, well done. Be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Where's Chris? Chris? I lost you there. Talk me through the race.
I mean, it was a difficult one. Pitted lap 1, had a bit of a slow start. I mean, I didn't think Ross had pitted until the very end, but obviously he did an incredible job. 1-3 for the team, so very happy with that. I mean, Whippage, I mean, obviously he was very fast. He's been fast all day. So yeah, I mean, Solon, with the move on Solon to turn 1 was quite nice. But yeah.
Well, I was going to say that. I mean, also you pitted early as well. Was that a planned? You knew you were going to do that from the start?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone didn't pit in front of me, the plan was always to pit quite early on, try and get myself into some clear air. And unfortunately, ended up coming out just behind Sol, but Yeah, good result in the end, really.
And the whole journey, BIKC this year, I mean, you got to look back and be very proud of yourself.
I mean, yeah, it's been a long journey, obviously, as it always is, but yeah, very proud.
Who you got with you today?
Got my mum and dad and a few mates, and thankfully quite a few of my former colleagues, so yeah, very happy.
Well, they all look very proud of you, so well done again, and enjoy. I think Emily was going to talk to some parents and families. Go for it.
Well, start off with a very emotional Chrissy, who is the instructor at Crawley. How are you feeling?
I know I can't swear, but I'm over the moon. I am so proud of Ross and all the Crawley lot and also the Brighton lot, which I've also worked with. I think if you ever want to dream, just keep dreaming and you will get there. Next year, this could be you if you're watching. So sign up and you could be the history next year of 2024. But Ross, my biggest advice is take this moment, bring it in and remember these memories, because you're not just the Croc champ, you're also BIKC winner of 2026. You know what I mean? I'm over the moon. And I can't wait to see what you do next year, because you've made history and next year you'll make even more. So Ross, I love you so much, man. And Crawley and Brighton, I love you guys as well. Peace out.
That was beautiful. Beautiful. I don't think anyone else can really top that, to be fair. Keil, have you got anyone?
Yeah, I have. I really want to talk to the friends from Glasgow, was it? Yeah. Yeah, how proud are you of him?
Unbelievable. I mean, he's deserved it. Last year was such an interesting time, but do you know what?
Hang on. Yeah. Sorry. We lost the camera for a second there. Let's go again. Sorry.
Yeah, last year was such a letdown. He did so well the whole time, but fully deserves it.
Yeah. Proud of him? Support him?
Well, yeah, because we're both in the same weight group, and I know how it is with like defending and stuff. It's harder, so he deserves it. Last year was horrific, and this is it.
It's such a long journey, tough journey, lot of hours, lot of hard work, isn't it? And you've probably seen that better than anyone.
Absolutely, yeah. He's worked so hard. He's put in so much effort. It's brilliant. It's so happy for him.
Perfect. Thanks, guys, and make sure you celebrate with him tonight. We're just taking our photos here at the finish. The podium is being set up. There's a lot of mutual respect between all the drivers here. I mean, you can just see them all congratulating each other. And another just great final. So we have got the podium presentations coming up soon. We're just setting up the podiums. Shall I take your jacket for you? I'll take it for you. I think. I mean, just show the crowd as well. Just show the crowd as well. I mean, look at all this support still here, 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday. Absolutely amazing. Let's help him.
I kind of need help with it. Literally left here on my own with this massive sign, and everyone's gone away. Fine.
Go on then.
It can stay there.
No, you've got this.
Sorry, mate. There's no more racing today. You can stay there for a second.
I just left.
All right, I think, should we start walking?
Let's go over to the podium. The lights are broke on it, apparently.
Oh, come on. That's the best part.
Classic, right?
If everyone just puts their phone on, we can maybe start our own light show.
Do you think that would look any good?
Well, I don't know.
Right. Photoshop AI is really good these days.
It works at, like, stadiums, concerts. Not see Oasis. Just a quick shout out as well to everyone watching the live stream, because it is 11 p.m. on our school night. So if you have stayed with us this long, we do appreciate you.
Fair play to you, to be fair.
I think there's a lot of people that have said they've been here since this morning. They've tuned in at like the half 8 with the countdown and everything, and I'm thinking that's a long day for you guys.
That is amazing.
While I'm here, I want to say a big thank you to Sarah and Grace, Kieran and Matthew as well, back in support office HQ.
Yeah, they've been helping us all day.
Thank you for sorting out everything you've been doing. We've appreciated that.
Special people.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we're just gonna.
So we're just getting the trophies ready. We're getting the certificates ready. Let's have a look at the trophies. I mean, they are beautiful. And our 3 podium winners, well, 6 podium winners absolutely deserve it.
Darren, are we?
Shout out to all the crew as well, putting all this together very quickly.
I think we're about ready to hand over to the main man.
Mr. Mabs.
Hello.
The camera
Yep,
nearly
you're
went flying
there. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hear me?
Loud and proud.
Here we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if everybody can make their way over to the bridge, we have the important part of the night. We are going to crown 2 more British indoor karting champions. So everybody make your way down to this end of the building. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's got to be said, can we have just a round of applause for all the drivers racing in BIKC this afternoon and tonight. What an amazing standard of driving. We are going to crown some champions, but before we do that, I'm going to hand you over to the COO of TeamSport Karting, Mr. Simon Waldridge.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you. Yeah, very briefly, but firstly, yeah, well done. The driving was absolutely fantastic. Such talent on display. Great to see the tactics with the use of the pit lane, but really amazing. So, and given there's 5,000 competitors, and it is the biggest motorsport participation event in the world, to be at the finals is amazing. So well done. Thank you to all the spectators and everyone that's come along to support as well. I know you've all travelled, or many of you travelled far and wide to support your drivers, which is great. Big shout out to the team, if I could. Big round of applause for the crew. I think they've done an amazing job. It's not always easy, but they've all worked really hard. And then to our sponsors as well, we've had Coca-Cola here, Monster, Club 100 as well. So thank you to them. So Russ, back to you.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with it. First of all, we're going to go for the middleweights. Okay, that's where we're going to start first. And first of all, we're going to start with the driver of the day as declared by the race director, James Hislop. And this driver has only been racing for about 8 months, and he made the final of the BIKC. Your driver of the day is Morgan Hall. Brilliant stuff, great driving. Okay, we're going to move on to your third place driver in the middleweights. He started on pole position. He comes home in third place. It is Jacob Equil. Fantastic. Right, we move on to the runner-up, the vice champion of the middleweights. It was a brilliant drive. He picked up this even with a penalty. He still came home second. It is Kyle Evans. Just slow in the pit lane next time. All right, yeah, no problem. Okay, but we come to, there's one driver left in the middleweights. And we were worried, right? We were a bit worried because last year he forgot to take his Joker lap and got disqualified. We were worried he was going to do this again. But fortunately, he did, and he did it at the right time. He put the laps in at the right moment. Your middleweight British indoor karting champion is Gabriel Cuenta! Whoop, whoop! Okay, we just got a few pictures here, a little bit of paparazzi moment. This is just going up in the McLaren F1 factory, obviously. Brilliant stuff. Oh, here we go. No, 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 no. This is a military exercise. Look at that. It's like an F1 pit stop. Go for it, guys! The champagne! Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for your winners of the middleweights. Congratulations. Don't forget your trophies, guys. Okay, fantastic. We'll just give us 30 seconds just to do a quick reshape of the podium. I'm sure the next trophies are being whizzed. Thank you very much. We're just resetting the champagne in the background, hence the short delay before we will move into the heavyweight final. Here we go. No pressure. Here we go. Right, okay. Spot the deliberate mistake. Right, here we go. We're there. Look at that, perfect. Here we go, right. We move on to the heavyweights. Unbelievable racing. We also have a driver of the day. The driver of the day is Anthony Deverill. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so it was an amazing final, it has to be said, full of strategy, full of great strategy. It was so difficult to follow. But your third place driver, give it up for Christopher Knight! Brilliant stuff, third place. That's a great day's work there for Christopher. Second place, he started the grand final in pole position, but he comes home second. It goes to Anthony Whippet. But here we go, your winner and the new British Indoor Karting Champion for heavyweights, and a strategical masterstroke, it has to be said, on the grand final. It all goes. Give it up for Ross Sandwell! Brilliant stuff. Great, great driving. Again, we're just going to have a bit of a paparazzi moment here. Let's take some pictures. Oh, hang on. They're very keen, aren't they, on that? Very keen. Just a few more pictures. Okay, we're just going to remove these certificates and other things that could get damaged. Are we ready, guys, for the champagne? Here we go! The champagne! Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of your heavyweight final. And one final round of applause for everybody here, the staff, the drivers. What a great day of racing. And all that's left for me to say is thank you all for all your support, for everything in the BIKC 2025. And be careful, because BIKC 2026 will be here very, very soon. Thank you very much, everybody, and good night.
Yes, thank you, Russ. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Josh. Great commentary. What a weekend. It feels like it's just gone so fast.
Oh, it's been amazing. It feels like it just started the other day. A big shout out, as you said, to the commentary team who have been there for hours and hours for 2 days. So
all this lot as well.
Big up. All the crew behind us as well have put on such a show. Yeah. They've worked so hard.
It's been amazing.
Everyone.
So all the results and everything will be at bikc.co.uk next weekish. But there you have it. There's your top three.
When we all wake up. Yeah. Because we're all going to sleep.
We'll see you next year for BIKC.
If that happens again, I'm going to get my arse out.
If that happens again, I'm going to get my arse out.